Chocho happily bounded at his feet. Transform. Transformation spell successfully cast. Proficiency +1. As expected, every time I use it I improve a little. Toshimasa Ichino tried several more times in a row. Proficiency +1. Proficiency +1. The energy within his body was still surging, showing no sign of depletion. Substitution technique. Pa, pa, pa. The crisp cracking of the wooden stakes echoed through the night that he practiced until the moon hung high in the sky, yet remained spirited and wide awake, showing no sign of sleepiness. A holographic panel faintly appears before my eyes. Frowny face. Clone technique, divine grade. Transformation technique, divine grade. Substitute technique, divine grade. Awesome. Chino Tashin couldn't help but pump his fist and cheer. When he used to play games, his biggest annoyance was running out of mana and being forced to just wait helplessly. Now, he could finally squander it to his heart's content. After training, he took a cold shower, changed into clean pajamas, and lay down on the bed. The future unfurled in his mind like a painting. With such a powerful system, becoming Hokage and changing this world were his primary goals. Of course, he also wanted to meet cute companions, protect them, eradicate evil, and maybe even tame a few of the legendary tailed beasts. Life was supposed to be this exciting. Morning light pierced the thin mist, and the forest was still shrouded in a haze. Aikino-shun had already begun a new day of training. He closed his eyes, feeling the warm power within his body surge like a stream. He carefully guided it to gather at the soles of his feet, then rushed toward the trunk of the giant tree. The first few times he slipped down, but soon he found the trick. His footsteps clung steadily to the vertical trunk as he climbed step by step to the treetop. Energy gathered back into his lower abdomen. The training was complete. Just as he was about to leave, several uninvited guests burst into this quiet place. "Hey, useless blacksmith, who allowed you to train here? Get out." A piece of trash kicked out by the school, and dreaming of being a ninja. "This is hilarious. Don't you even know what you're like?" The jeers landed like pebbles. If he were the timid orphan he once was, he would have curled up long ago. But now Chi Yejuan simply turned slowly, his gaze cold as ice. Seeing he didn't react, a boy with pure white eyes stepped forward. He was about 16 or 17 and belonged to the Hinata clan, though he held little standing within the family. Maiko family's lowlife. "Are you deaf? Get lost." The youth, relying on his family's name, spoke arrogantly. Chino Toshi's expression froze instantly. "Does this forest have your name on it? Who do you think you are?" The wide-eyed youth's steps came to an abrupt halt. He looked at his companion in disbelief, his face full of shock and anger. "I say," Chino Toshio curled a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "What are you even?" The other youth immediately threatened harshly. "Bastard, climb over here and kneel down to apologize right now, or you'll regret it. You scum. Our Hyuga family can crush lowlifes like you with a flick of a finger in Konoha." The pale-eyed youth drew a kunai. Its cold gleam flashed as a smug curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. "You offended me. From now on, don't expect to live well in the village anymore, unless you kneel and kowtow right now." "Oh." Chi Yejuan raised his eyes. His gaze was as clear as a mountain stream. "I spend all day forging and don't go out much. How formidable is the Hinata family? If you like, you can let me see for yourself." The young man snorted with laughter. "You really dare to challenge me?" His face was full of contempt, as if looking at an ant, but the next second, smack, smack, smack. Aikino-shun stepped forward, chakra gathering at his fingertips. 3 slaps, quick and fierce, landed across the other's face. The sound was crisp, the force unmistakable. The youth clutched his rapidly swelling cheek, stunned. "You! How dare you lay a hand on me?" Chi Jun smiled slightly, revealing neat white teeth, his appearance as gentle as the boy next door. But the words he spoke were like a blade. "Don't think someone of your small role could count. Even if Hinata Hiyori himself came, I'd slap him just the same." The several companions beside him were all stunned. Is this really that taciturn blacksmith's boy who used to hide whenever he saw them? Did he take the wrong medicine today? But once they reminded themselves that he had no backing or connections, the few of them immediately began to shout. "You reckless fool! Today I'll make sure you're finished." Looking for death, the pale-eyed youth roared and swung his fist forward. But before his fist could even reach the hem of the robe, Chi Yi-jun grabbed his wrist. Heh, the Hyuga clan, is that it? After speaking, he twisted his wrist and pushed forward. Bang! The youth was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into a tree trunk. When did he learn taijutsu? Just now. Did he use chakra? That strength is terrifying. The companions looked at one another, faces full of shock. The pale-eyed youth struggled to his feet, dusted himself off, and forced a calm expression as he walked back. Tisk underestimated him. A blacksmith with quite some strength. Pariah, you forced me to get serious. Ike No Shun's eyes sharpened. He had had enough. All that talk of keeping a low profile, enduring quietly, pretending weakness, and then striking back, it was all nonsense. When a dog bites a man, you kill the dog. This is his creed. Just like he often said in his previous life, I never hold grudges. If there is a grudge, I settle it on the spot. The youth suddenly gathered 2 pale blue chakras in his palms. His body shot forward like an arrow. Pseudo 8 trigram empty palm. Palm wind howled, whipping up dust as it barreled straight toward Chi Yejuan's face. But in that moment, corpse bone pulse. Dance of the Tang Pine. Yeno Shun gave a low snarl, and it felt as if something was surging beneath his skin. Suddenly, Shla, 11 pale bone blades burst forth from his chest, back, and shoulder blades. The bone tips were sharp, glinting with a chilling sheen under the blazing sun. Chino Shun looked down at his own hands and let out a low chuckle. Heh, now I really am Wolverine. The white-eyed boy opposite froze, his pupils contracting sharply. He watched with wide eyes as a sharp bone spike suddenly shot out from between the other's knuckles, the speed astonishing. Puffed, the spike easily pierced the youth's palm, and blood surged out instantly. The youth's face went deathly pale, clutching his injured hand. He backed away repeatedly. Those bones were terrifyingly sharp. Just a light scrape would cut through flesh. If one were to strike with full force, it would probably pierce straight through. It's not over yet. Chiya Toshio hissed softly. Bone vein. Camellia dance. A teeth-grinding crack came from his arm as a segment of white bone suddenly shot out from his shoulder. He grabbed that bone, gave a fierce yank, and the entire arm bone was pulled out by him. The bone transformed into a pale bone, sword pointing straight at the youth. The wound on his shoulder was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Take this. The bone sword shot through the air, slashing across the youth's cheek and leaving a streak of blood. The youth froze in place, his whole body trembling. What kind of sinister technique is this? The blacksmith before him was no longer the timid fellow from before. He was like a demon crawling out of hell. His companions had long since been terrified and fled in all directions. Remember, Chi Yejuan grabbed his collar, a blue energy ripple rising in his palm. In my eyes, you are the trash. After saying that, he suddenly hurled him away. The young man crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as Chi Yejuan turned to leave, a piercing whoosh sounded from behind. He instinctively stirred the energy within him, and a faint blue glow spread around his body. The next second, white bones reappeared, but this time it wasn't a single bone spike. Countless bone fragments quickly snapped together into shape. In the blink of an eye, a complete suit of bone armor covered his body. His face was even shrouded by a bone mask, leaving only a pair of eyes glowing red. The youth's fist slammed hard against the armored shell, only to be violently bounced back. Several throwing daggers clattered to the ground. The youth staggered backward, a sharp pain in his chest, and spat a mouthful of blood. His fists were already a bloody pulp. It turned out that at the moment he saw Chino Toshio leave, the humiliation-fueled rage clouded his mind. He pulled out the dart he always carried and threw it at the other's back, then lunged with all his might. Staring at the figure before him, completely encased in white bone, the boy finally collapsed utterly. Name. A deep voice came from beneath the bone armor. Hyuga Tsunomoto. The boy answered, trembling. Although he held back his strength, that clash was enough to keep him bedridden for a month. The youth struggled to his feet and staggered, fleeing toward the depths of the forest, a trail of blood dripping behind him. The bony armor on Ichino Shun's body slowly faded. He sat on the ground, deep in thought. That move just now was neither the camellia dance nor the Japanese larch dance. Could it be something he improvised in a moment of crisis? He tried to summon the bone armor again, but no matter what, he couldn't bring it forth. Bone skeletal armor. It was practically born for self-preservation. Chi Yejuan whispered as the skeletal-formed armor slowly retracted back into the body. Almost simultaneously, a few soft sounds came from among the tree shadows, and several black silhouettes quickly vanished. Inside the Hokage's office, the light and shadow on the surface of the crystal ball gradually faded. Hiruzen Sarutobi slowly leaned back in his chair, a wisp of smoke rising from the pipe between his fingers. The Shikotsumyaku, that kid from the blacksmith shop, is actually of the Kagaya clan's bloodline? He frowned tightly. That usually taciturn boy was hiding such a secret. Is this power a blessing or a curse for Konoha? Amid swirling smoke, the third's contemplation was interrupted by the morning light outside the window. Morning light pierced the thin mist. The dewdrops in the forest had not yet dried. Aikino Tashin stood by the stream, his toes lightly touching the water as Chakra gathered beneath his feet into an invisible support. He could already walk on water with ease, and climbing trees was like walking on flat ground. Suddenly, a steady series of impacts came from deep within the forest. Since gaining infinite chakra, his hearing had become as keen as a night hawk's. So early, who is training? He pushed off with his saws, leapt onto a branch, and after a few bounds drew closer to the source of the sound. At that moment, performance art check-in task activated. D rank. Shake hands with the person you are about to meet. A rank. Give a hug. S rank. Kiss for 15 seconds. The higher the difficulty, the richer the reward. Can I choose after I see the person? What if it's a ghost person like Musen? Aloud. The sounds grew clearer. It was the rhythm of a fist striking a wooden stake. Several names flashed through Tashimi Aikino's mind. Hinata, Ino, Tenten. Leaping over the last clump of bushes, he looked down. The thick-browed boy was sweating profusely as he struck at a wooden post. The bandage had already been darkened by blood. It was Lee Rock, that forever hot-blooded, thick brow. Chino Toshiyuki jumped down from the branch and waved with a smile. Lee Lok's fists didn't stop, but he grinned in response, his white teeth shining in the morning light. Can you teach me martial arts? Chino Toshiyuki asked. At dawn tomorrow, right here. Lee Lok's voice was loud. I'll teach you weighted training. Toshihiro Chino laughed heartily and stepped forward, giving him a solid hug. Ding. Performance art check-in completed. Reward. Universal space unlocked. After saying goodbye to Lee Loaka, Toshihiro Chino held his breath, concentrated, and sank his consciousness into the universal space within his body. With a thought, he found himself in a boundless realm. It felt like an invisible hall where, wherever the mind focused, one could reach different areas. He chose the library. For a moment his vision blurred, and he found himself standing in a domed hall. Countless bookshelves stretched to the edge of sight, their spines flashing with various colors. From the weighty Les Miserables to the practical postpartum care for sows, even some boldly covered comics, every kind of book glittered on the shelves. Akinogen's fingertips skimmed the spines until he pulled out that book Paradise of Intimacy and its sequel. He then went to the storage area. It was more like an endless warehouse. Ingredients, lumber, tools, seeds, appliances, sorted by category and neatly stacked. Perfect time to tidy up that dilapidated shack. With a thought, a thick wool carpet was laid in the center of the room. Several pots of blooming flowers were placed on the windowsill, and a faint fragrance immediately filled the air. Then bread, cakes, and chocolates piled up on the dining table. Watermelon, strawberries, and grapes were stuffed into a suddenly appearing refrigerator. Finally, the sofa, television, game console, and air conditioner all landed one by one, and the cold little room was instantly filled with the atmosphere of everyday life. Aikino Shun flopped onto the sofa and turned on Ultramantiga. As the lights flickered, he picked up a controller again and staged a high-speed chase on the streets of Grand Theft Auto 5. Not until late at night did he fall asleep, satisfied. The next morning, training was over. Aikino Shun decided to pay a visit to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Shikotsumyaku ability had already been exposed. He needed to establish relations in advance to avoid unnecessary trouble. He turned into a secluded alley but heard a burst of harsh jeering, mixed with a girl's soft sobbing. Hey, Hinata family, stop right there. Wide-eyed freak. Those eyes are really disgusting. Hyuga? Byakugan? Aikino Tashimi felt a jolt in his chest. Combining his knowledge of the Hokage with that familiar sobbing, he immediately concluded, it's Hinata. Images of those vivid figures flashed through his mind. Sakura's stubbornness, Ino's fiery spirit, Tintin's cheerfulness. But when it came to gentle resilience, only Hinata, the girl who always kept her head down, yet would give everything for the one she loved. At this moment, the sobbing pierced his ears like fine needles. Toshio Aikino's gaze suddenly chilled. The heiress of the Hinata family was bullied by street ruffians? These bodyguards should all commit seppuku to atone. Dare touch someone I fancy? They're asking for death. He strode forward, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. Hey, you lot, get lost. 5 or 6 kids, taking advantage of their numbers, didn't even bother to look at Chiejun. They picked up stones and hurled them at him. Where did this wild brat come from? Get away. The one in charge shoved with his hand. Hata staggered and fell to the ground. Shinono-shun's mouth curved. Just a kid after all. With a thought, he formed hand seals. As the white smoke dissipated, the children looked up and all froze. The Shinono-shun before them had vanished, replaced by a tall figure draped in a black robe. A massive scythe was slung across its back. Beneath the hood was a hollow skull face radiating a sinister aura. He laughed deeply. The black robe whipped aside, revealing a chest made of stark, looming bones. Apologize. Chino Toshio pressed his voice down. It sounded as if it came from hell. Sorry. Hinata. The children chattered their teeth in fear and called out hurriedly. Finished apologizing? Then, next, it's time to send you on your way. He raised the sickle high. The children screamed and scattered, several of them so frightened they wet their pants. Toshio Aikino returned to his original appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. He walked over to Hinata, who was still sitting on the ground. The girl trembled all over with fear. My name is Toshio Aikino. He held out his hand and pulled her up. Hinata had short, deep blue hair and wore a pale purple top. Her round face was flushed bright red, her eyes wet, like a frightened fawn. Thank you. My name is Hinata Hyuga. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's. After speaking, she shyly lowered her head. Under the boy's gaze, her heart beat even faster. A sense of security she had never known wrapped around her. She bowed quickly to Toshio Chino and then turned and ran out of the alley. How adorable. Toshio Chino shook his head with a smile and left as well. He went to the Hokage building. There were 2 things to handle today: buying land and completing the enrollment procedures for ninja school. After reporting in, he went upstairs and met the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The 3rd Hokage wore a straw hat embroidered with the character Wold, draped a white Hokage robe, and had his familiar pipe in his mouth. But he looked a bit weary, with dark circles under his eyes. Toshiki Aikino caught sight of a few wads of used tissues in the trash and almost laughed out loud. Old man must have peeped at the women's bath with his crystal ball again last night. But he was still stirred inside. The man before him was the legendary 3rd Hokage. The 3rd recognized him too, the orphan from the smithy, the child who possessed the corpse pulse. But he didn't ask much. He only spoke gently. Child, what do you want from me? Toshio Aikino stated his purpose directly. Grandpa Hokage, my family's old house is about to collapse. I want to buy a piece of land of my own. Upon hearing this, the 3rd almost dropped his pipe. This kid speaks with quite a bold tone. Ahem, buying land is a serious matter. I need to consult with the elder advisors. Elder advisors? It must be those 2 old men, Mito Uzumaki and Tazuna Koharu. Toshio Aikino muttered to himself. The old man cleared his throat and asked again. Ahem, do you have any money on you? Chiejun felt his empty pockets. Forget buying land and building a house. He couldn't even pull out a copper coin. There wasn't even a pawn shop to be found in this place. But he had come prepared. Look at this. He quickly pulled out 2 comic books, Intimate Violence and Intimate Tactics. This is the sequel to that bestseller. The 3rd Hokage took it, flipped through casually, his old face flushing red, nearly choking. I've got an even more exciting collector's edition. I'll give it to you later as a gift. By the way, does the village have a VCD player? I have a few good discs here. The 3rd coughed several times, covering his embarrassment. Well, let me think about that. His gaze turned to the table, where several thick, large bananas were piled. He broke one off, peeled it, and shoved it into his mouth. Aikino-shun noticed that the skin on the back of the old man's hand was dark and yellowed, like traces of toxin accumulation. He had a bright idea and fished a small bottle out of his pocket space. "Grandpa Hokage, are you eating so many bananas because of constipation?" He shook the bottle in his hand. "Try this, a glycerin enema. It works instantly." Sandai reached for the bottle to pour it into his mouth, but Chino-shun hurriedly stopped him. "Not for drinking. It's for using from the back." A few minutes later, sounds of relief came from the bathroom. Sandai pushed the door open and emerged, looking refreshed. The look he gave Chino-shun now held a few more degrees of genuine warmth. A bottle of glycerin enema surprisingly solved the chronic problem that had plagued him for more than half a year. "It seems the land purchase is out of the question." Chino Toshio made a different request. "I want to go to school." "Ninja school? But there are only 3 months left until the graduation exam, and you're already 12. Sandai twirled his beard and pondered for a moment. But thinking of those comics and the recent life-saving favor, he still nodded. "All right, let's first test your chakra nature so I can arrange the class." He took out a thin test strip. "Wind nature will cut the paper. Earth will make it crumble. Lightning will wrinkle it. Water will dampen it. And fire will scorch it." Toshio Aikino pinched the paper strip, closed his eyes, and focused. He was also curious about what kind of power he actually possessed. However, the test strip remained silent and unchanged. Sanbai Hashikiri shook his head inwardly. "Looks like, just like Rock Lee, he's only skilled in physical techniques and has no affinity for ninjutsu." He led the boy up to the rooftop, ready to test the total amount of chakra. Chino Tashimi took a deep breath and gathered energy at his fingertips. A blue orb of light the size of a fist appeared. "Oh, this is already at Genin level." The third Hokage nodded slightly. But the light sphere did not stop growing. It continued to swell until it was the size of a basketball, its blue light blinding. This is practically at the level of a Chunin," the third Hokage said, his voice tight. Finally, the diameter of the light sphere settled at about 1 meter, its glow shifting as if it were solid. "Jonin-level chakra? How is this possible?" Hiruzen Sarutobi gaped. Even more astonishing, the light sphere stopped expanding, yet Toshio Ichino's entire body erupted with a dazzling blue light, as if draped in a burning cloak of energy. A chakra cloak visible to the naked eye. Aside from the first Hokage, I've never seen one. The third's heart pounded like a drum. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary orphan would turn out to be an uncut gem. Toshio Aikino slowly eased off and let out a long breath. "Grandpa Hokage, can I enroll now?" he asked with a smile. Of course you can." The third Hokage recovered from his shock and gently patted his head. The future of Konoha might just be falling into this child's hands. It's just, why can't his chakra be detected as having any nature at all? However, to possess such immense chakra at 12 years old, coupled with that rumored corpse-bone physique, this is absolutely a once-in-a-century genius. The third Hokage desperately needs a successor who truly understands the will of fire. And the boy before him might be the key. He decided inwardly. The root must be disbanded as soon as possible to weaken Danzo's ever-growing power. The appearance of Chino Toshio was like a stone thrown into a lake, stirring long-forgotten ripples in his heart. At all costs, he must be kept in Konoha. If taken by another village, then in the future, Konoha will gain one more terrifying enemy. As a rule, only descendants of the great families receive pension money. The third's voice was gentle but firm. "But you are an exception. Starting next month, you will receive the same allowance as Naruto and Sasuke." That meant Aikino-shun wouldn't have to work at the blacksmiths anymore and could focus on school. The boy's eyes lit up and he asked with a smile, "Thank you, Grandfather Hokage. So, could I have a piece of land of my own?" Sandaiko hesitated for a moment, a smile appearing at the corner of his eye. "There's no problem with the land. Ahem, I will send people to help you with the house-building task. The costs will be covered by the village." Just before leaving, Chi Yejuan suddenly leaned in, lowered his voice, and asked with a mischievous grin, "Grandpa Hokage, I've always been curious, what's it like to peek into the women's bathhouse? Is it thrilling?" He blinked. Take me along next time so I can see for myself. Sandai was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter and patted the youth on the shoulder. Good kid, you've got potential. 2 days later, Chi Yejuan received the land deed. At the same time, the root spy also delivered the intelligence into Danzo's hands. 12 years old, the Shikotsumyaku can still form a chakra cloak? Are you sure you didn't misread? Danzo's voice was as cold as ice. Absolutely not. He also gave the Hokage an art book. The two chatted quite happily. Shikotsumyaku. Danzo narrowed his one eye, his knuckles tapping the table. Keep watching him closely. At dusk, the system's prompt sounded in Chino Toshio's mind. New task issued. Go to the Sun no Senju Old Manor to complete the night check-in. The Senju clan. Now only Tsunade remains wandering alone. The clan scattered, their former glory long buried under overgrown weeds. As night deepened, Chino Toshio stepped into the dilapidated compound at the village entrance. Pushing the door open, the weeds had grown up to my knees. Dead leaves rustled underfoot. Cobwebs swayed beneath the eaves. Desolation met my eyes. Just as I stepped into the main hall, the system notification sounded again. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. All attribute chakra. All attributes. Wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin, yang. 7 powers surged forth at once. He felt 7 streams of heat rising from his crown, face, throat, chest, abdomen, and feet, quickly converging and merging in his chest. In this world, those who possess all chakra natures are rare, and without exception they are top-tier powerful figures. And now, he too stood at that level. This just got interesting. Toshio Chino leaned against the dust-covered bed frame and couldn't help laughing aloud. A new ambition kindled in his heart, to learn every ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu in the world and become the true, almighty king. He smiled and closed his eyes, gradually drifting into sleep, until he was awakened by a soft yet heavy pressure. When he looked up, he met a face so beautiful it took his breath away. I go. Isn't this Lady Tsunade, nicknamed the Mobile Vault? Aikino Shun felt his whole face sink into a soft warmth, his nape completely out of sight. How is she here? Since her younger brother and lover died one after another, Tsunade left Konoha. Although she traveled constantly, she would occasionally bring Shizune back to the village to report she was safe. Tonight she returned under the moonlight, only to find a strange boy lying on her bed. Moonlight fell across that sleeping face, and Tsunade's breath caught. It's exactly the same as Rashu when he was a child. She couldn't help but pull the young boy into her arms trembling slightly. Just then, the system notification sound rang. Host, please act spoiled in Tsunade's arms. Isn't this easy? Chie-jun thought to himself with secret delight. He rubbed against her like a little kitten in her arms, his nose lingering with a sweet fragrance. Tsunade let out a light laugh, gently pinching his cheek with her fingertips and planting a light kiss that smelled of alcohol. Emboldened, Chie-jun pushed closer and suddenly opened his mouth to give a gentle bite. Puffed. Jingyin hurriedly covered his mouth, his shoulders trembling continuously. Tsunade's earlobes flushed red as she gently put him back by the bedside. As for the origin of this child, she'll ask the third tomorrow. Ping. Superhuman strength technique unlocked. The secret technique passed down in the Senju clan, condensing chakra into a single point and releasing it in an instant, making splitting mountains and cracking stones as easy as turning one's hand. When the morning light pierced the thin mist, Chino Toshio was already in position on the training field. He took a deep breath and infused chakra into his right fist. A blue glow wrapped his arm like flames, and with a straight punch he struck the boulder. Boom! A thunderous roar shook the ground and sent forest birds fleeing. The 2-meter-high rock shattered on impact, debris spraying like raindrops. The youth stared at his unmarked palm, a spark of excitement igniting in his eyes. This power was literally a killing weapon born for actual combat. Good morning. Lilok's figure appeared in the morning mist. They exchanged their gifts, a set of load-bearing gear for a volume of manga manuscripts. From then on, every morning the training ground would resound with the whooshing sounds of the two of them sweating. Chie-jun took a deep breath of the morning air and moved his aching, stiff limbs. The system had given him shortcuts, but he didn't want to rely entirely on it. The training clothes soaked with sweat clung to his back, reminding him that strength had to be earned with every punch and kick. He was so focused that he didn't notice the pair of eyes quietly watching him from behind the bushes. Blue-black short hair, snow-white eyes. Only when Chinoike Toshio steadily leaped onto the cliff's edge did that figure finally relax, the corner of his mouth tipping into a faint curve, then turn and disappear into the shadows of the trees. It was Hinata Hyuga. Since the time he had rescued her from the out-of-control ninja tool, the image of that silent young man had been intruding into her mind from time to time. There were still a few days before the Ninja Academy classes started. Just then, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Host, please go to the base of Hokage Rock to complete check-in. Having been transmigrated for over a month, he had spent most of his time at the smithy on the village's outskirts and had never truly ventured into the heart of Konoha. As he walked, Chiejun's heartbeat quickened along with his steps. The sight before him made him hold his breath. Konoha was countless times more vast than the two-dimensional image he remembered. Rows of houses cascaded along the valley, and in the distance, an endless dense forest stretched beyond sight. The gigantic Hokage rock statues looked down on everything, majestic and awe-inspiring. This is the strongest ninja village. He stood beneath the colossal rock statues, looked up, and was overwhelmed by the sense of awe. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in. Reward, Taijutsu, 1,000-year death. A stream of information flooded his mind. An E-class taijutsu created by the legendary shinobi Hatake Tsukumo, later refined by his son Kakashi and by Uzumaki Naruto, turned into a prank technique that inserts a detonating talisman commonly called the exploding anus technique. Ikegawa Shun's mouth twitched. What kind of reward is this? Is this a joke? But he hadn't expected that this seemingly absurd technique would soon find a use. A few days later, at dusk, Toshitaka Aikino finished his cultivation and was preparing to go home. A very faint rustle suddenly came from the canopy above. Someone. He immediately slipped into the shadows and held his breath, focusing. On the branch of the opposite tree, a figure blended with the dusk, a black cloak and a mask painted with strange patterns. People from the root. Toshitaka Aikino felt a chill in his heart. Their masks came in many designs, unlike the uniform ones of the Umbu. It seemed that the corpse vein ability he had awakened had, after all, drawn Danzo's attention. A bold, mischievous idea sprang up. Perfect timing to use you to try out a new trick. He slipped silently into the system's built in universal space, fumbled for a moment, and pulled out a huge cola bottle filled with viscous glycerin suppository. Now, he swayed, appearing beneath the tree like a phantom. His feet kicked hard off the ground, his hands raised the special cola bottle, and he rocketed into the sky. A muffled thud, followed immediately by a heart-rending scream. The figure in the tree went rigid. Then there was a flurry of chaotic flapping as they clumsily vanished into the depths of the thicket. Chiejun had already nimbly flipped to the ground, avoiding all the collateral. He nodded with satisfaction. This was his own creation Millennium Kill, Intestinal Cleanse Enema. Dare to follow me? I'll give you a gift you'll never forget. After returning home with a smile, Chino Toshio's grin gradually faded. He realized a serious problem. The system's rewards were getting stronger and stronger and would sooner or later become a focal point, especially for that Danzo hiding in the shadows. He had to find a backer, a sufficiently powerful umbrella of protection. His goal was clear. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I need to find an opportunity to run into that old man. The next morning, after a simple breakfast, he put on his brand new Ninja Academy uniform. Today was his enrollment day. The system's prompt arrived as promised. Ping. Host, please go to the ninja school to sign invalid for 2 days. The moment he stepped through the school gates, a familiar voice sounded. Ping. Congratulations. Host has reached the sign-in location. Reward, fire release, great fireball technique. A searing flame erupted from his mouth, rolling through the air and coalescing into a fireball. Well, this fire of mercy has never actually burned anyone, Chiejun said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Still, this was at least a proper offensive ninjutsu. After the administrative formalities were completed, Chiejun was assigned to Irika-sensei's class. He pushed open the door to classroom 301 and froze in place. The scene before him was completely different from what he'd seen in the animation. The classroom was a mess. Some kids were chasing and fighting. Some were crunching potato chips. Some were face down asleep on their desks. Some were arguing. And there was even someone letting a dog run around chasing people. Only when teacher Irika's face darkened and he gave a heavy cough did the kids swarm back to their seats and straighten up pretentiously. Tashin Aikino looked toward the audience, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. He couldn't be more familiar with those faces. Hinata, Sasuke, Sakura, Ino, Shino, Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji. Huh, where's Naruto gone? Irika cleared his throat. This is Tashin Aikino. From today on, he will be our new classmate. The moment Toshitaka Aikino stepped into the classroom, countless gazes snapped onto him like searchlights. Isn't that the blacksmith shop's little apprentice? Why is he in our class? I heard he dropped out before. He doesn't even know the basic 3 body techniques. My dad says his mom is from Kabukicho. Aikino-shun understood that the students in this class were either from distinguished families or prodigious youths. His appearance as an outsider would inevitably spark discussion. He smiled indifferently, baring his white teeth. A ripple of soft gasps immediately went up among the cluster of girls. Wow, he looks so handsome when he smiles. Feels like he could even give Sasuke a run for his money. It's a pity he's an orphan of a blacksmith. Chiejun's gaze accidentally met Sasuke's across from him. He nodded in a friendly greeting. But Sasuke just turned his face away coldly, as if avoiding something unclean. Warm face met cold, but quiet. Roll call starts now. Irika opened the roster. Uchiha Sasuke. Present. Sasuke's voice was like ice, betraying not a trace of emotion. Irika sighed softly and shifted his gaze back to the roster. Uzumaki Naruto. The classroom instantly fell into an eerie silence, as if that name carried some kind of magic. Uzumaki Naruto. Irika scanned the room, and as expected, couldn't find that lively figure. At that moment, bang! The classroom door was slammed open. A blond boy leaned on his knees at the doorway, gasping for breath. Haha. Sorry. I overslept. Naruto. Compared to the brooding Sasuke, Aikino-shun preferred this sun-like boy, passionate, innocent, and always full of energy. His seat was right next to Naruto's. The two exchanged smiles and, in the span of a single class, were chatting like old friends. The school's curriculum was divided into 2 major parts. Theory classes covering the 5 great nations' history, natural science, astronomy and geography, and the ninja code practical classes included basic ninjutsu, taijutsu, tactics, and equipment training. Today's lessons were all tedious theory except for the final equipment practice. The dismissal bell finally rang. Irika stood at the doorway and reminded, "Bring your protective gear tomorrow, we'll be doing taijutsu combat training." The setting sun dyed the school gate a warm orange-red. After saying goodbye to Naruto, Toshio Ichino set off home alone. Toshio Ichino heard someone timidly call his name. The voice as light as a feather falling to the ground. He turned around and froze. It was Hinata. She stood not far away, her fingers nervously twisting the front of her shirt, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, like cherry blossoms just beginning to bloom. Shinono Toshia most loved to see her like this, shy, pure, as if she would break at the slightest touch. It's me. Hinata's voice grew smaller and smaller, stammering, "Hi, Hyuga." A faint smile lifted the corner of Toshiki Aikino's mouth as he spoke for her. Hinata Hyuga. Hinata's eyes instantly brightened. He actually remembered her name. A sincere smile blossomed on her face, dispelling her earlier nervousness. "Last time, thank you for saving me. I haven't properly thanked you. Could you? Let me take you out to eat." "Sure." Aikino Shunsawa nodded readily. "Want to head back to Konoha Street together?" Hinata replied softly, obediently following behind him, like a cautious little animal. "What do you want to eat?" After walking a bit, Aikino-shun asked. Anything is fine. It has to be Ichiraku ramen." Aikino-shun said without hesitation. The sign of Konoha Street glowed warmly under the setting sun. The Ichiraku ramen norin swayed gently in the breeze. Steam rose inside the shop, filling the air with aroma. Aikino-shun ordered the signature tonkatsu ramen, plus a bowl of sashimi rice and a grilled cheese squid pancake. Hinata asked for only a simple tuna and vegetable ramen. When the noodles were brought out, Hinata neatly snapped apart the disposable bamboo chopsticks and ate in small bites. She ate very quietly, occasionally lifting the bowl to sip the broth carefully. Takuno-chi didn't pick up his chopsticks, he just squinted and watched her. A baby face, a few smooth strands of hair falling over her forehead, eyes like a misted-over lake, and soft pink lips moving slightly. Watching her eat with concentration and a bit of clumsiness stirred something in Takuno-chi's heart. On impulse, he reached out and ruffled her hair. Hinata froze suddenly. A noodle still hung at the corner of her mouth, neither to suck it in nor spit it out, and her whole face flushed crimson in an instant. But immediately, a warm current quietly spread through her heart. Yet, it seemed her stomach still wasn't full. Ikedono-shun was in a great mood, lowering his head to take big bites of his noodles, inwardly chuckling. What a cute little one. Quite the actor. Do you think I don't know you once set the record of eating 46 bowls in one go? After the meal, the two parted ways at the intersection. Hinata returned home, flung herself onto the soft big bed, and hugged the pillow like a koala. Her thick eyelashes fluttered, and her mind was filled with the smile on Ikedono-shun's face when he ruffled her hair. When Ichino Toshio returned home, he went straight into his Wannung Kungjan. Tonight's goal was to train the fire release, great fireball technique. Taijutsu could be practiced in the forest, but for this wide-range fire-style ninjutsu, the flat ground beside the lake in the space was still the most suitable. He practiced by the lakeside until late at night. The next morning, Ichino Toshio unusually did not get up for his morning training. He had only slept 3 hours last night. But the results were remarkable. His great fireball technique had already broken through and reached a new realm. Arriving at school, the atmosphere on the playground was lively. Today was Irika-sensei's taijutsu practical class. Uchiha Sasuke, as always, was the focus of the whole field, especially the girls' gazes, which were almost glued to him. Gather! Irika-sensei blew the whistle. Freshmen, stand to Sasuke's right. Aino Tashimi hurriedly ran to the designated spot. Suddenly, a pink-haired figure swept in like a whirlwind and rudely shoved him aside. Sasuke-kun. Haruno Sakura greeted sweetly. But she immediately frowned, realizing that her rival, the blonde Yamanaka Ino, was occupying the other side of Sasuke. Hey, who do you think you are standing next to, Sasuke-kun? Sakura shouted angrily. Ino instead threw an arm around Sasuke's neck and tilted her chin up provocatively. That's the question I should be asking you. Your place is over there, next to that freshman. Go to hell. Ino pig, ugly beast, broad forehead. The classroom was in chaos. Toshio Chino stared, stunned. Teacher Irika hurriedly pulled apart the two girls who had been fighting. Sasuke in the corner only lifted his eyes slightly, looking indifferent as if it had nothing to do with him. However, with a cheer, they instantly formed a united front. Sasuke-kun is the coolest. The most handsome? Chino Tashian wasn't convinced. More girls joined in screaming. Sasuke-kun is the most handsome. Chino Tashian kept shaking his head in his heart. Such narrow-mindedness. If we're talking about handsome, Itachi's poise, Kimimara's sharpness, Sasori's delicacy, Minato Namikaze's sunny charm, which one isn't remarkable in its own way? But what flashed through his mind was the face he remembered when Kakashi removed his mask. That was the true face he had once glimpsed by chance, refined, even with a very faint beauty mark. New student, introduce yourself. Irika-sensei smiled and looked over. Chino Toshio straightened up, his voice clear. My name is Chino Toshio. My goal is to become Hokage. He said that to the third Hokage on the other end of the crystal ball. And me too. Naruto jumped up. I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm the man who's going to become Hokage. A shrill burst of laughter immediately erupted in the classroom. Dream on, bottom ranker. If you could become Hokage, the sun would rise in the west. This new guy is just as clueless and arrogant. Sakura piped up in a high voice. The Hokage can only be Sasuke-kun. You guys. Naruto's face flushed, fists clenched white. I will surpass the Hokage. I'll make everyone acknowledge me. Aikino-shun looked at his trembling shoulders, leaned close to his ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Don't pay them any mind. You will become the 7th Hokage. Naruto whipped his head around, eyes reddening. Really? Toshio Aikino nodded solemnly. Long isolation, cold stares, ubiquitous mockery. Naruto had long since gotten used to it. But at this moment, the new classmate's words cut through like a beam of light. He hugged Toshio Aikino tightly and patted his back forcefully. Teacher Iruka smiled as he separated them. All right, today is Toshio Aikino's first practical combat class. As per the rules, we must first test your strength. How do we test it? Just spar with Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru drooped his eyelids and sighed. Ugh, why is it me again? Such a bother. At that moment, a prompt sounded in Aikino Shun's mind. Ding. Mission issued. Change the challenge target. Choose Uchiha Sasuke. Aikino Shun immediately looked up, his voice resolute. Teacher Iruka, I want to challenge Sasuke. In an instant, the classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Then exclamations erupted. Is he crazy? Challenging Sasuke. He's the strongest guy in the whole class. Sasuke's fire style. Great fireball technique. No one can possibly take that. This guy, smiling with the same carefree grin as Naruto, must also be cut out to be a tailing car. Haha, this is going to be fun. Ping. Check in successful. Body technique. Instant body technique has been granted. TCH, why isn't it flying thunder god or heavenly hand strength? Truly insatiable greed. However, the body technique, Shunshin no Jutsu, is practical. Before the Chunin exams, teacher Akai used this move, appearing behind Sasuke like the wind. At the time, Akegawa Toshi watched with bright eyes, itching inside. If I train this move to the extreme, would it be so fast even shadows couldn't catch up? Thinking of that, the corner of his mouth unconsciously lifted. On the training field, the showdown was about to begin. Sasuke, go for it. The girl's screams nearly lifted the roof off, all directed at Sasuke. And the person at the center of the crowd stood with one hand in his pocket, his face expressionless. Instructor Iruka stepped forward. Sasuke, would you like to spar with Aikino Tashiki? Sasuke's answer stunned everyone. No need. The surroundings immediately erupted in uproar. Not necessary? What do you mean? Does he intend to concede? Seeing this, Iruka turned, intending to switch in Nara Shikamaru. Sasuke, however, spoke coldly. Just rule him the loser, so he doesn't get hurt. The sidelines instantly erupted. That's Sasuke for you. The boys cried, pumping their fists. It's not about admitting defeat at all, it's about not even considering him worthy. He thinks Chino Toshiharu isn't worthy of facing him. Sakura pressed her hands to her cheeks and screamed. Sasuke-kun is so cool. It's no wonder Sasuke has top grades and is a descendant of the Uchiha clan. Almost everyone follows him with admiring eyes. Only Naruto hugged Aikino Shun tightly around the neck and lowered his voice, saying, Don't mind them. You can definitely beat that arrogant guy. Aikino Shun smirked inwardly. Ertsuzi really lives up to his reputation. No matter where he goes, he can't help putting on airs. Iruka was at a loss for how to respond. Sasuke turned to leave. Sensei, I'll take my leave then. Wait. Chino Toshihiko suddenly stepped forward with a smile. Sasuke, actually I really don't want to fight you. Boos came from the sidelines. If you're scared, just say so. But he shook his head. I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I might hurt you. Sasuke's steps faltered, and he slowly turned his head. If you're determined to make things embarrassing, then come at me. The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Iruka called out loudly. Remember to form the pairing of opposite seals. Keep the sparring short and controlled. Both of them raised their hands and formed seals simultaneously. The air seemed to freeze. I won't go easy. Sasuke's eyes hardened, his body suddenly moving. But just as he closed in, only a puff of dust rose from where Chino Toshiharu had been standing. The figure had vanished. The next second, Chino Toshiharu had silently appeared behind Sasuke. Shunshin no Jutsu. Sasuke's pupils contracted, and he hurriedly turned to block. But a gust of wind wrapped in blue chakra was already slashing toward him. A heavy hook punched into Sasuke's abdomen. Aikino Shun restrained the force. He didn't use superhuman strength. Even so, Sasuke still let out a muffled grunt, was knocked flying backward, and slammed heavily onto the ground a few meters away. The training ground fell silent instantly. Everyone was stunned. Sasuke went down. What did that freshman do? In the deathly silence, there was only the sound of the wind. No one had expected this outcome. Uchiha Sasuke, the legend of the great. But just a moment ago, he had been punched away by an unremarkable freshman. Haraha. Smug Sasuke, you've got your day. Naruto was the first to jump up, his voice loud. Why is Ikegawa-shun so strong? Who cares? What matters is that the guy who always acted so cool finally got beaten up. Naruto hopped excitedly over to Sakura. See, I told you Chino Toshio could win. Debeo. Sakura recoiled in disgust. Idiot. Stay away from me. Iruka-sensei was also taken aback. This newcomer's taijutsu is quite impressive. Perhaps Sasuke was careless. Sasuke slowly stood up, his head buzzing. A thunderous roar suddenly broke out from the sidelines. Almost everyone was cheering for Sasuke. Only Naruto cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "You idiots! The winner is definitely Chino Toshio." Sasuke's mouth curved slightly, his face showed no emotion, but inside he grew cold. He had underestimated him. If he had activated the Sharingan, he would never have missed the other's flaw. He raised both hands, forming the familiar starting stance. Is Sasuke going to use that move? A cry rose from the crowd. Sasuke thought to himself that this newborn could never understand the Uchiha clan. He would never be able to guess what I intend to do. But he didn't know that Ikegawa-shun was a Naruto fan. Sasuke. Iruka saw the hand seals, and his face changed drastically. They're just sparring in taijutsu, and suddenly using Uchiha fire style? This is going to end badly. He tensed his body, ready to intervene at any moment. Hinata, Naruto, Shikamaru, and the others all knew the power of the Great Fireball. Using AC-rank ninjutsu in a practical lesson? That's going too far. The girls, led by Sakura and Ino, screamed excitedly. Wow. Sasuke looks so cool making those hand seals. Absolutely stunning. Sasuke's fingers moved swiftly. Si Wu Shun Hai Wu In. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling, his right hand cupped in front of his lips. A fireball burst forth. The heat wave rolled, and even the spectators watching from afar felt it scorch them. The flames surged straight toward Chiejun. However, just as Iruka was about to rush forward, he slammed on the brakes and froze in place. Because Chino Tashiki's hands moved even faster. His fingers flew, the hand signs already formed. Huff. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He's using a fire release too. Impossible. He clearly doesn't have the Sharingan. How could he? Sasuke froze in place, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Boom. Two balls of fire collided in midair, sparks scattering like raindrops. The blaze instantly engulfed the sky above the training ground. Fall back, Iruka shouted. Shinono Toshi's lips moved slightly, and another fireball whooshed out. It was the same fire release, but this time it was completely different. A fireball nearly 5 meters in diameter rolled across the air, bathing the entire arena in blood-red light. Chikano Toshio even deliberately restrained his power so as not to attract too much attention. This was the true Great Fireball, a blaze fierce enough to reduce a person to ashes. Sasuke snapped awake, stumbled back several steps, and fell to the ground. The fireball skimmed past his scalp. The sidelines erupted into an uproar. What happened? Naruto burst out from the crowd and rushed over, throwing his arms around Ikegawa-shun. You actually beat that guy? Amazing. After school you have to buy me ramen to celebrate. Ikegawa-shun smiled helplessly. Sasuke remained seated on the ground the whole time, his gaze vacant. The flames dissipated, leaving only a wisp of smoke. All the students gaped, staring at Ikegawa-shun as if they had seen a monster. They had once envied Sasuke's proficiency with fire-style jutsu, but this apprentice, who had just transferred from the smithy, was even stronger. Iruka was so stunned he could hardly close his mouth. He finally understood why the third Hokage had placed this dropout. In his class, he was a hidden genius. Test over. Iruka steadied his voice. Ikegawa-shun, don't forget the sealing and reconciliation hand seals. Toshio Ikegawa walked over to Sasuke and reached out his hand. Sasuke didn't take it. He gritted his teeth and swayed to his feet on his own, his face stripped of its usual pride. The glances cast around were extremely complicated. Pity, surprise, and even a bit of gloating amusement at the spectacle. Sakura shot Toshio Ikegawa a fierce glare. Another annoying idiot like Naruto. Hinata, however, quietly blushed, a light gleaming in her eyes. Shinano Toshi gave her a slight smile, then turned to meet Irika's curious question. You must have trained for a long time, right? Could you share some of your experience with your classmates? Shinano Toshi scratched his head. Actually, today is the first time I've used this technique. When the words fell, the whole hall fell silent. The first time? It felt as if Sasuke's chest had been struck hard. He stared at the seemingly ordinary transfer student, realizing for the first time, this ninja school might no longer be his stage alone. Sasuke stopped in his tracks and looked toward the boy at the smithy. He walked up to Ikeda-shun, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. You win this time. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and turned to walk into the sunset. A commotion arose at the edge of the training ground. Did you see that? That's Sasuke's bearing. Even in defeat, he loses with such grace. Cheers rose again. Meanwhile, at the other end of Konoha, Danzo sat kneeling in the dim tatami room, his fingertips gently tapping the mat. Several root shinobi stood like shadows behind him. That newcomer, he's not ordinary. He narrowed his eyes. What bothered him more was that this kid, just after enrolling, had sat next to Naruto, and in no time they were slinging their arms around each other. Wait, Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I see. He came for the Jinchuriki. Danzo's knuckles suddenly turned white. How could a teenager possibly be so scheming? Unless it was Hiruzen Sarutobi's arrangement. To groom the next Hokage, Danzo suddenly clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. He absolutely could not let those two brats control the power of the Nine-Tails. Mobilize a 10-man squad immediately, he snarled. The school bell rang out across the campus. The setting sun draped Konohagakure in a layer of golden gauze. Shun, let's go eat ramen to celebrate. Naruto tugged on Aikino-shun's sleeve, hopping. Aikino-shun smiled helplessly. All right. Really? That's awesome. Naruto cheered and leaped up, his blonde hair glittering in the sunset. You really are my best friend. Although he received a pension every month, Naruto was always broke by the end of the month. Now he had found a new meal ticket. Ichino-shun didn't mind. Money was just numbers. How much could one boy possibly eat? But he soon realized he was wrong. The Norin of Ichiraku ramen was lifted. I'm starting. Naruto pressed his palms together, his eyes shining like stars. Half an hour later, 8 empty bowls stacked into a small mountain on the table. Miso, seafood, char siu, spicy, every flavor imaginable. Naruto patted his round, full belly contentedly. Things have been tight lately. I've been holding back for over a month. Today I accidentally ate a bit too much hee. Chino Toshio stared at the bowl mountain, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. This is a bit. In his past life you could done a mukbang. Although prices in Konoha were low, even the cheapest ramen cost 60 ryo. And he had already spent all his money on ninja tools. Only 200 ryo remained in his wallet. Looking at Naruto's radiant smile, Chino Toshio suddenly glanced out the window, his fingertips lightly rubbing the shriveled wallet. I'm really glad I met you. Naruto licked the corner of his mouth. Come by often. Let me treat you today. Before he could finish, a burst of white smoke exploded. Bang! The blond boy turned his head to look at the seat beside him, and the smile on his face froze instantly. The corner of his mouth twitched, then he bared his teeth and let out a low, snarling growl. Bastard! In the spot where Aikino-shun had been sitting, there was now an inflatable doll, clearly one of the display pieces from the adult shop window across the street. That guy used a decoy technique, slipped away. Naruto was about to lose his mind. Usually a single bowl of ramen left him strapped for days. Today, it had been a full 8 bowls, and they were the extra large kind. Thank you for your patronage, dear customer. Sister Changpu bent over with a bright smile, her pale hand reaching gently out in front of Naruto. Fortunately, Uncle Yao was kind-hearted and always took good care of him. Sometimes when they met, he would guilelessly ask, Naruto, shall I get you a bowl of noodles to eat? This time, Naruto could only put it on credit again. This farce not only failed to drive them apart, it drew them closer. They had similar temperaments, and before long they were clinging to each other every day. Chino Toshio also taught him a lot of internet slang brought from his previous life. Naruto got hooked and cheerfully repeated it over and over. There were still 2 weeks left before the end of the month to get pocket money. If only I could use Huabe or Jiabe. Chino Toshio had a bright idea and ran toward the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith uncle who had quit his apprenticeship was puffing and blowing as he pushed the bellows, sweating like rain. Chi Yejuan dug out an electric blower from the space warehouse. "Uncle, try this less effort and more power." He pressed the switch. The flames in the forge roared up, and waves of heat slammed against them. In the end, he changed it into 1,000 taels. "Huh, I've got money." Just then, the system interface suddenly popped up. "Ding. Host, please establish a friendship with Uchiha Sasuke and go to his house to sign in at Itachi's room. Time limit, 7 days. Establish a friendship and go to Sasuke's house. This is no ordinary difficulty." Ikuno Toshio scratched his head. He'd just beaten him at the training ground. How could he possibly show up at his door now? Besides, Sasuke's icy face. Is he someone you can easily befriend? But the harder it is, the more tempting the reward should be, right? Late at night, after the transformation spell wore off, Ikuno Toshio lay on the narrow bed and calculated silently. Only 3 months left until the main storyline starts. It wouldn't hurt to get closer to Sasuke earlier. But becoming friends within a week? How's that possible? Thoughts churning, he gradually sank into sleep. The next morning, a clearing in the forest. While Chinoike was training, he suddenly heard the bushes rustle. He assumed it was Lee Rock when he turned. He saw Sasuke standing there expressionless, wearing a dark blue short coat with the Uchiha fan crest printed on the back. He came. Their gazes met squarely. For some reason, a faint, elusive sense of familiarity and closeness quietly flowed through the air. Perhaps it was because both had long since tasted the loss of close relatives and had witnessed the warmth and coldness of Konoha's people. Chiyo-jun grinned and greeted him warmly. "Morning. Sasuke, you're here for morning training too?" Sasuke merely nodded lightly, his face unreadable. Then he looked straight over and got to the point. "Let's fight again." Chiyo-jun scratched his head, confusion showing on his face. This guy really is stubborn. "The last fireball jutsu, I admit defeat." Sasuke clenched his fist, his voice tinged with reluctance. "But in taijutsu, I was careless. Today, we'll spar again." The hot-blooded guy. Chino Toshio's mouth curled. "Fine, perhaps this is exactly the chance to close the gap." "All right, bring it on." They agreed. No ninjutsu, no weapons, only taijutsu. Chino Toshi clearly understood the Sasuke he was facing now. His Sharingan wasn't activated, and he didn't know those flashy combos. His strength and speed were far inferior to his own, but he didn't intend to go easy. For such a proud youth, only by truly defeating him could he earn his respect. The battle begins. Chino Tashimi's figure flashed, already appearing in front of Sasuke. His fist swung out, deliberately avoiding the face and striking straight at the shoulder. Sasuke hurriedly raised his hand to block, but was shaken back several steps, his arm going numb. Chino Toshio gave him no chance to catch his breath. One step forward, a straight kick landed heavily on Sasuke's abdomen, sending him crashing into the tree trunk. The tree shuddered. Sasuke slid down to sit on the ground, breathing rapidly. "Keep going." Chino Toshio reached out to pull him up, his tone calm. Sasuke's eyes flared with fighting intent. He shouted sharply and rushed forward. The two exchanged fists and kicks, dull thuds constantly filling the air. Chino Toshio controlled the tempo, responding solely with raw strength. After several rounds, Sasuke's stamina clearly declined, his movements half a beat slower. Aikino Shun saw an opening and landed a side kick across his back. Sasuke fell to the ground, coughing uncontrollably, but stubbornly wiped his mouth and stood up. Again, he shouted defiantly. Aikino Shun flicked his toe and kicked up a pebble. Whoosh! A pebble wrapped in a gust of wind whizzed past Sasuke's ear and embedded itself deep in the tree trunk behind him. Sasuke was startled, turned and saw the shallow dent in the tree, his pupils contracting. Before he could react, Ichino Toshikazu slammed his fist into the ground. Bang! Dust billowed. The earth cracked open a small pit, and fragments of stone flew everywhere. Sasuke was completely stunned, even forgetting to breathe. "You can't beat me now." Chino Toshio's voice was low but clear and resolute. Sasuke gritted his teeth and once again took up an attacking stance. He refused to admit defeat, charging over and over until he was exhausted. Morning light pierced the thin mist among the trees, and birdsong gradually rose. Sasuke loosened his clenched fist. His knuckles were still trembling slightly. He took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. I give up. Sweat ran down his temple, but his face showed no hint of emotion. After a moment of silence, he couldn't help but ask, all that strength, did you forge it by blacksmithing? Chi Yejuan could only nod. The secret of the system seared his chest like a scalding iron brand. It must never be revealed. Despite being completely defeated, a fiercer flame ignited in Sasuke's eyes. Aikino-shun, he suddenly looked up. From today on, I'll train with all my might. One day I'll surpass you. Aikino-shun smiled instead, putting an arm around his shoulder. That's more like you. You can definitely do it. Sasuke hunched his shoulder, snorted softly, and wriggled free, turning his face toward the treetop, that signature angle of his. The sunlight rimmed his profile with gold. Their stomachs grumbled almost at the same time. They exchanged a glance and, in tacit agreement, headed toward the village. Aikino-shun was calculating how to get closer to complete his mission, while Sasuke hesitated over how to ask for training in taijutsu. Hey, Aikino-shun suddenly scratched his head and laughed. Mind if I come over to your place for breakfast? Sasuke paused in his steps. Suit yourself. They didn't stop until they stood in front of a lone house, and Sasuke said softly, We're here. Where are your family? Just me. Sasuke pushed the door open. Come in. The room was so empty that you could hear footsteps. A low table, tatami mats, a refrigerator, and a TV made up all the belongings. Shino Toshio's gaze stuck to the photo in the corner of the wall at Itachi, holding young Sasuke tightly. His smile, so warm it hurt to look at. That blood-red night 4 years ago took everything. I'll go make something to eat. Sasuke turned and went into the kitchen. Toshio Ichino paced to the hallway. In one room, scrolls were piled high, but the bed was empty and dustless, clearly Itachi's room. He quietly summoned the system. Ding. Location check unsuccessful. Reward. Invincible cooking skill. Friendship quest remaining, 6 days. Cooking skills? Toshikazu Chino gave a wry smile. It seemed they still couldn't be called friends. Dinner's ready. Sasuke called from the living room. The food on the table made Toshikazu Chino's eyelids twitch. 2 lone mokuya rice balls and a plate of tomato and egg stir-fry glistening with moisture. This meal? Pretty simple, huh? Chino Toshio's stomach growled, his mind filled with images of steaming beef hot pot and braised pork. But across from him, Sasuke quietly ate the rice ball in his hand, looking very content. Sigh, as long as it fills the stomach. Chino Toshio shrugged, picked up a rice ball, and stuffed it into his mouth. Sasuke glanced up at him. His lips moved slightly, then he lowered his head again. What's wrong? Say it if you have something to say, Chino Toshio grinned. Aren't we friends? And getting to eat a meal you made myself is a win for me. Friend. Sasuke repeated softly. The word made the hand holding his rice ball pause slightly. It had been a long time since anyone had spoken to him so casually. A warmth quietly seeped into his heart. He had originally intended to ask Aikino-shun for instruction in taijutsu, but the words stopped at his throat, and he swallowed them back. It's nothing. He shook his head and took a big bite of the rice ball, his cheek puffing out. Aikino-shun watched the silent boy, his heart churning. He knew clearly what a lonely path this person before him was destined to walk. He would even have to cast himself toward that dark snake. When you chose to go to Orochimaru, it must have been painful too. He murmured. Snake? What snake? Sasuke looked up, eyes alert. Ahem. Nothing. Nothing. Just eating. Ichino-shun hurriedly laughed it off, biting hard into his rice ball, muffling. Weird. The more I chew this rice ball, the tastier it gets. Unconsciously, he had already swallowed 3. Watching him devour food like a wolf, Sasuke's mouth curved slightly, revealing a faint smile. After the meal, Ichino-shun's gaze swept over the calendar on the wall. Konoha year 59, July 21st, summer. He was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. The day after tomorrow, July 23rd, is Sasuke's birthday. He finally knew how to bring the two of them closer. In the afternoon, the two of them went to school together. During his lunch break, Chi Yi-jun slipped home and took out the system-awarded divine-level cooking skills to try his hand at it. Before long, a plate of golden, shimmering egg fried rice was ready. Diced ham, carrot bits, and chopped scallions dotted the surface, with a small dish of pickles on the side. A simple combination, but the aroma was irresistible. He scooped up a spoonful and put it in his mouth, his eyes widening instantly. Wow, did I really make this? Each grain of rice was distinct, the egg aroma rich with one bite, his mouth filled with savory flavor. In no time, he polished off the whole plate, belched contentedly, and patted his belly. God-tier cooking skills, truly amazing. From now on, I won't just go hungry. I can make friends with this skill too. Worth it. The little bit of disdain from before had long since vanished. After resting for a while, he wandered back to school to loaf until dismissal. On the way home from school, he and Naruto were chatting and laughing when several men in black suddenly blocked their way. Lord Danzo wishes to see you. The leader's voice was icy. Tenzo? Who's that? Naruto asked, scratching his head. The Konoha Shadow Controller. Aikino Shun explained softly, his mind racing. Is this a recruitment attempt, or an order to silence me? When he didn't respond, the man in black stepped closer. Lord Tenzo's orders cannot be delayed. Aikino Shun glanced at him and said bluntly, Tell him to wait. I'm not available today. Wow. Awesome, Naruto exclaimed, his eyes shining. Chino Toshio pulled him along and left, but he knew clearly. This was both a refusal and a test. Sure enough, a ninja from the base stepped forward and reached out to grab him. Chino Toshio dodged aside. The air tightened in an instant. Naruto rushed forward and shoved the man in black aside. Don't touch my friend. Ping. Quest posted. Intimidate the enemy. Chino Toshio's mouth curled. Naruto, I'll train with you next time. He didn't wait for a reply and turned to follow the men in black. The market was noisy, not a place to fight. 5 men in black formed a fan-shaped cordon around him and began escorting him out of the village. The setting sun lengthened the shadows, the woods drew nearer. Chino Toshi suddenly stopped and twisted his neck. Here will do. A root reached out to grab his shoulder. Bang! Chakra erupted with a deafening roar. The man was flung backward like a kite with its string cut, slammed into the ground, and lay motionless. The remaining 9 froze in place. Save time. Chi Yejuan's voice was as cold as ice. Attack together. The gleam of blades flashed. 3 samurai swords thrust straight for the throats. Clang! A suit of white bone armor covered his entire body. The blade struck the bones and shattered with a bang. Ichino Toshio's figure flickered. He had already clamped his hand around the nearest ninja's throat. Too slow. Chakra gathered beneath his feet. Ichino delivered a fierce side kick that landed hard on the opponent's groin. The brittle crack of the eggshell breaking was distinctly audible. The man curled up on the ground, clutching his groin and convulsing twice, then fell silent. However, faced with Chi Yojin's overwhelming power, the remaining black-clad ninjas' expressions remained cold, like lifeless puppets. As expected, a member of Jin no emotions at all. Chi Yojin murmured. At that moment, the white bone armor that had wrapped his right arm quietly dissipated. The enemy assassination squad seized the gap and rapidly shifted formation. Several cold glints flashed as they simultaneously hurled the kunai in their hands. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, another kunai whistled in from the side of the dense woods. Clang, clang. The thrown kunai precisely struck and deflected all the attacks, and the hidden weapons scattered to the ground. The base members immediately turned toward the jungle, fully on guard. Chi Junya followed the sound with his gaze. Whoosh! A shadow streaked out like lightning and landed soundlessly between the 2 sides. The newcomer had striking white hair. A mask covered most of his face, his forehead protector worn at an angle hiding his left eye, leaving only his right eye visible with its signature lazy expression. It was Hatake Kakashi. How could he be here? Kakashi seemed to understand the astonishment in Chino Toshio's eyes and said in his usual indifferent tone, Don't worry. It's an order from the 3rd Hokage. He casually straightened his forehead protector and gave the answer directly. So the old man had been having people watch me in secret all along. Chino Toshio felt a sudden realization, but then understood that this protection was probably more like surveillance and assessment. Kakashi's appearance caused the remaining 8 root shinobi to pause in their movements. But they didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately split into 2 groups. 4 men brandished their blades and headed straight for Kakashi, while the other 4 lunged at Aikino Shun again. Tangpine dance. Camellia dance. Aikino Shun let out a low shout as the bone sword and the samurai sword clashed violently, sparks flying. relying on the powerful body techniques of the bone marrow vein. He moved through the flashes of blades and swords with motions like flowing clouds and water. Crack. With a teeth-aching crack of bone, an enemy's throat was pierced through by the protruding bone spike, and he fell down. Chi Yejuan grew more courageous as the battle continued. The bone sword sliced through the air so fast that only afterimages remained. Uft. Another person had a bone sword pierce his eyeball, the tip protruding from the back of his skull, bringing out a few drops of murky fluid. He didn't even have time to make a sound before collapsing with a thud. Only 2 remained. Chi Yijun frowned. The system's required intimidation task. Why hasn't it been completed? Wasn't the slaughter just now enough? On the other side, Kakashi's battle was equally fierce. For long blades simultaneously stabbed at his vitals, the moves vicious and merciless. Kakashi leaped up and formed hand seals in the air. Earth release. Earth-style wall. As he landed and struck the ground with a palm, the earth trembled slightly, and a solid rock wall rose up from the ground, blocking all attacks. Just as Chi Yejuan was about to finish off the last 2 enemies, a voice sounded in his mind. Not a mission reward. Ding. The host automatically awakened the corpse bone vein improved ninjutsu. Corpse fusion technique, skeleton resurrection. Chi Yeshun stared at the corpse on the ground, his hands quickly forming seals. Corpse fusion technique. The corpse's flesh visibly melted away, hissing as it went, revealing rows of white bones. Immediately, the creaking of bones rubbing against each other broke the silence of the forest. 2 skeletons wobbled upright, hollow eye sockets flickering with an eerie green flame. The remaining root ninja froze in place, staring fixedly at the resurrected skeletons, forgetting even to breathe. Chi Yejun seized the opportunity to summon the system. Ding. Shock task check and successful. Reward. Hashirama level hand seal speed. Speed between the pillars. Hands clasped together. Technique follows thought. He forced down the cheer that threatened to burst from his throat, eyes fixed on the last 2 enemies. Fire release. Great fireball technique. His hands moved. Si, Wei, Shun, Hai, Wu, In 6 hand seals completed within 0.5 seconds. So fast there wasn't a trace left behind. Boom. A massive fireball burst forth from his mouth, carrying scorching gusts that engulfed the target in an instant. The flames roared through the woods, reducing the enemy to ashes. By the glow of the fire, Kakashi widened his eyes. Hand seals. Did he just make hand seals? Or am I seeing things? Just as he was momentarily stunned, an enemy silently closed in, a blade driving straight toward his lower body. Whoosh. Tashimi Chino flashed, and in an instant blocked Kakashi. He reflexively reached out and grabbed. Grabbed the wrong person. Embarrassed, he released the other's wrist, then condensed chakra and punched, blasting the enemy away. The last assailant was dispatched swiftly. The fight was over. 10 assassins, none survived. This was Tashimi Chino's first time killing someone. A strange tremor ran down his spine. You? Kakashi's voice was a bit dry. Your great fireball. Why did it seem like you didn't form any hand seals? Chie-Jun shrugged and grinned. When experts spar, who still bothers with slow hand seals? Kakashi looked at the boy before him, smiling easily, and felt a wave of suffocation in his chest. This guy's strength was simply unfathomable. What should we do with the body? I will handle it and report to the Hokage, Kakashi replied. Aikino-shun nodded, but felt somewhat unsatisfied. He had expected to force out Kakashi's Sharingan. The feeling was like a great show that had been cut off just as it began. At the same time, Danzo Shimura received the news that the squad had been wiped out. He smashed the teacup in his hand, his face ashen. It seems we'll have to ask him to intervene. Night deepened. Aikino-shun returned home. Naruto was sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, intently staring at the game screen. Although it was his first time encountering video games, he displayed an astonishing talent, his controls flowing like water. You're back, Naruto called without turning his head, his fingers dancing swiftly over the buttons. Aikino-shun smiled and didn't mention today's bloody encounter. He walked to the window and looked at the sparse stars on the horizon. Hungry? Steak tonight. Saying that, he took several pieces of top-grade Kobe beef out of the storage compartment. A tempting aroma wafted through the kitchen. Ichino Toshio brought the last dish to the table, and Naruto could no longer wait as he grabbed his chopsticks. I'm starting. The grilled meat burst with juices on his tongue. Naruto as hands were greasy and his cheeks puffed out. My God, this is 100 times better than Ichiraku ramen. He slurred, his eyes shining like stars. Toshi, can I move in with you? Chino Toshi pointed to the cramped room. There was only a single bed inside, and the walls were yellowed from cooking smoke. As long as you don't mind sleeping on the floor. Naruto grinned, scratching his messy head of blonde hair. After night fell, Chino Toshio brought out his homemade chilled sour plum tea. He didn't push Naruto out the door until the moon rose above the treetops. The world was finally quiet. Lying on the hard plank bed, Chino Toshio stared at the crack in the ceiling. He had two big things to do tomorrow. He turned over and heard an owl calling in the distance. At that moment, the Hokage's office was still lit. Kakashi stood before the map reporting, the third Hokage's pipe sending up blue smoke. Can use ninjutsu without forming hand seals. The third tapped the desk lightly with his fingers. A talent like that must be given top protection. His gaze sharpened. At the same time, keep a close watch to ensure he has no suspicious contact with the outside. The next morning, Chino Jun walked into the Hokage building with the CD in hand. The third Hokage was bent over his desk, reviewing documents when he saw him approach. The wrinkles around his eyes were shot through with a smile. Little one, what good thing have you brought me this time? Chino Jun handed over the CD and got straight to the point. I want to take you as my master. The third stroking his pipe in thought. The stack of files on the desk was piled as high as a small mountain. But moved by the boy's sincere gaze, he finally nodded and took out a scroll of contract. Press your seal here with your blood, was written on the parchment. Swear to protect Konoha to the death. At the moment a sting passed through his fingertip, a drop of blood seeping into the page. When you become a chunin, I will personally train you. The third folded up the contract, his tone gentle, yet not to be questioned. The news spread through the ninja academy like wildfire. Sakura was so shocked she covered her mouth. Sasuke pretended not to care as he flipped through the pages, though his knuckles had gone slightly white. The most excited of all was Naruto. He jumped onto a table and waved his arms. Awesome. That means, rounded up, I'm also the Hokage's student. Idiot. Zuo-chin's voice drifted coldly. During lunch break, Hinata quietly approached. She pressed the warm bento box into Chiejun's hands, her face as red as a ripe apple, then turned and ran away. He opened the lid to find the rice carefully shaped into a heart, topped by a plump sausage still steaming. Chiejun's lunch was special. In the center of the plate sat a rounded little mushroom, beneath it two soft-boiled eggs, forming an adorable smiling face. He ate heartily, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting. After the meal, he rummaged through his portable space. It was truly a treasure chest. It had almost everything. Finally, he took out a sunflower-shaped hairpin. When he found Hinata, she was standing alone in the corner of the hallway. Chino Toshio gently took her hand and placed the hairpin in her palm. Lunch was delicious, thank you. This little flower is for you. Having said that, he carefully pinned the hairpin at her temple. Hinata gave a sudden start, as if struck by a faint electric shock. It was the first time a boy had held her hand. Her ears flushed crimson, she turned and covered her face as she ran off, forgetting even to say thank you. Before long, a gasp rose from the girl's restroom. She had been so embarrassed she had fainted. Sakura and Ino happened to witness the whole thing. Sakura stared at Aikino-shun's retreating figure and murmured softly, if only Sasuke could be like that too. Ino, however, snickered. She had always found Aikino-shun special, having Naruto's sunny disposition while also possessing a calmness beyond his years. Besides, his smile really was quite handsome. Sakura, maybe one day I'll just give Sasuke to you. Ino teased, bumping her shoulder. Sakura looked completely bewildered, not understanding her meaning at all. The moment the school bell rang, Naruto was the first to rush out of the classroom like a gust of wind. Let's go catch loaches together tomorrow, he called back. Night deepened. Aikino-shun lay on his dorm bed, looking down at his skinny body. Why hasn't it started developing yet? He sighed. I was counting on it to take me around the world, to see all the beautiful sights. In the darkness, the faces of several girls flashed through his mind. Hinata's shy lowered eyes, Ino's hearty laugh, Shobu's gentle gaze. The next day was Sasuke's 12th birthday. Tashihaya Aikino had long planned to give him a big present, help him activate the double Tomo Sharingan in his right eye ahead of schedule. This Uchiha clan exclusive eye technique usually requires a powerful emotional shock to awaken, such as anger or hatred. Originally, Sasuke was supposed to awaken during his fight with White in 3 months, but now Tashihaya Aikino decided to push him. It would both strengthen their friendship and complete a system task. More importantly, Tashihaya secretly hoped, by helping Sasuke open his eye, he might also receive the same ability as a reward. After school, he invited Sasuke to spar at the Konoha training field. Sasuke, wanting to test his strength, agreed without hesitation. Along the way, Tashihaya silently calculated. To provoke Sasuke, he had to hit what Sasuke cared about most. On the training ground, the two quickly engaged. 20 minutes passed. Sasuke was knocked down again and again, and each time he got back up, his eyes burning like glowing coals. Aikino Shun suddenly halted his offense, sneering, "I heard you're the top of your grade? The Uchiha prodigy?" He deliberately slowed his pace. "But your floppy moves, how do they look like a little girl dancing?" Sasuke's movement faltered, his fists suddenly clenching. Aikino Shun's fist slammed hard into Sasuke's chest with a dull thud. Sasuke was hurled backward and crashed heavily to the ground. "Is that all you've got, Sasuke?" Aikino Shun's voice was full of provocation. Sasuke gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the ground. Sweat dripped from his chin. Damn it! He lunged again, his fists cutting through the air. But Aikino Shun easily sidestepped. "Fireball Jutsu. Shuriken. Those moves don't work on me." Aikino Shun taunted as he dodged. "Even Sakura and Ino are stronger than you." Sasuke's knee went weak. He dropped to one knee, his chest heaving violently. His breathing sounded especially loud on the quiet training ground. "Is this your capacity?" Chino Toshio deliberately emphasized the last 2 words. Sasuke's body suddenly stiffened. That word was like a key, opening the floodgates of memory. The night of the blood moon, the bodies of his clan, his brothers indifferent back. He suddenly let out a beast-like roar and charged forward recklessly. 5 minutes later, Chino Toshio swept his leg and kicked Sasuke's knee. Bone striking the ground made a clear crack. Sasuke fell prone and could no longer stand. Chino Toshio walked up to him, hesitated for a second, then lifted his foot and lightly pressed it against the back of his head. "So this is the strength of the Uchiha clan?" His voice held deliberate contempt. "Descendants of a noble house, yet now still trampled under my foot?" Sasuke's body began to tremble. He propped his upper body up on his elbows, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Veins bulged on his forehead, his teeth grinding together. "No, you may not insult Uchiha Itachi." When he raised his head, his eyes had already turned blood red. 2 black tomos slowly rotated in his right eye, and 1 in his left. "It worked!" Chino Jun exclaimed, stepping back half a pace in delight. With his new power, Sasuke seemed like a different person. His offensive became extraordinarily fierce. Chino Jun was forced to retreat continuously as his sleeve was brushed by flames, giving off the smell of scorch. "Stop! Your eyes are already open," he shouted, but Sasuke wouldn't listen at all. It wasn't until his strength was exhausted that Sasuke collapsed to the ground, the redness in his eyes gradually fading. Moonlight spilled over his pale face. Chino Toshio sat down beside him. "I said those things on purpose." Sasuke looked up at the night sky and gently nodded. "Thank you." Although humiliated and trampled underfoot, he finally awoke the power he had always longed for. The night breeze blew across the training ground, carrying a touch of coolness. Both their stomachs rumbled at the same time. "Come to my place," Chi Yejuan blinked. "I'll make you so happy tonight you won't be able to. Close your mouth." Sasuke glanced at him, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Thinking back to what happened at the training ground today, that little doubt quietly turned into a strange sort of trust. He actually nodded. This was the first time he agreed to go to a classmate's house. As soon as he walked in, Chino Toshi rushed into the kitchen and started bustling about. "Game console, karaoke, treadmill, anime, play whatever you want." He had long since hidden everything related to Naruto away tight. Sasuke had no interest in games. He casually opened an episode of Attack on Titan and sat on the sofa to watch quietly. until the aroma drifted in from the kitchen. The table slowly filled with food: plump meat floss rice balls, translucent kudzu starch dumplings, steaming blueberry tarts, cheese-covered pizza, neatly arranged sushi, sizzling black pepper steak, rich curry rice, miso ramen piled with char siu, slightly charred grilled fish, and the sweet, fragrant red bean soup. Sasuke picked up a rice ball and took a bite, then snapped his head up. All of this, did you make it? Ichino Toshio wiped his hands and grinned. Could it have come from takeout? Sasuke was stunned for a few seconds, then seemed to change into someone else and buried his head, devouring the food. It seems my cooking skills really are something. Chi Yi-jun felt proud, but muttered to himself. So why hasn't the system reward come? Could it need a little push? Watching Sasuke devour everything on the table as if a wind had swept through, then rub his round, full belly in satisfaction as he rose. Chi Yi-jun hurriedly took a small bottle from his pocket and poured out 2 pills. Stomach-strengthening digestion tablets, to help with digestion. Oh, Sasuke took them and swallowed, then sank back into the sofa. The air suddenly fell silent, leaving only the sound of wind outside the window. How about I sing you a song? Chi Yi-jun asked tentatively. Sasuke nodded lightly. After 3 rounds of drinks you sit in the corner, stubbornly singing a bitter song. Chi Yi-jun's voice was low, and a thin mist seemed to rise in the room. Sasuke turned his head, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. This melody, unexpectedly moving, yet like it was wrapped in tiny shards of ice, pricking at the heart until it ached. 1 cup to freedom, 1 cup to death. Just as he sang that line, Chino Toshio suddenly stopped short. Oh no, who sings about death at a birthday? He quickly cleared his throat, and the tone shifted abruptly. Primitive society is great. Primitive society is great. In the primitive society, everyone runs around naked. The men chase, the women run, catch one and pin them to the ground and mess about. When the last note fell, Sasuke froze on the sofa, like a tree stump struck by lightning. Do it, he repeated softly. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth lifted bit by bit, and finally he laughed out loud. Chino Toshitaka exhaled in relief, but the system prompt remained silent. There was no choice left, only one final move. Come on, I'll show you a surprise. He grabbed Sasuke and dashed toward the terrace. In the night, a cake with 12 candles stuck in it sat quietly on the ground, the frosting crookedly writing, "Happy birthday, Erzhuzai." Sasuke froze. Erzhuzai? Who is that? Chino Toshio scratched his head and laughed foolishly. You? Silly, isn't that nickname nice? Sasuke looked at the flickering candlelight and lightly nodded. It's pleasant. Sasuke's steps suddenly halted, as if nailed to the spot. His gaze was fixed tightly on the small cake. Then he slowly looked up at Ikuno-shun. My birthday. Ikuno-shun's mouth curved up, his smile blossoming like sunlight. Happy birthday, 12 years old. How did you know? Sasuke's voice was so soft, it was almost inaudible. I asked the 3rd Hokage. Okay, hurry, blow out the candles and make a wish. After the candle flames were blown out, the 2 of them lay side by side on the terrace floor, the night sky like a deep blue velvet scattered with diamond-like stars. Sasuke hadn't thought of the word birthday in a long time. Since living alone, no one remembered. At this moment, the warmth rising in his chest made his throat tighten. Ikuno-shun flipped up and lit the prepared fireworks. Whoosh boom. Brilliant bursts of light bloomed one after another against the night sky. Sasuke turned his head, starlight fell into his eyes. June, thank you. At that moment, ding. Host and Sasuke have successfully established friendship. Reward, multiple shadow clone technique. A weight lifted from Toshio Ikuno's chest. He had succeeded. Although it wasn't the coveted Sharingan, this reward still made his heart race. The multi-shadow clone technique. That was classified as a forbidden high-level ninjutsu, using enormous amounts of chakra to create countless physical clones, each capable of independent thought and combat. Imagine it. In battle, hundreds or thousands of himself launching massive fireballs at once. What a spectacular sight that would be. The moon is beautiful. Sasuke's voice interrupted his thoughts. Toshio Ikuno looked up. The bright moon cast a clear radiance. He sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that this luminous moon was actually the massive prison the Sage of Six Paths used to seal away the 10 tails? He couldn't wait to try the new technique, but didn't want to directly give him the boot, so he grinned. It's getting dark. How about you sleep at my place tonight? The bed's just a bit small. You'll have to squeeze in. Sasuke sprang up as if burned and bolted out of the hut without looking back. As soon as the door closed, Chino Toshiyuki immediately formed hand seals. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, dozens of naked bunny girls filled the cramped space, their smiles like blooming flowers. Truly an indescribably wondrous harem technique. Pleasant days flew by, and more than 10 days had passed in a flash. There were a little over 2 months left before the main storyline began. That day, Ichino Shun and Naruto walked out of Ichiraku Ramen arm in arm, patting their bellies in satisfaction. Sasuke happened to pass by. These days, he kept seeing the two of them going to eat noodles together after school. A sour, stinging feeling quietly wound around his heart like vines. Annoying idiot. A cold voice came from behind. Naruto's cheerful expression froze instantly. He whipped his head around, fury flaring up. Who are you calling an idiot? Sasuke lifted his chin, eyes haughty. Whoever answers, that's who. Bastard. Last place. Apologize now, or we'll beat you up 2-on-1. Naruto shouted, waving his fists. Sasuke's gaze turned to Ichino Toshio, and he asked coldly, Who are you on? Naruto threw his arm around Chino Toshio's neck, brimming with confidence. Do I even need to ask? Toshio will definitely be on my side, right? Chino Toshio looked at the two future legends before him, but in that moment he felt like a child fighting over candy and didn't know what to say. One is a reincarnation of Ashura. One is a reincarnation of Indra. Perhaps from the moment of birth, they were destined to be enemies. Watching those two arguing until their faces were red, Chi Yejuan smiled and ran off. I'm not getting involved, you two continue. A lazy conversation drifted from nearby. Here we go again. Should I go persuade them? What a pain. Then, shall we go to Gonligan to buy some food? Tsunade and Shikamaru staggered off. The next day, Toshio Aikino walked to school with his backpack on. Although his mind had long since matured, he had gradually grown accustomed to this student life. Simple, easy, with no need to bother dealing with the adult world. In math class, the teacher was writing problems on the blackboard. A shuriken measures 15 centimeters in total length, with a blade tip of 9 centimeters, composed of 2 quadrilateral pyramids sharing the same base. Chino Toshikazu and Naruto were drowsy. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in their minds. Ping. Performance art check in task released. Assist Naruto in beautifying the Hokage rock. Deadline, 2 days. Interesting. Chino Shun nearly burst out laughing. He could already picture Naruto darting across the cliff face, spray painting. What are you laughing at? Naruto leaned in and asked quietly. Toshio Aikino lowered his voice and said a few words. Naruto's eyes lit up, and the two of them gave a knowing high five. Uzumaki Naruto. Stop. And you, the newcomer. Below the Hokage rock, a few angry roars echoed. A few ninjas were chasing 2 boys carrying paint buckets. One was Naruto. The other was Chino Toshio. The 4 Hokage statues had already been vandalized beyond recognition by Naruto. Although Toshio Aikino thought this behavior was a bit childish, the system task had to be completed. Most of the time he was just helping pass brushes and airing things out. Naruto, however, was enthusiastic, even using the foreign language he had just learned from Toshio Aikino. Damn, you're truly a talent. Staring at Naruto's masterpiece, Ichino Tashin held back laughter so hard his shoulders trembled. The first Hokage's face was covered in circles, with a big F on his forehead. The second's tears and snot streamed down, with a U on his brow. The third was the most exaggerated. His eyes had turned into hearts. Drool leaked from the corners of his mouth, a complete old lecher, with a C written on his forehead. The 4th generation is the most perfect, painted with cherry-like small lips, and a K on his forehead. Chino Tashin couldn't help but rub his forehead. If Teacher Minato saw his son messing like this, he'd probably jump out of the Pure Land. The two ran at full speed down Konoha's main street, finally shaking off the pursuing ninja. After separating, Chi Yi-jun summoned the system to submit the task. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Palm Immortal Technique. Palm Immortal Technique. The most basic medical ninjutsu, capable of treating ordinary injuries and with a decent hemostatic effect. It's hardly any rare or extraordinary technique. But something is better than nothing. Maybe one day it'll come in handy. Of course, what Tashimi Aikino really wants is a powerful ninjutsu like Hyakugou-S art or creation regeneration. This mission almost got me expelled from school, and the reward is just a palm immortal technique? A cold electronic voice sounded again. Additional bonus mission, extremely low difficulty. Tell me about it. Kiss Hyuga Hinata. Toshi Yeno almost bit his tongue. This is supposed to be low difficulty? That girl is probably going to faint on the spot. But thinking of the reward, he still pulled the corners of his mouth into a grin. Under the warm lights of the snack shop, Hinata was sipping red bean soup in small sips, with a stack of a dozen or so empty bowls on the table. Toshihiro Aikino stepped forward briskly, cupped her feverish cheeks, and gave a gentle peck. Time seemed to freeze. Hinata's spoon clanged into the bowl, her fingertips trembling slightly. A voice screamed in her heart. I used up all my courage holding hands last time. This time really. A hot flush spread from her cheeks to the roots of her ears, her heartbeat pounding so hard it made her eardrums throb. First time, being kissed by someone. Before she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground as light and soft as a feather. The system prompt lit up at that moment. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Raikiri Technique. Raikiri. Kakashi's original S-rank ninjutsu, the ultimate form of Chidori. It can erupt without a running start. The azure electric light can tear apart any close-range target. Shino Tashima stroked the electric sparks dancing on his fingertips and couldn't help but whistle. Compared to the scorching heat of the great fireball, this thunder strike was clearly more suited to a quick finish. The sound of a branch snapping suddenly came from the shadows. Abai Sugi clenched his fists and stood at the edge of the woods, his eyes bloodshot. This genin, from the same cohort as Lee Rock, had long regarded Hinata as the moonlight in his heart. Isn't it just knowing how to use a great fireball? Just run faster. He spat, leaping to block Chiejun's path. Today you'll see what a real ninja can do. The youth sneered and raised his hands the moment his palms came together. The air suddenly tightened. Lightning release. Thunder cut. 0.5 seconds. A dazzling blue light exploded from the palm. The sizzling of electricity sounded like a boiling flock of birds. Pale blue arcs of electricity spun into a halo underfoot. Crackling electric snakes gathered more and more, casting the youth as if the thunder god had descended. Ambi Isugi had only completed half of his hand seals when the raging wave of lightning surged toward him. The smell of burning mixed with acrid smoke drifted away. The opponent convulsed, spat froth, and fainted. Ino Tashimi dispersed the remaining electricity from his palm and glanced at the system prompt. Raikiri Proficiency +1. A ninjutsu that uses unlimited chakra for instant release. He flicked the dust off his sleeve, and as he stepped over the carpet of fallen leaves, a crackling burst of static snapped up. Images shifted across the surface of the crystal ball. The third Hokage's brows first knit tightly, his knuckles unconsciously tapping the table. Raikiri, how could he have Raikiri? Kakashi S-rank ninjutsu, he murmured, his voice full of disbelief. How many more secrets is this kid hiding? But soon, a trace of a smile dispelled the gravity on his face. He cleared his throat twice. But, as for the Abe family, a little lesson wouldn't hurt. Not long after, Aikino Shun was summoned to the Hokage's office. How did you learn Chidori? The third's gaze was gentle yet piercing. Aikino Shun scratched his head, deliberately wearing a puzzled look. I can't really explain it. It was like, after a thunderstorm night, I just naturally knew how to do it. From then on, whenever there was thunder and lightning, the three generations would always smile and ask him, "What new trick did you awaken tonight?" On the way home from school, Chiejun's thoughts flickered. A holographic panel that only he could see appeared floating in the air. Host, Chiejun. Age, 12. Chakra attributes, wind, lightning, fire, water, earth, yin-yang. Ninjutsu known, God level 3 bodies technique, God level multiple shadow clone, God level Chidori, elementary palm fairy technique, elementary corpse fusion technique, Elementary skeleton resurrection. Taijutsu known. Shunshin technique. Karasuji dance. Tsubaki dance. Super strength. Illusion none. Life skill. Cooking. Special constitution. Corpse bone vein. Bloodline limit. Corpse bone vein. Chakra amount. Meanwhile, deep within the root organization's base, Danzo's knuckles went white as he clutched the latest intelligence. The 10 root elite lost last time felt like a chunk of flesh torn from his heart. Kakashi, always Kakashi. He muttered darkly. Until that brat is eliminated, Konoha will never know peace. My position as Hokage. Raikiri's enhancement was simple, let loose fully until lightning wrapped the body and the air filled with the smell of ozone. But mastering healing techniques was far trickier. He couldn't very well take patients from the Konoha hospital to use as test subjects. The next day, Chino Toshio brought back several boxes of fish frozen solid. He knew these fish weren't truly dead. The cold had put them into stasis. Warm running water might revive them. He placed a frozen fish on the table and formed hand seals with both hands. A faint green light rose from his palms. He carefully pressed his hands onto the cold fish, controlling the chakra to seep in like silk. The cell's activity, no response, he frowned. Suddenly, the fish slid sharply and began flopping on the tabletop with a crackling sound. Success. Palm Immortal Technique Proficiency +1. 1 fish, 2 fish. The stiff fish in his hands gradually regained life, their scales once again gleaming. But the dozens of fish were quickly used up, and progress in the Palm Immortal Technique remained slow. He turned and dove back into the forest to look for injured animals. After days of running around, he finally managed to raise the Palm Immortal Technique to intermediate level. Night was deep and quiet. Chino Toshio lay in the darkness, his thoughts drifting far away. If in the future, Hinata and I end up together, what will happen to Naruto? In the original story, she was meant to be his destined partner. But he soon laughed to himself, having thought of the most fitting pair, Sasuke and Naruto. After Sasuke left Konoha, Naruto chased after him for a full 3 years. Even later, after becoming Hokage and getting married, he could never truly let go of Sasuke in his heart. How many people could have feelings like that? Indeed, they are true love. Thinking that way, the little guilt in his heart dissipated. He was sneaking a laugh when the system prompt popped up. By the way, some people always mix this up. Raikiri actually doesn't require the Sharingan, that's Chidori. Chidori must be activated while charging, but because it's so fast the opponent can't be seen clearly, Minato judged it an unfinished technique that needs the Sharingan to compensate. Raikiri is an improved version and can be released from a stationary position. The official Book of Days mentions it in episode 17 at 23 minutes of the anime. The move Kakashi used to strike Zabuza without opening his eye is Raikiri. Chi-Jun was just about to lie down when the system chimed again. Ping. Host, please go to the tailor shop to check in and customize an outfit. Time limit. For days. 3 days later, he went to pick up the clothes. Since crossing over, he had been wearing that Naruto and Sasuke print Naruto t-shirt. All the clothes in his storage space were Naruto-themed, and those two often asked him, "Why do you always print us on your clothes? Could it be that you have a secret crush on us?" This time he personally designed and made an outfit suited to the world of Naruto. A white inner lining the upper body wears a black patterned haori and hakama. The lower body has wide-legged black trousers tightened at the ankles, and over it all is a pure white long feathered coat. On the back is a black circle, and inside it a striking pink character, Shuri. Haha, not bad. He immediately changed into it. This outfit was inspired by the Shinigami Zero-Th Division Captain's Shahakusho neat, domineering, unbearably cool. All that's missing is a Zanpakuto. Just then the system popped up again, check-in complete, rewards granted. Toshikazu Aikino looked and was shocked. It was actually Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword. He fiddled with it for a long time and didn't find any special abilities, but hanging at his waist with that outfit, it looked especially cool. He ordered 3 sets of replacement clothes at once, totaling 500 ryo. Ever since he started hanging out with Naruto, he had completely become a moonlight spender. Fortunately, the tailor shop owner was single, and Chi-Jun smirked as he pulled several picture books out of the space and handed them over. World Sculpture Appreciation. Naked Men Volumes 1-3. Illustrated Guide to Male Urology. When he walked into the classroom, A chorus of low gasps erupted at the door. So handsome, this outfit. Black and white is so sharp and cool, and that pink character on the back is so playful. That knife is incredible. At that moment, Sasuke also walked in. Compared with Akino Shun's black and white Grim Reaper style, his blue outfit immediately seemed much less impressive. Ino and Sakura's gazes both turned over at the same time. There was a unique temperament about Akino Shun that differed from Sasuke's cold and aloof demeanor. He had a kind of roguish handsomeness, a little bad, yet so cool you couldn't look away. Especially that faint curve at the corner of his mouth, like a small hook, teasing the heart. Sakura shook her head sharply, forcing herself to refocus her gaze on Sasuke. Ino was far bolder. She walked straight over, unceremoniously tugged at Akino Shun's sleeve, and examined him closely. She smiled brightly, warm as a blaze. Hinata, standing beside her, watched the scene with a sour feeling in her chest, as if she'd swallowed several unripe plums. For the entire class period, her thoughts were disrupted by that handsome transfer student. Her gaze kept drifting toward him without her realizing it. As soon as the bell rang, Naruto came over and clung to her. Akino, that outfit is so cool. Get me a set too. Akino Shun immediately pictured Naruto wearing that getup. Better not, it would totally ruin Naruto's sunny, spirited image. He wasn't very interested in rewards that were purely for showing off. He wanted something more substantial. A few days later, the system interface lit up again. This time it was a task prompt. Class social task. Build your circle. Make lots of friends. Form a core team. This task is not bad, Chi Yejuan thought. If I have many friends, when I hold a wedding banquet in the future, it won't be so lonely. As for whom to befriend, do you even need to ask? Of course, it's that group of future elites. His storage space was truly omnipotent. Chino Shun pulled out a large amount of snacks from it. Peach-flavored iced bread, rich triple cheese biscuits, golden crispy potato wedges, yumizi in various flavors, and an entire bucket of fragrant roast meat. He hadn't even forgotten to prepare a pack of premium dog food. Early the next morning, he strode into the classroom carrying a bulging large bag. He first went over to Ding Ci, who was crunching on potato chips, and suddenly flipped open the lid of the roast meat bucket in his hands. The rich aroma of cumin-seasoned meat burst forth instantly, filling the air. Ding Ci, please have some. Really for me? Ding Ci's eyes widened into saucers, unable to believe it. Smells so good. He picked up a piece of grilled meat and stuffed it into his mouth the next second. His face showed an expression of bliss, as if he'd ascended to heaven. This is so delicious. I've never tasted anything this good. He didn't hesitate to toss aside the chips in his hand and began to eagerly, smackingly enjoy the grilled meat. Ding Ci was a natural walking advertisement for great food. His satisfied way of eating soon made the classmates around him drool. Even Nijiro, who had been listlessly lying on the table, couldn't help but raise his head to look. Ike no Shun. Tintin's mouth was full, his words muffled but firm. I officially adopt you as a friend. Barbecue beats chips hands down. At that moment, a clear, trilling, woo-woo sound came. Akino Shun looked at Akamaru, who was sprawled on Yagahoshi's head, and smiled as he pulled out that packet of dog food. The little guy immediately began to gobble it down. After finishing, he kept wagging his tail at Akino Shun to show his affection. Seeing this, Yaga readily reached out his hand as well. My name is Inazuka Yaga. I recognize you as a friend too. Gourmet diplomacy, a victorious first skirmish. In the blink of an eye, Toshio Chino had gained 2 more friends. Yagi's personality was very similar to Naruto's, straightforward and enthusiastic, so Toshio Chino naturally suggested a dinner to celebrate. The moment Tintin heard about a dinner, she raised both hands in approval and, while at it, pulled over Shikamaru from beside her. Naruto was even more excited. He immediately called Sakura and insisted on dragging Sasuke along as well. Sasuke was a bit reluctant at first and asked lightly, Ichino-shun, is he going too? Of course he's going. Naruto grinned. Only then did Sasuke nod slightly. Sakura, seeing this, also pulled in her friend Ino. She summoned the always quiet Shino. Finally, Chino Toshio walked to the corner and extended an invitation to the slightly shy Hinata. Thus, Konoha's future elite were finally all gathered, 9 in total. The dinner was set at Yajiya. The theme, of course, was barbecue. The room was steamy and alive with laughter. In the lively atmosphere, Chie-jun naturally blended in with everyone. Now, perhaps they should be called the 10 Little Strong Ones. Right, the happiest Naruto suggested. Let's give our little team a name. It has to be loud. Yes, it should be badass. Kiba joined the cheering. Chino Toshikazu slapped his thigh. This name is wild enough. Let's call it the Sky Blasting Gang. Sky Blasting Gang. Awesome, the companions excitedly echoed. The small group's name was thus settled. Ding. Task complete. Reward. Super Perception. Perception range 500 meters. Super Perception? He willed it and activated it at once. Buzz. 300 meters away, in the tavern, a man and a woman gasped and tangled together. In the depths of the alley, two figures clung tightly together. Public bathhouse. The sound of water rushing, soap slipping. The scene flooded into his mind, clearer than a sneer. Ikuno-shun quickly shut his eyes, cutting off his perception. Returning home late at night, the stifling room made it hard to breathe. He pushed open the window. A cool breeze hit his face, but it carried a metallic, rusty tang. There's a smell of blood. He widened his senses again, his 5 senses instantly amplified. The scent came from the east. Grabbing his coat, he vaulted out the window. The closer he got, the stronger the smell of blood. After a few aided leaps, he landed in a clearing in the woods. Under the moonlight, 2 corpses lay beneath the trees. Blood had soaked into the soil like spilled ink. Chie-jun put on a mask and crouched down. Black clothes, a patterned mask, a root organization ninja. The wound on the neck was finger-thick, the edges charred, not like the work of ordinary weapons. Rustle. The dead leaves behind crackled. Chie-shun spun around. Get out. In the silence, only the wind sighed through the branches. Suddenly, 2 faint lights appeared in the darkness, drifting like ghostly flames. He clenched the kunai, his Adam's apple bobbing. Cold sweat trickled down his temple. Playing God and ghosts, he barked. Bang! A dark shape darted out, letting out a faint meow. It turned out to be a black cat. Chie-jun breathed a long sigh of relief. But when he activated the night vision and looked closely, a chill ran down his spine. The cat's pupils were golden, like molten gold. Its fur hung like silk, its pointed ears high, and it cocked its head to stare at him. He slowly crouched and reached out his hand. Come here. The black cat hesitated for a moment, then took a step forward. Moonlight fell on the tips of its blood-stained paws. Toshio Aikino's mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg. On the cat's forehead, there was, astonishingly, a third eye wide open. On its back, a pair of pitch-black wings fluttered, like those of a fallen angel. He immediately looked toward the cat's tail. It had only one tail, lazily swaying in the air. So it wasn't the legendary 2-tailed cat demon. What exactly are you? He murmured. Why did you come to me? Is it because I like cats? Or were you drawn by the enormous chakra inside me, intending to eat me? At that moment, the black cat opened its mouth. 2 rows of sawtooth fangs gleamed with a cold light. The corners of its mouth tugged upward, forming an eerie curve. It was smiling. Under the ghastly moonlight, that smile sent a chill down Aikino-shun's spine, his hairs standing on end. He became even more certain that the one before him was by no means a good person. Perhaps its greedy target is one's own soul and energy. Before figuring out its intentions, Chie-jun held his position. 1 man and 1 cat faced off silently in the quiet night. It seems I have no choice but to fight. He took a deep breath. I just transmigrated here, I haven't lived long enough yet. He quickly drew the Kusanagi sword from his backpack, gripping it with both hands and holding it horizontally in front of him in a defensive stance. The unexpected happened. The black cat's attention was completely captured by the sword, its golden pupils locked onto the blade, growing brighter and brighter. Suddenly, its front paws left the ground, its haunches sinking slightly as its hind legs exploded with force. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed, and it had already leapt to Chino-jun's feet. Almost simultaneously, Chino-jun's sword was already drawn. The blade sliced the air, trailing a cold arc of light as it drove straight at the black cat. But at the last moment, his wrist froze suddenly. Before this, he had regarded the sword merely as an ornament, but now he realized a layer of white radiance swirled around the blade It was sword chi. Even though he held back his strength, the fierce sword chi still swept across the black cat. With a soft shoo, a cut opened on the black cat's sleek fur. A dark red bead of blood immediately seeped out and dripped down along the fur. Chino Toshio withdrew his hand because he saw clearly what the black cat was doing. It wasn't attacking like an ordinary house cat. It was nuzzling his trouser leg affectionately, purring in its throat. As a seasoned cat owner, he was all too familiar with that behavior. It was a cat expressing trust and seeking attention. So you didn't want to hurt me after all. The vigilance in his heart vanished instantly, replaced by a wave of guilt. He immediately crouched down and gently stroked the wound. I'm sorry, it must hurt a lot, right? I misunderstood you. Ding. Task issued. Treat the cat's wound. Host, please sign in immediately. The system's notification sound rang abruptly. Chino Toshio brought his hands together. Palm, immortal art. He carefully grasped that soft cat paw. A warm energy surged from his palms, forming a crystalline green light that, as if alive, wound around the black cat and slowly seeped into its body. The wound healed and disappeared at a rate visible to the naked eye. The black cat lifted its head and looked at him with those golden eyes, letting out a meow, then stuck out its pink little tongue and gently licked his palm. After confirming the wound had completely healed, Chino Jun summoned the quest panel and completed the check-in. Ding. Quest completed. Please pet the cat's head and sign the contract. A contract? Aikino Shun raised his hand in puzzlement and gently placed it on the black cat's forehead. The moment his fingertips touched the fur, hiss, a faint current suddenly surged into his mind. The scene before him shifted, an ancient scroll slowly unfurled. The moment Chie Jun's fingertip touched the scroll, a dim light flashed. The black cat's pupils contracted. The contract was sealed. The host has signed a contract with the black cat and acquired black cat demon mediumship. A cold system chime sounded in his mind. Chino Toshio looked at the petite black cat before him and couldn't help but mutter, could it be? In this life, I can only summon this one. Images of the legendary powerful spirit beasts flashed through his head, leaving him with a sinking feeling. There is no limit to spirit contracts. The host may contract more spirit beasts in the future, even tailed beasts. The system's explanation made him breathe a sigh of relief. But what exactly could this black cat do? Before he could ponder further, the cat's form turned into a wisp of black smoke and vanished into the air. His gaze returned to the cold corpse on the ground. Tenzo's people? Taken care of by that cat, he murmured to himself. Late at night, when all was quiet, Chie Jun lay on the hard bed frame, tossing and turning. In the end, he still sealed the spirit summoning mark. Bang! With a muffled boom, air surged. A massive black shadow nearly filled the cramped room. The black cat before him had grown to more than 10 times its previous size, its sharp claws glinting coldly. Only then did Chie Jun remember that a spirit beast's size is related to the amount of chakra. Can you get a little smaller? At the words, the black cat rapidly contracted, returning to that petite black cat, nimbly leaping onto his lap and emitting a contented purr from its throat. Then I'll call you Xiaohei from now on. Chi Yejuan rubbed the top of its head. Do you have any special abilities? Combat, reconnaissance, or support? Xiaohei just lowered its head and licked its paw, offering no response. Chi Yejuan didn't press it and took a pack of dried fish from his ninja tool pouch and handed it over. Late at night, a faint sound of tiles rubbing together woke Chi Yejuan. Again, he silently formed the hand seals and summoned Xiaohei. A shadow flashed, and Xiaohei had already leapt onto the roof. Immediately, boom, wood chips flew everywhere as a huge hole was smashed into the roof. Moonlight poured down through the breach. Ikeda Shun stared at the dangling rafters and gave a wry smile. With this destructive power, looks like we'll have to move. In that instant just now, Xiaohei had swelled into a giant beast the moment he received the command, its claws screaming through the air as they tore toward the intruder. The genin managed to dodge perilously, but he was nonetheless cowed by that terrifying force. Ikeda Shun sprang onto the roof. Several dark figures were already coming at the sound from afar. It was the Umbu. Seeing the situation turn bad, the genin immediately used a body flicker technique to flee to the neighboring house. Actually, a single thunder cut would have been enough to finish the opponent, but Chayataka preferred to see how strong Xiaohei really was. Xiaohei pursue. At the command, the black cat transformed into a streak of black lightning and darted off. The root ninja sprinted across the continuous rooftops, soon disappearing into the night. Her heart felt like it was about to leap out of her throat. Run. Must not stop. If we're caught and our identities are exposed, the third Hokage will have leverage to deal with Instructor Danzo. The wind howled past their ears. Kuro and Shinobu Ikuno chased closely behind. Farther off, two shadowy figures melded into the night. Moonlight like water coldly poured over the rooftops of Konoha. The little black dog running suddenly stopped, lifted its head, and its golden pupils locked onto the full moon in the sky. The next moment, something strange happened. Tiny glimmers, like attracted fireflies, peeled away from the moonlight and slowly gathered onto the little black dog. Is it absorbing the moon's power? Chi Yejuan watched, stunned. In just a few seconds, that layer of moonlight stabilized, and the little black dog's body swelled slightly, emanating an undeniable sense of pressure. Boom! The genin fleeing ahead was about to burst out of the residential area when the roof beneath his feet suddenly exploded. Debris flew, and a gaping hole large enough to swallow someone appeared. It was Xiaohei's claws. Instead of attacking the enemy directly, it had calculated the route and swiped a claw through the roof in front of him. What is going on? The genin's heart jolted, but he was moving too fast to stop his stride. On top of that, having to stay alert for the pursuers behind him, he felt the ground vanish beneath his feet and plummeted down. Crack! A harsh cracking of bone rang out. A piercing pain shot through the ankle, followed by the calf, the thigh. Finally, an indescribable tearing sensation exploded in his lower body. His whole body was stuck in the hole in an extremely disgraceful posture. One leg unnaturally twisted, the other split apart. The intense pain nearly made him faint. Ah! Terrified screams from a man and a woman came from the room below, and two figures, disheveled, rushed out. Chiejun caught up and, seeing the scene clearly, almost burst out laughing. Good little guy. He patted the small black cat, which had reverted to kitten size, and perched on his shoulder. Not only clever, but strikes so sneakily. I like it. Purr. The little black squinted, nuzzled his cheek with its head, and emitted a satisfied purr from its throat. At that moment, two shinobi finally arrived. Chino Toshio. They recognized the Hokage's disciple. Then their gazes turned to the figure trapped on the roof, groaning in pain with puzzled suspicion. Is that someone from Root? The mission was a complete failure. The face beneath the Root shinobi mask was contorted with pain and despair. His leg was broken, and the had arrived. You? Why are you here at this hour? An barked harshly. No sooner had the words fallen than an invisible force surged like a tide. Ichino Toshi felt his head go heavy. The two ninjas' eyes went hollow. They wavered, and then collapsed outright onto the roof. Jinjutsu hypnosis. Ichino Toshi forced himself to stay alert and barely kept on his feet. But Little Black seemed completely unaffected. Its golden pupils flared with an eerie light as it let out a low, soul-shaking roar at that Root shinobi. The roar spread outward like tangible ripples. The next moment, the collapsed ANBU member groaned and came to, rubbing his temples in a daze. Chiejun also felt the hazy sensation vanish. Instantly his mind cleared. A jolt ran through him, followed by a surge of great delight. Xiaohei not only had astonishing combat power, he could even forcibly break illusion magic. Well, I'll be. Chi Yejuan's eyes lit up. This ability is incredibly useful. Chi Yejuan stared at Xiaohei, murmuring to himself. Hypnosis is considered one of the lowest level illusions. I wonder if it would still work against top-tier illusions like Mirror Heaven Turn, Toad Chant, or Infinite Moon Reading. He grew increasingly curious about the ability Xiaohei was hiding. Just then, a member of the stepped forward, about to start questioning. The Root shinobi kneeling on the ground suddenly grinned and bit down hard. With a soft crack, blood foamed at the corner of his mouth, and his body rapidly went limp. Immediately after, the corpse hissed with corrosive sounds as flesh and blood dissolved into a puddle of black water. They had deadly poison hidden between their teeth. If bitten, One would die instantly, not even leaving a corpse. The news still reached the third. Late at night, the Hokage's office light was still on. The third summoned Kakashi, his voice low. Send extra personnel. Set up hidden sentries around his house. Rotate day and night. At the same time, in a cave on the outskirts of Konoha, the light was dim. A man in black knelt on one knee. Lord Danzo Anpachi is dead as well, no remains. Anpachi too. A cold light flashed in Danzo's eyes, his knuckles white with tension. 13 elite warriors, not one survived. Among them were specially ranked jonin skilled in assassination. Danzo was silent. He stood in place, half his face shrouded in shadow. The opponent is a third-generation disciple now that his actions have been exposed. He can't continue to act tough. But he couldn't swallow this grievance. Chi-Jun, indeed not simple. Danzo murmured to himself. It seems the Elders' Council will have to step in. He suddenly thought of someone, that old friend, who had always stood on the same side as him. The next morning, Chino Toshio walked into the Hokage building to post a task about repairing a roof, and happened to run into the third. He had only known Tsunade for her gambling and drinking, and hadn't expected the third to be an old drunkard too. At that moment, he was holding a cup of sake alone, taking small sips. Alcohol damages the liver. Hokage Grandpa. Chino Toshio couldn't help but say, "Take care of your little liver." The third turned his face and gave a chuckle. "My little darling." Uffed. Chino Toshio nearly spat blood. Sonda cleared his throat and returned to seriousness. Getting down to business. What happened to that ninja last night? Why did he suddenly collapse? Chino Toshio scratched his head. They didn't tell you about the cat. Cat? What cat? Sendai looked puzzled. Chino Shun was stunned for a moment. Then his heart started racing. He understood Xiaohei could also become invisible. At that moment, a semi-transparent holographic screen unfolded before his eyes. The panel is divided into 3 sections: tailed beasts, summoned creatures, and ninja beasts. The tailed beasts column has 9 dim icons. The summoned creatures column contains hundreds of slots, most of them gray, with only one lit, the silhouette of a black cat on it. Chino Toshio clicked it, and a few lines of text appeared. Innate talent, wild primary. Known abilities, claw strike, slap. Invisibility, illusion dispelling. Note: while invisible, no one can see the user except the owner, including the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. At the moment the screen vanished, a scene flashed before Chino Toshio's eyes. He led various summoned beasts charging into battle, invincible in every direction. The corner of his mouth lifted, he nearly laughed out loud. "I'm going to tame all the summoned beasts. Become the strongest hunter in the world of the Hokage." Chi-Jun was daydreaming when the third Hokage interrupted him with a light cough. "Ahem, the new house is finished. Move in today. It's closer to the Hokage building and safer." Safe. Toshio Chino wasn't worried. He felt Danzo was temporarily cowed. Still, improving living conditions is always a good thing. As a token of gratitude, he rummaged through the universal space for a long time and finally produced a treasure. This is... The third took the smooth object and examined it repeatedly in his hand. Aikino Tashizaki handed him a banana and an instruction leaflet, grinned, and darted away. After following the instructions to study it, Sonda immediately blushed and couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder. So this was a heated, speed-adjustable, even sound-making adult toy masturbator. This display of filial piety left Sarutobi Hiyori scratching his head, half laughing, half exasperated. This kid really is a thoughtful little rascal. Aikino Tashizaki strode toward his new home. At the end of a path strewn with wildflowers stood a Japanese house with a courtyard. Blue tiles and white walls, set amid trees, an impressive sight. Wow, is this really my new home? Wait, who asked that? A man in a pristine white kimono was coming out of the main house. His expression was stern, and his pale eyes swept over him indifferently. It was the head of the Hyuga clan, Hisashi Hyuga, Hinata's father. Aikino Shun immediately smiled and greeted him, "Lord Hisashi." The other party only gave a cold glance and, as if not having heard, walked straight away. Beside the main residence was another delicate small courtyard, inside of which stood a 2-story wooden building. "This is the house that was assigned to me. Although not particularly spacious, It was much better than the old house from before. In my previous life, this would have definitely been a villa worth tens of millions. Toshio Aikino rushed in excitedly. The first floor housed the living room and kitchen dining area, and the second floor had 3 bedrooms. He spent half a day moving in and arranging things, making the whole place look brand new. The genuine leather sofa was soft and comfortable. The hand-woven rug had a delicate texture. The solid wood furniture was arranged with tasteful irregularity, and throw pillows were scattered casually, full of the feel of everyday life. The kitchen was fitted with a complete set of modern appliances. Sleek and dazzling, this level might not even be found in the residences of famous families from various countries. Of course, everything had been borrowed from the system space. He had worried that repeatedly producing advanced items would arouse suspicion, then later remembered. The system came with an illusion effect that could perfectly conceal these unusual origins. The floor-to-ceiling south-facing windows welcome sunlight into the living room, clear and warm. Through the glass, you can see the backyard's flowers and trees and a swimming pool. When the breeze passes, the water's surface ripples like scattered silver. When the third Hokage came to visit, he stood at the door stunned for a long while, and after a bit sighed. "I almost want to move in here and work." Sasuke came to see it, and on his usually silent face a rare trace of relaxation appeared. Naruto came and refused to leave, rolling on the carpet. "This place is so comfortable. It feels like home." "Yeah, this place feels less like a house and more like a harbor." A few more days passed. Night was deep. In the conference room of the Hokage building, the huge Konoha emblem on the wall shimmered faintly in the candlelight. 4 elders sat around the low table. Smoke rose slowly from the pipe of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Beside him sat the advisor Mito Uzumaki and the attendant Kanomaru Koharu, while the one-eyed Danzo Shimura sat opposite. Whenever these 4 gathered, it meant Konoha faced a grave decision. Danzo's voice broke the silence. "One Nine-Tails Jinchuriki already has the village walking on thin ice, and now there's someone appearing with limitless chakra and astonishingly fast seal-forming speed, a corpse-tendon ninja. This Chino Toshio is far more dangerous than Uzumaki Naruto." The third exhaled a smoke ring slowly. "So, I propose we exile him from the village." "Expel them?" Sandai chuckled lightly. "Haven't you already sent people from the route to take action?" Tanza paused, at a loss for words, and turned to look at the 2 advisors. Mito Mononobe cleared his throat. "We've investigated Chino Tashin's conduct is upright and his background is clean. What we should be doing now is retaining talent, not assassinating them," Kakeru Koharu added, glaring at Tanza in displeasure. Tenzo was unaware that Toshio Aikino had long since won the favor of the 2 advisors by special means. "That's the end of this matter." Sandai tapped his pipe. "Toshio Aikino is my disciple. No one is to lay a hand on him." After Tenzo stormed out, the 2 advisors exchanged a smile and took several manga from their sleeves. Koharu from the dorm retrieved a box of pickled plums, exactly the souvenir Toshio Aikino had made by hand. The peaceful days passed quickly. As the graduation exams approached, the atmosphere in the classroom grew tense. Transformation Technique Review Assessment begins. Professor Irika's voice echoed through the classroom. Ino quietly moved to Chinoike Toshio's side, causing Shikamaru to shake his head in resignation. "What a nuisance." Choji muffled an agreement while chewing chips. Hinata stole a glance at Chinoike Toshio, her face flushing. When Chinoike Toshio made a heart gesture at her, the girl immediately fainted to the floor. In another corner of the classroom, Naruto was worried about tomorrow's exam. Chinoike Toshio looked out toward Kanahagakure and sighed softly. The road to becoming Hokage had only just begun. The path to becoming a ninja is paved with blood and sacrifice. The innocence of those school days will never return. Ikegano-shun loves all beautiful things. He will not wantonly alter the course of fate, but the endings of certain characters may find a turn of fortune at his fingertips. Some minor, inconsequential details need no grand purpose. Tweaking them a bit wouldn't hurt. And those lingering regrets he could not let go of, he was willing to personally fill. As for those villains he detested to the core, Chino-shun would never show mercy. He would go in person and make those guys taste hardship. Just then, the system seemed to peer into his thoughts, and a prompt sound rang in his mind. Ding! Storyline check in task released. Host, please facilitate a kissing incident between Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto. According to the original plot, this scene should occur during the graduation briefing. Since the task exists, it means this kind of harmless timeline adjustment is still within what the world can tolerate. Toshio Aikino's mouth twitched. He accepted the task. But how could he naturally get those two enemies to have an intimate encounter? While he was pondering, a commotion broke out at the front of the classroom. Seduction technique. Naruto shouted loudly. As the smoke cleared, Iruka-sensei's nose began gushing blood, and the scene immediately spiraled out of control. Amid the jeers, Naruto was ordered to stay behind for failing the assessment and was punished with cleaning the Hokage rock. Tomorrow's graduation exam will be the clone technique. Iruka wiped his nosebleed and announced solemnly, "No way. Of all things, it's the one I'm worst at." Naruto frantically scratched his head of blonde hair. Sasuke beside him snorted coldly, mocking, "Bottom of the class. Do you even have any jutsu you're good at?" "What did you say?" Naruto's hair immediately bristled. He leapt onto the desk, eyes wide with fury. "Stuck up Sasuke. Who do you think you are? Super idiot." Sasuke crossed his arms and replied coldly, "I had #%." A string of coarse expletives burst from Naruto's mouth. Chino Toshio rubbed his forehead and sighed inwardly. He would never casually teach Naruto those novel phrases again. However, opportunity arose. He shot behind Naruto like lightning, aimed at his butt, and, without leaving a trace, gave a gentle nudge. A classic scene, detonated ahead of schedule. The moment their lips met, time seemed to freeze. Although the sight was somewhat gruesome, Chiejun still endured the queasiness in his stomach and let out a sigh of relief. The mission was finally accomplished. What reward will we get this time? Ah! Two brutal screams tore through the air. Naruto and Sasuke sprang apart, doubled over retching. Sasuke-kun's first kiss. The girls, led by Sakura, let out heartbroken wails. Naruto was then surrounded and beaten by the enraged girls. However, Ino did not join in the denunciation. She quietly looked toward Chino-shun, a knowing, faint smile curving at the corner of her eye. "Shun, you're really mischievous." Crap. She had seen that little move just now. The final days of school drew to a close in the twilight. The setting sun on the horizon was like blood, as if foreshadowing the brutal future of the way of the ninja. Back at home, Aikino-shun summoned the system interface and confirmed the task completion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the check-in. Reward received. Earth Release Earth Flow Wall Technique. It was that man's Earth Flow Wall. Although Chiejun already possessed the passive white bone armor, it could only be triggered when he was near death. Although Earth Flow Wall was a B rank ninjutsu, its effect was nothing short of spectacular. That night, he elevated this ninjutsu to god rank within his personal space. The next day, the graduation examination arrived as scheduled. Toshio Aikino passed the exam without any suspense. Taking the ninja forehead protector, he examined it for a moment and finally, like Shikamaru, casually tied it around his left arm. The youngsters of the Bakuten gang cheered and celebrated passing the exam. Only Naruto sat alone on a distant swing, his silhouette lonely. Ding! New task released. Gravely injure Mizuki, bolster Naruto. Time limit: 2 days. Chino-shun's mouth twitched. During the exam, he had already activated his extrasensory ability and taken in everything in the testing area. Mizuki pretended to plead for Naruto, and at the moment Iruka refused, Chino-shun clearly caught the fleeting look of triumph in Mizuki's eyes. "I've been watching you for a long time," he thought. The school gate was packed with elated students and parents. Naruto hung his head, the tips of his shoes scuffing the dirt as he tapped them. No family waited for him, only sporadic, drifting whispers. "Looks like that kid was the only one who failed. Serves him right. If someone like that becomes a ninja." Aikino-shun frowned as he swept his gaze over those gossiping women. He quietly summoned the black spirit beast, Xiaohei, that only he could see. After a moment, Xiaohei leapt back carrying 2 baskets of stench-inducing gifts, rotten insects, and ants mixed with mud, dripping with viscous liquid. Whoosh! The 2 baskets landed squarely on the gossips' heads. Naruto was momentarily stunned, then burst into a long-awaited laugh. Shino Toshio walked over and gave his shoulder a hearty pat. You will become a ninja very soon. Naruto's eyes lit up at once. Really? Then, can you treat me to ramen? No, I'd rather have the braised chicken you make. I have something today next time for sure. Shino Toshio turned and hurried away. He sensed that Mizuki was moving toward the swing. The Book of Seals? Shino Toshio knew that very well. How could such a village treasure be easily stolen by a back-of-the-pack thief? There was always Umbu watching Naruto, and the third S crystal ball wasn't just for show. This was a carefully crafted setup both to train Naruto and to take the opportunity to eliminate the traitor. The old man means well toward Naruto, he said softly, but toward me it's completely different. Although he had become his disciple, Chi Yojin felt as clear as a mirror this was nothing more than the old man tying a rope around him. Trust? Not a shred. To him, I was like a wisp of mist, hiding far too many uncontrollable variables. If I were to rashly steal the scroll now, or even touch forbidden techniques, everything would change. It would be far from comparable to Naruto's one-time theft of learning. This is nothing short of tearing down my own support in Konoha with my own hands. Once the third and the elder's suspicions are ignited, Danzo will have the perfect excuse to deal with me. Multiple shadow clones are already within reach, but techniques on the level of reanimation certainly can't be learned by merely looking at them. Naruto only mastered multiple shadow clones through hard practice. If I also spend time researching it, by the time I manage to learn it, the third will have already come with people at his back. No rush, he told himself. What's meant to come will come, the system won't shortchange me. Toshio Aikino suppressed his impulse and patiently waited for Mizuki to appear. Before long, Mizuki's figure arrived as expected. His face was full of a fake smile, his words dripping with insincere concern. With just a few remarks he had Naruto beaming, rekindling his hope. Once Naruto ran off, the kindness on Mizuki's face vanished in an instant, twisting into an unabashed snarl. None of this escaped Chino Jun's eyes. As expected, a wolf in human skin. Today, I'll make you pay. He had long since worked out how he himself should make his entrance. Night deepened. Aikino-shun left home and wandered the streets alone. Ahead, a figure was running anxiously. It was Teacher Irika. Aikino-shun, why are you still out so late? Irika stopped, her tone full of concern. Teacher, I became a genin today. I'm so excited I can't sleep. I want to go to my mother's grave and tell her the news myself. Chino Toshio's voice trembled slightly, his eyes faintly reddening. Full-on acting. In his past life, he was a doctor, but deep down he had always harbored a dream of being an actor. I see, but you should still get some rest. Irika nodded, started to turn away, then suddenly remembered something and snapped back around. By the way, you're closest to Naruto. If he made a mistake, where would he usually hide? Mistake? What did he do? Chi Yi-jun feigned surprise. Irika looked troubled after his repeated questioning. He lowered his voice and said, he stole the village's forbidden book. What's that? Is it like the Intimacy Academy? Chi Yi-jun played dumb. Irika shook his head, half amused and half exasperated. Don't ask so many questions. Just tell me, where might he be hiding? Toshio Aikino pretended to ponder for a moment, then decisively said, I think he most likely went to the forest. All right, teacher, take me with you. I can help. Irika hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, we must find him quickly. The two immediately quickened their pace and ran toward the forest. By this time, Naruto in the forest had already mastered the multi-shadow clone technique. Mizuki had long since found him and was manipulating him to hand over the sealed book. Because Irika had been delayed for a moment by Chino Toshio, Mizuki had taken the lead and ruthlessly smashed the cruel truth of Naruto's origins in front of him. When Chino Toshio and Irika arrived, Mizuki was grinning, sneering as he pulled out a shuriken. Go to hell, Naruto. A cold flash, the kunai tore through the air, streaking straight toward Naruto. Naruto froze in fear, turning to run. Get down, Naruto, Irika shouted. But Chino Toshihiko was faster than him. He rushed over like a gust of wind and knocked Naruto to the ground with one move. A muffled PTH sound. A kunai was buried deep in Chino Toshihiko's back. The stabbing pain exploded instantly, but his heart suddenly brightened so that bone-white armor only manifests at truly deadly moments. Shuemu was stunned. He had never expected Chino Jun to appear out of nowhere. Everything happened too fast. Chino Jun had no time to think. Any notions of plot direction or ninjutsu techniques vanished in that moment. He only saw Naruto in danger, and his body moved on its own. In the distance at the Hokage's office, the third watched it all through the crystal ball and gave a slight nod. Naruto climbed up from the ground, and when he turned his head, he saw the shuriken in Chiyano Shun's hand. He widened his eyes, his voice trembling. "Why?" Chiyano Shun sucked in a cold breath and forced a smile. "Because you're someone I'm supposed to protect." Even he felt a little goosebumps after saying those words. But when Naruto heard it, tears suddenly welled up and poured out. He hugged him tightly, crying so hard he couldn't speak. But immediately, the boy seemed struck by something and his whole body collapsed. He finally learned of the Nine Tails' existence. No wonder. I have these marks on my face. No wonder. The way they look at me has a sting to it. He kept his head down, his shoulders trembling slightly. Irika stood to one side, about to speak, but stopping. Chino Toshio gritted his pain and pushed himself up. "Hey Naruto, lift your head. The Nine Tails is the Nine Tails, you're you. But it's inside my body. So what? It's just a seal, you're still you. Where did that Uzumaki Naruto who yelled about becoming Hokage go?" Naruto remained silent. Toshifumi Aikino took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "Naruto, Uzumaki, you are the man who will become Hokage." The shout exploded like a bolt of thunder. Naruto trembled all over and looked up. "Don't pay attention to what those people say," Chino Toshio continued. "They'll only point fingers. But remember, you're not alone. You have me. You have Sasuke. You have Irika-sensei. We're all here." Naruto wiped his face hard and nodded heavily. And Ichiraku Ramen too." Chino Toshio couldn't help but laugh. A look of relief flashed in Irika's eyes. In front of the crystal ball, Sanda also showed a smile. These two kids, especially Chie Toshio, he can be relied upon when it matters. Mizuki stood not far away, clenching his fist discreetly. He had long heard of Chie Toshio's ability. Today, he saw it with his own eyes, not just the skill, but that unhesitating courage. After all, those were only rumors. He had never witnessed them firsthand. A dark thought even flashed through his mind. Chino Toshio, could he be the illegitimate son of the third head and that kabuki actor? No matter what, the scroll must be obtained today. Chino Toshio snorted coldly. "With me here, don't think you'll succeed." Mizuki suddenly drew out a kunai, the sharp blade pointing straight at Chino Toshio. "You brat, don't get in the way. Today I'll take you out too. You think you can?" Chino Toshio sneered, a curl at the corner of his mouth, full of contempt. In his eyes, all those who followed Orochimaru were just weaklings who looked tough on the outside. Why? Look at that ghastly pallor, clearly a lack of vital energy. However, this time, Chiahunta was overly arrogant. Whoosh! A streak of cold light flashed past, and a sharp pain immediately shot through his temple as a warm liquid trickled down his cheek. "Damn it! How dare you wound my face?" Chi Yejuan covered the wound on his forehead, anger flaring in his eyes. That was truly careless. I didn't expect Mizuki, who was easily defeated by Naruto in the anime, to actually be not so inept. Aikino-shun. Irika rushed toward Mizuki while turning his head and shouting, "You too, go run." Trying to run? Not that easy. Shuemu roared, and several shurikens sliced through the air, flying straight at Chino Toshio. This time Chino Toshio nimbly dodged to the side. But at that very moment, a sudden aberration. The ground beneath his feet split open, and another sumu leapt out from underground. It was the duplication technique. The sumu beside Irika, meanwhile, with a boom, turned into white smoke and dispersed. "Heh, so today you've made up your mind to take my life." A cold, murderous intent swept through Chi Yi-jun's entire body in an instant. The system only said severely injure Shermu. It didn't say we couldn't kill him. Today, Shermu must die. But it's still not possible now. The system story quest has 2 steps. First, severely injure Mizuki. Second, ignite Naruto's fighting spirit. If Mizuki is dealt with too quickly, Naruto's crucial multi-shadow clone technique will have no stage to be displayed. At that moment, Naruto took a step forward and stood in front of Aikino-shun, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Mizuki. "You're not allowed to hurt my friend. If you do, I will never let you off." Mizuki was stunned for a moment, then burst into exaggerated laughter, laughing so hard he bent forward and back. Ha ha! You, a perennial dead last, dare speak arrogantly? Watch how I knock you flat with one move. Irika was about to step forward to stop him, but was held back by Chinono Tashin with an outstretched hand. Sensei, give Naruto a chance to prove himself. Let him truly stand up and shake off that tail-ender label. Irika hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and gripped his kunai, standing guard at the side. Mizuki's laughter grew even more rampant. Don't ever think you'll get rid of that title in this lifetime. Chi Yejuan replied coldly. Cut the crap. If you've got the guts, go and spar with Naruto, see if he can make you suffer a little. Shuemu was momentarily stunned by this unfamiliar provocation. This is exactly the effect he wanted. Naruto, use that move you just learned. Naruto immediately understood. Scum, I'll make you pay for what you did today. Go ahead and bring it on, little fox demon. Multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto quickly formed hand seals with both hands. In an instant, white smoke billowed up, the sounds of boom boom rang out continuously, and countless Narutos appeared out of thin air, surrounding Mizuki like a tide. This sudden sight left Irika so shocked that he widened his eyes. The arrogance on Mizuki's face froze instantly, leaving only disbelief and terror. How is this possible? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The forest reverberated with the dull thuds of fists striking flesh, mixed with the piercing wails of Watamo. In the chaos, Chino Aikino seized a gap and, using a substitution technique, silently slipped into the encirclement of Naruto's clones. He slipped up behind Shuemu like a specter, the kunai in his hand flashed coldly as it precisely thrust toward the other's most vulnerable spot. Thunder God attack. Shuemu's howl suddenly shot up, he curled up and collapsed to the ground. Naruto's clones surged forward and pinned him down firmly on the leaf-strewn earth. Rub, 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 on this smooth ground rub. Some clone unexpectedly began humming a strange tune. A moment later, Shuemu was bruised and battered, collapsed on the ground, barely breathing. A system prompt flashed before Chi Yijun's eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising the morale of the vocalists. Keep up the good work. He frowned inwardly. Just that? 1,000-year death, plus a mob attack, and it only counts as a slight morale boost? His gaze fell on the slumped Shuemu. At this moment, Shuemu looked disheveled and pitiful, even still bearing a faint pretense of cultivated elegance. But Chie-Jun saw through it. Beneath that mild expression hid twisted ambition and cold calculation. He knew all too well that this disgraced man had exploited Naruto's longing for approval, luring him into a trap with honeyed words. Just like those people in life who smile with knives hidden behind their backs, warm on the surface, but ready to stab you at any time. These people are the most hateful, and their end is often the most tragic. Fleeing to Orochimaru? It's nothing but seeking death. In the end, they become a disposable tool. Shinoi Shun has always firmly believed, against an enemy who wants your life, you must never merely poke them lightly to remind them of your existence. The real opportunity comes the instant they are completely off guard. Deliver the killing blow. You think that having the character water in your name lets you stand on equal footing with those real big shots? It's a world of difference. Today, I'll end your suffering ahead of schedule. On the other side, Naruto was ecstatic over having defeated his teacher and was being held and comforted by Irika-sensei. The opportunity came at this moment. Aikino Shun silently drew the Kusanagi sword and stepped up beside the unconscious Mizuki. The blade sliced through the air with a faint hiss, precisely cutting the artery at the side of Shuemu's neck. Uft! Warm blood instantly gushed out. Agonizing pain jolted Shuemu awake. He clutched futilely at his bleeding throat, eyes wide, staring at Chijun in disbelief as terror and despair instantly flooded his expression. You should thank me, Chie-Jun said coldly. Or if you fall into Orochimaru's hands in the future, you'll find out what it truly means to be worse off than dead. Mizuki's body convulsed violently a few times, and finally, the light in his eyes went out completely. Aikino Shun let out a soft breath. In the forests of Konoha, there was one fewer future traitor. Aikino Shun, what have you done? Irika's exclamation tore through the silence. Almost at the same moment, inside the Hokage's office, Tsunade, The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had witnessed everything through the crystal ball, was so shocked that the pipe in his hand fell to the ground with a clack. This kid actually acted with such decisiveness. He sprang to his feet, his figure flickered, and he had already vanished from the room. In the forest, Irika checked and confirmed that Mizuki was beyond saving. Naruto stood dazed at the side, staring blankly at Aikino-shun, seeming unable to comprehend what had happened. Inside, Aikino-shun was unnervingly calm. He believed the third Hokage had long since seen Mizuki's true nature. He had merely cleared a tumor from the village ahead of time. He silently calculated, 7 at the root, plus Mizuki, in just a few months, that's already the 8th. Aikino-shun. Irika's face went ashen, his voice trembling with anger. This kind of matter must be judged by the Hokage. Facing the reprimand, Aikino-shun showed not the slightest sign of panic on his face. His experiences living 2 lives had already toughened his skin until it was as hard as rock. He quickly wove excuses in his mind, his expression calm as ever. Aikino-shun ripped off his bloodstained shirt and pulled a small mirror from his pouch of tools, tossing it to Irika. "Sensei, watch my back for me." Green light welled up in his hands as medical chakra, refracted by the mirror, was precisely directed at the gaping wound. Medical ninjutsu, can it be used like this? Irika's glasses trembled. Suddenly he yanked the youth's wrist hard. But why did you have to strike so lethally? Ding. Mingren's morale increased. Heavy damage water would task completed. Reward, tailoring mastery, self-created lightning release, flying needle. Toshio Aikino's mouth twitched. A tailor? Did you expect me to stab the enemy to tears with an embroidery needle? Answer me. Irika's roar snapped him back to reality. The boy's eyes instantly welled with tears. Master Mizuki has so many clones. I'm afraid he'll hurt you in Naruto. His voice trembled more and more. I didn't expect that it was the real one. Irika looked at the other's trembling hands as anger gradually gave way to a sigh. I am not worthy of being a ninja. Aikino-shun suddenly tore off his forehead protector and held it out, his nails digging into his palm until it went white. Nonsense. Irika hurriedly pressed the protector back onto his forehead. The way you protected your comrades today, that's what a true ninja is. Naruto suddenly jumped up beside them. Aikino-shun is awesome. Awesome. It just means incredibly awesome. Laughter cut off by Shadow. The third Hokage was standing on the broken eaves. The Hokage's office was filled with cigarette smoke. Hiruzen Sarutobi's pipe thudded heavily on the table. That clone jutsu lie can't fool these old eyes of mine. A cold sweat broke out on Chino Toshio's nape. Grandfather, scum like Mizuki deserve to die, right? Chino Toshio's voice was taut. The third Hokage didn't answer immediately. His broad palm gently patted the youth's shoulder. Then he leisurely produced a plump banana from his sleeve and handed it over. Relax a bit. The old man's voice was steady, carrying a soothing strength. Mizuki colluded with outsiders and stole forbidden techniques. It's a grave crime. You and Naruto are innocent. I'll handle this. As you said before, it was the doppelganger technique's doing. But boy, he paused, and the gaze beneath his straw hat sharpened. Next time something happens, think more. Many eyes are watching you. Tashin Aikino nodded, the smile on his face perfectly measured. Looking at the boy before him, Sandai felt a stir in his heart. That decisiveness hidden beneath a gentle exterior, even a faint, hard-to-detect ruthlessness, made him see the potential to become a leader. Excessive mercy is fatal, and this child perhaps only needs a bit of guidance. A thought flashed through his mind. Send him to train in the Umbu. But better wait until he becomes a Chunin. The atmosphere eased, and the topic shifted from serious business to everyday matters. By the way, Xiao Jun, the third rubbed his chin and asked, somewhat puzzled, that talking cup of yours, how do you make it produce that voice? It sounds so much like the dorm elder. Gei, Chi Yejuan let out a string of smug, peculiar laughs. Back at home, Chi Yejuan could hardly wait to summon the system. His consciousness sank in, and detailed information about the newly acquired lightning release ninjutsu flooded him like a tide. He closed his eyes to concentrate, his hands moving instinctively in gestures. After a moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and spread his palms upward. Lightning release. Egg balls. with several soft sizzles, 5 or 6 egg-sized spheres shimmering with pale blue electricity materialized out of thin air, livelily hopping and spinning on his fingertips. These were completely different from the battle-charged lightning spheres of Kirigakure. These egg balls had gentle energy. Their core effects were paralysis and stimulation. With precise chakra control, they could even function similarly to physical therapy. Thud, thud, thud. A knock interrupted his research. He opened the door to see Naruto standing outside with a grin. Haha, perfect timing. Aikino Shun's mouth curled. The test subject had come of his own accord. Not far away, behind the attic window of the Hyuga residence, a pair of pale eyes quietly watched this place. Huh? Just you? Sasuke didn't come. Aikino Shun let Naruto into the house and asked casually. Naruto immediately clutched his stomach and bent over laughing. Haha, he went to the blacksmith. To the blacksmith? Chino Toshikazu was stunned. He didn't yet know that ever since that sparring match, Sasuke had been at odds with the smithy. Second-floor bedroom. Chino Toshikazu shoved the still giggling Naruto onto the bed. Hey, Xiaojun, what are you doing? Haha, that tickles. Naruto struggled as his jacket was neatly yanked off. Chiejun didn't say a word. He gave his wrist a flick. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 5 or 6 blue electric spheres precisely attached themselves to Naruto's bare spine, emitting a continuous sizzling. They clung like living magnets, creating a slight suction, and the current seeped along the muscle fibers and hidden acupoints. A tingling electric jolt shot through his whole body. Naruto went limp on the ground, letting out a strange moan. Rumogrum. Toshio Aikino grinned wickedly as he manipulated the electric orb, sending it rolling toward Naruto's most sensitive area. Whoa, don't stop. At that moment, at the window of the neighboring attic, Hinata happened to glimpse into the room opposite, where the curtains hadn't been drawn. What are they doing? Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in her mind. Ding. Please explore 10 innovative uses for multiple shadow clones within 1 month. Hinata was stunned. Multiple shadow clones. What else could they be used for? She recalled the most common usage, her cheeks flushing. Just then, she saw Chie Shinichi grab Naruto and pull him up. Now it's my turn. You come and give me a massage. The two formed hand seals at the same time. Multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, dozens of clones packed the room, stepping on each other's backs and giving massages, the scene chaotic. Ding. New use discovered, clone massage. Ah. Hinata cried out and fainted to the ground. Chino Toshiyuki enjoyed the massage, half asleep as he pondered. If someone used this trick to open a therapy clinic. Before long, he and Naruto both fell into a deep sleep, comfortably exhausted. Although the third tried his best to suppress it, the news still got out. Did you hear? That transfer student killed the teacher. Aikino Shun soon discovered that passers-by were pointing at him. Stay away from him. Mothers pulled their children aside. He's that dangerous person. Aikino Shun paid it no mind. But if someone provoked him to his face, he would never back down. Fortunately, the members of the Exploding Sky gang still accepted him. When Sasuke heard the news, he only responded with a faint On the day of graduation class assignments, Irika announced the lists. With the addition of Toshio Ichino, Class 7 would become a 4-person team. Great! I'm in the same class as Sasuke Koen. Sakura cheered, then disdainfully glared at Naruto. Ino looked at Shinji with envy. I really wish I were in your class. Hey Toji, stop eating. Naruto scratched the back of his head and responded to the surrounding jeers with a goofy grin. Shinji looked at this group of future companions and sighed softly. That idiot pining after Sakura is not worth it. He'll get hurt sooner or later. He made up his mind to help Naruto break the habit of always giving. Even though on the day they were studying for exams, Naruto and Sasuke had already accidentally kissed. But today, they kissed again. This time it was because Shikamaru accidentally bumped into Naruto. Aikino Tashin couldn't help but laugh. It seems even the heavens are helping them. At 10 in the morning, the briefing ended. On the way home, he deliberately stopped Hinata, his future partner. Hinata, after graduation, I won't be able to see you every day anymore. Saying that, he gently stroked her hair. The two were very close, so close they could feel each other's breath. Hinata's face suddenly grew hot, her heart raced wildly, and she felt dizzy and lightheaded. It's okay. My home isn't far. You can come find me. After speaking, she lowered her head shyly. Jun grinned. All right then, when you're free come to my place too. No one will be home. You'll be comfortable. Hinata rubbed her fingers together. Play what? Game consoles. Singing karaoke. I'll teach you to sing Conquest. After a brief silence, Chino Toshi deliberately asked again. By the way, do you have any siblings? I have a younger sister named Hanabi, 5 years younger than me. Toshio Aikino pretended to be hearing about it for the first time. Fireworks? You've never mentioned her before. Bring her along next time. Okay. After saying goodbye to Hinata, Toshio Aikino went home and headed into the kitchen to prepare lunch. On the road, I also ran into Grandma Xiaochun. Ever since she tried the snacks he made last time, Grandma has been thinking about them constantly. Chino Toshio agreed to make some more for her. Of course, he has a plan. Mito Mononobe and Mari Koharu don't have much screen time in the original work. Their abilities aren't exactly top tier. They don't have an immortality cheat, but they participated multiple times in the meetings to elect the Hokage. They also carried weight when speaking in the village. By the time of the Boruto era, even though they were limited in mobility, they still took part in major village decisions and managed Konoha's affairs. Therefore, Chino Toshio did not underestimate these two elders. He can't rely solely on the path of the third Hokage. The master-disciple relationship might become a restraint in the future. He'll need to find an opportunity to untangle it. Under the cherry tree, petals drift down gently, like snow, like mist. Toshio Aikino carried a picnic basket filled with plum pastries and red bean glutinous rice cakes. A little girl walked over. It smells so good. The voice was soft, a cute little girl. Short jet black hair, skin as fair as milk. Her cheeks were rosy, sweet, and playful. She wore a pink kimono, and the crystal shoes on her feet sparkled, clearly a wealthy young lady. Only, her eyes, like Hinata's, had white pupils. Ikeda Toshi was stunned for a moment. Fireworks. Little sister, what's your name? How old are you this year? He bent down and took a red bean glutinous rice cake out of the basket. The Hinata family had strict rules. Do not speak to strangers. And never eat something given by someone else. But looking at Chino Toshio's gentle eyes, the little girl felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. He's much more gentle than Niji's brother. She glanced back, quietly not far behind. The clan's covert guards shadowed them. The guards had long since figured out the new neighbor's background, a direct disciple of the third Hokage. A tempting aroma always drifted from that guy's little courtyard, enough to whet your appetite as you passed by. With permission, the little girl took a warm red bean glutinous rice cake and bit into it carefully. My name is Hinata Hanabi, and I'm 7 years old. It really was her. She'll definitely grow up to be a beauty. I really want to pinch her little cheek, but unfortunately the covert guard is present, so Toshio Ichino can only suppress that thought. Brother, I've seen you before. You live next door, right? Chie Shun smiled and nodded, reaching out to gently wipe the red bean paste from the corner of her mouth. Then, can I come to your house with sister to play from now on? Great. He agreed immediately and cheerfully. Where are you going, big brother? To old woman Xiaochun's house for a visit. After saying goodbye to Zaiwo Ho, he turned and headed toward Xiaochun's residence next to the dormitory. When he returned, it was already afternoon. He went straight to the school. The afternoon was the meeting for the lead genin. Just then, the system notification sound suddenly rang. Ding. Story task released. Within 2 days, defeat Kakashi in the trial. Survival drills, snatching the bell. The ninja career is about to begin. Although Kakashi is Konoha's genius, Aikino Toshio is confident. This mission is practically handed to us. Immediately, the system prompted again. Additional requirement. After winning, remove Kakashi's mask. TSK. The difficulty just skyrocketed. It was exactly 2 o'clock when he stepped into the classroom. If it weren't to see that mature woman with his own eyes, he could have come a bit later. The students sat packed tightly, all waiting for the teacher in charge. The door was pushed open, and through the swirling smoke a tall figure walked in. Saratobi Isuma. He held a cigarette between his teeth, eyes narrowed, and casually flicked the butt out the window. Team 10, follow me. Shikamaru, Choji, and Ino sprang up in response. Ino cried out inwardly. A smoker, a lazybones, and a chubby without Isuma by my side. How am I supposed to get by? Chino watched Asuma's back and couldn't help but think of the red-haired older woman. This really lets this uncle take advantage. Before the thought finished, a graceful figure glided in. Long legs sheathed in ninja pants, hands wrapped in bandages that made her skin appear whiter than snow. Black hair, red eyes, fiery red lips, she was none other than Shiri Hong. Ichino was momentarily stunned. The mature woman's gaze swept across the classroom and paused slightly on him. Class 8, assemble. Hinata couldn't help glancing back as she stood up, her eyes slightly red. This time Chino didn't make a heart shape, but blew a bright, cheerful kiss instead. With a thud, Hinata collapsed to the ground and fainted. The classroom quickly emptied, leaving only the 4 students from Class 7. Toshio Aikino took out his pocket watch and glanced at it. He knew Kakashi would not show up for at least another hour. "This is too boring," he said, pulling out a deck of cards. "Let's play Do Diju." The young men learned quickly, and before long cries of Wang Jia rang out one after another. But the game gradually became dull. Sakura kept deliberately losing to Sasuke. "Here we go again," Chiejun muttered, recalling the shameless ways his female card-playing friends in his previous life. Naruto, burning with jealousy, lunged at Sasuke. The two grappled together, completely forgetting the prank on the door. Chiejun sighed, quietly picked up the chalkboard eraser, and wedged it back into the door crack. In the Hokage's office, the third watched the classroom through the crystal ball. Kakashi stood beside him, rubbing his aching temple. One overly energetic troublemaker, one inwardly closed avenger, one prodigiously gifted genius, and one girl who's different on the outside than she is inside. He murmured, "This is practically a troublesome combination. But an order from the Hokage must be followed." An hour later, Kakashi finally pushed the door open. "My first impression of you," he dragged out the tone, "was pretty bad." On the rooftop, the introductions were not going smoothly. Listening to Naruto and Sakura confess their feelings to each other, Chino Toshio felt like he'd been force-fed a mouthful of puppy love. They're already talking about love at such a young age. He clicked his tongue inwardly. But then again, aren't we time travelers mentally adults already? Tomorrow's survival drill, Kakashi suddenly announced, will decide whether you can become Genin. Naruto's eyes lit up. Are we going to be taught wilderness survival? Using wood release to start fires, earth release to build stoves. Wrong. Kakashi let out an eerie laugh. It's an elimination match. 66% of you will fail. The scene immediately erupted. What? Sakura cried. What kind of ninja academy is this? Naruto roared. Aikino Shun sneered in his heart. It's basically a large pig farm, and in the end they even do surprise eliminations. Kakashi rubbed his brow, only wanting to end this farce quickly and go find Kai to drink away his boredom. Sometimes Chino Toshio even suspected that Kakashi's relationship with this arch-rival was more than ordinary. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any proof. Meet at the training ground at 5 tomorrow morning. Kakashi turned and left. Don't eat breakfast, you'll throw up. Despite the staggering elimination rate, Chino Toshio was not worried at all. His mind was full of another plan. How to lift Kakashi's mask and get the system rewards. Leaving already? That's so irresponsible. Sakura stamped her foot in anger. Naruto came over. Sakura, want to go eat ramen with me? Get lost, the girl shouted as she chased after the departing Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, wait for me. Aikino Tashimi watched Naruto's dejected back and silently made up his mind. He must get this innocent boy out of this hopeless crush as soon as possible. The next morning at 9, the morning mist had not yet cleared. Chino Tashimi stretched contentedly, leaped out of bed in one bound. He leisurely washed up and finished breakfast, only wandering into the third training ground at 10. As expected, 3 teammates slumped to the ground, dark circles heavy under their eyes, faces weary, as if their strength had been drained. Kakashi was still nowhere to be seen. After a moment, a languid voice came from behind the tree. Morning, everyone. I ran into a black cat on the way, so. What are you yelling about so early? It's almost noon. Naruto was the first to jump up and shout. Sasuke snorted coldly and turned his face away. Sakura pointed at Aikino Shun, her tone skeptical. Teacher, you wouldn't happen to have arranged this with Aikino Shun, would you? Both of you overslept. Aikino Shun hurriedly waved his hand, looking completely innocent. Coincidence, pure coincidence. But he inwardly laughed. This is called anticipation. Who told you not to have read the script? In fact, with Chi Yi-jun's skill, there was no need to take part in this exercise. Last time in the battle with the Root organization, Kakashi had already witnessed his prowess. But individual combat strength does not equal teamwork, and that is exactly what today's assessment focuses on. Exercise begins. As a ninja, stealth is key. The other three quietly slipped into the shadows of the trees and the grass. Only Naruto stood boldly on the riverbank, hands on his hips. Teacher Kakashi, come on, have a proper one-on-one. Sasuke cursed under his breath. Idiot. Sakura pressed her palm to her forehead. Hopeless. Aikino Shun shook his head. What a weirdo. 5 minutes later, Naruto's back was left wide open. Kakashi formed hand seals with both hands, thumbs interlocked. Konoha's secret taijutsu technique, 1,000 years of death. A fierce knife hand strike, thrust straight forward. Wah! Naruto screamed as he flung himself into the river. Even after he produced hundreds upon thousands of shadow clones, Kakashi still strolled, as if on a leisurely walk, easily knocking them all down. Naruto slumped on the riverbank, tears streaming down his face. Shinoya Jun couldn't help but hum a little tune. The chrysanthemums wilt, the ground is full of wounds. Kakashi took a book from his pocket and turned a page. Next, Sasuke surged forward. In the fierce struggle to seize the bell, he expelled a blazing fireball. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The flames swept across the grass, but were calmly dispelled by Kakashi. Sakura was defeated even more quickly. Book knowledge proved pale and powerless in actual combat. Chinakoshi Jun, it's your turn. Kakashi closed the book and grew serious. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. But Chinakoshi Jun didn't step forward immediately. He beckoned his three companions over and whispered a few rapid instructions. On-the-spot tactical arrangement? How interesting. Kakashi nodded slightly. Suddenly, the four of them broke apart at the same time. Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto instantly vanished into the trees. Meanwhile, Aikino Shun shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. His fist tore through the air, whistling sharply as it lunged straight for the opponent's temple. So fast there was nothing left but an afterimage. Slap. Kakashi raised his arm to block the dull crack as the fist struck his forearm, made his expression go taut. The tremendous impact numbed his wrist, and his right hand holding the kunai quickly withdrew to relieve the force. Missing with the strike, Chino Toshio transformed his fist into claws, his 5 fingers clamping onto Kakashi's retracting right wrist like pincers, while his left elbow rode the momentum up and slammed hard into the side of his opponent's face. Kakashi's right arm was locked tight, and his left hand had no time to come back to defend. He violently threw his head back as the opponent's elbow, with a whoosh, grazed across his face. Suddenly, Chino Toshio grabbed his arm and gave a hard yank. Kakashi lost his balance, and the two of them staggered backward. Clang! The kunai flashed with a cold gleam, slicing open Chino Toshio's sleeve to reveal a dull lead weight beneath. Weighted training? Kakashi's pupils constricted sharply. Isn't that Kai's trademark? He, of course, wouldn't know that the thick-browed youth was the first friend Chi Yishuanjiao had made. I see. No wonder his taijutsu carries the strength of a beast. In the brief physical contact just now, a surging energy passed along the touching skin, scorching like lava. Your taijutsu is pretty nice, Aino Shun. Kakashi retracted his kunai into the pouch, his gaze like a blade. I was going to hold back, but it looks like I'll have to get serious. Haha, that was just an appetizer. The boy grinned, showing a fong. You won't have the advantage in close quarters. Before the words finished, the ground suddenly exploded in a surge of earth. The soil beneath Aino Shun's feet was pulverized by violent energy, and his fist, wrapped in a fierce wind, drove straight for Kakashi's abdomen. So fast, the eye couldn't track the trajectory at all, but the silver-haired Jonin's body was quicker than his mind. As his robe fluttered, he spun sideways like drifting willow fluff, the gust of his punch brushing his forehead protector and lifting his silver hair. What followed was a suffocating exchange of offense and defense. Kakashi's blocks were airtight, yet the boy's flurry of fists wove into a net. Every dodge invited a fiercer pursuit. as if a gazelle were fixed in the sights of a leopard, to be suppressed by a freshly graduated genin. Kakashi chuckled faintly amid the gusts of wind. Such terrifying talent. He suddenly changed tactics, abandoning head-on parries in favor of more nimble footwork. Years of combat instinct let him gradually discern his opponent's rhythm. Teacher, slowing down your movements. Ike Toshihiko deliberately slowed his assault, fingertips lightly swinging the bell-tied cord. You can't become an excellent ninja with physical techniques alone. Kakashi suddenly met the punch head-on. Bang! The shockwave from the two fists colliding sent grass fragments flying. Using the reaction force, the silver-haired ninja backflipped, his hands becoming afterimages before his chest. Fire release. Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. The boy's clear, sharp shout split the air. Kakashi's hand signs faltered slightly as the scorching blast washed over him. 7 or 8 fireballs, like an enraged swarm of bees, completely sealed off his retreat. Boom. 2 of the fireballs struck the figure squarely, the exploding gusts tearing a scorched wound through the lawn. Before the thick smoke had even cleared, Chino Ike-shun and the suddenly appearing Sasuke had formed a pincer for pairs of eyes locked tightly on the tumbling dust cloud. Kakashi-sensei is a jonin. He won't lose. Naruto jumped up and shouted. He formed hand signs with both hands. Multiple shadow clone technique. Dozens of shadow clones appeared in an instant, surrounding the swirling dust and cutting off all of Kakashi's escape routes. Idiot. I don't need your reminder. Sasuke clicked his tongue impatiently. The dust gradually settled. Kakashi's figure became clear. He brushed the dust off his vest, looking a bit disheveled but not a scratch on him. Heh, I did underestimate you. He scratched his head. For Jinin, your teamwork is pretty good. When Naruto heard that, he immediately grinned, swaggering his head with pride. Then Kakashi-sensei, can we have the bells now? Sakura, come over here. But Kakashi shook his head and, in a casual tone, poured a bucket of cold water on them. Trying to snatch the bell out of my hands? You're far too early for that. Don't look down on us. Sasuke and Aikino-shun snarled almost simultaneously, their figures like arrows released from a bow, one darting left and the other right. At that very moment, with a soft puff, a ball of black smoke exploded and Kakashi vanished from the spot. Where is he? Sasuke slammed to a stop, eyes darting around warily. Crap! A chill ran up Chino Toshio's spine, his heart tightening. He knew this move all too well. He instinctively reached out to pull Sasuke back, but it was already too late. 2 huge hands like iron pincers suddenly burst up from the ground beneath them. They clamped tightly onto the 2 men's ankles. Kakashi's slow voice came from deep underground. Earth release. Inner beheading technique. There was no time to struggle. In an instant, the 2 were dragged into the ground by a tremendous force, leaving only their heads exposed above the soil. Haha, you can't move now, right? Kakashi slowly rose from the nearby ground, brushed the dirt off his hands, casually took out a small book, and turned to leave. Sasuke, Ichino-shun, Sakura and Naruto ran over in a panic. Seeing the eerie sight of 2 heads growing side by side on the ground, the 2 of them went pale with fright. Coming to their senses, they immediately dropped to their knees and began frantically digging with their bare hands. Kakashi glanced back. Knowing how to rescue your comrades, not bad. But at the rate you're digging, he glanced at the clock in the distance. There's only half an hour left until noon. All of you, get out of the way. Chie-Jun suddenly shouted. He took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength into his shoulders. His muscles tensed as chakra rapidly converged and compressed at his shoulder blades. Then, it erupted with a roar. Crash. Clods of earth scattered. He shot out of the ground like a cannonball with a whoosh and landed steadily. Immediately, he summoned the invisible spirit beast Xiaohei to help dig out Sasuke. A thought flashed by like a bolt of lightning. Right? Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of shadow clones appeared in an instant, joining the army of diggers. Ding! Congratulations, host, on discovering the 3rd use of multiple shadow clones humanoid excavators. But the system's notification sounded immediately afterward. Reminder: the Kakashi Challenge mission must be completed independently. No external assistance is allowed, including teammates and summoned creatures. Alright, Ikegawa Toshi sighed. dispelled his shadow clone and Kuro. He looked toward Kakashi's back and shouted loudly, "Kakashi-sensei, please wait." Kakashi turned his head at the sound, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid actually broke free on his own? Chi-Jun stepped forward quickly, his tone resolute. "Teacher Kakashi, I want to spar with you one-on-one. But before that, could you have them step away for a while? I don't want them to see what I'll be like next. I'm afraid it would scare them." This was exactly what Kakashi wanted. He shifted his body and, like a ghost, appeared behind Naruto and Sakura, who were still desperately digging. With a raised hand and a falling palm, the two genin went limp and fell into a soft sleep. Only the two of them remained facing each other in the arena. "Ino-shun." Kakashi put away his casual expression. "I hope you don't disappoint me. Teacher, this time I'm going all out." Ino-shun grinned. The smile vanished from his face in an instant. He took a deep breath and shouted in a low voice, "Corpse bone pulse, camellia dance." Before his words had finished, he had already drawn a bone-white sword from his right arm, his figure flashing as he lunged at Kakashi like an arrow released from a bow. Kakashi's eyes hardened. The kunai was already clenched in his hand. Clang! The bone sword and the kunai collided violently, sparks flying in all directions. Chi-Jun's steps were nimble, his whole body whirling like a cyclone. The bone sword in his hand became a blurred white streak, tearing the air and emitting a piercing whistle. So fast, Kakashi felt a jolt in his heart and was forced to retreat repeatedly. Corpse bone vein Tsubaki dance continuation. With another low shout, several sharp, white bones suddenly jutted out from Chino's shoulders and back, instantly piercing several holes in his expensive death god robe. "TSK, the clothes are ruined again." He clicked his tongue inwardly. "Next time I need to use my tailoring skill to make several more durable sets." At that moment, there was a dull pft. Kakashi's tactical vest and sleeves split with the sound, and blood quickly seeped out. The attack did not stop. Chino Toshio crossed his arms over his chest in an X, and four thicker white bones jutted menacingly from his elbows. Like a humanoid war engine, he charged at Kakashi with terrifying momentum. Kakashi staggered back sharply, narrowly evading. The bone tips nearly scraped across his ribs. "It seems I can no longer hold back." Kakashi leapt up, his hands forming seals rapidly in front of his chest. The moment he landed, he slammed one palm heavily onto the ground. Earth release, earth flow wall. The earth roared. A dirt wall engraved with a dog head relief thundered up, rising to block him. Looking at that familiar dog-headed earthen wall, Aikino-shun almost laughed out loud. As expected, even with little Chakra, the design still has to be cool. However, crunch. Aikino-shun's bone spike went through the thick earthen wall like a hot knife through butter. Fragments of earth flew everywhere. Kakashi's pupils contracted. The defensive technique that made his name was so easily struck? Shocked, he awkwardly rolled to the side to dodge. Actually, if Chino Toshio had used shadow clones plus the great fireball technique, the fight would have been over long ago. But the one across from him was his respected teacher Kakashi, and he didn't want to be too ruthless. As the assault eased slightly, he seized the opening, suddenly flicked a bone spike from his waist, and accurately hooked the bell at Kakashi's waist. With the bone tip catching it, the bell was already in his hand. But the great inertia still drove Chino Toshio forward, and he was about to slam hard into the rocky cliff ahead. At least, that's what Kakashi thought. Just as Chi-Jun feared he was about to crash in and get all covered in dust, a pair of arms suddenly wrapped around him from behind, steadying his momentum. He turned back in surprise and met Kakashi's mask. Huh, that one by the earthen wall. He saw the distant Kakashi wave at him, then with a poof dissolve into a puff of white smoke. It's a shadow clone. The real Kakashi-sensei saved me just as that thought flashed through his mind, Toshio Ichino suddenly felt his buttocks pinched twice, neither too hard nor too soft. His whole body stiffened, and he snapped his head down. Kakashi's other hand was darting like lightning toward his ninja pouch with the bell in it. "Hey, you!" Toshio Ichino instantly flared up. Kakashi's mouth twitched, revealing a mischievous grin. Suddenly, boom, a white light exploded. A naked girl tumbled into his arms. The girl looked up, her cheeks flushed, her voice sticky. "Ouch, you hurt me." Kakashi felt a buzz in his head, his whole body tensing. He drew a sharp breath and forced the nosebleed surging into his throat back down. The girl licked her lips, her finger lightly tracing his armor. "You're so strong." Kakashi's earlobes flushed, his muscles trembling, barely able to control himself. At that moment, Chino Toshio sneered and withdrew his chakra. The illusion vanished. SZZT. 5 or 6 blue spheres of light, crackling with electric arcs, gathered in the palm of his hand, and in an instant rolled between Kakashi's legs. "Howl!" Kakashi let out a strange cry and froze in place. His face was etched with a mix of pain and something uncanny, and his whole body convulsed as he went limp on the ground. Opportunity. Aikino Shun pretended to fall and lunged at Kakashi. The bone spike at his elbow, not retracted, swish, tore open the other's mask. Kakashi froze. Aikino Shun froze too. He was so stunned by the face before him that he felt utterly dazzled, until he realized it was the residual lightning release current making his whole body tingle. "Oh my god, this face is absurdly handsome." Toshio Chino stared fixedly at the corner of Kakashi's mouth. That distinctive mole, exactly like in the anime down to every detail. Although there are 1,000 theories online about the mask. A tribute to his father? To hide the Sharingan? The author being lazy? But Chino Toshio merely leaned in and whispered, "Teacher, I know the secret behind your mask." "Oh, you're afraid that if you take it off, the line of people who want to marry you will stretch from Konohagakure all the way to the Land of Wind, right?" Kakashi was taken aback. Then his narrowed eyes showed a hint of amusement. This kid really knows how to talk. He rubbed his numb thigh, stood up, and pulled his mask back on. "Lower your voice. Actually, it's to hide my lecherous expression when reading dirty books. Shoo. Don't tell anyone." Suddenly, Chia Jun crouched down and slapped the ground with both palms. Tunneling release. Earth flow wall. Boom. The ground trembled, mud waves surging. An earthen wall engraved with 4 cat faces burst forth from the soil. A torrent of mud spewed from the cat's mouth, like a giant dragon charging straight into the sky. At that moment, Sasuke and the others had just broken free from the Jinjutsu and arrived, and were stunned into immobility by the scene before them. Kakashi looked at the laughing cat face sculpture on the wall, his fingers trembling slightly. Even this trick. Just then, the alarm clock went off. Kakashi snapped back to his senses and looked at the 4 of them. There is only one bell. Those who didn't get it will have to retake the course at school. The air froze. Only Chino Toshiharu Chino Jun gave a relaxed smile. He knew all along this was nothing but a test. Sasuke said calmly, "I lost." Naruto clenched his fists, sweat sliding down his forehead. Next year I'll definitely get the bell." Sakura lowered her head, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. I hardly helped at all." Toshio Aikino brushed the dust off himself, and when he stood up the corner of his mouth lifted. "To be honest, without you holding them back, I couldn't have gotten the bell." He remembered the story they'd learned in language class and deliberately pushed the bell back and forth among the 3 of them, like an improvised performance. Kakashi narrowed his eyes as he watched them. Aikino's movements were clean and brisk, and his cooperation with Sasuke was so in sync they seemed like the same person. Naruto, though rough in his movements, always lunged in to support at critical moments. Even Sakura was at the rear, desperately digging up earth to create opportunities. He folded his arms and suddenly laughed out loud. All members pass. The 4 boys and girls stood frozen in place until Kakashi shoved the bento boxes into their hands. Chia Toshio feigned surprise with wide eyes, though he was already delighted inside. Rest tomorrow. Assemble at 10 the day after tomorrow for the mission. Kakashi reverted to his lazy tone, but couldn't help curling the corner of his mouth as he turned. Teaching students seemed far more fun than he had imagined. Autumn wind swept fallen leaves across the training ground as the 4 of them cheered and ran into the streets. That evening, just as Chia Toshio pushed open his front door, he heard the system's notification sound. Ding. Reward. Shadow Clone Technique Shuriken Projection. Jiraiya's puckered face expression suddenly appeared before his eyes. "If you ask me, you should throw shuriken like scattering beans. That's the real power." Ding. Reward. Lightning Release. Exploding Thunder. A sharp bolt of lightning flashed through his mind, like a long spear woven from thunder sweeping the battlefield. This was clearly the third Hokage's original ninjutsu. He stayed in the training space until midnight. Countless shurikens split into an impenetrable rain of blades, and the exploding thunder technique made the entire space flash with blue light. This is practically a Gatling gun spitting blue fire. He wiped his brow and looked at the fluctuating data on the virtual panel. Thunderclap, divine rank. Lightning range amplified by 300%. Shuriken Shadow Clone divine rank. Number of clones exceeded the limit. When moonlight streamed through the window, he threw a punch into the air. Lightning crackled, and the distant target shattered on impact. Toshio Aikino lay on the dormitory bed, staring at the ceiling and sighing. Thunder, fire, and earth ninjutsu all mastered. Next, I should learn wind and water. The room was empty, although Kanehagakure had given him this place. It still felt oppressively lonely. He rolled over to sit up, pulled out a small notebook, and quickly wrote a line. Establish the Chino clan, grow it into Konoha's top family. But to achieve this goal, first there must be people. He grinned, the pen tip never stopping. Not in a hurry. Once I have the money, I'll build a palace-like house, maybe even set up a ninja village. Marry a few wives, add a dozen or so children a year. He enthusiastically sketched a plan for the mansion. First plan 20 rooms, add more if it's not enough. As for Hinata, of course she'll live in the main courtyard, let us call it Xiangxiang Pavilion. While drawing, he leaned back again and stared at the ceiling, lost in thought. Too bad. I'm poor now. His ideals were full, but reality was as thin as a stick. Ever since the villagers started avoiding him, the items he pulled from Doraemon's gadgets could no longer be sold. Now he could only live off that meager pension. How can I make big money? Suddenly, his eyes lit up. A figure jumped into his mind, an afro, tiny sunglasses, the sleazy look of an otaku from an electric train. Kato, the boss of the Wave Country Shipping Company, one of the top tycoons in the Naruto world. When watching the anime back then, Toshio Ichino almost wanted to crawl into the screen and give him a good beating. Right, let's go borrow some money from him. Snatch his fortune, we could build not just houses, but an entire shopping street. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if coins were already clinking into his pocket. But that's a matter for later. For now, he still needed to make some quick cash and, while he was at it, help out Naruto, Sasuke, and the others. Just the thought of Naruto drinking expired milk until he collapsed made his chest tighten. By the way, where did he get the money to buy paint? But Toshiyuki Ichino knew that even if he had money in the future, he wouldn't just hand it directly to Naruto. He hated that kind of saintly charity, but making money together with his brothers? That was different. Soon, he had an idea. Fine, let's do it this way. Everyone earns together. He turned over and got out of bed. Right, before making money, I still need to find Sonda to learn some ninjutsu. Otherwise, if I later use things like Shuriken Shadow Clones or Thunder Crash, he'll inevitably become suspicious. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child this time. He had to give a big gift. He entered the mysterious space again. In the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi had just pushed open the door of the lounge when he froze. A young woman was lying on the tatami. Toshio Chino stood beside her, smiling at him. The woman's black hair flowed like a waterfall, her features so delicate they seemed unreal, and her eyes were so lively they looked as if they could speak. The tight pink dress clung to enticing curves, especially that pair at her chest. It was practically criminal. At that moment, Mito Kamuri also came out from the inner room with his pants in hand. Grandpa Mito, you're here too. Toshio Chino feigned surprise. Ahem, we were playing chess earlier, lose a game. Take off an item of clothing. Mito's old face was slightly flushed. The third generation still stared at the woman, mouth agape, unable to speak. This is a commemorative doll from the island nation's OT company. Chino Toshio explained with a smile. A doll? This is way too real. The touch was soft, the skin warm, almost indistinguishable from a real person. My goodness, the eyeballs actually move. Even the hairs are distinct. Mito Munin's fingers lightly brushed the texture of the bio's skin, exclaiming. The third Hokage leaned in curiously and tapped the puppet's shoulder with his knuckle. Hello, master. A mechanical female voice suddenly sounded. Chino Toshio almost jumped, so it actually had a built-in sound device. Even more astonishing was the level of realism in certain parts. It was simply too embarrassing to speak of. The old man's face flushed. He coughed twice. Xiaojun, is this a gift for me? When Shi Yejuan nodded, Mizudamon and was still clutching another bionic doll, and Wunti let go. So he had to hand over a spare called Xiao AI. The next morning, the two elders met at the Hokage's office door, both with heavy dark circles under their eyes. Amidst the awkward forced laughter, Chino Toshio spotted an abandoned masturbation sleeve in the downstairs trash bin. The grand gift had clearly done its job. The third unrolled the scroll. As your master and commander, I should indeed teach you some real skills. Let's start with Earth Style, Tsubo Wall. Grandpa Hokage, the boy interrupted with bright eyes. Is there a jutsu where a ton of shuriken fly everywhere like whooshing around? The really cool-looking kind. The shuriken shadow clone technique fits. What about that move that fires lightning like a machine gun? Rat-a-tat-tat. Right-on, roaring thunder can do that. Let's learn these two first. Chie-shun knew clearly that this was the limit of what the third generation could currently teach. Forbidden arts like Shiki Fujin were not something for now. An hour later, the boy had already mastered 2 ninjutsu. Saratobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and expressed amazement at his disciple's exaggerated aptitude. When night seeped into Konoha, the lights of 10,000 homes scattered across the earth like stars. Ichino Toshio rarely climbed the Hokage rock at night. He sat shoulder to shoulder with Naruto on the cliff edge, below them streets flowing with warm light. Since the Mizuki incident, those sticky gazes had been like maggots in a gutter, constantly gnawing at his spine. The blond boy beside him likewise walked alone through the village under the colored looks of the villagers. Listen, Naruto, Toshio Ichino suddenly remembered the image of that thick-browed youth. True strength isn't about power, it's about having a heart that's been tempered. If we can't wait for recognition, then we'll just stand at the heights they look up to. Naruto nodded, half understanding. Got it. I'll be tougher. He immediately grinned and leaned in mischievously. The day after tomorrow is my birthday. No one has ever given me a present before. October 10th. That date felt like a kunai thrust into Toshio Ichino's chest. What do you want? Anything I can get my hands on. A crate. Naruto stared at the milk shop sign in the distance. Milk that won't give me diarrhea will do. The night wind carried those words over. Hitting him, Chiejun's throat suddenly tightened. Bro, I've got something 10,000 times better than milk for you. Really? What is it? A secret. Just as he was racking his brains for a gift, the system prompt sounded at the right moment. Ding. Tailor task triggered. Make a birthday present for Uzumaki Naruto. Time limit 48 hours. Tailoring skills? Toshiro Ichino finally remembered this forgotten talent. Time was short, so it looked like he could only make something simple. Autumn rain fell without warning, the fine droplets hitting the ground with a rustling sound. Toshiro Ichino looked up at the gray sky and unconsciously hummed a tune. What to do on a rainy day? I miss you so much. Who are you thinking about? Naruto came closer, his eyes wide and round. Toshio Ichino wiped the rain from his face and, smiling, changed the subject. It's nothing. By the way, don't you rather like Sakura? Naruto immediately nodded like a chick pecking grain and grinned. Sakura-chan is soup cute. Too bad. Toshio patted his shoulder, his tone growing serious. She doesn't feel that way about you. Naruto, a man must act like a man. What is a man supposed to be like? Aikino Tashinori paused, then raised a finger. You should be as free and untroubled as the wind, drawing others closer, but never be a tail-wagging, begging dog. For the next 10 minutes, he talked and gestured, breaking down the meaning of simp for Naruto, even giving several vivid examples. Remember, the more you grovel and flatter, the less you get. Naruto clenched his fist and replied heavily. Got it. I refuse to be that kind of person. That's more like it. But in the next moment, Naruto snorted with laughter, pointed into the distance and said, Isn't Sasuke just a huge bootlicker? Aikino Shinichi was stunned. Sasuke? That cold, icy guy, who would he be bootlicking? He's always trying to one-up you. Isn't he that's him licking you? Ahem. Chi-Jun nearly choked on his own saliva. He wiped his nose, and his fingertip was streaked with blood. He took a deep breath and changed the subject. Listen, There's a kind of person in this world called a green tea. Naruto looked baffled. Green tea? Tea to drink. Chi-Jun whoosh, opened two umbrellas, handed one to Naruto, and explained as he paced. They have 5 characteristics. First, they look sweet, which is their weapon. Second, they seem soft on the surface, but can be fierce enough to blow the roof off. Third, they're surrounded by swarms of men, because a woman can see right through them at a glance. Fourth, there's always an honest guy like you as a backup option. Fifth, they're best at using tears and coquettishness to make men go round and round. He recited them one by one in detail, not mentioning Sakura at all, but as Naruto listened, his eyes grew brighter and brighter. When Ichino-jun had spoken until his throat was dry, Naruto suddenly slapped his thigh with a whack and sprang up. Jun, I get it. I understand everything. Then you go ahead and tell me. What did you understand? Naruto pointed toward the village and shouted at the top of his lungs. Uchiha Sasuke, he's a top-tier fake sweetie. Aikino Shinichi almost coughed up blood, clutching his chest and shaking his head. All right. Go home quickly. I really give up on you. The rain gradually lessened. On the way back, Naruto kept pestering him about what the gift was, but Aikino-shun just smiled without answering. Naruto, what do you think of Hinata? Naruto scratched his head and gave a little laugh. I don't feel anything special. Aikino-shun looked at the lights slowly coming on and let out a slight sigh of relief. Passing by Ichiraku Ramen, Naruto stared at the steaming big bowl, drooling as if it might drip to the floor. Chino Toshio smiled and grabbed his arm. Come on. Tonight it's my treat, eat your fill. With the hot soup down, Chino Toshio suddenly remembered Hinata, who could eat 46 bowls in a row. He clicked his tongue inwardly. If he ends up raising a big eater in the future, his wallet won't stand a chance. Really? You're rich. Naruto's eyes went wide and his mouth full of noodles mumbled the question. Chino Toshio raised a finger to his lips. Secret. The two of them, hands on their round, bulging bellies, had just stepped out the door when the ninja tool shop owner shot out glaring. Chino Toshio. You little liar. Stop right there. Chino Toshio stuck out his tongue and made a face, grabbed Naruto, and sprinted away. Only after the shouts behind them were swallowed by the night wind did the two of them lean on their knees, panting. You steal his stuff? Naruto rubbed his head, which had been knocked sore. I make money with my wits. Chino Toshio proudly recounted how he used the shadow clone jutsu to produce hundreds of shuriken to sell to the shopkeeper. After 3,000 ryo were in his hand, the ninja tools all went poof and disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed until he rolled onto the ground. At that moment, the third Hokage on the Hokage rock was looking toward Konoha through the curtain of rain. Rainwater ran off the edge of his straw hat in sheets. He clicked his tongue, discovering his pipe was already soaked through. The burden of the Hokage. He turned toward the direction from which the laughter had come. Are these children really ready? An ANBU shinobi suddenly appeared, dropping to one knee. Traces of shinobi from Kumobikure have been detected at the border. Third Hokage tightened his grip on his pipe, knuckles whitening. The war had been over for years. Why did this appear now? Could it have something to do with that troublemaking kid? The downpour quickened, droplets the size of beans striking the eaves with a crackling sound. Shinoike Toshi suddenly sprang up from his bed. The rhythmic sound of stepping in water came from outside the window. Plip, plip. At the same time, a shadow silently dropped into Naruto's courtyard. Since the last time they had intimidated him, the assassination attempts at the roots had indeed quieted down for a long while. Aino-shun held his breath, concentrating. Could Danzo be restless again? Aino-shun's hand reached toward the pillow and found the cold, heavy shuriken. He snapped his wrist. A streak of cold light tore through the rain and shot straight out the window. Both hands came together instantly, forming a seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, a shuriken split into dozens of deadly streaks of light, piercing the curtain of rain and emitting a sharp whistle. Almost at the same time, a dark figure leapt up from the eaves outside the window, suspended midair with nowhere to brace. Tui! The muffled sound of a blade entering flesh came. The dark figure stumbled and fell heavily onto the roof opposite, wincing as he pulled the weapon deeply embedded in his shoulder. Rain immediately blurred the blood. That was close. If I'd reacted a bit slower, my throat would have been pierced. He shuddered inwardly and looked toward where the dart had come from. So it was a shuriken shadow-splitting technique? This brat, not undeserved reputation. Inside the room, Chino Toshio had already crouched like a cheetah. Chakra gathered under his feet, emitting a faint blue light. Being prominent draws trouble, they came looking for it themselves. He snorted coldly, sprang up, smashed through the window frame, and gave chase. Perfect for trying out a new technique on you. In the rain-soaked Konoha, danger lurked everywhere. Spies from other nations slithered like vipers in the shadows, eyeing any valuable target like him. This monster, who possessed the corpse vein and limitless chakra. Some wanted to recruit him, more wanted to strap him to an operating table for experiments, or simply eliminate him. Ahead, an injured ninja clutched his shoulder and sprinted, each step splashing muddy water. The rain blurred his vision but could not restrain the terror in his heart. The intel was right. That brat's absurdly strong. But he still spoke defiantly. Humph. If I weren't afraid of drawing the attention of the Umbu, would I be this disheveled? His mission was only reconnaissance. The real killer move was his comrades lying in ambush outside the village. You can't run. Chino Toshio's voice cut through the rain, relentless and unyielding. The torrential rain wove a gray net that cloaked heaven and earth. A faint gleam passed through Chino Toshio's eyes as his super senses went full throttle. Rain seemed to slow in his vision. He made out the figure, clearly no forehead protector, no mask, desperately fleeing toward the outskirts of the village. Not from Konoha. One pursues, the other flees, the distance gradually closing. Chi Yi-jun's mouth curled into a cold smile. The game should be over. Shunshin technique. The figure suddenly accelerated, almost blending into the curtain of rain. The ninja ahead glanced back, saw no one behind him, and had just breathed a sigh of relief. Stop right there. A thunderous roar exploded in his ears. The ninja turned in shock and saw that the youth had already closed to less than 20 meters behind him. Damn! He raised his hand and threw 3 shurikens, attempting to block him. But Toshiro Ichino only shifted slightly, and the darts skimmed his clothing and lodged in the ground. 20 meters vanished in an instant. If only he could fly, like Raijin. As the thought flashed through his mind, Chino Toshio's fist, wrapped in the sound of wind, slammed hard into the man's back. Bang! The ninja fell forward like a kite with a cut string, sliding several meters through the mud before stopping. He struggled to get up, but one foot was already pressed against his spine. Chino Toshio looked down at the dark-skinned man in his 20s. Rainwater dripped from his chin. An uncle from the hidden cloud village sneaking into Konoha in the middle of the night. What are you up to? The man suddenly looked up, his eyes full of disbelief. Chino Toshio smiled. Seeing that reaction, he guessed right. Rain pattered on the stone-paved streets of Konoha, crackling. Chino Toshio narrowed his eyes, staring at the spiral cloud emblem on the other's forehead protector. From Yunin Village, he whispered. Yunin, one of the 5 great ninja villages, is famous for its ferocious lightning release. Hey, old man. Chi Yi-jun's mouth twitched. Everyone says your lightning release is powerful. Show us a trick. The cloud ninja's face darkened. Kid, I'm not old enough to be called old man yet. He clenched his fist, but did not form a seal. Rain conducts electricity. Using lightning release in such conditions would be tantamount to suicide. Besides, Konoha's ANBU might be nearby. Chino Toshio's mockery vanished, his gaze sharpening. Push off the ground. Sprint forward. Chakra surged into his right arm in an instant, his muscles tensing. A punch was thrown, carrying the sound of wind being split. Yunrin hurriedly raised both arms to block. Crunch. The crack of bones was sharp and grating. Yunrin was sent flying backward, carving a long streak of mud through the puddle. Too weak, Chi Yi-jun sneered. The cloud ninja cursed inwardly. Ninjutsu was suppressed by the rainy weather, and his taijutsu was no match at all. Chi Yi-jun closed in. Speak. Who sent you? Bah. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't try to get me to talk. The cloud ninja spat. At that moment, Chi Yi-jun's figure flickered. He had already flashed behind the cloud ninja. At the same time, 3 shuriken were thrown toward the neighboring rooftop. Ding, ding, ding. All the shuriken were knocked out of the air. TCH, not bad alertness, kid. A dry voice came from the roof. In the moonlight stood 2 people. The man was as thin as a skeleton. The woman was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, only half her face exposed. Guading, you are truly shameful. The bandaged woman's voice was icy. Jinji Minji, cut the chatter and move. The fallen cloud ninja Guading roared. Before his words finished, a gust of wind rose behind Chino Toshio's ear. A fist lunged straight for his temple. Fast, ruthless. At the same time, a clattering echoed through the street. Countless white bones burst out of Chi Yojin's body, instantly covering him from head to toe, leaving only a pair of eyes glowing red. The bone armor formed. Only then did Chi Yojin realize that beneath the bone god armor, he was completely naked. The lower body ached painfully from being chafed by the armor. The skeleton man across from him was clearly startled, but his fist could no longer be retracted. Crack! The sound of knuckles shattering was distinctly audible. He screamed in pain and was sent flying backward onto the rooftop. The woman stared at the two sets of white bones on the ground, her fingers covering her mouth. Minji, is this really your younger brother? Don't talk nonsense. He the one laying wanted to kill joined forces. Chi Yejuan's eyes flashed. These three men had come to claim lives. He sneered, then stamped his right foot hard on the ground. Boom! The ghostly vines that burst from the ground instantly turned to fragments. The other two's pupils constricted sharply, and they both stepped back half a pace in unison. One punch, and the demon vine shattered. On the roof, Sadaheim quickly made a hand sign. Just as Toshitaka Ichino was about to throw a shuriken, the scene before him suddenly became a sea in the dead of night. A lighthouse's warm light flickered in the distance, and a gentle voice whispered in his mind. Come, the Pure Land is just ahead. He couldn't help but walk forward. Seawater rose above his knees, bone-chillingly cold. It climbed up to his chest, and then a wave hit. Cough, cough, cough. The briny seawater stung his mouth, and nose Chi Yejuan suddenly woke with a start. It's an illusion. The hallucination dissipated. He slumped to the ground, drenched. The little black cat was sitting beside him, licking its paw. It had broken the illusion. This illusion really vicious. The bone god armor slowly faded away. Chi Yijun coldly looked at the two remaining people, murderous intent surging. Ding. Performance art check in task. Borrow Sadako to recreate the scene of Sadako climbing out of the well. Sadako crawling out of the well? Chino Toshio recalled that classic horror film. It seems, we must spare Princess Jun's life. His gaze suddenly locked onto Minji. First, I'll send you on your way. Aikino Shun leaped up, his leg like a blade of wind, striking straight at the lower body. Crack! Meiya fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Awakened self-created technique. True secret art foot of destruction egg smash double power. Ikeda Shinichi was stunned. What happens if the power doubles? Sadaheim's face went ashen instinctively. She covered her chest and murmured, Good thing I'm a woman. True secret art foot of destruction milk smash. Ikeda Shinichi deliberately lifted his leg high in a feint. Sadaheim screamed and hugged her chest. He only chuckled, withdrew his leg, and flipped up onto the roof. Xiaohei had already pinned her down tightly. Don't kill me. Zhang Hui's voice trembled. The images of her two companions dying instantly still flashed before her eyes. Do me a little favor. Chi Yojin crouched down, pulling a not entirely friendly smile. And I'll let you go. AFA favor? What favor? A few steps away, a stone well stood quietly in the curtain of rain. Aikino Toshio tilted his chin toward the well mouth. It's simple. You crawl in, then crawl back out. Don't worry, the well is dry. Sadaheim widened her eyes. Are you out of your mind? Aikino Toshio ignored her reaction and continued. Do as I say, and I'll spare your life. He coaxed and frightened her, talking for a while, and Jinji finally bit her lip and nodded. Remember, let your hair cover your face, climb slowly. Before long, a pale hand appeared at the edge of the well. Jinji's damp head slowly emerged, her black hair clinging to her cheeks, rain dripping from the tips. Kakashi, hidden in the distance, and the third Hokage watching through the crystal ball, were both stunned. A notification chimed in Chino Toshio's mind. Ding! Performance art check incomplete. Reward. Chingin Bodhi Constitution. Chingin Bodhi. His heart skipped a beat. In the shinobi world, there are immortal bodies, corpse bone veins, various bloodline limits. But this Chingin Bodhi was something he had never heard of. Chakra transforms into a clear stream, cleansing body and mind. This constitution is immune to all Jinjutsu. Immune to all Jinjutsu? Chi Yejuan? Inhaled sharply, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Jinjutsu had always been the most mysterious and hardest to guard against technique in ninja duels. From ordinary hypnosis to ultimate ocular powers like Kodo Amatsukami. If this is true, euphoria surged to his head in an instant. "Hey, Zhang Hui," he shouted at the woman who had just climbed out of the well. "Use your strongest illusion on me." Zhang Hui cursed inwardly. This lunatic, first he made me struggle in the well, and now he wants to be tormented? Fine. She secretly formed a hand seal, planning to seize the moment to create an opportunity to escape. Thunder illusion pillar of lightning. A blinding white light exploded, almost tearing the rainy night apart. But before Chi Yejuan, the scene did not change in the slightest. The raindrops still coldly struck his face. Haha, it really works. Seeing Zhang Hui turn to flee, he stepped forward and clamped her wrist with iron-like fingers. Trying to run? With a cold sneer, the Kusanagi sword was drawn, its tip lightly lifted, brushing aside the long hair that covered half her face. Toshihito Aikino's pupils contracted sharply. On that half of the face, dense white maggots were writhing. The sword's tip turned, pressing against her throat. You promised not to kill me." Zhang Hui's voice trembled with fear. "Humph." Chino Toshio's voice was as cold as ice. "You actually believe the enemy?" The blade descended, murder intent chilling. "Chino Toshio, stop." Kakashi's figure suddenly appeared in the rain. "Give her to me." Sonobe Ki is waiting in the interrogation room. Aikino Shun's wrist stilled, he slowly sheathed his sword. He understood that a living asset was far more valuable than a corpse. Two members of the Umbu appeared silently behind Sadaheim. "Make it clean," Kakashi ordered in a low voice. Ichino Toshio raised his hand to stop everyone. "Leave this to me." Kakashi remembered the last fierce battle with Root, nodded, and signaled the team to withdraw quickly. Footsteps receded. Ichino Toshio formed hand seals with both hands and shouted in a low voice. "Corpse fusion technique. Skeleton resurrection." The ground cracked open, and two pale skeletons crawled out, their joints making teeth-grating, grinding noises. They followed silently behind Ichino Toshio, their mandibles opening and closing non-stop, emitting faint creak sounds. A passerby who had gotten up at night happened to come upon this strange scene. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed straight to the ground. Skeleton resurrection +2. As the level increases, the skeleton's combat power and duration of existence will both be extended. After the skeleton dissipated, Chino Toshio headed straight for the Hokage building. The third Hokage truly could not sleep. The image in the crystal ball gradually faded. He exhaled a smoke ring, his voice low. They were already operating in the shadows during the Third Great Ninja War, calling themselves the Oni Group. Jito is skilled in lightning release, his attacks fierce. Maya and Kai are similar brutal taijutsu like wild beasts. As for Sadaheim, her taijutsu and ninjutsu are mediocre, but she is a master of jinjutsu. Chino Toshio pressed. "How should we deal with her?" The three sat in silence, the pipe's flame flickering uncertainly, only the smoke winding through the air. The next day at noon, the Konoha barbecue shop was thick with the scent of cooking. Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, Raku, and Dingo sat around a table. The slices of meat on the grill sizzled, droplets of oil spattering. Kakashi suddenly raised his hand, lifting a corner of his mask and, as quick as lightning, shoved a piece of pork belly in, then promptly pulled the mask back down. The whole action took less than half a second. Ding's was cheeks puffed out, and slurring his words he asked, "I heard the infiltrating Yunin ninja was captured?" Kakashi lowered his eyes and said nothing. Kai couldn't help pounding the table. "Stop playing mysterious. This news spread ages ago." Asuma wiped the oil from his beard and chuckled lightly. "Sen no Ibi must have really put that female jonin through hell." Shika quietly rubbed his teacup, brow furrowed. "The surface piece is about to collapse. The great nations are all moving in secret. Young years shouldn't be wasted on worries." Kai sprang up, his pearly teeth flashing brilliantly. "Eat meat. Burn with passion." At the same time, in the dark interrogation room, Zhang Hui collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Meanwhile, Ji Yezuan lay on the bed, three shadow clones taking turns using massage techniques to loosen his muscles. Thinking of the newly acquired mental defensibility, a smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ding! Sign and task released. Proceed to the Valley of the End. The Valley of the End? The place that witnessed the three great ninja wars. Shinoya Shinichi sprang up and dashed through the dense rain curtain. Raindrops wetted the distant Hokage rock. The statues loomed faintly in the mist. Breaking through the thick forest, the roar of water hit him in the face. On either side of the precipice, the towering statues of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara stood opposite each other, their hands forming the seal of reconciliation. A waterfall fell like a white banner, mist billowing about. Thinking of Naruto and Sasuke's fated duel here in the future, Chi Yezuan let out a light sigh and summoned the system interface. Ding! Check-in successful. Reward. Antidote secret technique. 10,000 Venom Netherworld. 10,000 Venom Netherworld? He recalled the detoxification procedures in the Naruto world. First, use minor affliction extraction technique to lock onto the poison. Then use the Chakra surgical blade to precisely cut open the tissue, and finally concoct the antidote. This new technique, however, seemed capable of overturning tradition. Chi Yezuan had always wondered why there were no ninjutsu that could directly neutralize poison. Now it's really appeared. What made his heart race even more was that this was actually an S-rank forbidden technique, 10,000 Poisons Underworld. Underworld? The name alone sent chills down one's spine. The system prompt flashed, 10,000 Poisons Underworld, S-rank forbidden technique, can cure all poisons in the world. All the toxins. In Aikino Shun's mind flashed the poison sac of the black salamander, the poisonous worm used by Aburame Toryun, Orochimaru's curse seal, the deadly poison carefully prepared by Scorpion. If they really could all be neutralized, that would be nothing short of defying heaven. But the words forbidden technique pricked into his heart like a thorn. Since it's a forbidden technique, the cost must be significant. Frequent use of Wando Huangquan will result in toxin backlash, damaging the nerves, causing dizziness, amnesia, and even mental collapse. What's the point of detoxing? Might as well just wait to die. Chingyin Bodhi Constitution can block the backlash and protect the nerves. What? Isn't Chingyin Bodhi only immune to illusions? It can resist poison too? Doesn't that make it invulnerable to all poisons? They are different, do not confuse them. Alright, it seems that to dominate the poison world, I'll have to find another way. The rain had stopped at some unknown time. Sunlight pierced the clouds and poured over the Valley of Termination. Chia Shun sprinted along the riverbank. A rainbow spanned the gorge, but he had no time to admire it. The system guided him to leap into the river and dive several meters. Sure enough, a cave entrance was hidden in the rock face. He broke the surface, took a deep breath, and switched on his night vision. Before him was a huge cavern, as wide as a training ground. He had just climbed ashore when suddenly, something cold rested on his shoulder. Aikino Toshitaka snapped his head around. A skeletal arm. He flung it away as if shocked, the bones hurtling into the pit ahead with a crisp cracking sound. The pit was piled high with corpses and bones, some beasts, some humans. Konoha has never heard of so many disappearances. Where did these bones come from? Deep in the cave, a layer of fine sand covered the ground. He bent down and brushed aside the sand, revealing a black, shiny slab of stone with a pull ring set in the center. It's a secret door. He gripped the pull tab and gave it a hard yank. Click! A moldy, rotten smell hit him in the face. He covered his mouth and nose and stepped into the dim corridor. The moss was slick underfoot, and at the end lay a grim, dense forest. In the deathly silence, a house built of white bones stood beside a clearing in the woods, surrounded by heaps of jars and bottles, insect shadows writhing. Layers upon layers of cobwebs hung like gray-white curtains before the decrepit wooden hut. Chiajun held his breath and gently brushed aside the strands. Deep inside the hut sat a woman in white. Her moonlight like long hair flowed over her shoulders, her eyes bright like cold stars in the dark night. Only her skin was frighteningly pale, as if it had not seen daylight for years. Worse still, she was leaning forward, feeding a single bright red berry to the lumpy, dark green toad at her knees. Come. The woman's voice was like wind blowing through spider silk. Chie-Jun secretly summoned the invisible black cat guardian and stepped forward 2 paces. A stench of rotting wood mixed with stagnant water hit him in the face. The black cat's eyes are very beautiful. A chill ran down Chino Toshio's back. She could actually see through invisibility. Don't be afraid, the woman said, her fingertips lightly stroking the toad's back. This is Gyumingsen. Gyumingsen? A secret realm famed alongside Myobokusen and Dragon Cavity. The woman suddenly transformed into thick fog, and when the mist cleared her true form, a truck-sized spider appeared. A skull topped with 2 dried grass braids. 8 jointed limbs sunk into the ground. Ding! Secret realm check-in completed. The instant the system's light curtain appeared, white light shot from the spider's eye sockets. Chie-Shun felt as if struck by a heavy hammer in his daze. He only heard a mechanical voice echoing. Initiating the 10,000 poisons yellow spring detoxification task. When he opened his eyes again, it was already an afternoon by the riverside. He rushed into the mental space and indeed saw a white jade arch carved with spiderweb patterns. A thin chill seeped through the crack in the door, and faintly came the rustling of hundreds of insects crawling. When he returned to reality, the sunlight made him squint. Wildflowers by the roadside bloomed brilliantly, yet he smelled on his collar the scent of indelible leaves and damp earth, like invisible spider threads still clinging to his shoulders. Chie-Jun jumped into the river and washed himself clean. The water was icy, washing away the weariness on his body. He dove back under, groping to find that mysterious opening, but the entrance had long since vanished. On the far bank, the dense reeds swayed in the wind like a green ocean. He swam to the shore, water dripping from the tips of his hair. Just as he was about to climb out, he caught a glimpse in the corner of his eye, a shadow flickering in the reeds across from him. Who is it? Could it be that legendary field king? Chie-Jun immediately bent down and silently slipped into the reeds. He pushed aside the layers of leaves and moved forward slowly. Suddenly, a glaring white shape burst into view. He froze. A blonde girl stood with her back to him, her high ponytail swaying lightly with her movements. She was squatting in the grass, a bamboo basket full of fresh flowers set beside her. It was Ino. She had come to pick flowers for the flower shop. Toshihiro Aikino held his breath. Although the scene was beautiful, peeping was still dishonorable. He was about to quietly back away when Ino suddenly swung her head around. He hurriedly ducked his head to hide. Ino didn't spot him, but gave a short, sharp exclamation. A thick green snake was coiled at her feet. Although she was already a genin, Ino stepped back in terror, her voice trembling. "He help? Save me." Chie-Jun silently curled his lip. "It's just a snake. Is it necessary to cry for help?" He gently parted the reeds and saw the green snake suddenly coil its body and strike Ino's calf like lightning. Chie-Jun flicked his wrist, and the kunai cut through the air. The snake's body went rigid, then collapsed limply to the ground. Jingye was still shaken, fumbling to fasten her belt. Turning to the reed thicket with a reddened face, she shouted, "Who's there? You pervert." "Shameless." Chie-Jun sighed and stood up helplessly. "Me a pervert? Just because you relieved yourself out here in the middle of nowhere doesn't make it okay." "Xiaojun." Jingye widened her eyes, her cheeks flushing bright red. "I didn't mean for you to see that." Chino Toshio stepped forward, his gaze falling on the dead snake. The snake's body was jade green, its pupils blood red, a white stripe running lengthwise along both sides. A bamboo pit viper, highly venomous. At that moment, Ino suddenly clutched his leg and sank to the ground, sweat beading at his temple. "It hurts. My leg is gone numb." Chino Toshio recalled the system's prompt, "Wanda Huangquan can detoxify." He crouched down, lowering his voice. "Don't move. That's a venomous snake. Let me take a look." Inoue bit her lip, her ear tips flushed red. And in Chino Toshio's mind the mission completed prompt light had already appeared. Ino's fingers trembled as she lightly touched the swollen wound, then gasped sharply. If Hinata were here, she'd probably have fainted already. If it were Sakura, she'd likely be in agony, barely alive. It hurts so much. Her eyes reddened, her voice quivering with sobs. "Yajun-kun, please." Shinoya Toshiro knelt on one knee, squinting at the sight of the pale skin before him. Green light glowed in his palm as chakra flowed like a warm current. Hold on, it will be over soon. Ino bit her lip, her cheeks burning hot. As the healing light enveloped the wound, she suddenly remembered something and explained. I came to the flower shop to pick flowers. I didn't expect to encounter a venomous snake. Picking flowers? Chino Jun's eyes lit up. I'll help. Dozens of shadow clones appeared instantly, surging toward the sea of flowers like a tide. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! New shadow clone function unlocked. Collective flower picking. After the treatment ended, Ino touched his newly smooth skin, suddenly jumped up, and threw her arms around his neck. Thank you so much. I'll buy you barbecue. Ding! Acquired secret technique. Konoha Dragon God. Shun Chino stared at the system panel that had suddenly appeared. This lost taijutsu could create a tornado like offensive. Even Emperor Kai had once been defeated by this move. Is my butt really that funny? Ino raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Ah no. Chino Toshio hastily waved his hand. I mean, he's recovered very. Before he finished speaking, 3 figures emerged from the depths of the woods. It turned out that an hour earlier, Naruto had been pacing anxiously over his birthday gift. My birthday is tomorrow, and Toshio hasn't shown any sign. Sasuke, who had come to spar with Toshio, snorted coldly. Childish. Hinata, holding a bouquet, softly reminded. I heard he went to the Valley of the End. He must have gone to pick my birthday flowers. Naruto grabbed Sasuke excitedly. Shall we go find him together? The setting sun stretched the 3 of their shadows long, while Aikino Tashineo in the middle of the sea of flowers had no idea that the coming surprise would make this evening even livelier. Sasuke looked toward the glittering river surface. A thought flashed through his mind. Could he be their training water style? He nodded slightly. Can I go with you? Hinata's voice was as soft as a feather. Sasuke nodded again. With her Byakugan, searching would be much easier. After sending Hanabi home, Hinata followed the 2 to the Valley of the End. She had long since unlocked the Byakugan through hard training, though she currently only mastered the abilities of insight and long-range vision. Stepping into the valley, an endless sea of swaying flowers stretched out before them. Naruto clutched his head and wailed, so big. How are we supposed to find it? Use your eyes to look, Sasuke told Hinata. Hinata closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, her irises had turned pale blue-white. Veins stood out at her temples, and dark striations appeared in her pupils. Her vision pierced through layers of floral vines, and in an instant she locked onto Chino Toshio. As figure only there was a pale-skinned woman beside him. Her heart sank violently, as if a jar of vinegar had been overturned, bitterness rising in her throat. Forcing back the warmth at her eyes, she trembled as she pointed toward the distance, then collapsed weakly onto the grass. Naruto scooped up the unconscious Hinata and, with Sasuke hunched low, slipped into the reed bed. Pushing aside the layers of grass blades, they saw. Chino Toshio was crouched on the ground. Ino turned with her back to him, her hips raised high. But Toshio's body happened to block the crucial area, leaving only a silhouette that invited the imagination. Uft! Wah! The 2 gasped, and when they looked at each other they saw the same shock reflected in the other's eyes. They both held their breath at once and peered cautiously. Suddenly a stifled chuckle leaked out from the reeds. Chi-Jun snapped his head up. Who's skulking around there? Come out. The bushes rustled, and 2 heads sheepishly poked out. Naruto thumped the ground and laughed. Ha! So you were hiding here picking your butts. Even Sasuke unusually twitched the corner of his mouth. This isn't what you think. Toshio Chino stood up helplessly. Ino quickly straightened her clothes and, blushing, explained the truth. It turned out she had just been bitten by a venomous snake, and Toshio Chino was helping her suck out the poison. Learning the truth, Ino felt a few degrees more fondness for Toshio Chino. At that moment, Chino Tashiyoshi noticed the fainted Hinata. Afterwards, he made a point of finding an opportunity to explain to her. Fortunately, Hinata was reasonable and instead praised his act of saving her. Chino Tashiyoshi breathed a long sigh of relief. At last, he had avoided the most troublesome misunderstanding. He watched his companions walking side by side in the sunset and felt privately grateful. Although he admired the girls who appreciated the world of the Hokage, he had always acted with honesty and integrity. The laughter of the 5 young people filled the way home, but at the village gate they ran into Sakura, who had just come out of the dumpling shop. Sasuke-kun, where have you all been? She called out excitedly, waving. Sasuke walked straight past with his hands in his pockets. Naruto, giggling, dragged Ino Tashihito toward Ichiraku Ramen. Hinata answered softly, "We're going to the Flower Sea." Flower Sea. Sakura's smile froze instantly. Out of the 5 of them traveling together, she alone was left out? Even Sasuke-kun went. As the flame of jealousy exploded in her chest, Ino, all smiles, linked arms with Hinata and announced, "I'm never going to fight you for Sasuke again, haha." Sakura shouted with a smile, her face still bearing a lingering blush. Everything that happened today completely changed her opinion of Chino Toshiyuki. The image of that young man was already deeply imprinted in her heart. Not to mention, he had seen right through her. Thinking of that made her cheeks even hotter. Meanwhile, the other Sakura looked bewildered, completely unable to make sense of the situation. Night fell, and Chino Toshiyuki could hardly wait to enter the mysterious space. Konoha Dragon God. He formed the hand seals and cast the technique of Phantom Azure Dragon shot into the sky, its roar shaking the heavens. The dazzling light made him squint. He was completely stunned by the spectacular sight. But he suddenly remembered something, frowning slightly. Isn't this secret art supposed to be passed down only to blood descendants? His father died young, and in his memory the Chie family had never produced a ninja. Then where did this ancestral secret art come from? Could it be that his ancestors had some connection with Teacher Chin? System produced anything is possible. The familiar system prompt sounded at the right moment, answering his question. Practice continued into the night. Before leaving the space, he pulled out a ball of yarn and a needle and thread. His fingers nimbly knitting. This was a birthday gift for Naruto. Thinking of the expression on Naruto's face when he received the gift, he couldn't help laughing out loud. The next day, a piercing scream echoed through the assignment office. "My little tiger, Mommy has finally found you." The sound wave nearly tore the roof off. Madame Gigi Meifu's enormous body blocked the doorway, her fleshy face trembling constantly as she screamed. The wail, comparable to a sonic assault, sent Kakashi, still reeling from Naruto's loud voice, crumpling to the floor again. In the afternoon, Team 7 went to the back hill. The steep cliff shot up into the clouds, jagged rocks everywhere, and a black bra hung on a pine branch fluttering in the wind. "This was a gift from my boyfriend," the burly client said, head bowed in thanks. Then a sudden gust of strange wind. "Please, I beg you." What a bizarre D-rank request, Chiet Jun chuckled lightly. Kakashi lounged against the rock face. "Today's training exercise, climb the cliff. Rule no hands allowed." "What?" Naruto was the first to jump up. "How can you climb without using your hands?" "Kakashi-sensei, are you crazy?" Sasuke's mouth twitched upward. "Interesting." Sakura immediately moved closer. "Go, Sasuke-kun. This is chakra control training," Kakashi yawned. "Everyone has to climb." 5 minutes later, Sakura lay battered and bruised. Sasuke was stuck halfway up the mountain, sweat beading on his forehead. Naruto was still at the foot of the mountain, crying and shouting to the heavens. Aikino-shun took a deep breath, chakra gathering beneath his feet. He stepped onto the rock face and walked up the cliff vertically, as if it were flat ground. "Wow. Shun, how did you do that?" Naruto's eyes widened. Sasuke kept his expression unchanged, but inside a storm had already been stirred. "He actually just walked up like that?" Toshio Aikino took down the bra hanging on the branch. The heavy feel in his hands made him gasp. "This size is almost as big as an aviator's cap." Kakashi squinted his single eye, not surprised at the boy's exquisite chakra control. After all, he had skipped tree climbing training and gone straight to challenging cliffs. Smoke curled through the Hokage's office at dusk. "Kakashi, I agree with your assessment." The third Hokage exhaled a smoke ring and looked out the window. Toshio Aikino's strength has indeed reached the Jonin level. Kakashi's brow knitted into a knot. That rapidly rising figure Aikino-shun made him feel vaguely uneasy. It was the same kind of premonition he had felt back when facing Orochimaru. "He's been leaving the village a lot lately." The third Hokage's voice sounded especially heavy in the quiet office. "He even went to the Valley of the End. Keep a close watch." Kakashi's fingers unconsciously brushed his forehead protector. The cool touch reminded him of more troublesome matters. This time he killed 2 Yunin ninjas. The last time something like this happened, Hyuga Hizashi. His words trailed off, but the air had already turned to stone. The third paced silently, his footsteps echoing on the wooden floor. Finally, he stopped. A little over a month from now, the Chunin exams will be held in Konoha. Kakashi looked up. The topic shifted too suddenly. Let him make an appearance during the exam. A sharp light flashed in the third's eyes. Let the whole village see what the will of fire is, what the power of Konoha is. Kakashi's breath caught. The third intended to use that child as a trump card. The Chunin exams have never been just exams. The third's voice was low. They are a battlefield outside the battlefield. Kakashi fell silent. He remembered Aikino Shun's bright laughter, recalled that he was more sensible than Naruto and more cheerful than Sasuke. There was never any shadow in those eyes. Increase the village's vigilance, the third said with a wave. We must not let anyone from the clouds sneak in again. Kakashi's figure disappeared outside the gate. At the same time, Aikino Shun's house was brightly lit. Naruto wriggled on the couch, his eyes shining as he stared at the stairs. Even normally indifferent Sasuke stood with his arms crossed, pretending not to care while his gaze quietly followed Aikino Shun's descent from the second floor. Happy birthday, Naruto. Aikino Shun smiled and handed over a ribbon-tied box. Naruto tore off the wrapping in a couple of quick moves and pulled out a pair of knitted shorts. They had a zipper at the front and a crooked little frog embroidered on the back. What is this? Naruto blinked. Isn't it just a fuzzy pair of underwear? Sasuke snorted lightly. Wrong. Ikeda Toshi grinned. These are anti-theft underwear. The zipper is hidden inside. Sasuke's mouth twitched slightly. Anti-theft from whom? Afraid someone will steal what? Toshio Aikino's eyes lit up. This piece of wood actually kept the conversation going. Naruto eagerly changed on the spot, tugging at the hem of his pants. It's a bit prickly. Toshio Aikino grinned wickedly and pulled another gift out from behind his back. Note: Chapters 31 and 32 have been revised. If you read them before 2 a.m., please review them again to ensure the plot is consistent. This is a sacred robe that recreates the fourth Hokage. The robe's body is a bright, fire-like red, especially striking under the sunlight. Ikuno Toshio had always thought tailoring skills were useless, but at this moment it felt like he'd discovered a treasure. He was already imagining making Hinata a stunning Cheongsam in the future, then knitting a fishnet outfit for each of the other girls. Naruto couldn't wait to put the robe on. Paired with those hand-knitted plush underwear, he looked exactly like the Hokage Superman of Konoha. But he didn't gloat for long. The next day, the kid, clutching his remaining living money, ran excitedly to the tailor and embroidered a line of eye-catching gold characters on the back of the robe. I am the true Hokage. Chiejun could only shake his head. Showing off really does come with a price. He turned and came back out of the kitchen with a third gift: 3 cans of adult formula. This keeps well, not easy to go bad. Naruto froze, his eyes slightly reddening. Beside him, Sasuke felt a flicker of emotion. When he helped me awaken my second Tomo, he didn't give me underwear and formula. A vague, indescribable loneliness quietly crept into my heart. Naruto, moved, deliberately rubbed up against Sasuke's side to show off. Hey, what did Shojin give you for your birthday? Sasuke came back to himself, a proud curve lifting the corner of his mouth, his tone casual and indifferent. He gave me an entire sky of stars and a fireworks display. Chiejun was immediately convinced. The sky cleared, the rain stopped, and Erjuzai started putting on an act again. Naruto froze. He looked down at his red robe, then tugged at the itchy knitted pants on his body. The 60-square-meter living room fell into a deathly silence. Ichino Toshido couldn't help but laugh out loud, raising his hand to swear. I guarantee it with my little brother's length. It's just some magic fireworks. Where are the stars and pyrotechnics supposed to come from? After a brief silence, Naruto suddenly jumped up and caused a commotion. I don't care. I want stars too. I want fireworks too. Unable to refuse him, Chiejun had no choice but to take the two of them up to the rooftop. At that moment, a streak of light suddenly tore across the night sky. A meteor. The three of them were stunned at the same time. Naruto forgot to bicker. They sat down side by side, shoulders touching, quietly gazing at Leo in the starry sky. Chi Yi-jun vaguely understood that this meteor shower might have reminded them of their lost loved ones. He reached out and gently put his arms around the two of them's shoulders. 3 orphans, and each other's strongest support. A familiar melody echoed in Chi Yi-jun's mind, like a song sung by 4 young boys, but no matter what, he couldn't remember the lyrics. The atmosphere was gentle, but also heavy. Aikino-shun didn't like it. He smiled and broke the silence. Hey, do you guys know where the place with the most gays in the world is? Naruto and Sasuke looked utterly bewildered. Hyo 6th Factory. Why? Because they have blue bottled gays, gays among gays, and new gays among gays. The joke was too obscure, the two didn't understand it at all. But Naruto, the little clown, immediately chimed in, giggling as he gave Ichino Toshio a playful shove. Xiaojun, how about I call you Big Brother from now on? Chieno Junichi sneered. I haven't been a big brother for many years. Naruto scratched his head, then suddenly clapped his hands. Then I'll call you my man. Sasuke's voice was as cold as ice. Don't call him man. That word was reserved for the one he hated to the bone. Uchiha Itachi. He drew a frosty curve at the corner of his mouth. Just call him by his name. It's more straightforward this way. Dong, dong, dong. The courtyard gate downstairs was suddenly knocked. Chi Yi-jun rushed downstairs, opened the door, and it was Ino and Sakura. Ino was carrying a flower basket, Sakura holding a red bean pastry. What are you doing here? Chi Yi-shuni was stunned. Ino laughed heartily. Naruto already spilled the beans. Said it's your birthday tonight. Such a big mouth. Actually, the one she really wanted to see was Chi Yi-jun. And Sakura's gaze had long since drifted into the room looking for Sasuke. Toshio Ichino stepped aside to invite them in. The 2 girls had barely stepped through the door when they saw Naruto looking ridiculous in woolen underwear and a robe, and they froze instantly. What? What are you 2 playing at? Sakura blinked. Seeing Sakura, Naruto got even more excited. Sasuke, however, turned his face away, his aura dropping a few degrees. Aikino Shinichi glanced up and spotted Hinata secretly peeking this way from the loft window not far off. He waved and shouted, Hinata, come join us. Hinata hesitated and shook her head. Toshio Aikino suddenly remembered that the Hinata household was strict and would never allow her to go to a boy's house alone at night. At that moment, Ino clapped her hands. Sakura, and I will go tell Uncle Tsunade. She grabbed Sakura and hurried downstairs in a flurry. Sure enough, Hinata soon appeared on the rooftop holding a gift. Chino Toshimasa presented a birthday cake. The icing read, Happy 12th birthday to the Crown Prince. Everyone looked at one another. Crown Prince. Chino Toshimasa smiled and began explaining the court titles from the other world. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and deliberately asked Naruto, if you were the Crown Prince, who would you choose as Crown Princess? He held his breath, afraid of hearing the words Hinata. Sakura also nervously clenched her hands. Unexpectedly, Naruto grinned broadly and slung his arm carelessly over Sasuke's shoulder. Stinky Sasuke, you're the Crown Princess. A weight fell from Tashimi Chino's heart. Ino suddenly leaned in, her eyes sparkling. Little June, then who would you choose? Hinata also lifted her clear eyes to look over. Tashimi Chino felt a chill crawl across his scalp. This was practically as deadly a dilemma as save your mom or save your girlfriend. He hesitated for a moment, then answered honestly. Hinata is the Crown Princess. Ino, would you be willing to be a concubine? He then briefly explained what being a concubine meant. Ino shook her golden bangs and smiled like the midsummer sun. As long as I can be with you, anything is fine. Warm and exuberant, like a blooming dahlia. Hinata's cheeks burned bright red. She looked down and twisted the edge of her clothes with her fingers, shy like a lily just beginning to bloom. There was a tenderness that carried its own resilience. He liked both girls, but toward Hinata, there was, after all, an extra measure of concern. His gaze shifted to the other 2, Naruto and Sasuke, outwardly at odds, yet their eyes held a tacit understanding unmatched by anyone. Unfortunately, later Sasuke married Sakura, but wandered far from home for years. Only his letters to Naruto crossed the 1,000 mountains and rivers. Every time he returned to the village, the first person he went to see was never his family. When Aikino-shun first arrived in this world, He was deeply troubled by these intricate relationships. He is a devoted fan of Naruto, especially captivated by the female characters in the story. This is not about being fickle, it's simply that the women the author writes are so vividly charming. Tsunade's domineering presence, Mei Terumi's maturity, Kurenai's wildness, Samui's cool beauty, Hinata's gentleness. A few casual strokes would have been fine, yet the characters are portrayed so vividly and fully. Now that he had come to this world, Chino Toshio was determined to realize the dreams he once had while following anime. I'm not greedy. I just want to provide a home for every girl. He even optimistically thought that if Naruto and Sasuke ended up together, then there would be no more emotional entanglements. After the playfulness, hunger set in. At an age when they were still growing, cake couldn't fill them up, especially with Naruto and Hinata, the two big eaters, present. Chino Toshio walked into the renovated kitchen. 5 stoves were fired up at once, spatulas flying. In just half an hour, more than 20 substantial dishes had filled the long table. Warm steam carrying aromas rolled toward them. Naruto widened his eyes. "How did you do that?" Chino Tashiki gave a mysterious smile. At that moment, the system prompt sounded. Ding. Host has unlocked the 5th use of multiple shadow clones collective cooking. The night was deep and the streets empty. Jun couldn't wait to call up the system panel and complete the check-in. Ding. Birthday gift mission completed. Reward. Bloodline elimination Xion done. Bloodline elimination. Jun trembled all over, as if struck by lightning. This was the supreme secret technique that fused 3 types of chakra attributes. For example, the dust release pioneered by the 2nd-generation Suchikage combines the powers of earth, wind, and fire. Could I possibly obtain a Kekkei Genkai in the future? He secretly hoped. Kin release is formed from the fusion of earth, water, and wind attributes. Accompanying it were 2 basic ninjutsu. C-rank Xion escape, Art of Joy. Stimulates dopamine secretion in allies, boosting morale and mental strength. It's practically a buff aura in battle. Immediately after, the system popped up a 2nd technique. B-rank Forbidden Technique. Garden Full of Spring. A ninjutsu limited to individual males, it greatly stimulates testosterone secretion, inducing primal impulses. Initial effect lasts 30 seconds. With proficiency, it can be extended to 120 seconds. Aikino Shun gaped in disbelief. I then recalled that this mission was related to Naruto, so such a strange reward made sense. But why is it classified as a forbidden technique? This technique is permanently banned to protect the rights of kunoichi. It is rumored that a certain sage once offered his lifetime of learning in exchange for this technique, and was punched away by his junior disciple. Toshio Aikino rubbed his nose. This is getting interesting. The system's notification sound sounded, and the interface disappeared. Toshio Aikino rubbed his hands, eager to try. What would an S-rank ninjutsu be like? Right now, he only wanted to try spring in full bloom. But who should he find as the first test subject? Preview. Changes to Class 7 members tomorrow. Update note. Change to release at 11 a.m. each morning. Morning light pierced the clouds. Birds chirped crisply. Juanao, having finished his morning exercise, rushed straight to the Hokage office building. The 3rd Hokage, with a pipe in his mouth, saw him arrive and smilingly raised his hand. Without a word, Aikino Toshia formed a hand seal. Spring fills the garden. An invisible ripple swept through the air. The wrinkles on Sandai's face suddenly smoothed, his cheeks flushed, his eyes glazed giggling. He lunged toward the secretary beside him. 30 seconds later, he suddenly shook his head, blinking dazedly as if just awoken from a deep dream. Jun had long since slipped away without a trace. Proficiency +1. He knew clearly that Orochimaru's shadow was closing and the 3rd Hokage didn't have many days left. Might as well let the old man enjoy his final time as happily as possible. So, every time they met, he quietly slipped him a garden in full bloom. Half a fortnight passed, and most of the adult men in the village had experienced those few dozen seconds of ecstasy. His ninjutsu had also risen to intermediate level, extending the effect to a minute. That day, the 3rd opened a row of mission scrolls. The next mission for Team 7 is... Aikino Shun quickly scanned the words on the scroll. Dry the beans. Dig sweet potatoes. Help take care of the kids. Catch the thief. He yanked Naruto over, leaned close to his ear, and whispered a few words. Naruto's eyes lit up, and he jumped up suddenly. Damn, why is it always these menial jobs? We want real ninja missions. Old man, you're so unfair. Ever since he was forbidden from wearing the divine robe, Naruto has been seething with anger. That word, what does it mean? Kakashi looked toward the third. The third shook his head. Even the usually silent Sasuke spoke up. We need real combat, not wasting time. Irika-sensei was about to lose his temper when Sandai held up a hand to stop him. He looked at Aikino Shun. Shun, what do you think? A corner of Aikino Shun's mouth curved. He knew full well the Wave Country mission was coming soon. Zanbato and Byaku were waiting. And that wealthy man called Kato was soon going to become his cash machine. Thinking of the huge fortune about to fall into his hands, his heart raced a few beats. Sure enough, no matter where you are, having money is simply exhilarating. Chino Toshio, Irika reminded. He withdrew his thoughts and replied steadily. Hokage-sama, we also think it's time to take on some more substantial missions. Before he finished speaking, an Umbu member burst in accompanied by a ragged old farmer. Hokage-sama, bandits have appeared along the border, several villages have been ravaged. The old man took a few steps forward, his brows knotted into a wad. Lord Hokage, his voice hoarse. I am the village chief of Kamigai village. A villain named Koinu Chunichiro, leading a band of brigands, has turned our village upside down. They steal, prey on women, committing every kind of evil. He trembled as he held out a pouch of money with both hands. The third Hokage narrowed his eyes and slowly nodded. Perfect. Let's assign this C-rank mission to Team 7. Although it's only C rank, at least we finally get to do some real fighting. The boys high-fived each other, thrilled. On the way back, Naruto couldn't help but shout. Kakashi-sensei, when you fight thieves you have to go all out. Why is it only counted as C rank? Kakashi explained lazily. C rank missions usually mean the opponents are thieves or small armed gangs. Once a ninja gets involved, the rank jumps to B or higher. Toshio Chino, however, remained silent the whole way. Shounen Chimbaru. That name kept turning over in his mind. A gray-haired thug who called himself an artist. Neither fish nor fowl, like trying to paint a tiger as a great lion, but ending up with a mangy dog. No wonder his name contains the character for dog. Scum, trash, worse than a beast. Could it be a coincidence? Is there someone with the exact same name in the Naruto world too? He actually wanted to meet this guy. Border of the land of fire, deep in the forest. Flames leapt from the campfire of the bandit camp. A sleazy man with long gray hair was gnawing on a chicken leg. A dark-skinned, sturdy woman was cuddled against him. Suddenly, sounds of fighting and shouting came from outside the tent. What is going on? He shoved the woman aside, grabbed his long sword, and rushed out of the tent. On the open ground, Kakashi led the three genin like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves. The bandits had no strength to resist. Ichino Shun's eyes swept over and immediately locked onto that gray-haired man. It's him. Ichino Shun dashed forward in an instant, his voice cold as ice. So it really is you, you scum. Today is the day you die. Little Inu Chinichira froze, squinting his eyes. Who are you? But when he caught sight of the Konoha symbol on the other's forehead protector, his pupils suddenly tightened. A Konoha ninja. A faint sneer curled at the corner of Chino Toshio's mouth. I want to borrow something from you. Borrow what? Chino Toshio raised his hand and pointed straight at the other, his aura surging like a tide. Your dog head. The puppy's heart tightened seeing the other was only a youth. He relaxed again, snorted, and drew his sword. You brat, big mouth for your size. Before the words finished, 5 dark shadows leapt out from the camp's corner and quickly surrounded Chi-Jun. On the other side, Kakashi and the others were still entangled by more than 20 bandits. Naruto and Sasuke wanted to rush over to help. Don't come over. Aikino Shun shouted. These bastards, I'm enough by myself. Kakashi reached out to stop the two of them. He had a clear sense of Aikino Shun's strength. Ichino Toshido quickly formed a seal. Exiling step technique of joy. A warm power swept over them. Kakashi's team instantly felt invigorated, their attacks growing even fiercer. At that moment, Haruno Sakura broke from formation and ran toward Ichino Toshido. She had been tossing shuriken from the perimeter just now, barely able to get a hand in. At this moment, she wanted to help Chino Toshio out of the mess and couldn't pay attention to Kakashi's orders. Several shuriken whistled through the air. One struck a bandit's shoulder dead on. "You hit him," Sakura shouted excitedly. A sword wind howled. Puppy Stupid Ichiro raised his greatsword high and lunged straight at Sakura. He wanted to grab her as a hostage. Toshio Ichino tried to block him, but was surrounded by 4 bandits. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. His figure flickered, for bodies had already fallen to the ground. This was the true secret art, foot of destruction. A kick pierced through chest and abdomen. The enemy flew out like a burst sack of hemp, exploding into a cloud of blood in midair. Sakura nimbly dodged the puppet's slashes. Kunai and shuriken flew out one after another. A shadow flashed across the tent. A dark-skinned, muscular woman suddenly lunged out and kicked Sakura to the ground. The greatsword of the little dog came down immediately. Sakura retreated sharply, but the blade still sliced across her leg. She let out a terrible scream and collapsed to the ground. Her ligament was torn. Woodleaf Dragon God. Chi-Jun's roar shook the valley. A tornado roaring with entwined blue lightning blasted forth. This is the declaration of Konoha's new generation's strongest taijutsu. Thunder cracked and roared, the storm howling wildly. The young dog was swept up, instantly torn apart and electrocuted. When the tornado dissipated, he had become a charred corpse. Kakashi had just finished the battle and came running at the sound. Seeing that electrified tornado, his pupils constricted. This is Teacher Chen's secret technique, but he's already gone. How could Chi-Jun even fuse it with Raikiri? Shinobi body technique. He created a new shinobi body technique. Sasuke and Naruto were also stunned as they watched. Sakura lay on the ground, her tears mingling with blood. Naruto rushed over and steadied her. Although Aikino Shun knew medical ninjutsu, he was powerless against a severed ligament. Sakura had to return to the village for treatment. The dark-skinned woman had already been bound. Just as Chino Toshimasa was about to act, Kakashi raised a hand to stop him. "Wait, the taijutsu she's using. I suspect she's a runaway ninja from the Cloud Village." He stared at the woman's firm muscles and deep-colored skin. Yunin's shinobi are mostly like that. "Teacher Kakashi, how should we deal with her?" Aikino Shun asked. Kakashi emitted a low, slightly sly laugh. "Ha ha ha. Morinoibiki has a particular preference for buxom women. Maybe we can pry some Yunin village intelligence out of her mouth." Before moving, Aikino Shun formed hand seals with both hands. The ground cracked open, and pale forest white skeletons rose from the earth, blue ghostly flames flickering in their eye sockets. Corpse fusion technique and skeleton resurrection, proficiency plus 62. On the way back, Kakashi carried Sakura on his back. Naruto clung to Ichino Shun, hopping and skipping. "Shun, that tornado move just now was awesome. Teach me. I have to learn it so I can go back and give that arrogant Sasuke a good lesson." Sasuke, walking beside them, snorted coldly, a sardonic curl at the corner of his mouth. A clan's secret technique, would it be taught to outsiders? The last place is the last place. Damn it. How am I supposed to learn that? Naruto grabbed his hair, his face full of unwillingness. Chino Toshio chuckled inwardly. "Unless I transmigrate and become the 4th Hokage, then I'll be your dad." Inside the interrogation room, after Marino Ibiki's special attention, the female rogue ninja finally broke down and admitted that she came from the Cloud Village. The mission rank was subsequently raised to B. However, the client, Hugaken Village, was not wealthy. The payment was pooled together by the villagers in small copper coins. Soft-hearted Kakashi glanced at the pleading look from the village chief and finally waved his hand. Settle it, as a C-rank mission. Sakura's ligament surgery was very successful, but she needed to stay in the hospital to recuperate. The doctor warned solemnly. At least 1 month the injured leg must not be strained. This meant that for the upcoming missions, the team would temporarily be short 1 member. The next day, Chie-Jun slipped into town, planning to find an opportunity to improve his somewhat improper Garden of Pleasures skill. Just as he was wandering near the women's bathhouse, a figure hurriedly bumped into him. Toshio Aikino stumbled, looked up, and instantly froze in place. The man was tall, wearing a striking red jacket, wooden clogs on his feet, and a forehead protector engraved with the character Yo. His long white hair hung straight to his waist, and beneath his eyes were distinctive red markings. The wandering dragon returns to the sea if the sea does not welcome me. Jiraiya, will. Toshio Aikino murmured unconsciously. Kid, what did you say? Jiraiya stopped, turned back with interest. Toshio Aikino snapped back to his senses and hurriedly shook his head. What an interesting little brat. Jiraiya laughed heartily, ruffled Toshio Aikino's hair with a big hand. Then his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the women's bathhouse. He hurriedly disappeared into the crowd. Staring at that red figure receding into the distance, Toshio felt his chest tighten. This man, whose life had been full of dramatic highs and lows, was one of the people he admired most. Thinking of his fate in the original story, a hot rush of tears surged to his eyes. This time, he clenched his fist and swore softly toward the empty alley. I will never let you die like that again. There were just over 10 days left until the Wave Country mission. Early that morning, Toshi woke from sleep, feeling an unusual coolness in his lower body. He threw back the covers and froze. Then a surge of ecstatic joy rushed over him. Looks like my body in this Hokage world has developed pretty fast after all. Humming to himself as he changed into clean clothes, the system interface in his mind suddenly lit up and a new message popped up. Ding. Check-in task issued. Host must earn 5,000 taels of silver within 10 days. The task payment was meager, and the condolence payments promised before the third Hokage had long since stopped. Aikino-shun sighed. The higher-ups in Konoha really have cold hearts. However, he had already figured out a way to make money. That afternoon, he called Naruto and Sasuke to his house. After mysteriously closing the door, Aikino-shun pulled out several brand new decks of playing cards and slapped them down on the table with a flourish. Naruto's eyes lit up. Wanna play Dojiju? But there are only 3 of us. Shall we go to the hospital and find Sakura? Chino Toshio shook his head, an inscrutable smile on his face. From now on, this will be our money-making business. Chino Toshio slapped a deck of playing cards down on the table. The casino in Konoha village was always bustling. Lady Tsunade was a regular, but she was always treated like a fat sheep to be fleeced. The games here were too old-fashioned, so Chino Toshio decided to teach them something new. Jinhua. As expected, Naruto has talent. He figured it out in just 3 rounds. Sasuke, however, frowned and spread his tiles on the straw mat. Wrong again, Naruto said, grabbing his tiles. That's clearly a pair. It doesn't connect. It wasn't until the moon was high that Sasuke barely learned. Naruto let out a big yawn. But where does the money come from? If we open at my place, the winner takes 20%. Chino Toshio counted on his fingers. Sell some food and drinks too. That's the real money. Something to eat? Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Like how movie theaters make money off popcorn. Toshio Ichino patted the apron at his waist. I've got a secret recipe. At that moment, Team 8 were guarding the cornfields against black bears. The Sunset instructor had injured his leg protecting Hinata and was bedridden in the hospital for half a month. The village was short-handed, so Hinata and the others were temporarily split up and reassigned. So when Hinata walked toward the mission site, the corners of her mouth stayed up. The sunlight stretched her shadow long. Being able to join Team 7 for the time being meant she could see Toshio Ichino every day. When Ino found out, she stamped her foot in anger. Why isn't Asuma the one in the hospital? Today's task was to help out at the dairy farm. Hinata squatted beside a cow, skillfully milking it, while Chino Toshio held a bucket to catch the milk. The milk flowed with a rush, and the two of them would occasionally look at each other and smile. On the other side there was chaos when an assistant flinched. A jet of milk sprayed all over Naruto's face. A few days later, Chino Toshio's house was as lively as a festival. The boys filled the tatami mats. Shikamaru was doing the odds. Kiba clutched Akamaru while placing bets. Naruto's shadow clones shuffled and dealt the cards, the rake clinking as it fell into an iron can. The kitchen smelled of fried chicken, and Tintin blew all her pocket money on snacks. Sasuke had long since gone off to find peace. Instead, Ino often came to help collect the money. When the tip of her broom swept over the ledger, she would always glance a few extra times at Aikino-shun. Later, even the adults came running in the dark, and a white-haired figure in a straw hat even flashed past the window. On the 10th night, the money chest was so heavy it could not be carried. The system's prompt sounded crisply. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward: Money Escape Money Regeneration Technique. Chie Toshikazu froze, then was overjoyed. So that means I, Chie Toshikazu, am going to become the richest man in the world of the Hokage? No sooner had he finished speaking than a swish-swish of soft sounds came from the bedroom. In just one night, the entire room had been piled full of gleaming silver coins. He immediately shut down that small casino. What more is there to earn? Isn't it better to lie in a pile of money and enjoy life? Chi Yijun generously gave a portion of the money to the two brothers and bought several neatly packaged tonics to give to the three elders of the village. Although the third Hokage didn't have much time left, the other two elders still held decisive influence over the choice of the next Hokage. Now that I have money, I should show some filial respect to them. 2 days later, the long-awaited mission to the Land of Waves finally arrived. According to the original storyline, this should be a mission to escort the bridge-building Master Dazuna back to his country. The Hidden Mist's ghost, the Mizu no Suki clan's ice nature Kekiai Genkai. Isono Tashin inwardly felt a quiet anticipation. At last I can witness it in person, and that pair of fate entwined man and woman. I too must see it with my own eyes. However, when the client pushed the door and walked in, he was stunned. The person who came was not the shabby uncle he had pictured, but a young woman. She moved with light, graceful steps, as if carrying the breath of the sea, gentle yet strong. Her manners were poised. Her gaze steady. One look made it clear she was no ordinary person. The woman smiled slightly, bowed politely to everyone, her voice soft and pleasant. Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Li Wanjie, and I am a bridge designer from the Land of Waves. Please take care of me. Chino Toshinobu couldn't help but secretly admire it in his heart. Hearing her name, he immediately thought of some amusing idiom. Know something else wrong. How did the plot change? What happened to the promised drunken Uncle Dazna? Later, I only learned during casual conversation on the road that Dazna had been hospitalized for excessive drinking, and Li Wanjie was his closing disciple and also an outstanding bridge-building expert. This change should not affect the main line of the mission. The mission is still classified as Grade C. Chi Yejuan felt somewhat helpless. This is clearly a B-rank mission. Konoha's intelligence work is way too lax, isn't it? I really was still too naive. The next day, the sky was clear and the sun was bright. Kunai, shuriken, explosive tags, spare clothes, rations. Naruto muttered as he stuffed things into his pack. Toshio Aikino had a suit of tempered steel knuckles specially forged by a blacksmith, the knuckles flashing a cold light. Sasuke remained calm as ever, barely having packed any luggage. And in front of the Hyuga family gate, as Hinata stepped out of the house, she heard a cold voice from behind her. Are you leaving now? She turned back and saw her father Hyuga Hinata's stern face. Yes, your highness, father. Hinata only gave a light, his tone devoid of any warmth. Go. Hinata's eyes flashed with a trace of gloom after saluting. She turned and left. But soon, that sense of loss was replaced by resolve. Nichisoku looked up at the sky, exhaled a long breath, and murmured to himself. Was I too harsh with her? Was it right or wrong? All members of Team 7 have assembled. The Konoha gates slowly closed as Kakashi led the squad, officially beginning their journey. Team 7, let's go. Naruto shouted excitedly, bouncing and hopping along the way. Haha, this is my first time leaving the village. Hey, we're not going on a trip. Kakashi reminded helplessly. Idiot. Sasuke tossed back coldly. On the forest path, Hinata and Aikino Toshi were scouting ahead. Her fingertip accidentally brushed the back of his hand, and it felt like a faint electric shock. Both quickly withdrew their hands. Naruto and Sasuke flanked Romanji, guarding the client on the left and right. Kakashi followed slowly at the rear. For several days straight, there was nothing but trees. Not even a bird call could be heard. Teacher Kakashi, what is the Land of Waves like? Naruto asked, kicking a pebble under his foot. A small island surrounded by seawater, so poor it doesn't even have a ninja village. It's connected to the outside only by a single large bridge. Oh, Naruto nodded, half understanding. On the 5th day, they were getting farther and farther from the village. A prompt sounded in Chietoshio's mind. Ding. Please go sign in at the puddle where the ghost brothers are hiding. He knew those brothers missed hidden renegade shinobi, who specialized in launching ambushes from pools of water. 2 more days passed, and the forest was eerily quiet. Kakashi's languid voice carried a warning. It's too quiet, something's wrong. A vein bulged on Hinata's forehead, her white eyes quietly activating as her vision scanned the surroundings. Only Aikino-shun stared intently at that abrupt puddle ahead. He suddenly raised his hand. Stop. A puddle in clear weather. Kakashi squinted. There's an ambush. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward. Super strength painful sky kick. A rush of heat surged into his legs, concentrating chakra in the soles, a move that would shatter the ground in one strike. New mission. Exterminate the ghost brothers within 20 seconds. The sound of water rustling. Here they come. Jun slammed his left foot down, chakra erupting instantly. Monstrous strength. Pain heaven kick. The ground convulsed violently. Mud splattered as a black silhouette, having just leapt out of the puddle, was crushed beneath the strike. Blood mist splattered, staining the grass red. The underworld head immediately leapt out, his breathing mask hissing. The instant he swung the chain. 10 seconds remaining. Jun sidestepped the chain blade, his right hand already pressing against the other's chest. Toshio Aikino didn't give the underworld head a chance to crawl out of that pool of water. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted in a low voice. Raiton. Raikiri. A blinding flash of lightning exploded, crackling loudly. Water became the best conductor, multiplying the lightning's power. The underworld head didn't even have time to let out a second scream before being reduced to a charred wreck in the dazzling blaze of lightning. The battle was completely over within 20 seconds. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task check-in. Reward. Water release water clone technique. Jun felt the newly acquired power. Water clones would be more agile in a water environment, but their range of activity was limited. Although it couldn't be considered a top-tier ninjutsu, it was, after all, his first water element skill. Only the wind element remained. Then it would be complete, he thought. On the other side, Kakashi withdrew his gaze and looked toward the team. Naruto was excitedly waving his fist. Hinata opened her eyes wide, and Sasuke pretended to be calm with his arms folded. A helpless smile crept up the corner of Kakashi's mouth beneath his mask. This little guy is progressing at a frightening pace. He couldn't help but think, at this rate, what else can I teach him? After a brief rest, the group set out again. Bridge Builder Wanji gradually became more familiar with everyone. She leaned close to Chino Toshio and, smiling, invited him. Fighting and killing as a ninja is so dull. Why not come with sister to the land of waves? I'll teach you how to build large bridges. That's a truly remarkable skill. Thanks, but never mind. Aikino-shun shook his head and, without showing any emotion, gently took Hinata's hand beside him. The warmth from his fingertips immediately made Hinata's ears blaze crimson. This time, however, she didn't faint. She took a deep breath and forced herself to stand up straight. Riemenheim felt foolish and turned away to tease Sasuke again. Seeing that, Naruto immediately made a fuss and grabbed Sasuke, running off and leaving Riemenheim looking embarrassed. The next morning, Team 7 entered the borders of the land of waves, shrouded in thick fog. We're here. Rabanji's voice rang out in the damp, cold air. The fog was so thick it couldn't be penetrated. Figures were blurred just a few steps away. Everyone boarded a small wooden boat, and the boatman lowered his voice to warn. Everyone, please try to stay quiet. Only in foggy days like this do I dare take a job. The chill of the fog crept into their collars, and everyone hunched their necks. Ikeda-shun felt a shiver run down his spine. He knew that man, Momochi Zabuza, was about to come. Wow, this fog is insane. Naruto shouted, carried away. Kakashi raised his hand and gave him a whack on the head. Idiot, quiet down. Naruto gritted his teeth in pain and finally behaved. Hinata shivered slightly from the cold. Suddenly, a pair of arms gently wrapped around her waist from behind. It was Aikino-shun. He leaned close to her ear, his breath warming her earlobe. Still cold, Hinata stiffened all over, her heart pounding like a drum. But an unprecedented strength supported her, preventing her from collapsing. The sensation was like being wrapped in a warm sweetness. The boat moved forward in silence for more than an hour. In the mist ahead, a massive dark shape gradually appeared, like a giant beast crouching on the water's surface. The bridge. Rawanki's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. It's the hope of the land of waves, and also our symbol of resistance against Kato. She paused, her voice choking. Kato controls all the shipping in the country. He fears this bridge will break his monopoly, so he wants to stop the project. But his taking me, it wasn't he entirely about the bridge. He wants me personally. My family died at his hands trying to protect me, and many innocent people. Hinata covered her mouth in terror. That Kato, how could he be so cruel? This world is, after all, survival of the fittest. Sasuke cut in coldly, his face so dark it seemed to drip. Chino Toshio remained silent, only holding Hinata a little tighter. Hinata, with me here, no one will dare bully you. He clenched his fist until the knuckles went white, wishing he could find that treacherous Kato immediately and end him with his own hands. Suddenly, Naruto's angry voice broke the silence. Teacher Kakashi, let's just go find Kato and make him pay. Let him taste his due suffering. Anger stripped Naruto of his usual sunshine. His voice was as cold as ice. Kakashi shook his head, his voice steady. Our mission is to ensure Miss Lee Wanji's safe bridge construction, not to shove her into an even more dangerous whirlpool. Unexpectedly, Sasuke spoke up too, his voice low. Purely defending will only make us more passive. If you cut the grass, you must remove the roots. Chino Toshio nearly laughed out loud. He understood now Naruto always charges ahead, and Sasuke then precisely adds fuel from behind. The two of them were in sync like a pair of gears. Kakashi-sensei, I also think we can't let someone like Kato go on. Hinata, usually gentle, surprisingly murmured her agreement. Riemenheim wiped her tears, her voice weak. Forget it. Kato's subordinates are all desperate men. The 5 of you can't take on the whole organization. 5 people. Naruto tilted his chin up, proud. I can single-handedly make over 1,000 clones. And there's Shun too. Thinking of that dark, crushing sea of people tactic, Kakashi's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. But he still shook his head firmly and spoke more seriously. A ninja must put the mission first. Shun, am I right? Naruto turned and shouted. The boatman was so frightened he quickly stopped the boat and plopped down on his knees. You little ancestors, please, I'm begging you, stop fighting. Everyone finally fell silent. The small boat sailed in silence for half an hour. The thick fog gradually dissipated, and the outline of a massive bridge began to emerge faintly. The stone archway rose majestically, imposing and magnificent. Passing through the arch, a peculiar village appeared on the water. Ancient tree roots wound and twisted beneath the surface, dense foliage breaking the water and creating an almost fairyland. Just as Chino Toshio was immersed in the beautiful scene, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Check-in task released. Seize the naming rights of the bridge and name it Chi Ming's Watian Bridge. Wait, wasn't this bridge supposed to be called Naruto Bridge? Why was it renamed? As Chino Toshio frowned, pondering how to secure the naming rights, a holographic roulette wheel suddenly flashed before his eyes. On the wheel were hundreds of slots, each containing a kind of summoned beast: crow, bat, lion, tiger, slug, toad, giant insect, and even an ape demon. He suddenly understood the quest reward was a second summoned beast. Thinking of leading hundreds or thousands of spirit beasts in the future, whether shopping, dating, or fighting, what a flashy scene that would be. Chi Yejuan couldn't help his heart race. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he turned to Lee Wanji. Sister Lee Wanji, you declared this as a C-rank mission, but what we ran into are already ninjas. Lee Wanji trembled at the words, her delicate body shuddering as she looked around in panic. Ninjas? Where are they? Kakashi was still pretending to be clueless. Tashin Aikino couldn't help but mutter inwardly. That acting was really terrible. The two who ambushed from the puddle earlier. He reminded. Kakashi then slapped his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Right, according to the rules, the mission rank should be raised to B, and the pay must increase too. He has indeed been saving money recently. planning to prepare a decent birthday gift for Kai next January. After an awkward silence, the client at his side, Li Wanji, suddenly began to sob. Her tears fell like beads from a broken string, her voice woeful, making people's hearts tighten. She began to complain, recounting the poverty of the land of waves and the oppression by the Kato group. Chattering on, never ending. Finally, she promised in a tearful voice, "We don't just build bridges, we're also excellent at building houses. If Konoha ever needs anything, I'll definitely bring the best craftsmen to help for free." Chino Toshio sneered inwardly. The first Hokage's would release brought order to a chaotic world, and Yamato uses would release to build houses? Isn't our Konoha's Captain Yamato enough? No matter how fast you build a house, can you beat would release? He shook his head inwardly. If he doesn't resist, he deserves to be exploited. The main reason I came this time is to fight Toby again. By the way, give Kakashi-sensei a gift. As expected, Kakashi still softened. All right, the mission will proceed as usual. Chino Toshio took the opportunity to get to the point. I have one condition: this bridge must be named by us. Otherwise, the mission rank might have to be raised a bit. Don't you think, Kakashi-sensei? He leaned close to Kakashi's ear and whispered a few words. Kakashi's eyes brightened first, then he nodded with a smile. Rawanki thought for a moment, then also smiled. All right, I'll discuss it with Mr. Dizuno later. What would you like to call it? Aikino Shun pointed with his hand. Let's call it Hataki Kakashi Bridge. Kakashi hurriedly waved his hand, an embarrassed look visible above his mask. No, that's not appropriate. Ikuno Toshiyuki immediately changed his tune. All right, then we'll call it Aikmina Sata Bridge. The moment Naruto heard his name in it, he jumped up with joy. Ikuno Toshiyuki snickered inwardly. Silly kid, you only account for 1/4. Kakashi sighed helplessly. I was just being polite, and you actually changed it. Afterwards, Sakura learned of the matter and was so angry she stamped her foot. It should have been called the Aikmina Sakura Bridge. After the interlude, Toshio Aikino summoned the system and completed the check-in. He was full of expectation that he would receive a powerful spirit beast. The virtual wheel began to spin. Could it be Taotai Chionchi? Or a divine dragon, Godzilla? Even a mechanical Tyrannosaurus would do. The wheel gradually slowed. It finally stopped. Chi Yijun's eyes widened. Turns out it was a little butterfly. He almost swore out loud. The system gave a timely prompt, its tone considerate. Don't rush, the opening pacing shouldn't be too fast to avoid unbalancing the plot. Next time I'll definitely give you a fierce beast. Aikino Shun sighed helplessly and could only sign his name on the contract scroll. Shadow Butterfly, support type summoned beast, can detect invisible units and see through clone techniques to find the true body. Also possesses stealth abilities similar to the cat demon. No sooner had the words fallen than a brightly colored butterfly gracefully appeared. It landed lightly in Hinata's hair, making her look even more adorable. Hinata was completely unaware. All right, being able to counter invisibility and dispel clones is practical enough. From now on you'll be called Mothra. The wet gravel at the water's edge cracked and crunched under their feet. Romanji's house was deep in the woods. Suddenly, a white flash leapt out from the bushes, a rabbit as pure as snow. Little white rabbit, Hinata exclaimed, crouching down in delight and gently picking it up, her fingers stroking its soft fur. Chino's pupils contracted. He remembered that this rare snow rabbit was a medium for some dangerous ninja technique. Put it down, he barked, stepping in front of Hinata. This kind of rabbit shouldn't appear this season, something's wrong. At his words, Hinata immediately let go. The rabbit lightly landed and darted back into the thicket. She quickly formed hand seals over her chest and took a deep breath. Why not? The world drained of color before her eyes, becoming veins of black and white. She said softly, there's chakra flowing, very faint, but it's growing stronger. Sasuke and Naruto instantly drew their kunai, standing back to back on guard. The sound of the wind changed abruptly. Whoosh! A huge black shadow tore through the air, wrapped in cold, descending from the sky. Get down! Kakashi's shout exploded. Toshio Aikino had already acted. He suddenly threw the dazed Rawanki down onto the damp grass. Boom! A giant blade plunged deep into the tree trunk above their heads, its hilt still trembling. A man wrapped in bandages stood on the hilt on one foot, his bare upper body corded with muscles, striped trousers fluttering in the wind. Momochi Zainokiri. His gaze stabbed at Li Wanjie like an ice spike. Yo, copy Ninja Kakashi. His voice was hoarse like gravel rubbing. Kakashi pushed his forehead protector up, revealing a crimson Sharingan. Demonic man of Kirigakure. Why bother hiding? Hand the woman over, and I'll turn and leave. Dream on. Before the words had fallen, the two moved at once. Kakashi shouted behind him. Manji formation. Protect the client, this is your mission. Naruto stamped his neck and shouted, let me go up. Last time it was all shouju and showboating. Chiejun grabbed his collar and tossed him back. Don't make things worse. Sasuke stared hard into Kakashi's eyes. Those eyes, what's going on? Sharingan, you idiot. Naruto rubbed his butt and yelled. Aikino Shun cut him off briefly. Explanation later. Zabuza's wild laughter came from the mist. What a pity. No matter how strong the eyes, they're useless if they can't see. He leapt onto the river's surface, forming hand seals with both hands. Water release, hidden mist technique. A thick fog surged like a tide, instantly swallowing the forest. Kakashi's Sharingan spun uselessly in the mist, his vision growing increasingly blurred. Hinata's Byakugan also strained to pierce the dense fog. The visible range is shrinking. A warm hand rested on her shoulder. Chino Toshio's voice was close. Don't panic. Your dojutsu will grow with training. In the thick fog, Zabuza's voice drifted unpredictably, taunting like a cat playing with a mouse. When I was in the assassination squad, you were specifically highlighted in the manual, Kakashi. Before the words had finished, a silver light tore through the dense mist, cleaving straight through. Clang. The metallic crash was deafening, accompanied by a muffled groan. Kakashi flicked his wrist and barely caught the slash with his kunai. The impact numbed the web of his hand, and cold sweat instantly soaked through his forehead protector. It's a silent killing technique. Chiejun sucked in a breath. The ghost man really lives up to his reputation. He suddenly remembered the shadow butterfly he'd just acquired. Lifting his fingertips slightly, Masla beat its wings and flew out, the butterfly's wings tracing faint, glowing trails in the mist like beacons in the night. Found you. Chiejun stared intently at the spot where the butterfly hovered. Deep in the thick fog, Zetsu hid a smug smile. The murderous aura he released soaked the battlefield like icy water. Sasuke and the others turned pale, their teeth chattering. Breathing, so difficult. Am I going to die? Shinoya Shun, however, stood facing the wind. The clear sound Bodhi constitution made him like someone standing in the eye of a storm. The killing intent swept around him, but could not taint him in the slightest. Xian dun light of joy. A soft white light enveloped the teammates, dispelling fear. Everyone quickly reorganized. Kuro transformed into a shadow and shielded Hinata. Teacher Kakashi, I'm here to help you. Kakashi caught sight of the boy rushing toward him, and his taut nerves eased slightly. Zanpakuto's pupils constricted, an iron fist infused with chakra was already upon him. He hurriedly crossed his blade to block. Boom. The beheading greatsword emitted a mournful shriek as the concave fist mark was deeply engraved into the blade. Zanpakuto's tiger mouth split open, and he was flung backward, furrowing a deep trench in the muddy ground. How is this possible? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. This brat can actually see through my position. Mosura still circled in the air, the phosphorescent tips of its wings locking onto the target like the hands of a clock. Whenever Zanpakuto momentarily shifted position, the light spot trailed him like a shadow. Putting on a show, Zanjan roared, erupting with even stronger killing intent. Two energies collided in the air, hissing like ice cracking. The mist heaved and receded, freezing cold. The battle enters a white-hot phase. Thick fog billowed. Zabuza was swept away by a surging blast of air and slammed heavily to the ground. The damp chill of the soil seeped through his trousers. His once proud silent killing technique, before this youth, was like a clumsy trick. The rumors from Konoha, that genius. A thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through my thoughts. It was Aikino Shun. 8 fatal points. The boy's voice was without the slightest ripple, as if listing a menu. Throat, spine, liver, lungs, carotid artery, collarbone, kidney, heart. If I don't cut you now, which one would you choose? He was enjoying this hunt, like a cat toying with a mouse beneath its paws. Zanshin spat a mouthful of blood, then leaped up suddenly. His muscles tightened like steel wires. The beheading blade tore through the air with a piercing scream, cutting across at waist level. Bang! It hit. Toshio Chino's body shattered with a sound. But what splashed out was only cold water. It's a water clone. Zambato's pupils suddenly constricted. This kid. How could he? The shock hadn't yet subsided when anger erupted like molten lava. Die! The great blade fell again with the force of 1,000 June. With another dull thud, another Chi-Yi June dissolved into a pool of clear water. Bastard! Zanin's roar echoed through the thick fog. Outside the mist, Kakashi could only hear rhythmic, poochie sounds coming from within, as if something were continuously bursting open. The playtime is over. Shinoya Shun's true form materialized in the mist, his voice cold. Game time is up. He rapidly sifted through usable ninjutsu in his mind. Sometimes having too many choices was a kind of annoyance. At that moment, ping. Storyline sign in quest triggered. Task 1. Awaken the Nine Tails power within Mingren. Task 2. Prevent Sasuke from being severely injured by the demon mirror ice crystal. Task 3. Completely eliminate the evil merchant Kato. 3 tasks in a row. The rewards are sure to be generous. Chie-shun's heart skipped a beat as a premonition crystallized. This reward was very likely related to ice escape. He pulled his thoughts back, his gaze fixed on the embarrassed figure ahead. 1,000-year kill. Amid the fierce shout came the swift sound of air being split. Pyupiu. Next came the continuous, muffled sounds of flesh being pierced. Poochie. Poochie. And the anguished cries that could no longer be suppressed without severing. For the next 10 minutes, the thick fog became Zabuza's torturous prison. He repeatedly used water clones to try to confuse him, but Chino Toshio always, like a scent tracking hound, precisely unmasked his true body. The outcome was without suspense. Chino Toshio shook his hand, looking at the fallen Zabuza, and suddenly thought of that dazzling Mothra. Maybe in the future, an entire family of butterflies will follow me, each with their own unique skills. Why spare Zoran's life? The answer will be revealed below. Tomorrow, Bai will make an appearance. Regarding Bai's gender, this book adopts the official designation and will not debate it further. I cannot endorse certain fanwork reinterpretations. The character interactions in this book emphasize comradeship, not other aspects. The thick fog dispersed. Zanpakuto clutched his lower back, baring his teeth and gasping in a cold breath. But surprisingly, a strange smile appeared on his contorted face. This guy's tolerance was inhuman. Yet after only a moment, he straightened up again as if the intense pain had never happened. Chie-jun couldn't help but sigh softly. No wonder he's an elite jonin. Even in a place like this, he trains to be so formidable. Kakashi cast him an approving glance. Now it's my turn. If I don't show some moves soon, I'll really lose face in front of these youngsters. Kakashi moved first. He leapt at Zabuza like a leopard, kunai cutting through the air. Today I'll make sure you can never do evil again. But speaking grandly too early often makes it hard to finish. Just like falling too deep in love, it's often impossible to extricate oneself. Kakashi at this moment was plunged deep in the water prison, unable to break free. Zan's water clone quietly coalesced again, pressing straight toward the 3 children. Aikino Tashimi understood clearly. Next would be Naruto and Sasuke's moment to make their names. He quietly stepped back half a pace, leaving the stage to the 2 future stars. Hinata's Byakugan had already activated, the Hyuga family's gentle fist stance assumed. She was about to rush forward, but Aikino Tashimi caught her in a hug. "My lady," he said with a wry smile. "If you go up now, you wouldn't even be able to block a single one of his moves." The girl trembled lightly in his arms. "But, watch this battle closely," he said softly. "Your era will come soon." His gaze casually swept across the distant woods. A masked figure stood silently in the tree shadows, quietly watching it all. The ensuing developments unfolded exactly as expected. Naruto transformed into a wind-style shuriken, and Sasuke threw with pinpoint accuracy. Their perfect cooperation shattered the water prison technique. Freed, Kakashi revealed his Sharingan. and the tide of battle instantly reversed. Both of them formed hand seals simultaneously, their fingers fluttering like butterflies. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. Kakashi struck with unerring speed, a surging water dragon charging straight at his opponent. Immediately following was an even more astonishing water release, great waterfall technique. A 30-meter high tidal wave roared, as if it would swallow the entire forest. The children watched, dumbfounded. This was the most spectacular ninjutsu duel Chino Toshio had seen since he had transmigrated. With the Sharingan's anticipation, Kakashi completed the hand seals 2 seconds faster. It was that brief instant that decided the outcome. Every move of Zabuza was completely seen through. Ultimately, he was gravely wounded and defeated. Hinata watched Naruto and Sasuke gasping on the battlefield, her fingertips unconsciously twisting at the hem of her clothes. "We're supposed to be classmates," she murmured to herself. "So why am I the only one who can't help?" "Hinata, you really aren't weak," Chino Toshio said softly. His gaze swept over the teammates at his side. "Naruto can always create miracles. Sasuke, gifted and proud in equal measure. Kakashi-sensei is unfathomable. And Hinata's Byakugan can see through fog and perceive opportunities in advance. Your reconnaissance ability has saved us from danger more than once," Chino Toshio continued. Hinata nodded slightly, a blush rising on her cheeks like a just ripened apple. But he could feel behind her lowered eyelids. There was still a trace of loss. "Don't think too much," he leaned closer. "I'll walk you back and give you a little gift." "What is it?" She looked up, her lashes trembling. "A secret." Chi Yejuan smiled slightly, but his gaze had already turned to the distance. In the depths of the woods, the air shifted slightly. He knew Bai was coming. 3,000 blades tore through the air, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. They pierced precisely into Zai Bujan's nape. The masked youth alighted gracefully, slight of build, voice clear and cold as a stream. If one didn't already know the truth, who wouldn't think this was a girl? Chiejun shook his head inwardly. Bai's acting was nothing short of perfect, bowing, explaining, thanking, claiming to be from the Kirigakure pursuit unit. The acting was good. Chi Yejun sneered inwardly, but did not expose him. When Bai reached out to pull the corpse, Chi Yejun suddenly spoke. "Wait, we risked our lives fighting. You're going to take the spoils with just a thank you?" Bai Dong's was stiffened, the gaze beneath the mask flickering with confusion. Ninjas must also show sincerity in their dealings. "This corpse, how much do you intend to pay?" The air froze. Naruto stared with wide eyes, and Sasuke frowned and glanced over. Bai was stunned for a moment, then actually lowered his head and began to rummage through. A heavy money bag was thrown over. 100,000 taels. Naruto opened the money pouch and exclaimed, 60 taels for a bowl of ramen. That can buy 1,600 bowls. Sasuke cut in coldly. "Idiot." Chino Toshio weighed the money pouch and looked toward the direction where Bai had disappeared. It seems that a holiday in the land of waves can be quite pleasant. Toshio Aikino wasn't short of money, but his companions around him needed it. He didn't want to be a pushover handing out cash for nothing, so he took this opportunity to help everyone earn some extra money together. Can I go now?" Xiaobai asked timidly. Chino Toshio finally nodded and let him go. Naruto jumped up excitedly. "Great. Once the bridge is fixed we can go back. Sakura must be waiting for us." "Look at you, what a disappointment." Sasuke sneered, arms folded. But Tashiki Chino knew clearly the crisis was not truly over. The setting sun sank completely below the horizon, and moonlight poured down like mercury. The fishing village at night was tranquil and peaceful, with only the gentle sound of waves lapping the shore. In Romanji's wooden house, a conspicuous nameplate hung on the living room wall high. "So Romanji-ne really is surnamed High," Hinata murmured. Below the nameplate lay several black and white memorial photos. Li Wanjie lightly touched the frame with her fingertips, her voice choked. "This is my father, myself. This is my mother, not Luo." Ikuno Tashimi glanced at the 2 photos of young women beside him and suddenly felt they looked familiar. "They are my sisters. They were killed by Kato's henchmen. One named Xiaoza, the other named Maria." Aikino Toshi immediately understood, so it was these 2. "Then do you also have an older sister called Sora?" "How did you know?" "Sister Sora was sent to relatives far away when she was a child. At dinner, the savory aroma of seafood filled the entire house. Chino Toshio cooked a dish of water celery and tuna noodles. Hinata slurped a bite of the meaty, chewy noodles wrapped with fish, her eyes squinting into crescents of happiness. Jun-kun, any plans for tonight? Sweet sauce. I was going to beat on no, to train. He hurriedly corrected himself. This was a special term of endearment between the two. After the meal under the eaves, the two teased and hugged each other in a tangle. Their sugar-like sweet atmosphere drew simultaneous TSKs from Naruto and Sasuke. TSK. You too. No one to stop. Kakashi was lying on his back on the guest room tatami, his one visible eye unfocused as he stared at the ceiling beneath his silver hair. His first time leading a team, and he ran into an A rank missing mean his luck was really something. Remembering the humiliation of being trapped in the water prison earlier that day, he irritably swung his legs off the bed, pushed the door, and stepped into the night. Having been traveling non-stop these past days, Chino Toshio had also neglected his taijutsu training. He lightly leapt onto the roof as the sea breeze, laced with a briny tang, slapped his face. Just as he was about to loosen up, a dark figure suddenly flashed across the moonlight. The silhouette made a few hops and then shot into the depths of the dense forest. Kato's people? Chino Toshihido's pupils contracted, and he silently tailed them. 5 minutes later, he crouched on a tree branch, holding his breath and concentrating. In the clearing below, Kakashi took out a crumpled photograph and studied it in the moonlight. The right hand that was always tucked in his pocket finally emerged, the fingertips repeatedly rubbing the edge of the photo. Obito, are you doing okay over there? Today I took Team 7 on an advanced mission for the first time and nearly embarrassed my sensei. But your Sharingan is really useful. It let me copy 2 more water release techniques. By the way, that Akino Shun, he's absurdly strong. Obito, among the tree shadows, Akino Shun nearly snapped the branch beneath his foot. Sigh, why am I thinking about Toby again? Chino Toshio shook his head, trying to drive his buddy's image out of his mind. But the next second, Noara Rin's gentle smiling face reappeared. Rin, the girl who was always smiling, ultimately threw herself into Kakashi's Raikiri. At the thought of that scene, Toshio Ichino's heart ached as if it were being wrenched. If I can learn the reanimation technique someday, I'll definitely bring Rin back to life. He quietly vowed to himself. Night deepened, and Kakashi had already left. Chi Yi-jun flexed his stiff limbs, preparing to jump down from the tree. Suddenly, ding! New mission released. Organize a short play with a Naruto theme, requiring at least 2 historical figures to appear. Time limit, 5 days. The system's prompt tone almost made him slip off the tree. Is this because our training is too boring, so they added some entertainment? Chinoya Tashin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Historical figures? 2 of them? He stroked his chin and pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. These 2 are the most suitable. As for the actor, he already had someone in mind. Moonlight spilled over the training ground as Chie Toshio began his nightly required routine. First he climbed the tree, his soles pressed firmly against the trunk as he ran upward. Next he treaded water, the lake's surface rippling in circles beneath his feet. Finally he did weighted squat jumps, the sandbag on his back rustling. Recently he added a new exercise, iron crotch training. I mustn't be like some unlucky fellow, he murmured, instinctively shielding his vital spot. Drowsiness gradually crept over him. He leaned against the tree trunk and closed his eyes. After who knew how long, soft footsteps approached from afar. A petite figure halted in front of him. Junjun, you'll catch a cold sleeping here. The girl spoke softly. Seeing he didn't respond, she hesitated for a moment, then turned to leave. After a little while she returned carrying a blanket. Chie-jun quietly opened his eyes a slit, then hurriedly closed them again. He felt a soft blanket gently cover him. At midnight, Toshio Ichino was awakened by the movement in his arms. Looking down, Hinata had somehow leaned against his chest, and the 2 of them were holding hands without either of them realizing when. The girl's breath brushed his neck softly. He was this close to her for the first time. His face was slightly flushed. At that moment, Hinata groggily woke up. When their eyes met, she sprang back like a startled little rabbit. Ichino Tashikin, I saw you sleeping. I was afraid you'd catch a cold. She stammered as she explained, her face as red as a ripe tomato. Shinono Tashin couldn't help but laugh as he watched her flusteredly pull the blanket over her head. After accompanying her behind the bushes to take care of her needs, neither of them felt sleepy. They simply leaned against the tree trunk and began to talk. Why would someone choose to become a traitorous ninja? Hinata asked softly, gazing at the starry sky. This question made Tobarama think of many people. Madara Uchiha, who was forced onto the wrong path. Itachi Uchiha, who bore the stigma. Orochimaru, who pursued immortality. Obito, maddened by love. And Deidara, who always had art on his lips. The most regrettable is still Deidara, Ino Toshio said with a smile. If he'd stayed in Awagakure, he might be the Tsuchikage now. As the morning mist gradually enveloped the forest, the two entwined figures were still asleep. In the distant grass, a girl in white was gathering herbs. Sunlight filtered through the thin mist and fell on her, as if a fairy had descended to earth. A small bird gently landed on her shoulder. The girl lifted her head, revealing a face exquisitely refined, although in reality, it was a boy dressed as a girl. He gave a soft whistle, teasing the little bird on his shoulder. His gaze shifted not far away under a tree. Two figures were wrapped in the same blanket, sleeping soundly. One was a handsome youth, with faint dimples on his cheeks. Curled up against him was a black-haired girl, a serene smile on her pink lips. It's the guy who extorted money from me yesterday. Catching sight of the mark on the boy's forehead protector, his pupils suddenly contracted. They were the group of Konoha shinobi who took part in the attack on Mr. Zabuza. Murderous intent surged in an instant. The startled birds flapped their wings and vanished into the woods. Deal with them if Mr. Jean isn't killed soon. He'll be one less obstacle. He crept up silently, two daggers sliding into his palms. The blades pressed against his neck, glinting coldly. Just a gentle swipe. A faint, strange smell of cat feces drifted in. Ah, he sighed, the murderous intent dissipating. He sheathed the dagger and gently pushed the sleeping person. Hey, the dew is heavy. You'll catch a chill. Chia-jun opened his eyes and gazed groggily at the delicate face before him. You are. The other person curved their eyes. A passing miss. Call me Hashimoto. What are you pretending to be? Chia-jun muttered inwardly, but smiled outwardly. Picking mushrooms in the forest this early? It's a hemostatic herb. The man in white pointed to the bamboo basket at his feet. At that moment, Hinata woke up too, rubbing her eyes and murmuring, Where is this? Sweet sauce is awake. Chino Toshio reached out to smooth her sleep-tousled black hair. Seeing the stranger, Hinata's face flushed to her ears in an instant, and she buried her head in Chino Toshio's arms. Shy little ostrich, Chino Tashiki chuckled softly. The man in white said gently, Such a lovely girl. Only then did Hinata timidly lift her head, the flush on her cheeks deepening. Guard, are you two Konoha ninjas? That's right. Ichino-shun casually pulled Hinata closer. With my current ability, I can only barely handle rank missions. He turned his head to stare at the person in his arms, his voice suddenly serious. But I will get stronger, strong enough to protect the most important person. The most important person, do you mean me? Hinata widened her eyes. Of course. Jun-kun. Sweetie. Hashimoto, who had been watching, suddenly stood up. I take my leave, may we never meet again. In fact, the moment the murderous intent struck, Toshio Ichino had already regained consciousness. The stealthy little black one quietly lurked in the shadow of the trees, its sharp claws always aimed at the back of the man in white. June, Hinata asked softly, is it the masked person from yesterday? That person is the one who saved Zabuza yesterday, right? Hinata lifted her head from Aikino Jun's shoulder. He was startled. She actually noticed it too? The Byakugan really is powerful. It turned out Hinata had already activated her Byakugan and detected the chakra flowing from the girl. That feeling was exactly the same as the masked man from last night. He clearly had the chance to act just now, but he let it go, Chia-jun said softly. Hinata whispered, maybe he's not actually a bad person. His chakra is pure, like a mountain spring. So why would he be with someone like Zabuza? Toshimitsu Aikino almost laughed out loud. If he didn't finish this guy off, he was actually kind of charming. He suppressed his smile and looked thoughtful. Everyone is fighting for what they cherish most. Ramanji opposes Kato, Kakashi-sensei protects us. Sasuke seeks to restore his clan. Naruto dreams of becoming Hokage. And what about you, Junkoin? Hinata blinked. I want to build a grand palace. A palace? Hinata leaned in curiously. Ahem, it's nothing. Toshio Chino looked away, accidentally catching sight of her thin shoulders. He could hardly imagine the weight that this slender body would have to bear in the future. Morning light pierced the clouds, and the mist in the forest gradually dissipated. Amid the birdsong, two figures nestled close together. This feeling is really nice. Chi Yi-jun lifted the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, memories from his past life surfaced in his mind. He instinctively began counting on his fingers. Nurse Zhao, Nurse Qian, Nurse Sun, Head Nurse Li. What is June counting? Hinata asked, tilting her head. Ah, nothing. He waved his hand hurriedly. Hinata suddenly remembered something, took out a few banknotes from her pocket, and stuffed them at him. Chino Jun took them and, upon seeing them, immediately widened his eyes. 10 full sheets of 10,000 taels bills. Hinata, what's this? Junkoin, you're too thin, you should eat better. From now on you don't have to run the casino. The implication couldn't be clearer. I can take care of you. As befits the heiress of the Hyuga family, she was so generous with her spending. Aikino Shun no longer lacked money, but he understood well that a big tree attracts wind after all. There was still a bounty hunter named Kakazu in this world. He gently pushed the bills back. I appreciate the sentiment. Seeing his insistence, Hinata had no choice but to withdraw. Yet in her heart, the figure who had refused only grew taller. Breakfast time, a call came from afar. The two glanced at each other and smiled, hand in hand as they ran toward the village. At this moment the coastline had already been dyed golden by the morning sun. Waves pounded the rocks, and Sasuke's whole body steamed with heat. Last night, after he discovered Chino Toshio training in the grove, he came alone to this beach and stayed until dawn. Weariness surged like a tide, but his gaze remained sharp. The palm trees on the sand were covered in fist marks, some charred marks still emitted wisps of smoke. Taijutsu, ninjutsu, shuriken techniques. He pushed every ounce of his strength to the brink, almost frantically. The youth lifted his trembling arm, letting the sunlight wash over his sweat-damp face. His eyes suddenly turned an intense blood red. I will become stronger, so strong that those who destroyed the Uchiha will pay their blood debts, so strong that that man will only be able to look up and gaze. And at this moment Naruto was still wrapped in his blanket, sleeping soundly. Toshikazu Aikino threw off the quilt. He froze for a moment. This guy seems to have grown up too. Naruto, half asleep, grabbed a pair of knitted underwear, pulled them on, and went to the window to stretch in a big, lazy yawn. Wow, another superb day. Charge. Toshio Ichino laughed and gave him a slap on the butt. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Huh? Where's Sasuke? Naruto looked at the empty bed opposite him and shook his head. Aikino Toshio suddenly remembered that somewhat amusing task and said it offhandedly. The moment Naruto heard it, he jumped up immediately. Performance task? Leave it to me. It was agreed it must be me. Uzumaki Naruto. No substitutions allowed. Aikino Shun nodded with a smile. At the breakfast table, Sister Riemann Ki had prepared steaming hot food. Sasuke trudged back from the seaside, exhausted, his whole body dripping wet. Naruto grinned and shouted, "The sky's gone dark, it's raining." Naijusha's limping back. Kakashi squinted his crescent moon eyes, the corner of his mouth twitching as he let out a low, katsu chuckle. He glanced at Chino Toshio and Hinata, lowering his voice. Haha, training, pretty intense, huh? Chino Junichi was stunned. Hinata lowered her head, her earlobes flushed. Sasuke, however, nodded seriously at the side. The atmosphere froze instantly. Nobody asked you anyway. Naruto scratched his head, looking bewildered. Training? What training? After the joke, Kakashi cleared his throat and returned to seriousness. Ahem. The mission is to protect the bridge construction, but if you all get this exhausted, what will you do if enemies really show up? It's worrying. Though he said that, he couldn't hide the admiration in his eyes. These kids were more determined than he'd imagined. Toshiyuki Aikino thought silently. Genius is not just talent, it's also built from heaps of sweat. Even with a system, if you lie down and don't work hard, you're nothing but an empty shell. Everyone, eat quickly, the food is getting cold. Rabanji gently reminded, naturally sitting down beside Kakashi. After spending time together, although this sister was uninhibited in character, she was enthusiastic and capable, and everyone grew to like her more and more. Later, when Konoha was being rebuilt, she actually came to help. Chino Toshio secretly vowed, "Once I learn reanimation, I'll definitely bring your two sisters back." At the dining table, only Hinata still ate somewhat politely. But only Chino Toshio knew behind that well-behaved appearance, she hid an appalling appetite. 2 days passed, and everything at the Ohashi construction site was calm. Neither Zanjin nor Kato's subordinates appeared. On the third evening, the clearing in the woods echoed with repeated thudding sounds. It was Toshikazu Ichino and Hinata sparring. Hinata's strikes seemed gentle, but each palm carried a sharp chakra, soft yet firm. Toshikazu Ichino took the blows while quietly giving guidance. "Relax your arms. Don't make the movements too wide. Focus on my moves. Use your white eye. Find the flaw." Not far away, Kakashi watched the scene, his deadfish eyes twitching slightly. He was stunned. These two, when did they become so in sync? I didn't read that wrong, did I? Itono Toshio is actually instructing Hinata's gentle fist. He admitted that this kid's taijutsu isn't bad, but the gentle fist, that's the Hyuga clan's secret technique passed down through generations. This is just too outrageous. Toshikyo Aikino was clear. Hinata's current strength was still insufficient. The Chunin exams were imminent, and she was about to face Hyuga Niji. He had to help her become stronger as quickly as possible. That's enough for today. Toshikyo Aikino reached out and lightly tapped Hinata's forehead, the gesture intimate. Hinata let out a long breath and raised a hand to wipe the sweat from her temple. At that moment, the two noticed Kakashi standing to the side. Sasuke and Naruto also ran over from a distance. "Shojuin, when are we practicing?" Naruto shouted at the top of his lungs. "Practice?" Kakashi raised one eyebrow. Toshio Aikino grinned. "A secret?" Kakashi crossed his arms, his tone approving. "Not bad. Everyone's working hard." Sasuke suddenly interjected. "You can't expect a teacher who spends all day reading leisure books to train us, can you?" Naruto immediately chimed in. "Exactly. Kakashi-sensei is always reading that little yellow book. Is it that good? Let me see." Several dark lines appeared at Kakashi's temple. Well, he awkwardly scratched his head and quickly shoved Hinto's Paradise of Intimacy into his ninja pouch. "It seems I really need to spend more time guiding you all." Aikino Shun deliberately smiled and pressed. "Then Teacher Kakashi, what are we practicing today?" "Ahem, tree climbing. Morning meeting. Water treading. Got it now. Rock climbing. Piece of cake. All right, let's eat dinner first." Kakashi spun and slipped away quickly. At dinner, Chino Toshio brought up the performance. Ramanji was overjoyed at the news. This little fishing village had little entertainment once night, felt everyone turned out the lights and went to sleep. No wonder the village had more children each year. The next day, Chi Yi-jun didn't go to the bridge and focused on preparing for the performance. He took out a huge white cloth and paintbrushes from the spatial scroll. Then he formed seals and produced a row of shadow clones. He called this the collective painting technique. Haha, develop 4 more new uses, and you'll complete the task and get the reward. At dusk, the beach was packed with villagers. Everyone's faces were beaming with excitement, whispering to one another. This was the village's first performance. A grand backdrop hung behind the stage, a lush panoramic view of Kanehagakure. A simple set resembling the Hokage's office was set up in front of the curtain. Rawanki raised her hand to signal, and the crowd gradually quieted. "Please enjoy," presented by the Konoha Overachievers Troupe, the historical play The Great Man's Conference. Hinata's voice gently sounded from offstage. At first, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, together with Madara Uchiha, founded Konoha. On this day, they met warmly in the Hokage's office. "Please enjoy the performance of Aikino Shun and Uzumaki Naruto." Applause surged like a tide. The script was strictly vetted by Kakashi, and Sasuke also took part in revisions. After all, Madara had once been the leader of the Uchiha. Aikino Shun played Hashirama, and Naruto played Madara. At the beginning, they acted with great involvement. The plot was moving. But halfway through, they suddenly abandoned the script and began improvising. Hashirama Senju's voice carried a hurt tone. Madara, we were once brothers, why do you press so hard against me now? Madara Uchiha snorted coldly and turned his head away. Cut the act. Your so-called peace is nothing but naive fantasy. I built the village and made the pact, yet you repeatedly break it. Why is that? Heh, and what do you intend to do about it? Ban's lips curled in a contemptuous arc. Hashirama stepped forward, his robes moving though there was no wind. I helped you, and you broke your word. I helped again, and you turned against me. Things don't go beyond 3 next time. I will show no mercy. Ban sneered aloud and spat. Absurd. Nonsense from start to finish. In the audience, Kakashi pressed his twitching temple and urgently called for the stage performance to be stopped. Sasuke pressed his forehead and murmured, "Two hopeless idiots." Hinata, standing to the side, had eyes shining as she whispered in admiration. The lines Jun Kuin improvised are really interesting. The whole room erupted in uproarious laughter. This impromptu comedy unexpectedly ignited the atmosphere. Meanwhile, the system prompt sounded in Chiejun's mind. Ding. Performance check-in successful. Reward. Seduction technique reverse harem version. Chishi's face showed bulging veins as he listened. He hurriedly paused the performance. Sasuke rolled his eyes. Two gigantic idiots. Hinata's eyes sparkled. Jun Kuin, you're so funny. Laughter erupted all around. Although it was a bit of a prank, the atmosphere still reached a climax. And at that moment the system also popped up. The latest reward has appeared. A ridiculous quest with an even more ridiculous reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the performance check-in. Rewarded with seduction. Reverse harem technique. WOC. Seduction. Reverse harem technique. This is Naruto's unique ninjutsu. Chie Toshio still remembers the shock he felt when watching episode 683. The battle was in full swing. The art style suddenly changed. 521. Naruto, a technique of a reverse harem. A group of handsome men suddenly appeared. The key point is she's not even wearing underwear. Sakura immediately turned into a pig-faced mess, blood gushing from her nose. The unbearably cute Otsutsuki Kagaya also couldn't react for a while. No matter how awesome someone is, they can still get love-struck. Then she got punched and sent flying by Naruto. This doesn't prove Kagaya wasn't formidable, it only shows she was completely stunned at the time. After all the insanely good-looking boys were gathered together. It seemed there were Uchiha Izuna, Yakushi Kabuto, Yakushi, the Three-Tails Jinchuriki Yakura, the Six-Tails Jinchuriki Bubble, Yakushi Kabuto, Yugo, and Sai. Aikino Shun couldn't recognize the remaining few. At this moment he was thinking, which few should be chosen for the next procedure? Third, Danzo, Snake Uncle, Kankuro, Suchikage, Katu, Kasei. Time flew. A few more days passed in the blink of an eye. Hinata's gentle fists improved rapidly, which made Toshio Chino overjoyed. The bridge construction was also progressing smoothly. Occasionally a few Kato henchmen would come to cause trouble. That morning, Hinata followed Rawanki to the big bridge. Along the way, there were ragged residents of the land of waves everywhere. The people were suffering, destitute, and impoverished. Seeing those sallow, emaciated children, kind-hearted Hinata felt a raging fury toward Kato rise within her. Suddenly, 4 of Kato's henchmen came running from the other end of the bridge. One of them kicked over the woman holding a child. Hinata was utterly enraged. Before Sasuke and the others could make a move, she unleashed her gentle fist. This set of punches was delivered. High-end, grand, and classy. Awesome glass. One person had their organs rupture on the spot, all their meridians severed, and vomited blood to death. The remaining 3 also had their limbs crippled. Everyone was dumbfounded. Naruto was so shocked that smoke seemed to be coming from his head, he shouted loudly, "No way! Is this still Hinata Hyuga?" Sister Hanabi also covered her mouth. In her eyes, this frail girl was far too shy. How could she possibly be a killer? Only Aikino Toshimitsu understood. Some people seem placid, but once they erupt, they're absolutely not someone you can provoke. Burn the glare. This is your way of endurance. A shock ran through Yajun's heart. Isn't this Naruto's secret move to reverse a battle? He clearly remembered that scene from the anime. A battlefield shrouded in smoke. Naruto forming seals to summon a group of handsome men. And in the moment Kaguya was stunned, she was knocked away by a punch. Now he couldn't help but wonder, if I were to perform it, which characters would I choose? The dignity of the third Hokage, Orochimaru's eerie aura, or Kisame's savagery. Days passed, and Hinata's gentle fists improved day by day. The bridge project progressed steadily, with occasional harassment from Kato's subordinates. That morning light, Hinata accompanied Rawanki on an inspection of the bridge. Hungry people curled up along the way, children emaciated to the bone. When she saw a thug kick down a woman cradling an infant, the gentleness in her eyes vanished. White eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light. Before her companions could react, Hinata shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow. As palm winds whistled, the sound of a thug's ribs shattering could be heard distinctly. One vomited blood, and fell the others had their limbs broken. Naruto stood stunned, staring at the girl wrapped in chakra, exclaiming in disbelief, "Is this really the Hinata who turns red just from speaking?" Rawanki covered her mouth, trembling, while Chino Toshio looked toward Hinata's resolute profile. The girl, her gentle fists withdrawn, breathed a little. Her white robe whipped in the morning breeze. The sleeping lion had already awakened. Seeing the body on the ground, Hinata froze. She raised her trembling hands, her voice quivering. I killed someone." Shinichi Chino pulled her into his arms and murmured soothingly, "Don't be afraid. This is a step you must go through. Later, you'll face even harsher battles." Indeed, compared to Sasuke and the others, Hinata's strength was still insufficient. But she possessed the Byakugan and gentle fist, already a true ninja, more than enough to deal with a few ruffians. Her movements were as light as the wind. Those men couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes. It was completely a clean, decisive suppression. At dinner, everyone sat around together and praised her one after another. Naruto waved his chopsticks and shouted, "Hinata, you handled 4 of them by yourself. That's incredible." Kakashi nodded slightly. "That's the point of training. Hinata, you've improved very quickly." Sasuke murmured in reply, Chino Toshio smiled and rubbed her hair. "My sweetie is amazing." Liwanheim served a bowl of hot soup. Big Sister's specially stewed papaya with snow frog to strengthen your body. Toshio Chino suddenly remembered something he'd heard before. There was a young man who drank papaya stewed with snow frog every day, and as a result his chest developed like a woman's. He sneaked a glance at Hinata and muttered to himself, "This kid must not take any more supplements." Hinata kept her head down, her cheeks flushed, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. It was the first time she had received so many compliments. Her heart raced like a drum. If only father would say something like that to me too. At that moment, a soft knock came from outside the door. It was Jinami, the daughter of Dazna, the bridge master. She carried in a tray of delicate seafood sushi. Ramanji asked, "Has Master Dazna been discharged from the hospital?" Tsunami nodded. "He was discharged a week ago, but he left the village." "Left? Where did he go?" Ramanji asked, very surprised. "He didn't say." After the meal, Chie Toshikoshi felt increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. He went into the kitchen and found Ramanji to ask her carefully. Combining her description with his own deductions, Chie Toshinori reached a conclusion. Dazna also set off for Konoha village to hire ninjas. It turned out that before Liwanhui departed, Dazna had just been admitted to the hospital. She went to the ward to tell him she was going to Konoha village, but the old man was drunk at the time and didn't hear clearly, merely nodded absent-mindedly. After being discharged, he immediately set off for Konoha, not even realizing Liwanhui wasn't in the village. Even more coincidentally, the two took different paths and perfectly missed each other. What? The village chief went to Konoha too? But didn't you already accept the mission? He wouldn't have gone for nothing, would he? Chi Yi-jun shook his head with a wry smile. You guys didn't communicate properly. But don't worry, all mission records are kept. People won't be sent twice. Only then did Liwanhui breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment Kakashi came in to pour tea, heard the conversation, and thought to himself, not necessarily. Leaving the kitchen, Chino Toshio took out a small gift box and handed it to Hinata. Sweet-chan, I made this myself. It's for you as encouragement. Hinata gently opened the box. Inside was an adorable rabbit outfit, a pink hoodie with long ears on the hood, and a little plush pom-pom attached to the back. She came out after changing. The whole room went silent in an instant. Naruto was the first to jump up. So cute. I want a set too. Toshio Aikino laughed and pushed him away. In your dreams. Amid the commotion, Kakashi was doing push-ups on one finger and suddenly looked up and said, after midnight, Toshio Aikino was woken by the urge to pee. He stumbled out of his room in a daze, but caught sight of a dark figure slipping past Kakashi's doorway. In the moonlight, the figure turned out to be Haim Ichiryu. Toshio Aikino snapped fully awake, nearly biting his tongue. He stared at Kakashi's tightly shut door as a storm of emotions roiled inside him. Where was the celibate-type male god he was promised? Teacher Kai was still at the training ground waiting to compete with you in youth. The next morning, the bridge construction site smelled of salty sea breeze. Chino Toshio stared at Kakashi's dark eye circles and let out a rustling snicker, laughing in a way that made the nape of the silver-haired ninja's neck bristle. Congrats, Teacher Kakashi finally saying goodbye to the bachelor nightlife? Kakashi blinked in confusion, the expression beneath his mask obscure and unreadable. In fact, Rabanji last night had only been sleepwalking. 10 days left until the bridge is finished. Rabanji still had morning dew on the tips of her hair as she bowed to the ninjas. Please protect it until the end. Kakashi was about to nod when he suddenly sensed the air grow cold. A thin mist, like a cobweb, coiled around his ankles. He immediately pressed his kunai to his chest. The fog is strange. Hinata. The girl's eyes flashed white and veins stood out instantly. 3 o'clock direction. Chakra is flowing. Countless water needles tore through the fog, hissing as their ice blades sliced the air. The shuriken Sasuke threw exploded into clones in midair. The thunder dragon Naruto summoned howled and shattered the water curtain into fragments. When the mist cleared, the masked attacker revealed her true face, ink black hair, framing skin whiter than snow. Prettier than Sakura. Naruto blurted out. The boys immediately fell into a gender-guessing battle, until Chino Toshi firmly declared, he is male. Before the words had fallen, the sound of chains clashing came from the thick fog. Zane no Kiri appeared carrying a beheading blade, the edge cutting a cold gleam through the mist. This time I won't let you escape, Kakashi. A stray dog's howl. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, the Sharingan slowly spinning. White stared intently at Riemann Haim, his threat on rose-colored lips like a blade smeared with honey. Please hand that lady over to me. Otherwise, the ice crystals forming on his fingertips reflected the strained faces of everyone. You will all be trapped in this fog forever. Aikino Shun pressed his racing heart and sighed inwardly. This dangerous yet alluring contrast is practically going to destabilize my orientation radar. Aikino Shun's fixed stare made Hinata's heart skip a beat. This is bad. Don't let this sister lead me astray. Her cheeks suddenly heated. She shook her head, lifted onto her toes, and her figure swept toward by like the wind. The white robe billowed by lightly stepped back, 1,000 cold gleams flashing from his hand. Naruto and Sasuke were about to step forward when Chino Toshinobu stretched out his arm to block them. Let her try. What about us? They said in unison. Haven't you had enough of throwing shuriken, Fuma? Go stand to the side. Hinata's eyes bulged with veins showing as she snapped. How dare you? His 5 fingers moved like lightning, striking straight at Bai's wrist meridian. Bai, as if having anticipated it, lightly lifted his sleeve and sidestepped to avoid it. After several rounds, Hinata's breathing grew heavier. Seeing this, Sasuke and Naruto attacked at the same time, their kunai slicing through the mist. Bai Weiwei paused in surprise. We'll battle. Chi Yejuan folded his arms and watched from the side, his gaze turning toward the other side of the battlefield. A burst of white smoke exploded in the thick fog, swallowing Kakashi's figure. Ichino Shun's fingertips twitched, then he slowly set them down. He remembered that classic duel, the beheading blade stained with blood, the Earthhound's sudden assault. If he intervened now, Kakashi would probably have to hold a eulogy for the lover's paradise all night. Uft! The blade sliced across his arm, blood splattering onto the edge. Fang chasing technique. Dogs barked from beneath the ground. 7 or 8 ninkin burst through the soil, and once again Zabuza was pressed flat to the ground. The boys' battle grew increasingly intense. 1,000 shuriken rained like droplets, but were precisely knocked down by kunai, turning into puddles. Naruto launched a frontal assault, Sasuke moved around to coordinate, and Hinata's Byakugan scanned every blind spot. Nice coordination, Chino Toshio chuckled lightly. The mist suddenly froze, and the air emitted tiny cracking sounds. Ice release technique. Magic mirror ice crystal. Water vapor froze into ice shards, unfolding like layers of crystalline petals, enclosing the three of them. The ice surface reflected countless distorted images. Sasuke, get out. A dark shadow flashed. The summoned beast grabbed the back of Sasuke's collar and yanked hard. The final ice mirror closed behind him, the chill brushing his hair. Aikino Shun clenched his fists, chakra surging through his meridians like lava. Watch me smash these mirrors to pieces. The gale from his punch tore through the mist, roaring like thunder as it slammed toward the ice mirrors. With a roar, Aikino Shun shot out like a cannonball. Bang! The magic mirror didn't budge, but a tremendous force violently flung him back. The bone god armor flashed with silver light, protecting his whole body, otherwise his head would have exploded like a watermelon. This mirror is actually this hard? He rubbed his numb shoulder as he got up. Not even my brute strength could smash it. He finally understood why Sasuke had been defeated so miserably back then. Mist hung in the air, the cold biting to the bone. Not far away, Naruto and Hinata were trapped in a crystalline ice prison, unable to move. Earth-style wall. Ichino Tashiki had a sudden flash of insight. What if I inject more chakra? He sharply pressed his palms together. Chakra surged around him like boiling steam. Then he bent forward and slammed his right palm heavily down onto the ground. Earth release, supreme earth wall. Boom. The ground trembled, earth surging and billowing like angry waves. Kakashi and Zabuza simultaneously stopped, staring in shock. The soil rapidly condensed, took shape, and rose, forming a huge platform 5 or 6 meters high, towering like an arena. The ice crystal magic mirror sat squarely atop the platform. Crack crash. As the platform fully formed, the mirror shattered with a bang, turning into a spread of icy water. It worked. Chie-Jun pumped his fist and cheered. Baiten sat on the platform, dumbfounded. This wasn't an earth wall, this was clearly a small mountain. Sasuke was saved, but Chie-Jun suddenly froze. Naruto's Nine-Tails power hadn't been activated yet. He frowned in thought when a clear, crisp voice sliced through the air. Tashikin Yeno. From the direction of the bridge, Asuma Sarutobi raced over with Team 10, the light in Ino's eyes. Shikamaru leisurely with his hands in his pockets, Choji crunching on chips, and even Kiba Inuzuka and Shino Aburame bringing up the rear. Except for Sakura, who was hospitalized, the Konoha kids were all present. The craftsman Dazuna was also panting as he trailed behind. Could the third have taken on another mission in the Land of Waves? Toshio Yeno murmured. Later Naruto stamped his foot in anger. The old man really is blinded by money. He took the same job twice. Kakashi gave him a chop to the head. You don't have to say the truth so loudly. At this moment, everyone reunited, and laughter instantly dispelled the tension of the battlefield. Ino was the first to rush up to him, her eyes sparkling. Ino Shunkoen, I finally found you. Ino suddenly threw herself into Chino Toshio's arms, knocking him back half a step. Hinata stood to the side, a gentle smile at the corner of her mouth. You took the bag of dog food Chino Toshio tossed, bit it open with a snap. Your place almost got raided. Luckily, Lord Hokage and the two advisors arrived just in time. Those boxes of brain platinum finally weren't given away for nothing. Toshihito Aikino's pupils constricted sharply. What's going on? Shikamaru lay lazily against the tree trunk. Someone reported you for running an illegal children's casino. Who made the move? Tintin mumbled through a mouthful of chips. A bunch of black-clad men wearing weird masks. Chino Toshio sneered, so it really was Danzo. A few ants crawled out from Shino's sleeve. There was a white-haired uncle who was especially powerful. With one kick, he sent 3 enemies flying. Chino Toshio's heart pounded wildly. Could it be him? Suddenly, Asuma's roar broke the silence. All of Team 10, capture Zabuza and divide the bounty. But when they reached the village entrance, they froze. Team 7 had already accepted the mission. From deep within the forest came the clash of weapons. How could father make me take this kind of mission? Ino stamped her foot. He wants you to get credit for nothing. Shikamaru sighed. When the five of them dashed onto the battlefield, they saw a blinding flash of lightning erupt from Kakashi's hand. Bai leaped down from the high platform like a bird, spreading his arms to shield Zabuza's body. Chidori cried out in unison. The lightning swallowed the youth in white. Hinata pressed her fingertips into her palm, tears slipping silently. This enemy who had once fought her had, in the end, used his life to protect his comrades. Ino buried her face in Hinata's shoulder, choking back sobs. Shinotashin took a deep breath. He remembered what would happen next. The Wandering Ninja Legion was about to arrive. System confirmation, overuse of Shinduin. Art of Joy has no side effects. He turned to Naruto and raised his hand to form a seal. The first time the technique was cast, Naruto suddenly straightened his back. The second time, his eyes shone like burning sapphires. The fifth time, the boy began hopping across the puddles. When the 10th beam of light entered his body, Naruto actually started doing somersaults while singing the Konoha school song off-key. Until the 100th technique fell. Crimson chakra erupted like lava, dyeing the boy's silver hair blood red, the air slightly warping from the heat. Naruto's eyes instantly turned blood red, the fox markings at the corners of his mouth writhing and deepening as if alive. Each strand of his hair stood on end, and sharp fangs bared at his lips. A frenzied chakra gathered behind him, coalescing into a massive orange fox head that threw back its head and let out a roar that tore the sky. The sound wave, like a tangible shock wave, made eardrums throb in pain and reverberated across the entire land of waves. Ding! Host has successfully activated Naruto's Nine Tails power. Kakashi's pupils shrank abruptly, and he instantly raised his hand to shield his forehead. This magnitude of chakra. Has the seal been broken? He stared at Naruto for a moment, his tense shoulders only slightly relaxing as he let out a long breath. Fortunately, it's only leaking. The seal is still intact. On the other side, Zabuza, driven to madness by Haku's death, had completely lost himself. Phut! Phut! The sound of the blade piercing flesh was especially grating. His arms had already been twisted and broken by Kakashi. Hanging limply, several kunai were lodged in his chest, blood flowing. But the physical agony was not even 1/10,000th as piercing as the hollowness in his heart. No, there's nothing to be sad about. He's just a tool, he muttered, trying to convince himself. At that moment, sounds of chaotic footsteps came from afar, and a dark, pressing crowd surged forward like a tide. The man at the head wore greasy curls, was short in stature, and massive sunglasses covered half his face. The corners of his mouth drooped unpleasantly, and the contours of his face looked like a crumpled pair of underwear. Even more striking was his all-green outfit: green leather shoes, green pants, a green coat, even the belt at his waist and his cane were green, and he wore a shiny green hat. It was Kato. He murdered a minister of the Land of Waves, gathered a group of wandering ninjas and samurai, and formed a violent organization called the Scandal Gate, rampaging unchecked and effectively becoming the underground overlord of the Land of Waves. As expected, just as nauseating as in my memory. Toshio Ichino narrowed his eyes. Kato sneered and stamped one foot down on by Bingling's corpse. "Hey, you bastard!" Naruto snarled, his voice trembling with anger. Even a corpse wasn't spared that completely ignited his fury. The other companions were all seething with indignation as well, clenching their fists. Toshikazu Aikino raised his hand to stop them. "The last task, leave it to me." His voice was icy and bone-chilling. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. He yanked open his shirt collar. His shoulders trembled slightly from suppressed rage as he took step after step toward Kato. Kato, backed by 100 or so men, felt invincible. Not only did he not back down, he crouched and, with a nauseating motion, stroked the lifeless cheeks of white hair, his face wearing an expression of rapture. Disgusting. Pervert. Faced with such desecration, Zabuza, whose arms were completely useless, nevertheless remained silent. This silence made Naruto even angrier. He rushed forward and loudly rebuked Zabuza, every word striking the man's heart. Finally, The iron-willed man trembled all over, tears mixed with blood rolling down his face. One can see how powerful Naruto's persuasion is. Zabuza choked up and finally admitted the feeling in his heart toward him that went beyond that of a mere tool. At that very moment, Shun bellowed, "Die for me." Before his words finished, pallid bone spikes burst sharply from his body, reflecting a cold, bleak light in the sunlight. His figure flickered, turning into a phantom silhouette that lunged straight at Kadwa. 6 razor-sharp bone spikes, like the scythes of death, pierced Kadwa's eyes, throat, chest, and abdomen in an instant. Puff, 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 puff. At the moment the bone spur was torn free, multiple blood holes on Kato's body simultaneously gushed out dark red blood. But Chino Toshio's fury was far from quelled. He swung his palm, wrapped in immense force, striking again and again at the bloodied Kato. With each palm strike, there was a muffled sound as flesh and blood splattered, until Kato's body completely dissolved into a smear of indistinct flesh. The more than 100 followers behind him all froze in place, stunned. A deputy leader was the first to regain his senses, screaming in terror, "Kill this brat! Avenge the sect master!" A cold smile curled at the corner of Chi Yejuan's mouth. To this day, he still had one secret ninjutsu that had never been used in actual combat. Lightning release, thunder roar. He suddenly opened his mouth, and countless long spears formed from condensed lightning shot out with a roar, sweeping wildly through the enemy ranks like a metallic storm. Wide coverage, a devastating strike. Sasuke and everyone else watched in stunned silence, even Kakashi looked aghast. At this moment, Ichino Shun resembled a demon crawled out of hell. All he had in his eyes was slaughter. A few minutes passed. Corpses lay strewn across the bridge, blood soaking into the wooden planks. Suddenly, a creaking sound of bones rubbing together rang out. Hundreds of skeletons swayed to their feet and silently followed behind Chiejun. Corpse fusion technique and skeleton resurrection proficiency plus 210 increased to advanced. On the other side, Zabuza lay in a pool of blood, his breathing faint. "Kakashi," he rasped, "let me see White one more time." Kakashi nodded silently, bent over and picked up the gravely wounded man, gently placing him beside White. At that moment, a cold touch suddenly fell across everyone's faces. It was snow. In late autumn, snowflakes began to fall. "It's snowing." Zanzan coughed blood, looking up at the sky. "Bye. Are you crying?" He used his last strength to lift his damaged arm, his fingertips gently brushing Bai's cold face. "You were born on a snowy day. If I could do it over, how I wish I could take you to see the snow." His voice gradually faded away, finally falling silent along with the drifting snow. Kakashi pulled down his mask, revealing the blood-red Sharingan. "This time, you won't separate again." He and Asma shouldered the two bodies and walked toward the village over the snow. Chi watched the figures receding into the snow and suddenly remembered his previous life. When he was on night duty at the hospital, he once watched this episode of the cartoon with Nurse Xiaozhou. Seeing this scene, Xiaozhou cried uncontrollably, burying her head on his shoulder and trembling. With tear stains still wet, the two slipped into the empty duty room and comforted each other with their body heat. Aikino Tashimi held complex respect for Fury Irazumu. To outsiders, he was a cruel, heartless traitor ninja in his own heart. He was a hero consumed by darkness. As a Kiri shinobi, Zabuza once truly wanted to change the brutal state of his homeland. At that time, Kirigakure was known as the Village of Bloody Mist. Children were forced to kill one another in their graduation exams. Zabuza himself slew over 100 classmates in that massacre. That was not glory, but his most desperate defiance against the cruel rules. From then on, nightmares followed him like a shadow. He vowed to overthrow the tyranny and free Kirigakure from the bloody cycle. Assassinating the Mizukage was his final resistance. It was by no means ambition, but a resolve to die. Unfortunately, he failed. He became a traitor, exiled to all corners. Until he met Bai, that snowy day, a youth whose gaze was as clear as ice. Now this snowfall feels like the closing of fate's loop. Chieno Tashimi looked up at the sullen sky. Snowflakes landed on his fingertips, cold as if to sever the last remaining tears. The night was as dark as ink. Deep in the forest, Two fresh graves stood quietly under the moonlight. Chi Yijun's figure appeared silently, stopping in front of the graves. He had just completed a special sign-in. The system prompt sounded as if it were still echoing in his ears. Ding! Congratulations! Host has obtained the ancestor's soul. This secret art can resurrect the dead. Chi Yijun's fingertips trembled slightly. He thought of that man who always wore a ferocious expression Zanshin. This man had once believed his heart was already as hard as stone, yet on a snowy night, he took in that homeless white-haired youth. He also remembered Bai, who always stood quietly behind him, like a gentle shadow. Tool. Aikino Shun murmured to himself and shook his head. Who would, to protect a tool, without hesitation block a killing blow? Which tool would smile while spilling its owner's last drop of blood? The system's description continued to appear. The ancestor's soul requires no living vessel. The resurrected target will retain all powers. Can additionally perform switching flowers and replacing wood. Moonlight shone on the mound of earth atop the grave, gleaming silver. Toshiomi Aikino inhaled a mouthful of the night breeze scented with grass and wood. He thought of the lecherous hermit, of those regrets that could never be undone. This time, perhaps it's truly different. He said softly, his gaze turned toward the direction of Kanahagakure. A faint glow of chakra circulated at his fingertips, like the faintest spark in the night sky, yet containing the possibility of rewriting fate. Chi Yijun stood before two new graves and took a deep breath. Spirit of the ancestor. He formed a hand seal with both hands and gave a low shout. A white light suddenly burst from the palm, shooting into the grave like a current. The soil trembled slightly, and then two pale hands broke through the earth and clasped tightly together. Chi Yijun couldn't help humming off key. Even if dead, I'd still love. Soil sifted down. Zai Bujan and Bai slowly crawled out of the grave, staring blankly at the young man before them. Memories surged into their minds like a tide. They recognized the person who had been resurrected. Yijun, Bai Qing called softly, transplanting flowers and grafting trees. Chi Yijun's mind stirred, and a semi-transparent panel appeared before his eyes, listing the two people's ninjutsu skills. Water release, enema technique. What a bizarre name. He quickly selected. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water release, great waterfall technique. Ice release, secret technique, thousand slaying water soar. Iced escape, secret technique. Magic mirror ice crystal. Selection complete. A chill coursed through his entire body. In an instant, he had obtained the ice release, Kekiai Genkai limit. Hurry back to acting. Chino Toshio turned and dashed toward the hut, shouting as he ran. Oh no. There's movement over by the graveyard. Everyone gathered at the sound. Hinata and Ino curiously grabbed Shiro's hand, while the others watched Zabuzo warily. Don't be nervous. Chino Toshio hurriedly smoothed things over. Their personalities changed after being resurrected. Naruto excitedly spun around Bai, his eyes shining. Sasuke leaned against the corner of the wall and snorted coldly. Late at night, when everything was quiet, Naruto tiptoed into the room. He held a twig and quietly reached toward the sleeping Bai. Just want to check the gender? He muttered. At that moment, Ichino Toshimasa suddenly sat up. The system prompt rang in his mind. Ding! There are still unclaimed rewards. Flying Thunder God Technique. He was so excited his voice trembled. This is a forbidden art that can tear space apart, like opening a portal on the battlefield, instantly traversing 1,000 miles. But performing this defiant technique requires 3 conditions: a preset mark, a massive amount of chakra to sustain it, and sensory perception covering the distant area. The stronger his perception, the farther he can transmit. Chi Yijun's supersensory ability has been upgraded. Now he can clearly pick up every blade of grass and tree hundreds of kilometers away. This means that instant travel between the fishing village and Kanahagakure should no longer be a problem. Thinking about today's gains, Toshio Chino's mouth lifted in excitement. On the next day, he was washing up in the bathroom. Suddenly struck by a whim, he wanted to try the Flying Thunder God technique, so he left a chakra seal beside the toilet. After breakfast, he grabbed Hinata and ran toward the big bridge outside the village. Suddenly, he scooped Hinata up in his arms. The girl's body was light and soft, carrying a faint scent of soapberry flowers. Kun. Hinata's ears flushed red, her voice as thin as a mosquito's whine. Flying Thunder God technique. Whoosh. The sound of wind swept past their ears. In the blink of an eye, the two of them were standing on the bathroom's tiled floor. Success. Toshinobachino couldn't help but cheer. He then took Hinata and slipped into the forest, planting dozens of seals among the tree trunks. Shoo! Shoo! They moved like birds in the woods, weaving and leaping through light and shadow. If they were ordinary ninjas, their chakra would already have been exhausted. But Chino Toshio remained calm and composed, completely at ease. When they finally landed, Hinata's cheeks were flushed with color and her chest rose and fell gently. Looking at the girl in his arms whose eyelashes trembled, Chino Toshio felt a warmth in his chest. He lowered his head and kissed those soft lips. 12-year-old boys and girls in this world already knew how feelings quietly grew. This kiss was very light, like a butterfly skimming a petal. Hinata's fingertips clutched his sleeve, even her neck turning pink. Chino Toshio smiled as he let her go, feeling as if a spring breeze had brushed through his heart. At that moment Naruto came running, bustling and noisy. Hearing he could try flight technique, he spread his arms and leaped onto Aikino-shun. Unable to resist the boy's persistent clinging, Aikino-shun had no choice but to pick him up and soar over the treetops. Hinata looked up from below, clapping, her eyes sparkling. As expected, girls all love to see scenes like this. Chi-Yihun shook his head helplessly. As dusk deepened, Zaibuzan and Bai shouldered their packs and bade farewell to the village. Having faced life and death parting, Zaibuzan finally understood what was most precious. He tightened his hold on Bai's hand and decided to settle together in the fishing village to live a peaceful life. But Tashizane Aikino had already turned his gaze to this coastline. He intended to establish his own ninja village in the land of waves. Sunset Village. Watching the two of them walking away, Ichino Toshi softly murmured to himself, "You will become stronger. After all, in this world, those whose bonds run deepest will ultimately stand at the pinnacle of power." Kai and Kakashi's past was even more well known. When they were children, Kai once caught Kakashi peeing, and Kakashi insisted on looking back before he would stop. These two had been off with each other since they were little. Only 2 days remained until the bridge's completion. Late at night, Chiya Toshi dreamed he was frolicking on a beach in Dubai. The blue waves were full of girls wearing bikinis. One of them turned and smiled at him. "Catch up with me, and I'll let you see how deadly my nunchaku are." Aikino-shun swam forward with all his might. The girl suddenly flipped over and pressed heavily on top of him. He was jolted awake. When he opened his eyes, he found himself staring at a few familiar whisker-like lines. "What the hell? Who told you to climb onto my bed?" He shoved Naruto off the tatami. Naruto rubbed his eyes and, feeling wronged, pointed to his own bedding. "It's too crowded." The 10th squad suddenly joined in, and the room instantly became packed. Toshio Yeno occupied a bed alone, while Naruto's bed was crowded with Kiba, Shikamaru, and Shino, with Akamaru curled up at the head. Sasuke had to squeeze in with Choji. Suddenly, the two noticed someone else lying on the floor. It was Asuma-sensei. Isn't he supposed to sleep with Kakashi-sensei? Aikino-shun narrowed his eyes and leaned close to Naruto's ear to whisper. Naruto instantly lost all sleepiness, his eyes lit up like searchlights. The two kids tiptoed toward Kakashi's room. Creak, creak. The old bedboards made an intimate sound in the silence. Gently sliding open the door, Naruto sucked in a breath of cold air. Aikino-shun wasn't surprised he'd seen this kind of scene many times on videotape. But for Naruto, it was the first time he'd ever witnessed it in person. He blurted out in alarm, "Kakashi-sensei, what are you all doing?" Afterward, Aikino-shun shook his head and warned, "Next time you see something like this, don't shout about it. It can leave people with psychological scars." Kakashi had long sensed Rawanki's intentions. At first, he thought she was too bold. Only after getting to know her did he understand that this girl, who spent her days mixed in with the men at the construction site, was only using fierceness to disguise herself. Tonight was her first time. Handed over to Kakashi, Chiya Tashimi watched the morning light and sighed. Some women are like chili peppers, red and fiery on the outside, but hollow inside. Some women are like clear water, appearing pure, yet able to drown you. But wasn't Kakashi always someone who kept away from women? What should Nakai's youth do? Forget it. Let youth be youth. Kakashi privately reminded. Tonight's matter must be kept secret, especially don't let Sasuke's teacher know. Naruto pounded his chest. I, Uzumaki Naruto, will keep my mouth shut. The result was that the next day, even the birds passing by knew about it. Naruto suddenly tugged on Kakashi's sleeve. When can we play that kind of game too? Kakashi paused, crouched down to look him in the eye. When you turn 14. In this world, 14 is considered an adult, able to do everything an adult can do. Kakashi's laughter echoed through the woods. Great. In a little over a year, the Ichino family's plan will officially kick off. This mission made him realize a problem. These children's knowledge was blank in certain areas. Especially Naruto, he couldn't even grasp some basic common sense. As soon as he returned to the village, Kakashi headed straight for the Hokage's office. Third Hokage, the Ninja Academy needs to add a new class. The third Hokage nodded. All right. Thus, Ichiraku Koharu became the first teacher of the physiology class. But not long after, at the strong recommendation of the school's teachers and students, this class was reassigned to Zirahong. The next morning, Aikino-shun brought Hinata and Ino deep into the forest to continue practicing the Flying Thunder God technique. Wow, so fast! With an exclamation, the three of them instantly appeared on a clearing 100 meters away. Aikino-shun happily fell onto the grass, letting the blades tickle his neck. A breeze blew by, carrying the coolness of the dew. The two girls also lay down beside him. Hinata gently rested her head on his stomach, while Ino used his legs as a pillow. The three of them quietly watched the sky, cut into fragments by the leaves. I wish we could lie like this forever. Hinata's voice was as light as a feather. I hate fighting and killing. Ino squinted and smiled. Yeah, it would be great if every day could be this peaceful. Chikino Toshi sighed silently. How much longer could these peaceful days last? He took 3 gummies out of his pouch. He handed the green one to Ino and placed the red one in Hinata's palm. The two chewed delicately like small animals, and soon a steady rhythm of breathing sounded in the sunlight. Ikeda Toshio gently drew himself back and unrolled a yellowed map, his gaze fixed on the southeastern corner of the land of fire, the land of waves. This poor little island nation was a strategic point. To the west, it faced the land of fire across the sea. A single bridge could connect the two countries. To the east, it opened into the deep ocean. To the south, half a day's sail away, lay the ruins of the land of whirlpool. To the north, it led to the archipelagos of the land of hot water and the land of lightning. Any force that wanted to attack Konoha from Kirigakure or Kumogakure would have to pass through here. On the morning of the third day, the newly built bridge glittered gold in the rising sun. Shimingzo Tian Bridge. The 4 characters carved at the bridgehead sent the children of Class 10 into a frenzy. Sakura stole a glance at Naruto and found him intently counting the bridge piers, finally no longer saying Sakura-chan all the time. That night, Zabuza and Haku returned with several bulging money bags. Kato's remnants had been wiped out. Sunset Village is in your hands now. Toshio Ichino handed over the planning map. At the time of parting, the whole village gathered at the village entrance to see them off. I will protect this place with my life. Zabuza's executioner's blade slammed heavily into the ground. Dazuna raised his cup and shouted, by the time you come next, the hot spring villa will definitely be finished. The return trip was much livelier than the journey there. Naruto spent the whole way discussing techniques for training Minkin with Kiba and didn't mention Sakura's name even once. At noon a week later, the gates of Konoha finally came into view. Ninjas patrolling the village entrance were welding steel frames with lightning release, blue arcs crackling by the green belt. Several Chunin teamed up using water release to irrigate the plants in the newly built residential area in the distance. Houses spawned by wood release were beginning to take shape. But Itono-shun quickened his pace and rushed toward the Hokage's building. To him, this scene of prosperity was nothing more than the last calm before the storm. Grandpa Hokage, I'm here to get reimbursed. Chiejun's voice was crisp and loud. The Hokage put down his pipe, looking puzzled. Reimbursed? Reimbursed for what? Huh, didn't you receive payment for 2 missions earlier? I helped you return one of them, so you should give me the money I fronted, right? Chiejun blinked. Although he was already fabulously wealthy, he always kept his accounts perfectly clear. The third Hokage cleared his throat twice, somewhat embarrassed. Ah, yes, of course. I'll have Accountant Xiaoshuang bring it over later. Toshimasa Aikino smiled and took out 2 small gift boxes. First time traveling abroad, brought some local specialties. One box contained seaweed capsules, the packaging printed with conspicuous large characters. Youthful, health product brain dead pills. The other small box had 2 men with distorted expressions drawn on it, beside a line of suggestive words. Shinoishi. New positions, that man. First experience, goat milk handmade soap. Sandai accepted the gifts with a broad smile, nodding repeatedly. What a good boy, so thoughtful. No sooner had Aikino left than Kakashi pushed back the curtain and entered. After hearing the mission report, Sandai stroked his beard in satisfaction. But when he heard the news of Kurama awakening inside Naruto, he suddenly fell silent and turned his gaze to the window. The faces of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki flashed through his mind. Keep a close watch, he said in a low voice. The Nine-Tails' power is a double-edged sword. Chiejun pushed open his courtyard gate, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. The apple tree and hawthorn in the yard had been uprooted, broken branches and leaves scattered everywhere. The flower bed that Ino had carefully tended was trampled into a mess. Someone had painted a glaring circle on the front gate with red paint and written a big character, Shy, in the middle. 2 banners were still hanging on the courtyard wall. You don't gamble, I don't gamble, harmony and happiness follow me. The whole village mobilizes, everyone takes action, fight a people's war against gambling. Chi Yejuan gritted his teeth, his fists clenched white. Tuanzong, you're asking for death. That night, the moon was dark and the wind was high. A corpse of a root ninja was heavily thrown into Danzo's courtyard. A kunai was stuck in the corpse's chest, with a note pinned to it. By the moonlight, Danzo read the cold words clearly. Do it again, and next time it'll be you. Just a few words, but they carried a bone-chilling chill. Danzo felt a sudden chill run down his spine, but was immediately consumed with rage. You insolent brat who doesn't know your place. Wait until I become Hokage. I'll be the first to deal with you. The next morning, some playing children accidentally broke the window of Chino Toshio's house. Chino Toshio sneered and summoned his summoned beast, Little Black. In less than 15 minutes, Danzo's most beloved tabby cat was lured away by Little Black, vanishing without a trace. Danzo stared at the empty cat bed and sighed to the sky. This really wasn't me this time. Why does every bad thing get blamed on me? Kakashi took the members of Team 7 to visit the injured Sakura. Haruno Sakura still needed some rest and could not go on missions for the time being. Aikino Shun noticed that Naruto's look at Sakura no longer seemed as infatuated as before. This is a good sign. After leaving Sakura's house, Toshio Ichino took the opportunity to counsel Naruto. Konoha is full of beautiful women, why be devoted to just one flower? There are plenty of girls worth pursuing. Naruto nodded as if he had realized something. I get it. Watch me. As he was speaking, a chubby-cheeked little girl came skipping over. She had 2 high ponytails, and her eyes were wet and especially adorable. Naruto immediately stepped forward and said in all seriousness, Hello, pretty lady. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, gender male, unmarried, currently seeking a future partner. The little girl recoiled 2 steps in fright, her little face flushing bright red. You shameless pervert. Yeno-shun almost laughed out loud. This little girl looked at most 8 or 9 years old. But Naruto still wore a serious expression as he pulled a lollipop out of his pocket. Little beauty, what's your name? Big brother will buy you a candy. As expected, the lure of a lollipop was extraordinary. The little girl's gaze was immediately captured by the colorful candy. The little beauty's eyes lit up. A lollipop? Really? My name is Meng Huang. Moegi? Aikino Shinichi was stunned. Even adults would go out of their way to avoid Wind Festival Moegi, a new generation jonin who rose to prominence after the 4th Great Ninja War. Core member of the Konoha Maru Legion. Later became the mentor of Liu Kai, Jingjin, and Dai Dai. Meng Huang turned his head, saw Ikeda Shun, and a smile immediately bloomed on his face. Big brother Chiejun. Konoha Maru and Udon also ran over at the sound. The 3 little ones surrounded Chiejun, jumping up and down with excitement. They had once been Naruto's loyal fans, but now they had all changed their allegiance. Noon. The barbecue shop was filled with fragrant aromas. Class 7 and Class 10 were gathered together celebrating the successful completion of the mission. The door curtain rustled and Kai, dressed in a tight green outfit, strode in. He flashed his bright white teeth and grinned at Kakashi. "I heard you picked up a daughter of the sea? Lucky you. Finally learning to enjoy your youth." Kakashi cleared his throat twice. "Ahem, who told you?" Kai haha laughed loudly. "Who else could it be? Of course that brat Naruto. Uzumaki na are you too?" Naruto had long since slipped away, leaving without a trace. Night hung low. Aikino-shun finally had a moment to be alone. This past month had really been driving him up the wall. After frolicking with the Shadow Clone sisters for a while, he calmed down to think about the important matters. It was now November. If the course of history did not change, the Chunin exams would be in a little over 4 months. By then, powerful figures from all directions would gather. Konoha Village will also face turmoil. It's best to take on more missions that leave the village, get a feel for the surroundings, and prepare early for the future. Suddenly, Chino Toshio remembered Sunfall Village. He suddenly sat up in bed and quickly left chakra marks around the room. Then he closed his eyes and performed the super perception technique. Found it. The mark from Sunset Village is still there. He focused his mind and gathered his chakra, activating it. Flying Thunder God technique activated. Whoosh. In just an instant, he was already squatting on a toilet. Sisterly Wanji had just finished pulling up her pants and was humming a song. With a scream, her eyes rolled back and she fainted to the ground. "Oh no, I forgot to change the marker." With this heaven-defying Flying Thunder God technique, it's like carrying an anywhere door with you. For the next 3 days, Kakashi gave everyone time off. Chino Toshiyuki occasionally trained with Hinata and wandered the streets. He also sometimes visited Ino's family's flower shop to sit for a while. But most of the time, he explored the areas around the village alone. He quietly left chakra marks here and there to pave the way for the Flying Thunder God. The Forest of Death, Tetanaka Street, the Valley of Oblivion. That morning, Chino Toshitaka had just opened his eyes when a prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. New check-in task posted. Host, please proceed immediately to the Temple of Fire to check in. Temple of Fire? Interesting. Just what I wanted. There lived a monk named Diru, who carried himself with extraordinary bearing. He once belonged, along with his friend Sarutobi Asuma, to the 12 Guardian Shinobi. He is now the head priest of the Fire Temple. The 12 Guardian Shinobi served directly under the daimyo of the Land of Fire, much like a royal guard in modern times. Diluc's strength was unfathomable. Unfortunately, he ultimately met his end at the hands of Shao, organization member Haiden. Chino Toshiyuki still clearly remembered one of Diluc's secret techniques. Appeared in the original work in Chapter 293. Welcome Thousand Hand Slaughter. When this technique is activated, the 1,000-armed guanyin appears, transforming into countless golden chakra fist afterimages that pour down like a torrential rain. Chi Yi-jun took a deep breath and tried to mobilize the energy within his body. As his intent flowed, a faint red glow rose around him, as if a phantom of an enraged Vidyaraja were coalescing behind him. He knew this was the sign that the enraged Vidyaraja was about to be unleashed. The 1,000-armed guanyin would shift into the form of a Vidyaraja, using blazing red chakra heavy blows to annihilate everything. This move is terrifying enough just visually, he muttered to himself, turning his thoughts to the next leg of his journey. It would be great if I could run into Dilu at the Temple of Fire. Only Zabuza and Haku remain at Sunset Village's base. Toshio Ichino was eager to strengthen his team, and Dadaran naturally became an important target on his resurrection list. But the cooldown for the ancestor's soul remained a mystery. 10 days? 3 months? A year? The system never said. Never mind if there's no cooldown. What suspense would be left in the Fourth Ninja War? He shook his head with a bitter smile, stood up from the ground, and brushed off the dust. Just as he pulled out a map to confirm his direction, the hairs on the back of his neck prickled. He was being followed. Smoke swirled in the office of the Hokage building. The third looked through his crystal ball at the movements outside the village, his brow furrowed. After receiving the report yesterday, he had been uneasy about Daidar's resurrection. Now, Seeing Toshio Ichino sneak toward the outskirts and the clinking kunai in his ninja pouch, he grew even more alert. That child has been loitering near the border lately. Could he be meeting with people from the land of waves? The third extinguished his pipe and finally summoned 3 Umbu. Quietly bring him back. Don't alarm the villagers. The wind through the trees carried the sound of dogs barking, growing nearer. Howl woof woof. A black wolf dog with a visor over its right eye rushed out of the underbrush first, and the 3 Umbu immediately encircled in a triangular formation. The female ninja leading them twitched her nose. The special chakra made her sense of smell keen as a hound. Aunt Inuzuka Tsum. Toshio Aikino recognized his mother. The last time he visited her home, this warm aunt had stuffed snacks into his hands. But now she pressed down on his shinobi tools pouch in a businesslike manner. Toshio Aikino, please come back to the village with us. The male Umbu beside her held a kunai across his chest. If you refuse to cooperate, we will have to use force. Force? Toshio scoffed. He always responded to softness, not hardness. Threats only provoked his defiant streak. He deliberately tilted his head up toward the sky and made a strange gesture with his hand, then drew a circle. The third before the crystal ball leaned toward the screen in puzzlement. What secret sign is this kid making? The standoff in the woods suddenly escalated. Chino Toshio spun and dashed off, 3 covert operatives pursuing him like arrows loosed from a bow. Kuramaru's frantic barking and the whistling of kunai through the air startled flocks of birds into flight. I'm not even afraid if a shadow-class powerhouse shows up, let alone you lot. Chino Toshio caught sight of Inuzuka Tsum about to retreat. An elite jonin already had a kunai in hand and charged up to the front. Inuzuka Tsumashi halted the eager Kuramaru. Her reconnaissance mission was already complete. The other person quickly formed hand seals. Whoosh. The figure suddenly vanished. An illusion? Chi Yijun grinned. Breaking those is my specialty. He swung his arm and threw a kunai straight at the approaching ninja. A detonating talisman was clearly affixed to the kunai. Careful, it's an explosive tag. The 2 jonin reacted instantly. In a flash, they vanished into the bushes. Boom! The explosion sent dust billowing across the sky, and pebbles rattled down. Chinoi Shun whistled. More powerful than a grenade, and takes up no space. But at that moment, a strange tree suddenly shot up at his feet. Thick vines coiled around his limbs like snakes. Tree binding technique? Chi Yejuan raised an eyebrow. The treetop split open a huge pod. A ninja leapt down, kunai aimed straight at his throat. Stop struggling and come back with us. Oh, Chi Yejun suddenly revealed a strange smile and said softly, lightning release, paralyzing electric ball. The other person immediately convulsed all over and collapsed to the ground with a contorted expression. When the smoke cleared, the 2 remaining people were shocked to see their companion fallen, while Chino Toshihiko had long since disappeared. Lord Sandame sent us, so there really was a reason. In the bushes, Chino Toshihiko held his breath and focused. The tip of the kunai gave off a faint glow of chakra. 1,000-year death anesthetic modified version. Another ninja clutched his butt and sprang up, but after only a couple of hops he collapsed to the ground. Done. Chainai Jun proudly weighed the kunai coated with anesthetic. Now only Inuzuka Kiba remained. After all, she's a classmate's mother. You can't very well stab kunai into her, but Kiba's nose twitched slightly, and Kuramaru immediately lunged toward the bushes. Don't hide, child, she said in a deep voice. Come with me to see the Hokage. It's better for everyone. Chia Shunling flashed an idea. Reverse harem technique. White smoke burst open, and 5 naked handsome young men walked out slowly. Inuzuka Claw sucked in a breath, his gaze involuntarily dropping down. The kunai in her hand clattered to the ground. Her eyes instantly turned into 2 beating red hearts, her cheeks burning hot. A buzzing filled her head, and her thoughts completely snapped. Tick-tick. A warm liquid slowly trickled from her nose. Toshimi Aikino's figure flashed, and he vanished from the spot using a Sun Su. Nara Rokuhisa, a Jonin squad leader of Konoha and Shikamaru's father. Born in Konoha in year 23, he is 2 years older than Inuzuka Tsum. Tsum and Nara Yoshino are the same age and as close as sisters. In her girlhood, Some once developed feelings for Rokuhisa. Sadly, Rokuhisa only saw her as a younger sister and eventually married Yoshino. She could only bury those feelings deep. In the original work, Kiba's father never appears. He was presumably long dead on the battlefield. Inuzuka Itsum had been a widow for many years and was in the prime of her life. Now, suddenly seeing the body of the man she once loved, 5 of them, no less. Of course she would freeze up. After evading pursuit, several more hours passed. A grand temple appeared among the mountains, shrouded in mist like a light veil. The ancient monastery was solemn, and a huge plaque hung above the lintel. A system notification sounded at the right moment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have arrived at the Temple of Fire. Reward, Bone Clone Technique. Before the words had finished, white bones suddenly shot out from Chi Yejuan's body. They rapidly condensed and reshaped, ultimately forming a living replica indistinguishable from him. I am Liang Jichao's grandmother. Liang Jichao called me a big idiot. When the clone spoke, it sounded like a rehearsal. The bone clone is similar to the shadow clone, but not illusory. It is corporeal and possesses an independent will. As long as there is enough chakra, it can persist until it takes a fatal blow. Clones can handle chores: cooking, washing clothes, scrubbing toilets, watching the kids. Chie-Jun was a bit disappointed. Multiple shadow clones were already enough. This reward seemed superfluous. But the system's next explanation made his eyes light up. The bone clone can bend light, swapping the positions of the original and the clone so optical devices cannot detect the original's trace. Wait. Ichino Shinichi froze, then suddenly understood. Optical devices? Telescopes? The third-generation crystal ball? That means that once the bone clone is used, distant watchers can only see the clone's actions and cannot see the original's true movements. He was almost cheering aloud. That feeling of being watched at such moments could finally end. Just like today, if he had a bone double, the third generation would never send someone to tail him. If only this reward had come sooner. After all, the old man doesn't have much time left. He strode toward the temple steps. Towering ancient trees stood outside the gate, and 2 enormous stone statues loomed solemnly. He raised his hand to knock, but a young monk stopped him. The abbot is not receiving visitors. Benefactor, please leave. It turned out that the temple entrance was fitted with a sealing iron wall, a powerful barrier that combined a Shikigami barrier and sealing arts, stretching between the 2 stone statues. Only the unique, celestial clan talent chakra of the Fire Temple monks could pass through. Of course, it could be forcibly broken. But Okino Shun would never choose such a crude method. Don't worry, there will be other opportunities. He quietly left a mark nearby and turned to leave. Walked a few more circles in the rain, until the water completely soaked through my clothes. Back home, just after changing out of the wet clothes, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Shinono Toshio opened the courtyard gate. Hinata. The girl was soaked through, her thin shoulders trembling slightly in the rain. The moment she saw him, her eyes immediately reddened. What is the matter? He hurriedly pulled her under the eaves. Hinata finally couldn't help but fling herself into his arms, tears mixing with the rain and soaking his collar. Aikino Shun tightened his arms. The body in his embrace was as light as a fallen leaf. No need to ask, she had clearly been wronged again. He had never liked the head of the Hinata household. Always wearing a stern face, he treated even his own daughter as if she were a faulty weapon. If he had been willing to share even a tenth of the warmth he showed Hinata, the girl wouldn't have had to walk around forever with her head bowed. Fortunately, in recent days, she had gradually learned to smile. From now on, he promised softly, I will not let anyone bully you. He took her hand and ran into the house. Rain dripped from the tips of her hair. She was trembling. Go take a hot shower first. I'll find you something dry to wear. Hinata nodded, then suddenly grabbed his sleeve, her voice choked with tears. I heard. The Hokage-sama is hunting you. It turned out she hadn't been wronged. She had braved the pouring rain to make sure he was safe. A warmth bloomed in Toshio Ichino's chest. He gently brushed her reddened nose. Silly girl. Even Grandpa Hokage wouldn't do anything to me. She finally turned her tears into a smile. He hesitated for a moment while rummaging in the bedroom, then finally pulled out his oversized t-shirt. When he turned back, he saw Hinata still standing there, twisting her fingers. I'm sorry. I got your shirt wet too. He smiled and ruffled her hair. I'm glad you could come. What a good girl, so good it hurts. How could that idiot Naruto not see such gentleness? Hinata suddenly bowed her head, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. How about we wash together? Toshio Aikino froze where he stood. What did you say? The girl's ear tips immediately flushed blood red. I'm afraid you'll catch a cold. How about we wash with our clothes on? Chino Toshikazu froze, almost laughing out loud. Wash with clothes on. This girl's train of thought was truly peculiar. But he immediately understood this was Hinata's clumsy yet sincere concern. Okay. He smiled and took her hand, heading toward the bathroom. The moment the door opened, a foul odor hit them. Wait. Toshio Aikino rushed into the bathroom and found evidence left in the toilet. No guessing needed, it had to be that bastard Naruto's doing. Uzumaki Naruto, he shouted into the air. Sucking up his ramen, Naruto suddenly sneezed, his ears tingled. Weird, who's talking about me? After finishing the cleanup, Toshio Aikino finally invited Hinata in. The girl's steps were a little hesitant. When she stepped into the bathroom, she couldn't help but draw in a breath, her eyes instantly widening. The toilet, crafted from gold, reflected the light's gems on the ceiling glittered like stars. A huge whirlpool bathtub shimmered with waterlight, and beside it sat a leather two-seater sofa. There was even a standalone steam room, its glass roof able to open completely to gaze up at the night sky. I've never seen any of this. Hinata stood dumbfounded, her voice as soft as a feather. Chino Tashimi smiled as he finished running the hot water, watching her edge into the tub like a cautious kitten. He sat down too, and the warm water immediately soaked through their clothes. He wrapped his arms gently around her from behind, feeling her slight tremble. His hand slid across her waist, inadvertently brushing the curve of her back. The sensation from his palm reminded him of knowledge from his previous life. She was still an inexperienced girl. Junjun, her voice trembled. Can we wait until after the coming-of-age ceremony at 14? He tightened his arms, his chin resting lightly on the top of her head. I respect you, and I am willing to wait. He truly was not in a hurry. This body had not yet fully matured. Jun-kun, you're bleeding from the nose. Hinata suddenly exclaimed. Maybe a bit anemic. Toshio Ike hurriedly got up, splashing water everywhere. He quickly left the bathroom, leaving Hinata blushing alone. After confirming the door was locked, Hinata finally took off her soaked clothes and enjoyed a relaxing shower. The hot water caressed her skin, making her hum to herself. Standing in front of the foggy mirror, she tilted her head and examined herself. It seems I've grown a little more. I hope I won't become as burdensome as Mom. After her shower, she curiously examined the smart toilet. The warm water flow and the heated air drying these novel experiences made her exclaim repeatedly. So you actually don't need toilet paper at all. Leaving the bathroom scented, she put on Aikino-shun's oversized t-shirt. The fabric swayed gently with her movements, the faintly visible curves causing Aikino-shun, busy in the kitchen, to gasp and catch his breath as he turned his head. He quickly turned back to face the stove, roaring inward. This is the true ultimate seduction technique. The open kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Aikino-shun, wearing an apron, was busy preparing their first candlelit dinner together. 40 minutes later, the table was laden with delicate Western dishes, sizzling black pepper steak, creamy mashed potatoes, steaming pasta, richly fragrant mushroom soup, and a colorful fruit salad. Every dish was a brand new experience Hinata had never seen before. A white lace tablecloth covered the table, and a single red rose stood in a small vase at the center. A silver candlestick flickered nearby. Since they were underage, they drank grape juice instead of wine. Turn off the lights. As soon as he finished speaking, the dining room fell into darkness. The moment the match was struck, the candle flame flickered. The ceiling suddenly turned into a starry sky, countless points of light sparkling like crushed diamonds. And Hinata on the sofa had long since fallen asleep. Toshio Chino stepped closer to study her. Her thick eyelashes rested like butterfly wings, the corners of her mouth curved with a childlike arc. He leaned down and kissed those lips, not a brief touch and withdraw, but a lingering, deep kiss. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking tore through the silence. Damn it, Chia Jun gritted his teeth. Outside the door stood Naruto holding an umbrella, waving the movie ticket and cheering. The Princess Wind and Cloud's Grand Adventure. Tickets for the day after tomorrow. It's just a movie. Is that necessary? The lead actress is Fujikaze Fuyua. The name made Toshikazu Ichino startle. In his mind appeared the actress a few years older than them, the gentle, sun-warm elder sister whose smile was more fragrant than flowers and more lustrous than jade. Her true identity was Princess Kazahana Koiki of the Land of Snow, the woman who in the movie version needs Naruto's help to regain her throne. After the movie, you'll meet her and unlock the Snow Country instance. If you could recruit her to join Sunset Village. What are you spacing out for? Naruto leaned in and asked. Chino Toshio snatched the ticket and shoved the person out. Go play with Sasuke, I'm busy today. Back inside, Hinata rubbed her eyes and asked, Is it Naruto-kun? Let him in, she said, smiling softly. It's the most fun watching you two bicker. She really does hide the soul of a Fujoshi. While eating, Hinata chewed with small bites, but couldn't help praising how delicious the food was. Toshio Aikino laughed and called her out. No need to be reserved with me. Eat as much as you want. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Really? In the end, he used shadow clones to cook 3 times in a row. The plates piled into a small mountain, directly smashing the record with 46 bowls of ramen. After seeing Hinata off late at night, Toshio Ichino rubbed the movie ticket and stared out the window. The stub rustled between his fingers in the bitterly cold northwest, thousands of kilometers away where the land of snow lay. Toshio Ichino rolled over and sat up. He sat cross-legged on the bed and began to upgrade the super perception technique. Beginner level, perception range of a dozen or so kilometers. Intermediate, 500 kilometers, that's the current level. Advanced, 2,000 kilometers. And God level, perception reaches everywhere. Now that's what you call super perception. Fortunately, leveling up wasn't too difficult. But the further he went, the more his mind buzzed, full of crackling, popping noise. The next day, the holiday ended. Class 7 returned to duty, and a new mission began. Ishino Shunki woke up late because he upgraded too late last night. He ran all the way toward the mission office. Around the corner, bam! He collided full-on with a plump middle-aged woman. She was the owner of the bathhouse. She also ran quickly, and a photo slipped out from her arms. Aikino Toshio bent over and picked it up. The photo showed the broad back of a burly man. Red sleeveless jacket, gray long robe, a head of messy white hair. That person was squatting on the big tree beside the bathing pool, holding a telescope. Well, I'll be. Jiraiya? What is this boss lady doing with his photo? Could it be that she's about to post a task to catch a peeping Tom? Chi Yijuanshin made a move in his mind and reached out to stop her. At the entrance to the task hall, the bathhouse proprietress was broad-shouldered and imposing, glaring fiercely. She was about to go in and post a task. Want a peeping old pervert? Chi Yijun took a step and stood in front of her. Leave this task to me, free of charge. I guarantee he won't come back. The landlady's eyes widened as she recognized him. She immediately put her hands on her hips and burst out cursing. Aren't you that kid from Kabukicho? That bastard who even dared to kill teacher? Still dare to speak up for that old pervert? You and that fox demon boy barged into the women's bathhouse last time too, didn't you? You're no good either. At #%. Chi Yejuan was stunned by the scolding. There are such fierce women even in the Naruto world. He remembered that when he used to watch the anime, he envied Naruto for being able to sneak into the girl's bath. After crossing over, of course he had to experience it himself. That day he and Naruto transformed into girl appearances, and Naruto forgot to shave his beard again. Any fat? Do you really have to issue a task to capture him? Your mom's the one who's fat. Chi Yijun felt anger rising, but he couldn't make a move. Ninja Manual, Article 17. Use of ninjutsu on civilians is prohibited. Moreover, 2 covert agents were even standing at the entrance. The landlady wouldn't budge, her verbal evasions were useless. Chino Toshio lowered his voice and issued a final warning. Listen carefully. The moment you set foot in the mission premises, I guarantee your bathhouse won't still be open tomorrow. The boss's wife glared at him fiercely and spat out, Baga Yoroku. Well, damn, he ran into a tough one. Chino Toshio stood frozen in place. Actually, he knew very well that even if the mission was announced, The third wouldn't do anything to Jiraiya. That old man himself often used a crystal ball to spy on the bathhouse. But once the incident came to light, Konoha Weekly would never let that kind of gossip go. I heard they were preparing a 30th anniversary special issue, and were even going to make a Konoha pervert rankings. Chino Toshiya didn't want Jiraiya to become the village's laughingstock. Besides, Jiraiya just liked looking at beautiful women compared to those real perverts. He was practically a gentleman. Lecherous, but with limits. That was the real Jiraiya. Night fell, and the streetlights came on. On the way to the bathhouse, groups of women who had just finished work walked in twos and threes. Just as Chino Toshitaka slipped up to the bathhouse door, the sharp-eyed proprietress caught him red-handed. She grabbed a large pair of scissors and rushed out, shouting, "Brat, you still dare to come? I'll cut that thing of yours off." Chi Yejuan stuck out his tongue and turned to run. He ducked behind the corner and glanced left, and right there were no patrolling guards. So he quickly formed a seal, and a sizzling lightning release egg ball shot toward the proprietress. "Let you taste it too, you stinky hag." He wandered around nearby and finally spotted that familiar white-haired figure among the branches of a large tree. Chie-Jun leaped up. Jiraiya hurriedly hid the telescope behind him. He only relaxed when he saw it was him, scratched his head, and chuckled. "You're the one, that kid from the casino." "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Chie-Jun deliberately blinked. "Ahem. Moon-gazing, moon-gazing." Chie-Jun smiled, reached into Doraemon's pocket, and pulled out two items. One was a military camouflage vest. "Your bright red vest is way too conspicuous, isn't it? Hiding in the bushes looking like a hanging lantern." The other is an exquisitely compact pair of binoculars, military grade, and a limited edition. "That antique of yours. Half of it is sticking out of the leaves. I can see it clearly from down here." Jiraiya took the new binoculars skeptically, focusing on the shops in the distance. Distance display, 810 meters. He slowly increased the magnification until he could clearly read the large characters on the sign, Yalong Adult Novelty Shop. "This for me." His eyes lit up. Chi-Jun nodded. "Last time the casino was raided and all our goods were seized. I'm grateful for your help." The two of them sat in the tree talking animatedly, getting more and more in sync as they spoke. Chino Toshio simply invited him to come over to his house. When they left, the bathhouse madam was still slumped on the floor, her face flushed, her whole body weak, muttering, "This after effect is just too strong." Back home, Chino Toshio set out fine wine and dishes, and even took a bottle of 1982 Lafite from his space. Jiraiya drank until his face was flushed, smacking his lips as he said, "If only your Granny Tsunade were here too." After the meal, Chino Toshio also gave him a VCD player and a VCD of the Jade Purse Remastered. "Awesome. This is such an inspiration for my new book." Before leaving, Chie-Jun took the opportunity to make a small request. "Uncle, I heard you have a super powerful summoning technique that can call a giant toad. Could you show me?" Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing and led him into the yard. He formed hand seals, pressed down on the ground, and shouted loudly, "Spirit summoning art, the technique to crush street vendors." The ground trembled slightly, but what appeared before Chi-Yejuan's eyes was a palm-sized little toad. "Haraha, why is it so small? I want to see a big one." Chi-Yejuan shouted excitedly. "A big one? Wouldn't that crush the house?" Jiraiya patted his shoulder. "It's getting late. I should be going." "Thank you for your gift, little guy." "Uncle, can you come often from now on?" Jiraiya paused, turned, and gave him a tight hug. "Come on, kid." Jiraiya's figure disappeared at the courtyard gate. For some reason, that brat always stirred a strange warmth in his chest. Aikino-shun waited until he was sure he had gone far before immediately springing into action. In the night, the Konoha Weekly building was quiet. He slipped into the editor-in-chief's office like a falling leaf, noiseless. On the desk, that special issue manuscript lay still. His gaze skimming the headline, Chino-shun's whole body stiffened. The top 10 lectures of Konoha. Rank 1, Shiman Shingai. Rank 2, Ito Kanki. Third, Jiraiya. In fourth place, a glaring red slash ferociously struck through the name Sarutobi Hishigata. A flicker of flame leapt from Ichino Toshio's fingertips, turning the manuscript pages to ash. Afterwards, he slipped into the editor-in-chief's mansion. Under the moonlight, he formed hand seals with both hands. The art of the harem. 3 beguiling figures appeared out of thin air, a cloying sweetness spreading around. The editor-in-chief's eyes went blank as they coaxed him onto the bed. Just as his coat was being removed, flashbulbs suddenly popped all around the room. Several burly men holding cameras rushed out from the shadows and started furiously snapping photos of the disheveled editor-in-chief. The shutters clicked and clacked, capturing every awkward angle. Luckily, the action was fast enough the editor-in-chief hadn't had time to do more. But Chino Toshio still felt his stomach churn, forcing down the urge to vomit. Jiraiya's name finally disappeared from that unlucky list. A few days later, a grand sign was erected on the outskirts of Konoha, Shun's Bath, Hot Spring Resort. Not only were there hot springs, but also a spa and a water song hall. Yet the prices were shockingly cheap. Toshio Chino launched an enticing package, a bath with a complimentary buffet plus special massage therapy, offered in 3 tiers: standard, premium, and supreme. Business immediately boomed, and the village's old public bath soon shut its doors. Above the women's bath area of the resort hid a hydrological observation station. Behind the one-way glass, the view was excellent. This place was a secret known to only 2 people, Toshio Chino and Jiraiya, whom he had brought along. He didn't tell Naruto that Kid's mouth was faster than a strainer. The day after Jiraiya left, Team 7 resumed the dull D rank missions. 2 days later, Toshio Aikino walked into the cinema with Hinata and Ino. The banner for the Princess of Storm's grand adventure was bright and eye-catching. He remembered the last disastrous time watching Brokeback Mountain with Naruto. That guy loudly commented and spoiled everything from start to finish, nearly getting them expelled by an angry audience. This time, he resolutely shook Naruto off. The price was shoving a movie DVD into his hands. At the same time, the Hokage's office erupted into chaos. The 3rd Hokage tossed a mission scroll to Kakashi. A rank mission: escort movie star Fuji Kazuyuki to the Land of Snow until filming is completed. The pay is generous, which means the risk is considerable. Kakashi stared at the 3 characters' Land of Snow, his gaze dazed. 10 years ago, that frozen wasteland, that little girl. Bang! The door was slammed open. Asuma Sarutobi rushed in, out of breath. "Father, you must give this mission to me." He was an ardent fan of Fujikaze Yuki. Kakashi rubbed his chin. He needed the money. In 2 months, it would be Kai's birthday, and he might also have to buy baby formula in the future. Asuma, seeing his father hesitate, actually ripped off his headscarf and yelled, straining his neck, "If you don't give it to me, I'll renounce the world and join the monastery, go live at the fire temple with Chiriku, and never marry in this life." This rugged man with a face full of stubble, at this moment in front of the 3rd, looked as aggrieved as a child denied candy. Kakashi remained silent. He propped half his face up lazily, his deadfish eyes rolling as he tossed out a line coldly. "A tree without bark cannot live. A person without shame is invincible in the world." His tone was flat, yet it carried an air of calculated showiness. He kept reminding himself, "You're at an age where you can't be willful anymore. You have to put on an act when necessary, like Sasuke." "Who's being shameless?" The other immediately bristled. "I clearly accepted the mission first. %#%%#." They exchanged barbs, shouting until their faces were flushed. The 3rd generation rubbed his temples on the side, suffering a splitting headache. In the end, he sighed and once again played peacemaker. "Ahem, stop arguing. Whether it's a white cat or a black cat, the one that catches mice is a good cat." He thought for a moment and made his decision. "How about this? Both classes take the job together, treat it as a chance to train teamwork." Kakashi immediately asked, "How will the reward be split?" Asuma waved his hand generously, with a bit of a young master's frankness. "You take 70%, we take 30. I'm just happy to escort the little idol." Anyway, although the students in his class weren't born into wealthy families, they never lacked money. As he spoke, stars almost appeared in his eyes. Kakashi snorted in his heart. "Look at how little ambition you have." He then turned and passed those words to Naruto. Naruto turned his head and told Kurenai. Kurenai got furious the moment she heard it. She twisted Asuma's ear while scolding him. "You want to go with Deidara, huh? I'll let you go. I'll make sure you go properly." As a result, Asuma knelt on the washboard all night that evening. At the same time, the movie with Chino Toshi also ended. The three of them followed the crowd toward the exit. Just then, Chino Toshi caught sight of a girl with a bun and wearing a pink chipao. Looks sweet in appearance, with a soft, syrupy voice. Appears lively and adorable, but fights fiercely like a little leopard. Known as the Mobile Armory, a steel fortress on the battlefield. It's Tian. He was just about to step forward and say hello when the crowd of people leaving surged over. When he looked up again, Tintin's figure had already been swallowed by the crowd. Luckily, Hinata and Ino were pressed up against him on his left and right, so they weren't separated by the flow of people. Was the movie good? Toshio Ichino asked. Hinata replied softly, Princess Fune, very brave. Ino laughed out loud. I just love watching fight scenes, they're so thrilling. Chino Toshikazu held one in each hand, feeling warm and content inside. He had a dream, to create a lively, bustling big family. Brotherly love runs deep, sisterly harmony prevails. Everyone loves one another like branches on the same tree. When the bark is peeled, the fibers still hold. Because of this, he even hung a calligraphic motto in his bedroom to encourage himself. To be able to move among many women and still make them as close as sisters, that is the true skill. Though he was still some days short of 14, Chi Yijun had quietly begun to practice this art. His goal is to become Wei Xiaobao of the Naruto world. Free-spirited, bold in love and hate, never pretending. In the afternoon, all members of Class 7 and Class 10 gathered. Kakashi and Asuma announced the news of the joint mission. Except for Sakura, all the other Xiaoqiang will participate. When everyone heard that, the cheers almost lifted the roof. This isn't a mission, it's clearly an all-expenses-paid trip. Remember to bring the flying chess. What? Bring a Ludo set. Ike no Shun must have packed playing cards and mahjong. I heard over there they can freeze people into popsicles. You should wear several pairs of thermal underwear. Did you bring heat pads? Oh my, what is that smell? Woof woof. Ding Ci cheerfully munched on chips with a thunderous fart exploding. The crowd immediately surged toward the door like startled sparrows. Chi Yijun couldn't help but laugh. As a child, on the eve of every spring outing he would toss and turn excitedly under the covers until dawn. After dispersing, everyone packed their things and prepared to set out 2 days later. Twilight deepened, and the lanterns of the Konoha Sailors' Bar swayed in the wind. The girl in the gray jacket sat alone in the corner. The sake flask was already half empty. Her black hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, making her skin seem even more translucent. Although she was only 16, in this world she had long since shed her naivety. She is none other than the top movie star Fujike's Yuki, the exiled princess of the snow country. Her cheeks were flushed now, her gaze hazy, and her fingertips unconsciously traced the rim of the cup. The boys at the next table exchanged glances, closing in slowly like hyenas eyeing their prey. The leader, a boy with slanted eyes, reached out to put his hand on her shoulder. Feng Hua Xiaoxua suddenly looked up, her drunkenness startled awake by a third. Get lost. Suna Hyuga grinned, showing yellowed teeth. Big star, don't be scared, we're all adults now. He deliberately dragged out the last syllable, saliva nearly splashing into the wine glass. The wooden door creaked open. Toshio Chino stood in the doorway against the light, his shadow stretching long. Suna Hyuga, wasn't the beating last time painful enough? Suna's face went pale in an instant, like a field mouse that had seen a hawk, and he and his cronies scrambled out of the bar. Busybody. Feng Hua Xiaoxua tightened her grip on the wine glass, her knuckles whitening. Chino Toshio froze. The girl's eyes still held tears, yet she forced a fierce expression, like a fluffed-up ferret. No one expected that this night, filled with the scent of liquor, would become the starting point where destinies intersect. Konoha Bar, shrouded in smoke. Toshio Ichino's gaze fell on Fubuki Koyuki. She was reclining against the bar, her curves more pronounced than Hinata's, like a ripe piece of fruit. Are you Miss Fuji Fubuki? His voice was gentle. Fubuki Koyuki lifted her head, her eyelashes trembled, and her eyes seemed veiled with mist. Yes, but I'm not a miss anymore. Thank you for earlier. Toshio Ichino tugged at the corner of his mouth. Toshio Ichino, Konoha ninja, ordered to escort you back to your country. Please come with me to the studio. We depart the day after tomorrow. He knew clearly this was her fifth escape. Fenghua Xiaoxua looked at him drunkenly. Huh. Another brat using the ninja name to hit on people? Earlier on set, she had just chased off a blonde, bearded man. You Konoha. Specialize in taking children as ninjas? She sneered. Chi Yijun suddenly leaned down, hot breath spraying at her ear. Don't call me brat. Small in size but big in spirit, haven't you heard? Fenghua Xiaoxue was taken aback. She met his gaze. Those eyes were clear but bottomless, gentleness hiding a blade. Not like a youth at all. Her heart skipped, and she shook her head. I don't want to go back. I'd rather die. Before she finished speaking, her body went limp and she collapsed onto the bar. Chi Yejuan hoisted her onto his shoulder. No one in the bar dared stop him. He strode straight out the door. In the studio, the short agent San Taifu hurried over. Thank you. Could you please take her to the cabin to rest? Chino Toshio nodded. The cabin was dim. He gently laid her on the bed and pulled the cover up. Just as he was about to leave, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Fenghua Xiaoxue half opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed. Little one, keep sister company for a drink. Chino Toshio froze. Drinking before 14 was forbidden. But looking at her hazy, lonely expression, he steeled himself. Gulp. After 2 glasses, he felt the room spin. All that talk of a powerful physique and limitless chakra turned out to be empty. He collapsed straight onto the bed. Fenghua Xiaoxue was also drunk and muddled. She suddenly rolled over and pinned him down, her hair sweeping across the hollow of his neck. No, I have to get out of the car. I'm still a virgin, Chi Yejuan mumbled incoherently. She laughed softly, her breath reeking of alcohol. Sister acted in Hanwu D. The car door was welded shut. Don't even think about escaping. At this moment, the Hokage building. In the 3rd Hokage's crystal ball, the obedient image of Chino Toshio sitting at home, knitting a sweater appeared. What a good child, he nodded with satisfaction. That was only one of Chino Toshio's bone clones. Morning light pierced the curtains. Fenghua Xiaoxue woke up in the cabin with a splitting headache. She propped herself up, suddenly sensed something, and whipped her head around. The subsequent events are left blank to maintain suspense. Moonlight slipped through the gap in the curtains and fell on Chi Yejuan's sleeping face. The moment Fenghua Xiaoxue's fingers brushed the hexagonal crystal at her chest, her breath caught. The icy touch told her that the most precious thing was still there. But fragments of memory surged forth. That night 10 years ago, flames devoured the palace, blood splattering the folding screen painted with cranes. She ran through the thick smoke until a masked figure scooped her up at the waist. That was the Fire Nation ninja, entrusted by her father. Last night's bar. The liquor on her 16th birthday burned her throat. Then there was this unfamiliar yet handsome young man. His sleeping face was so peaceful it was comforting, his brows carrying a hint of world-weary insolence. But the next second, an absurd thought suddenly struck her. Konoha, that ninja village famous for freedom. She'd heard that some of the services there were quite developed. She inhaled sharply. Yesterday's chance encounter, that pale-eyed boy who stepped in to help. Such a coincidence. It turned out to be a carefully arranged scheme, using a hero saving a beauty act to trick her into trust and into her. A sharp pang in her heart made her curl up. Over the years, she had long since learned not to trust anyone. Her gaze swept the room. Their clothes were neatly folded over the back of a chair, without the slightest disorder. But that could no longer quell her anger. Fraud, she cursed under her breath, her voice hoarse. She pulled a few banknotes from her wallet and slapped them onto the bedside table. The sound of the bills fluttering down was especially clear in the silent room. The door was gently closed. Almost at the same moment, Chie-Jun opened his eyes. He had woken up long ago. At this moment, he stared at the few banknotes, his expression as if he'd been struck by a heavy blow. Coward. Me. He pinched the bills, murmuring in disbelief. Only worth the price of 3 bowls of ramen. What puzzled him even more was that his memory of last night was completely blank. It was like having had a dream and waking up remembering nothing. He examined the sheets carefully, so clean they hurt to look at. Just then, a cold prompt sounded in his mind. Ping. Task issued. Before reaching the snow country, uncover the truth of last night. Chie-Jun sighed. How to check? Do we have to reenact it? In the evening, the voices of Hinata Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka came from outside the door. Shun Kuen. We're here. The 2 girls laughed as they helped him pack. and the room was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. Tosh and Aikino tied on an apron and headed for the kitchen. What do you want to eat tonight? Under the warm lights, the thud of a knife on the cutting board mixed with the girls' laughter. The next morning, Konoha village docks. The sea breeze hit with a briny tang. The shouts from the loudspeakers rose and fell. Last departure. Whirlpool Nation's secret route voyage sign up and receive fresh seafood. Chie-Jun tightened his luggage straps, a faint, barely noticeable sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. The sea breeze brushed by, carrying a briny tang. At the pier, a mid-sized passenger ship called the Jingtao sat quietly moored. Its lines were sleek, making it look more like a luxury liner than a warship. The 7th and 10th squads of Konoha gathered on the shore, 9 people in all. Their leader Kakashi lounged against the railing, and Asuma lit a cigarette, staring into the distance. The youth's excitement nearly burst from their chests. Their bags were bulging with their families' thick cotton coats, woolen gloves, and stacks of hand warmers. On the deck, Kazuhana Koyuki, who had boarded earlier, was engaged in a heated argument with an old man. Her fair cheeks were flushed with agitation. 10 years. We finally escaped that frozen hell. So why are we going back now? I hate that place. Facing her stood Sanjin Sandefu, once a loyal retainer to the late daimyo, now the leader of the Snow Country Restoration Association, his brows tightly furrowed. His mission was to put this exiled princess back on the throne and wrest the country from her cruel uncle. Your Highness, this is our duty. I won't listen. A clear, smiling voice suddenly interjected, breaking the stalemate. Actually, the Snow Country is quite nice. I heard its glaciers glow blue under the moonlight, like a dream. Feng Hua Xiaoxua spun around abruptly, her pupils instantly widening. It was that young man. The one from the bar, the guy who had left her with such a deep misunderstanding. How could he be here? How did you get up here? Her voice trembled slightly, the awkward memories from that night returning like a tide, making her ears burn. Toshio Aikino grinned, as if the sunlight had gathered on his teeth. Like I said, I'm a Konoha ninja. I'm taking part in this mission. A ninja? Is he really a ninja? Santayu leaned closer to Xiaoxua and confirmed in a low voice. Princess, it was him who went to the bar looking for you that day. Don't let his young age fool you. I've heard he's a big shot in the village. Very cunning and meticulous. Meticulous thoughts. Feng Hua Xiaoxua's face reddened even more, shame almost overwhelming her. She had actually taken him for that kind of person. Guilt gripped her heart like a cold hand. Just then, Chie-Jun took a few banknotes out of his pocket and handed them to her. A full 200 taels. Miss, you must be mistaken. His smile remained cheerful. I'm not short of money to spend. Today he wasn't wearing that strange black robe. Instead, he had changed into a dark navy hooded sweatshirt, making him look especially upright and spirited. Feng Hua Xiaoxua took the money dazedly. Her fingertips brushed his warm skin, and her heart skipped a beat. There was an inexplicable allure about this young man that left her flustered. Especially when she thought of the accidental intimacy that night, a subtle emotion began to grow in her heart. That night? I'm sorry. She mustered her courage, her voice as small as a mosquito's. But her apology was cut off by a burst of noise. The other little ninjas were beginning to board the ship. Toshio Aikino turned and met them, deftly taking the 2 girls' luggage and gentlemanly helping Hinata Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka. The 3 young people laughed and walked toward the cabin, their camaraderie so bright it was almost blinding. Fuka Koyuki bowed her head silently, a sour loneliness swelling in her chest. They had each other, and she would forever be alone. Elsewhere, Shikamaru Nara, Kiba Inuzuka, and the others also noticed this legendary female star. The bag of chips in Kiba's hand slipped to the floor, snacks scattering everywhere. His beloved dog Akamaru happily started munching away while he remained completely oblivious. Several of the boys were all frozen in place. A tall, slender figure, a waist you could encircle with one hand, long straight legs, exquisite curves. Wow, you murmured. The person we're protecting is really a movie star. Perfect. Everyone cheered and surged toward Feng Hua Xiaoxua, surrounding her in a tight circle, chattering like a tree full of noisy sparrows. Naruto's voice was the loudest, almost drowning out the sound of the waves. See, I told you Uzumaki Naruto, will be the future Hokage. Tail ender. Sasuke snorted coldly, put his hands in his pockets, turned and walked away, his back as aloof as ever. At the dock, the third Hokage was saying farewell to Asuma, his rough palm patting his son's shoulder. Go. Focus on the mission. Don't worry about home. Kakashi leaned against the ship's rail, holding Paradise Kiss in his hands, but his gaze involuntarily drifted toward the shore. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes. The green figure had finally appeared. Kakashi, travel with peace of mind. This cerulean beast, will guard your comrade. Mike Guy's teeth flashed in a bright grin. The whistle blew long and loud, and the liner slowly steamed toward the icebound land of snow. On deck, the crew of the Princess of the Wind's great adventure was setting up equipment. The director raised a megaphone and shouted, "All departments, take your positions. We start filming in 5 minutes." When Fenghua Xiaoxue appeared wearing an ornate kimono, the traditional attire made her look like someone stepped out of an ancient painting. Hinata and Ino watched spellbound, unable to help whispering, "Miss Xiaoxue really looks like a princess herself. Even her crying scene is so moving. Want to try acting?" Ikuno Toshio suddenly appeared behind them. The two girls exchanged surprised glances. "We can do that too. Why not?" Ikuno laughed heartily, turned and whispered to the director. The director's eyes suddenly widened. 10 million tael sponsorship fee? Are you serious? Half an hour later, filming resumed. 2 new roles appeared beside Fenghua Xiaoxue, Hinata playing a gentle maid, and Ino portraying a dashing female guard. The role Naruto had insisted on taking ultimately ended up as the fallen guard, lying on the ground. "Mr. Ichino," the director handed back a stack of bills with a pained expression. "Can you make that blonde kid a little quieter?" Naruto, playing the corpse, was twitching wildly, his eyelids spasming and the corners of his mouth jerking now and then. Toshimi Ichino watched the ridiculous scene and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Why not start a film company? All those hit shows from his previous life were ready-made material. Countless images flashed through his mind. Hinata's gentle, watery tenderness from My Fair Princess. Ino as a lively, mischievous little swallow. Even Dingxi dressed as old lady Rongmao fit uncannily. The boys quickly lost interest in the novelty of filming. The clacking of chess pieces began to ring out on the deck. Class 7 and Class 10 took turns standing watch, and days slipped by during the voyage. At dawn on the 8th day, the liner had entered a sea dusted with fine snow, and the brittle sound of cracking ice could be faintly heard in the cold wind. The biting cold pierced to the bone. People on the street wrapped themselves tightly in thick sweaters. At the same time, in the snow country, the capital Windflower City, deep within the Grand Name Mansion, a palace stood towering and majestic. The Great Fire 10 years ago had reduced it to ruins. Now the usurper Feng Huanu Tao spared no expense to rebuild it more lavishly than before. Not far from the capital lies the Snow Ninja Village. The village has over 100 ninjas, all loyal to Feng Huanu Tao. It was precisely because of this force that he dared to so wantonly exploit the people and act tyrannically. On the palace throne, Feng Huanu Tao's massive body reclined in shadow. The specially made chakra armor on him glinted with a cold sheen. He slowly swirled his wine glass, his gaze fixed on the movie playing on the screen ahead. "Are you sure? Fuji Fuyue is Fenghua Xiaoxue." "Absolutely certain, my lord. And besides, the hexagonal crystal really is on her." A cold sneer tugged at Fenghua Nuteo's lips. Our little wandering princess has finally come home." Fenghua Xiaoxue's return meant the treasure he had sought for 10 years was finally within reach. "This time, we must not fail." His voice was low. "So, do the 3 of you know what to do?" "Understood." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures knelt on one knee simultaneously, exceedingly respectful. They were precisely the 3 snow ninja, Wolfang Avalanche, Winter Bear Hail, and Crane Wing Blizzard. Each was exceptionally skilled, especially their leader Wolfang Avalanche, who had once faced Kakashi 10 years earlier and defeated him. The snow ninjas specialized in manipulating ice and snow in combat, but unlike White's Kekiai Genkai, their ice techniques heavily depended on the environment. However, that specially made chakra armor made up for it. Not only could it amplify ninjutsu and generate shields, it could even resist jinjutsu. 2 days later, The passenger ship slowly sailed into the waters of the land of snow. Before him stretched a vast, white world of ice and snow, with heavy snowflakes swirling through the air. In the distance, a gigantic iceberg rose majestically. The director excitedly shouted to stop, insisting on filming the fight scene in this frozen wasteland. "This is insane." Shi Yijun couldn't help but mutter under his breath. "Couldn't we just go straight into the city? Why drag this out here?" At that moment, the system notification sound chimed. Ping. Main quest issued. Utilize team combat advantages to defeat the 3 snow shinobi. Team combat. You mean we have to coordinate? We can't go solo. Correct. Achieve a team cooperation score of 100 to clear. Understood. At this time, the 3 snow ninjas had already been lying in wait in the deep snow ahead. Aikino Toshi briskly walked toward Kakashi. "Teacher, it's not very safe in this frozen, snowy land. Let's assign tasks in advance." Kakashi nodded and, after a quiet discussion with Asuma, made the arrangements. Class 10 would protect the film crew, and Class 7 would go ahead to scout. The shooting site had already been set up. Fenghua Xiaoxiwa stood in the snow with a long sword in hand. Posture erect opposite her was the actor playing the Demon King, holding a magic staff. Camera rolling. Everyone quickly gets into character. Ahead, Hinata quietly opened her Byakugan. Her pure white eyes swept across the silent snowfield. An abnormal energy fluctuation came from ahead. A strange chakra trembled in the air. Woof woof. Akamaru emitted a sharp warning above Kiba's head. Kakashi's gaze sharpened instantly. "Can you tell how many people there are?" 3. "It seems like 3 people." "Crew, fall back." 10th Squad protect Miss Shuehue. 7th Squad prepare to engage. Yabu angrily shouted. "Why does Class 7 have to be the one to take the lead again?" Nearby, Shikamaru sighed. "Let's go with Kakashi-sensei's arrangements. This is really troublesome." Ding Ci silently took out a small pouch, felt for a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Ino Tashimi glanced and murmured, "Food pill." Although the pill wasn't as miraculous as the legendary elixir beans, it could quickly restore physical strength and chakra. Tintin mumbled an explanation. "This, is actually made from carrots and buckwheat flour." Before he finished, Ino slapped the pill out of his hand. "The enemy is still only worried about eating. Protecting the target is more important." Class 10 quickly contracted their formation, shielding the princess in the center. Shino pushed up her sunglasses, and a swarm of black insects poured out from her sleeves. Chino Toshi couldn't help but shiver. Suddenly, boom, the ice wall behind the actors shattered with a resonant crack. Sasuke's assistant flicked his wrist, and 3 shuriken whistled through the air. Naruto almost simultaneously hurled kunai, the blades tracing sharp arcs. Amid the flying snow and foam, 3 figures slowly emerged. The man at the front had a stern, fierce face and disheveled purple hair. Wolfang Avalanche. The woman on the right floated midair, her voluptuous body clad in armor Winterkin Hail. The chubby man on the left stood on a sled board, pinching his fingers into an orchid gesture as he smiled coquettishly. Crane Wing Blizzard. Wolfang Avalanche spread his arms, ice crystals forming in his palms. "Welcome to the land of snow." Winter could taste hail on her lips as she smiled and said, "Little snow princess, did you bring the 6-sided crystal we wanted?" She hovered with her wings outstretched, her chest plate trembling slightly with the movement. "Sawadee-ka," the chubby one tossed a flirtatious wink with his fingertip. "Just call me Heron Wing Blizzard." Naruto snorted with laughter. "Blizzard? Why don't you call it flute blowing instead?" The chubby one's face flushed instantly. "How rude." Kakashi slowly pulled down his mask. The Sharingan gleamed red in the snowlight. Wolfang Avalanche sneered, "Oh? Isn't this the little Kakashi who fled 10 years ago? Brought a bunch of milk babies to die this time." Revision note. Rhythm was increased by breaking long sentences. Actions and dialogue replaced descriptive passages. Setting elements like the rations pills were woven into the scene. Naturally, culturally specific metaphors, such as Granny Tsunade, were removed. Combat sound effects and dynamic beats were emphasized to make the text more suitable for reading aloud and cinematic adaptation. "You idiot!" Naruto roared and was about to charge forward, but Chino Toshio grabbed him and held him back. On the other side, Shueisha twisted her body toward Langia, her voice sickeningly sweet. Boss, don't waste words on them. Take them out. The frost on Langyu's face melted in an instant. He smiled indulgently. Good, I'll do as you say. Upon hearing this, Chi Yijun burst into a hearty laugh. At dawn I left the White Emperor amid colorful clouds, yet the man I love is right before my eyes. Wolf Fong's snowslide frowned, not understanding the teasing line. But he then snorted, his face full of disdain. Kakashi Hitaki? He was merely someone who once lost to him. Even if he brought along a group of little brats, they were only low-level ninja. So what if there are many of them? In a fight of this level, these little kids are just here to die. Just a ragtag bunch. Send them on their way sooner. The three of them exchanged words, their tones contemptuous. Langyu waved his hand, quick and decisive. Seize the princess's treasure. A battle erupted in an instant. Kakashi shouted, everyone fall back. Asuma, escort the princess onto the ship. Team 10 covered the film crew as they retreated toward the vessel. At that very moment, Kakashi suddenly flipped up his forehead protector, the blood-red Sharingan firmly locked onto the wolf-tooth avalanche atop the snowy peak. Chitano Tashinori led the others to deal with the fat man and the ugly woman. You handle the fat man. Hinata will come with me to take care of that woman. After the roles were clearly assigned, Chitano Tashinori was the first to charge toward Fuyuno's Hail. Winter's Hail didn't bother to take this group of scrawny boys seriously at all. Swoosh. The mechanical steel claws on her armor suddenly sprang out, straight for Hinata's throat. Shadow clone technique. Shuriken. Just as the steel claw was about to touch Hinata, hundreds of shuriken shot out like a torrential downpour, forcefully deflecting the steel claw. Hinata shot a grateful glance, but had no time to say thank you. Hinata used gentle fist to break through her armor. Chino Toshio shouted. This was a prearranged tactic everyone plays to their strengths. And Hinata's gentle fist was precisely the weapon for dealing with armor. Byakugan activate. The azure veins bulged at the corner of her eye. Through the Byakugan, she clearly saw chakra flowing over the opponent's armor, as if a layer of energy shield had been plated onto the armor. Hinata dashed forward, bringing the combination of the Byakugan and gentle fist to its fullest. Her fists seemed gentle, yet each strike hit precisely at the nodes where the energy flowed. One punch, two punches. The light on the armor flashed violently. Chino Toshio kept using words to distract his opponent, creating opportunities for Hinata. Several more palms struck, and the armor emitted a grating sound of shattering. The chakra shield completely collapsed. Ding! Team points plus 10. Chino Toshi immediately shouted, Hinata, fall back. Almost simultaneously, Fuyun Hyoho roared. Ice release, swallowing snow. Countless ice crystals coalesced into the shape of snow swallows, swooping in with a howl and even deftly turning in midair. Fire release, great fireball technique. A massive fireball shot into the sky. The swarm of ice swallows instantly vaporized, leaving only a ground strewn with water. Ice release, ice prison technique. Countless ice pillars suddenly stabbed up from the ground, surrounding Chikano Shun like blades. He drew a sharp breath, leaping backward in embarrassment. The icicle shattered through the air, so fast it left only a streak of cold light. Chi Yejuan had no time to dodge. Crack! He was instantly sealed within the heavy ice, unable to move. The ugly sister let out a piercing, wild laugh. You little brat. A lousy fireball that can't even roast a person, and you dare to challenge me? Dream on. She drove energy through her mechanical arm. The arm armor emitted a hum. From the black aperture at the front of the arm armor, a blazing sphere of light quickly began to coalesce. Boom! An energy cannon blasted out, striking the icicle dead on. Ice chips flew everywhere. But what scattered was not flesh and blood, but shattered rock. Substitution technique. Chino Tashihaya was already crouched behind a nearby pile of rubble. A hint of mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. Hey, miss, look over here. Dongning was so angry about the hail that his face turned blue. He kept forming seals, but it was all in vain. On the other side, the chubby ninja Fubuki stood on a sled, charging at Naruto like a wild ox. The shuriken Sasuke threw clattered and rang as they were all deflected off that suit of armor. Suddenly, an iron claw carrying a steel cable sliced through the air, ensnared Sasuke, and hurled him up into the air with a violent swing. Bang! Sasuke crashed heavily into the snow. Sasuke! Naruto scrambled and lunged forward, his cries wrenching. Sasuke pushed him away and forced a smile. It's nothing. I underestimated him. But inexplicably his heart felt warm. Naruto grabbed him and pulled him up. Shall we go together? Okay. Multiple shadow clone technique. Wind demon shuriken shadow windmill. The two figures crossed paths, their assaults like a tide. Ding. Teamwork points, 30. On Chino Tashimi's side, murderous intent was already grim. He realized he had vastly underestimated Snow Ninja's strength. Ice release. 1,000 needles, 1,000 pin rain. Dong Nung formed the hail seal and roared a sky full of ice needles poured down like a torrential rain. Chie Shun, however, snorted coldly. Playing with ice in front of me. He waved one hand, and the surface of the sea heaved in response. In an instant, more and sharper ice crystals condensed in the sky by the thousands and shot back in the opposite direction. What? Sister Cho hurriedly dodged. Her shield had already been broken. If struck, she would surely die. Free-flying technique. She suddenly unfurled ice wings from her back and shot up into the sky. She can actually fly? Chi Yijun suddenly recalled those rumors. Her triumphant hum echoed through the air. Fly freely, brilliant starlight. Aikino Shun's eyes sharpened, and he slammed his hands together. Water release, great waterfall technique. The sea's surface detonated. Towering waves rose tens of meters like roaring beasts, covering the sky and earth. The ugly sister was flung harshly back onto the shore, drenched, scrambling up in a sorry state. She didn't dare fight on and turned to lunge for the boat. True art star-shattering kick. Chi Yejuan flashed like a phantom, a heavy kick striking her chest. Tui. Two round devices exploded outward like shattered ornaments. Dongning Bingheo spat a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground, lifeless. Ding. The battle between Kakashi and Wolf Fong entered a white-hot phase. The ice-bound tiger shattered the ice as it stomped, unleashing a deafening roar. Almost simultaneously, the sea erupted in spray as a water dragon shot into the sky. Tiger and dragon collided with a thunderous crash, ice shards and mist spraying everywhere. The director's voice trembled with excitement. Cameras, in position. This kind of epic shot doesn't come around in a decade. Everyone, follow me off the ship. Asma immediately ordered. Dingxi, Shino, protect the film crew. The rest stay on deck to guard Shuhei. Langia watched his comrades fall, eyes bloodshot with rage. How dare you? I will make you pay in blood. Pang Ninja Fubuki was just about to form a seal when Aikino Shun's illusion arrived. Xion escaped the garden bursting with spring. Fubuki's movements suddenly froze. Her cheeks flushed as she turned toward Rangia. Lord Rangia, do it now. Don't be ridiculous. Rangia's hand chop knocked his companion unconscious, but in the distance he saw Dingxi curled into a meatball rolling rapidly toward them. Meatball tank. The giant meatball churned across the snow, completely swallowing the unconscious Fubuki. Got him. Toshi Masachino was about to celebrate when he suddenly heard the thunderous crack of ice breaking. The wolf-toothed figure sneered and formed a hand seal. Ice release. Single-horned beluga. A gigantic ice whale burst from the sea and charged straight at the passenger ship. No. Chi Yijun instantly appeared on the deck, chakra gathering at his fist. He leapt up toward the falling ice whale and, bones cracking, swung a heavy punch. Boom. Amid the spray of ice crystals, he felt his ribs crack. Blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. But the bone armor covering his body was slowly fading. Success. He knelt on one knee, smiling at Yuki, who was still shaken. Fortunately, Chiejun reacted quickly. A pale green light rose in his palm as he instantly cast the palm immortal technique. Now, only the snow shinobi leader remains. Langia. The team's points are only 20 points short of the reward threshold. Everyone rushed toward the target once more. Inazuka Kiba formed seals with both hands and gave a low shout. Draft, Beast Ninja Art, four-legged technique. Bang! Blue Chakra wrapped his limbs like flames. He crouched low, his fingernails lengthening, like a wolf poised to strike. His speed and strength surged. Akamaru transformed at the same time, taking the form of fangs. Shino Aburame waved his hand calmly. Insect ball. The dark mass of insects, like a storm cloud, buzzed toward the wolf-fanged armor. Shikamaru Nara's shadow quietly spread across the ground, attempting to lock down the enemy's steps. Ping. Team score, 100 points. A crisp reward chime sounded. The boys moved in perfect sync, their offensive like a tide. Jonin Kakashi and Asuma also joined the battle at the right moment, kunai and trench knives cutting through the air. However, the Wolfang was unusually tenacious. It withstood countless attacks, its body stained with blood, yet it still stood. Relentless assaults in succession. A dense barrage of ninjutsu. There were even Naruto's hoarse shouts and curses mixed in. Finally, Wolfang's armor gave a crisp crack and shattered completely. He staggered a few steps, showing signs of exhaustion. Ice escape, blizzard swarm. He roared as he unleashed his last ninjutsu. Countless white ice bugs materialized from thin air, sweeping across the scene like a blizzard and instantly obscuring everyone's vision. When the insect mist cleared, Wolfang had used the rocket boots thrust to vanish into the vast snowfield. Although he escaped, the system judged the task completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the team battle and defeating the Snow Ninja Trio. Reward, Rasengan. Rasengan, an A-rank ninjutsu developed by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. It compresses chakra into the palm at high density to form a high-speed, rotating sphere of energy, a single-strike kill. It appears simple, yet contains astonishing power, and it became the foundation for many powerful ninjutsu in the future. Toshio Aikino was quite pleased with this reward. Moreover, he had a premonition that it would soon come in handy. Back on the airship, the director was ecstatic about having captured an epic scene. Chi nonetheless remained unconvinced, sneering. Have you never seen Avatar? Real computer effects are 100 times grander than what we saw today. Still, he did have some appreciation for the director's professionalism. Perhaps if he started a film company someday, talent like that would come in handy. They were one day's voyage away from arriving at Fenghua City. Inside the cabin, Chino, Naruto, and Kiba sat in a circle, playing Do Diju. Shino and Shikamaru didn't join in, but egged them on from the side. The loser drinks a whole bottle of water as a penalty, and you're not allowed to go to the bathroom during that time. Sasuke stood with his arms folded against the wall, appearing indifferent, but the corner of his eye kept tracking the game. Choji had gone to the girls' cabin, where he and Hinata Hyuga and Ino Yamanaka were together, apparently rehearsing some strange skit called Nani Rua, inserting needles. Naruto had already lost so many times he was seeing red, his spirits high. A pair of balls. He tossed out 2 cards. Sasuke couldn't help glancing, inwardly speechless. Those were clearly a pair of QS. What was even more infuriating was that as soon as the opponent played a 3, Naruto immediately threw down a bomb and blew it up. Chi Nojin and Jie Mianmian looked at each other, beginning to question the point of playing cards. Immediately after, Naruto himself played a single 3. This move was simply arrogantly unreasonable. At the end of a round, Naruto was again punished by being forced to chug a large bottle of water. Finally, it was Gaara's turn to be the landlord. Naruto immediately perked up, brimming with momentum. He went straight for the earth-shattering play of 3 twos with the 2 jokers, which angered Aikino-shun so much he nearly had an out-of-body experience. After being made to chug 10 bottles in a row, Naruto completely surrendered, his tongue thick. Still, let's stick a note. Toshikazu Aino slapped the table and shouted, "What do you mean by sticking notes?" After losing so many hands, strip. Naruto immediately squeezed his voice, acting coy as he imitated a girl. "I hate it, why are you being so mean to me?" Everyone gagged. Toshio Aikino suddenly realized, why can Naruto never win over girls? Maybe it's because some straight guys are clumsy and awkward when talking to girls, but when joking with their bros they come out with flirtatious lines one after another. In the end, Naruto was left wearing nothing but a single thread of underwear. Toshio Aikino wasn't in much better shape, the only covering he had was a pair of leopard print underwear. Shouts of surprise erupted through the cabin. "Wow, those abs are amazing. The arm lines are so chiseled. Those abs are ridiculously defined." Although the chest muscles were just a thin layer, their contours were clearly defined. Clothes make you look slim, Take them off, and there's meat. All of this was thanks to Lee Loaka's hellish training. At that moment, the hatch swung open with a creak. Hinata and Ino walked in one after the other. The sight before them made Hinata cry out. Her whole face flushing instantly, she turned and buried her face in Ino's shoulder. Last time at the hot springs, I at least still had a towel wrapped around me. This time she was almost completely naked. Ino, however, showed no embarrassment at all. Her eyes gleamed, and she let out a whistle. The cheerful sounds of laughter and play immediately filled the entire cabin. Suddenly, thud thud thud, a knock sounded at the door. Outside the door stood Santaifu wearing round glasses. He leaned close to Ikeda Toshio's ear and whispered a few words, then turned and left. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the room full of bare young bodies and shook his head helplessly. Young people's hobbies are really baffling. An old man like me finds it more comfortable to walk my bird. Chiejun quickly put on his clothes and hurried toward cabin 1069. The door was slightly ajar. He gently pushed the door open. For an instant his breath caught. Fenghua Xiaoxue had just finished bathing and was wiping her wet long hair with a white towel. The silk nightgown, as thin as a cicada's wing, traced her graceful curves, and a pair of long, firm legs could be seen through it. "Ike no Koen, you're here." After today's battle, the way she looked at him was completely different. In her heart, Chie Tashihaya was no longer the boy he once was. He had become a mature man, remarkably courageous, witty and humorous, and trained in both endurance and patience. "Do you need something from me? I want to ask a favor of you, is that okay?" Chiejun blinked slightly. "What task?" Fenghua Xiaoxue sat down at the bedside, her voice suddenly turning cold. "I want you to help me kill Feng Huan Nuteo, the daimyo of the Snow Country." "Your biological uncle?" Chiejun raised an eyebrow, then chuckled. "But our mission is only to escort you back to your country. Assassinating a daimyo is an S-rank task. Can you afford the fee?" She shook her head, fingertips digging into her palm. "You don't need to take action. I will avenge him myself. I only need you to help me infiltrate the palace." Recalling her father's brutal death and her years in exile, her hatred burned like a raging fire. She wanted nothing more than to immediately take the life of her enemy with her own hands. "I'll give you all the savings I've accumulated from acting over the years, as long as you can help me." "Oh." Chiejun looked at her with amusement. He wasn't short of money. What he's lacking is the population of Sunset Village. The Daming Prefecture is heavily guarded. Barging in isn't a joke. He feigned hesitation. Fenghua Xiaoxue blurted, "Isn't this money enough?" "I don't want money." Chiejun stepped forward half a step. "I only want you to agree to one condition." "What conditions?" Her ears flushed. "Temporarily confidential. You'll know once the mission is completed. Are you willing?" Fenghua Xiaoxue bit her lower lip. It was nothing more than asking her again. Since she already belonged to him, why hesitate? Thinking this, she actually felt relieved, the flush on her cheeks deepening. "All right, I agree. It's settled, no backing out." A sparkle flashed in Chiejun's eyes as his smile spread. Under the dim yellow light, Fenghua Xiaoxue lowered her voice and began to describe her plan for revenge. The next day, at dawn, the passenger ship slowly docked, the outline of Fenghua City appearing in the morning mist. The main force began to rest and regroup. Aikino Shun pulled on a dark cloak, tipped his hat low, and slipped soundlessly into the crowd at the docks. Not far behind him, Kakashi gave a signal, and the 3 members of Team 7 fell in step like shadows. Deep within the palace of Windblossom City, the light was dim. The air was so heavy it seemed capable of crushing bones. On the throne sat Feng Wannioteo, the man who killed his brother and usurped the throne. He wore a purple robe, his face grim and fierce, the corners of his mouth turned down like ice that would never thaw. Suddenly, the hall's doors were violently smashed open. Aikino shielded Fenghua Xiaoxue and burst in. Fenghua Nuda first froze in surprise, then erupted into a deafening roar of laughter. "Haha, I haven't come looking for you yet, and you've gone and delivered yourselves to me." Itono Shun, tired of wasting words, already had his hand on the sword hilt. Quick and decisive victory, that was his only thought. At that moment, ding! Story quest issued. Travel to Snow Valley to check in and defeat the Gale Blossom Fury. The system's notification tone sounded in his head. It's finally here. Chie Shun felt a stir in his heart. But why must they go to Snow Valley? He remembered the legends about this country, perennial cold, barren land. To survive, successive rulers devoted themselves to developing technology. The late Fenghua Zhaoxue even exhausted her efforts to build a geothermal machine deeply buried beneath Snow Valley. And the key to starting that machine, the hexagonal crystal hung on Xiaoxue's chest. The wind, flowers, and raging waves usurped the throne and seized power. What they yearned for in their dreams was this very force that could melt ice and snow and make the nation rise. Tap, tap, tap. The rapid footsteps came from afar to near, interrupting his thoughts. Kakashi and Team 7 broke through the guards' blockade and rushed into the main hall. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly burst into tears and ran toward the throne. "Uncle," her voice choked. "You are the only family I have left in this world. After all, we are family." Her performance was heartfelt and sincere. Even Hinata beside her watched with reddened eyes. Feng Huadiao was momentarily stunned. Then a hypocritical amiability spread across his face. "Good child, you've suffered." He opened his arms. Everyone except Chi Yejuan was stunned on the spot. Kakashi tried to step forward to stop him, but was firmly blocked by several snow nin. Among them was Langia, who had fled before. Xiaoxue hurried up the steps and threw herself in front of Fengwanuda. Something even more shocking happened. She actually took off the hexagonal crystal at her neck and handed it over. Fengwanuda snatched the crystal, joy written all over his face. At that moment, Fenghua Xiaoxue slowly turned around to face Chiejun and his group. The tears on her face dried instantly, and her gaze was as cold as ice. "Everyone," there was not a trace of emotion in her voice. "Don't forget, I'm a professional actress." Fenghua Natao raised the crystal high, his laughter filling the entire hall. "Now, power ultimately belongs to me." "That's right. Xiaoxue deceived you," Naruto shouted, waving his fist. "She deliberately lured you here to die." Sasuke snorted coldly. "You only just noticed?" Fenghua Xiaoxue suddenly laughed, so softly it was almost inaudible. "Yeah, all of this was originally a play." Before the words finished, she spun around sharply. A flash of cold light from her sleeve, a dagger shot straight toward the unsuspecting Feng Huanatao. "Don't forget." She gritted her teeth and flexed her wrist. "I'm an actress." The dagger sank in deep. Feng Huanu Tao gave a muffled groan. The intense pain made him fly into a rage. His iron-like hand clamped around Xiaoxue's throat. Ugh! Xiaoxue's face turned purple, her breathing labored, yet she still struggled to speak. "I'm sorry, Yi Junjun. I can't fulfill your last request. From the moment I decided to come back, I never thought I'd leave alive. But thank you for finally letting me not have to run anymore." Naruto shouted anxiously from afar. "What is this? Aren't you still running away like this?" Xiaoxue looked up at the sky, her breath like a thread. "Father, I have avenged you." After speaking, she used her last strength to push the Windflower Fury toward the edge of the high steps. With a rumble, the man fell heavily down. But he soon staggered to his feet, brushed the snow off his body, and laughed out loud. "This toy-like sword thinks it can kill me?" He tore off the shattered royal robe, revealing the jet-black chakra armor beneath. At the very center of his chest, a muzzle emitted a faint glow. Chi Yijun's gaze was fixed, locked onto that muzzle. Feng Huanu Tao scooped up the barely breathing Xiaoxue and wore a greedy smile. "Come on, Xiaoxue, let's go to Snow Valley." The mechanical wings on the back of the armor unfurled with a whoosh, carrying him soaring into the sky. Chi Yejuan snorted coldly. "Can fly, big deal." Flying Thunder God technique. The figure vanished in an instant. He had long ago left teleportation marks throughout Windflower City, including the distant Snow Valley. Kakashi and Team 7 stayed behind to deal with the remaining enemies, while Chino Toshio had beaten them to Snow Valley. Just as Windflower Nuko landed in front of the altar, he saw Chino Toshio waiting there and took a half step back in surprise. "You? How could you?" And Chie Tashinari froze. What surprised him was not Yukatani's icy world, but a group in the distance sitting in sleds and carrying cameras. It was that film crew. The director danced around in the snow, nearly slipping, and shouted excitedly into the walkie-talkie. "Hurry! Keep up! Get the angle right!" This is a perfect shot. Chietashin shook his head helplessly. This director is really insane. But he had no time to pay attention, his gaze turning coldly toward Fenghua Nuteo. For the next 10 minutes, explosions continued to ring out through the snow valley. Fireballs screamed and lightning flashed. Aikino Shun's clones attacked from all directions, weaving a net of taijutsu and ninjutsu. But Fenghua Nuteo's armor was incredibly hard, the strength of a shadow rank warrior fully revealed. Chino Toshikazu repeatedly narrowly avoided deadly blows, and the battle fell into a stalemate. Fenghua Nuteo panted and issued a victorious declaration. The game should be over. Fenghua Nuteo formed hand seals, and ice chakra coalesced into a vortex in the air. Ice release. Black Dragon Storm Kill. A black dragon made of ice crystals roared as it burst forth, charging straight at Fenghua Xiaoxue in the distance. She froze on the spot, her pupils dilating with fear. A dark figure flashed by. Qi Yijun appeared like lightning, scooping up the stunned princess around the waist. The ice dragon scraped their hems as it slammed into the ground, shards of ice scattering. Feng Huanao squinted. This niece had long been a discarded piece on his chessboard he had originally planned, after obtaining the hexagonal crystal, to throw her into that meticulously constructed, chosen academy. There they kept ravishing girls gathered from various countries. They were both diplomatic bargaining chips and his private playthings. But at this moment, Xiaoxue's exquisite disguise enraged him. The intent to kill was more piercing than the icy winds of the plains. Xiaoxue leaned against Chiejun's chest, her fingertips trembling slightly. The tavern attack, the whale's back, the ice dragon just now in less than 10 days. This youth had snatched her back from the clutches of death 3 times. Suddenly, her earlobes flushed red, and her body trembled slightly. Only then did Chinai Toshio notice the soft sensation in his palm. He instinctively closed his fingers, earning an annoyed, coquettish scolding. "Where are you touching?" The thunderous cries of battle interrupted the idyll. The militia led by Santayu and the leaf ninjas led by Kakashi arrived at the same time. The ice field instantly turned into a slaughterhouse. Amidst flashing blades and sword shadows, most of the militia fell, and even Sasuke and Shikamaru were wounded. But the armor on the chest of wind, flowers, fury shattered the outlet of that deadly energy cannon was completely exposed. Qi Yijun brought his hands together, lightning hissing in his palms. A blue and white electric orb spun violently, emitting an explosion like thousands of birds crying out at once. Now, like a leopard, he lunged forward, forcefully driving the thunder spiral ball into the hole in the opponent's chest. Ugh! The thunderstorm exploded inside Windflower Fury. He crashed into the ice wall like a ragdoll, the blood spray he spat freezing into crystals in the air. His ambition to dominate the Snow Kingdom fell with him into the cesspit, turning into a feast for maggots. System notice. S-rank mission complete. Chiejun looked at the still-shaken princess. "Now, let's talk about my reward." The bedchamber was suffused with the scent of agarwood. Xiaoxue knelt on the 6-foot sandalwood couch, her face deathly pale, her robe dotted with spots of blood. "Take it off." Chiejun handed over an ointment. "You injured your internal organs when you fell from the steps." The girl's eyelashes trembled violently. "Still need to take off my clothes?" Fenghua Xiaoxue's cheeks flushed, but she did not hesitate. Her fingers trembled as she untied the sash. The white garment slid down her smooth shoulder. "Do palm healing techniques require undressing to treat wounds?" Qi Yijun muttered inwardly. He had never tried such a therapy, and scenes from martial arts films of ambiguous healing situations flashed through his mind. Xiaoxue was left wearing only a scarlet tutu. Her moonlit back was completely exposed to the air. Chino Toshio's atoms apple-bobbed. He closed his eyes and concentrated, a green light rising in his palm. Palm immortal technique. When his palm touched that patch of skin, warm chakra flowed slowly like a stream. When the treatment was finished, Chino Toshio theatrically shook out a cheongsam. On the bright red satin, the front had been skillfully altered by his hands into a hollowed-out fishnet pattern. "For me?" Xiaoxue's eyes lit up. Her fingertips brushed the fabric and she snorted with laughter. "Fishnet design? This is Konoha's latest trend." She swiftly changed into the qipao. The curves that showed through the fishnet made Chie-jun think of a sea surface ruffled by the wind. The next day in the snow valley, two red figures stood out conspicuously. Xiaoxue wore the qipao Chie-jun had on a loose basketball jacket. Their fingers intertwined as they left 2 rows of footprints in the snow. The snow creaked under their feet, and a faint song drifted from afar. Before the altar, Xiaoxue gently pushed the hexagonal crystal into the keyhole. The stone platform suddenly trembled. A muffled roar like thunder came from beneath the ground. A white light exploded, splitting into countless golden threads that seeped into the frozen soil. In just 10 seconds, the ice and snow melted. Green grass broke through the earth, a waterfall hung down from the cliff, and butterflies fluttered across a suddenly blooming sea of flowers. "This is simply a peach blossom spring," Chie-jun murmured. Xiaoxue's fingers suddenly tightened. She looked at the mountains and fields full of spring, tears falling onto their clasped hands. "Father," she said softly, "do you see it?" When the princess turned and hugged him, Chie-jun caught the faint scent of flowers in her hair. "Thank you, Yejun-kun." He chuckled softly in her ear. "Are you still going to call me little devil now?" The girl in his arms lifted her teary eyes, tiny droplets still clinging to her eyelashes. "Depends on my mood." The frost in the girl's heart finally melted away quietly. It turns out, this world isn't all darkness. There is also Chino-kun and the light he and his friends brought. Xiaoxue felt the huge stone that had weighed on her chest for so long suddenly lighten. She took a deep breath, and the air itself seemed to carry warmth. But the next second, she gently broke free from Akino-shun's embrace. Not far away, Hinata and Ino were blinking curiously as they looked over. After traveling together these past few days, she had already noticed the unusual closeness among the 3 of them. She didn't want the 2 younger sisters to misunderstand and think of her as that kind of entangling woman. "Anyway, Kazuno Tashikin, it won't be long before we say goodbye." That thought flashed through my mind, and a faint ache quietly spread. At that moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the team battle and defeating the 3 snow ninjas. Reward: summon Beast Ice and Snow Phoenix. Ice and Snow Phoenix? A scroll of radiant, multicolored light appeared before Toshio Chino's eyes. He reached out and touched it where his fingertip passed. The contract was sealed. The snow beneath his feet suddenly glowed with a pale blue light, the magic circle spinning as cold air poured forth. A snow-white phoenix appeared, lifting its head amid the radiance. Its feathers were carved like ice crystals, refracting a pure halo in the sunlight. It spread its wings and soared, scattering a skyful of dancing ice crystals and snowflakes. Icicle Phoenix. Maximum capacity 2 riders. Flight radius 10 kilometers. Currently cannot be used in combat, can be upgraded through quests later. Even if it can't fight, riding it would be insanely cool. Not to mention, you can even take a girl for a joyride. "Come, master, I'll carry you up to the clouds." A cool yet gentle voice sounded directly in his mind. Chie-jun leapt onto the phoenix's back and grabbed the reins formed of light. The phoenix beat its wings and roared into the sky. The wind howled wildly in his ears as the ground rapidly receded. Looking down, the forest rolled like a green sea. Mountains stretched on and on, their peaks capped with snow. After landing, Chie-jun's heart was still pounding in his chest. "Awesome. I have my own flying mount." His companions all gathered around, each face full of astonishment. Tashisaki Yeno reached out and lifted Hinata and Ino onto the phoenix's back. The phoenix rose into the sky again, cutting across the blue. "So beautiful," Hinata exclaimed in delight, her eyes curving into sweet crescent moons. The phoenix dove pierced the clouds, and the weightlessness drew excited screams from the 2. Hinata in front, Chino Toshio in the middle, Ino at the back. On the phoenix's broad back, the 3 of them sat close together. While flying, Toshio Chino smelled a faint fragrance drifting from ahead and behind Hinata's hair, carrying a fresh sweetness mixed with the sunlit warmth from Ino. Their strands of hair brushed his cheeks with the airflow. Amid occasional exclamations, warm breaths swept past his ears. The soft touches from front and back made him suddenly tense all over, his face flushing instantly. Looks like you've grown up." After they landed safely, Naruto couldn't wait and jumped on. Huh? Why does this cushion feel a bit prickly? He muttered, instinctively reaching back to grab it. The next second, Naruto recoiled as if burned and jumped straight off the phoenix's back. Chie-jun. You pervert. You actually reacted to me. Screw you. Chie-jun cursed with a laugh and gave a light kick. He turned to Xiao Shui and extended an invitation. Xiao Shui only shook her head gently, a faint smile at the corner of her lips. No need. I'm happy just watching you play. At this moment, she had a gentle expression, her brows and eyes soft, no longer showing the previous aloofness and chill, as if she were a tolerant older sister. Afterwards, the others took turns sitting on the back of the ice and snow phoenix, experiencing the dizziness and thrill of soaring through the sky. When it was Ding Si's turn, he grabbed Chino Jun's waist. The youth felt his waist go numb, almost unable to breathe. The ice and snow phoenix beneath his feet let out a mournful cry. This guy is way too heavy. Its wings suddenly plunged downward, then beat hard to lift him again. Little Shui laughed so hard she bent forward and backward. Her clear, bell-like laughter echoed through the snow valley. Smiling, she raised her hand and wiped the corner of her eye. Those were tears driven by the wind and tears of relief. By the time they returned to their lodgings, dusk had fallen. Everyone silently packed their things. The atmosphere of parting hung over the room like a thin mist. Only Windflower City remained lively. Colored lanterns hung from the eaves, and songs drifted through every street and alley. At Fenghua Xiaoshue's insistence, they postponed their return and decided to take part in this festival belonging to the Land of Snow. 7 days later, the re-edited sequel to Princess of Wind and Clouds was released, with the title changed to Goodbye, Li Huanying. Long lines formed outside the theater, and box office receipts soared. On the heights of the castle, Fenghua Xiaoxue, clad in a white fur coat, took up the jade scepter, symbolizing power. With the downfall of the wind flower and furious waves, the remaining snow ninjas knelt one after another to swear allegiance. On the viewing platform, the leaf ninjas were among them. Kakashi leaned against the railing, the corners of his mouth beneath his mask slightly lifted, his gaze following a graceful female announcer below. Hinata watched the newly crowned Koyuki and whispered, "She really has become a queen." Aikino Shun gripped her shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Sweetie, the future you will surely shine brilliantly." Aikino bent down to smell the flowers by the viewing platform and quietly slipped a few petals into his pocket. Hinata sat cross-legged nearby, the chip bag rustling. He suddenly pulled out a toothpick and lightly jabbed at the deer beside him. "Take this." Days of theater rehearsals had unconsciously made him pick up the gestures from the play. Naruto and Kiba were laughing loudly together, while Sasuke still stood with his arms crossed, motionless. An ant quietly crawled out of Shino's sleeve and slipped down the leg of Asuma's trousers. After the ceremony, Toshio Aikino took Hinata and Ino to stroll through the market. These days, he and the film crew's director, Matsushita Kutai, had become friends. The director was not only obsessed with movies, but also a passionate gourmet. Chino Tashin taught him a few Chinese dishes. The director simply opened a small shop on the pedestrian street, and the sign boldly read, "A plate of Chongqing spicy chicken, eat it, and you'll look cooler than a superstar." A bowl of Hunan spicy pepper soup, tasting every flavor of the world. A serving of Guangxi luosafen, savoring a man's bold spirit. The familiar aroma hit them, and Chi Yejuan pulled the two girls in to eat heartily. Hinata's cheeks puffed as she ate, almost clearing out the shop's stock, but luckily Chi Yejuan smiled and took out his bulging wallet. When they walked up to a resplendent palace, several guards hurried out. A group of women followed behind. Covering their faces with their sleeves, they bowed their heads and quickly climbed into a carriage. Chiejun suddenly remembered a scene from a legal program, those same file into aligned figures, that same manner of concealment. Coincidentally, Minister Santayu passed by, holding a glass jar in his arms, inside which a blue liquid swirled. "This is?" Chino Toshio asked. Santayu smiled mysteriously. "Pure water." "What is this?" Chino Toshio picked up a small vial. Santayu lowered his voice. "A serum researched by Feng Huadang, specifically for testing whether a woman is chaste." It turned out that the Tianxin Institute's international compensated dating girl, Besides beauty, also had to remain pure. This bottle of pure water could accurately detect the result. Chino Toshio suddenly remembered there was still one task unresolved, to find out exactly what had happened that night between him and Fenghua Xiaoxue. Only 3 days remained. Grandpa Santai, can you spare some for me? Of course. Take as much as you need. Santai readily poured out half a bottle. Hinata and Ino exchanged puzzled glances. In the afternoon, Santayu led everyone on a tour of the suburban farmlands. He pointed to the vast stretches of thousand-acre fields and exclaimed, I never expected the land of snow could grow crops. Then he sighed. Unfortunately, we're lacking large fertilizing machinery. It's all by manpower. Chino Toshi's eyes lit up. Leave it to me. He formed a seal and shouted, multi-shadow clone technique. Hundreds of clones squatted in neat rows along the ridge of the field. Ding! New shadow clone feature detected collective fertilization. Night fell. They were setting off the next day. Everyone was laden with gifts, except Chie-Jun, Naruto, and Sasuke, whose hands were empty. After dinner, Chie-Jun slipped into the palace alone. In front of the dressing table, Fenghua Xiaoxue was gently caressing a red Cheongsam. In the mirror, her eyes were reddening. After tomorrow, I will never see Yi Junjun again, will I? She shook her head with a bitter smile. But after all, we are people from different worlds. Footsteps suddenly sounded. Xiaoxue sis. Chie-Jun burst in holding a soda. Yi Junjun. Fenghua Xiaoxue took the bottle with delight and tilted her head to drink. She had long since fallen in love with this sweet, cloying taste. The hidden potion quietly took effect. Chie-Jun counted silently. 10, 9, 8. By the time he reached the last second, Fenghua Xiaoxue was still conscious. Chie-Jun breathed a long sigh, but felt a subtle disappointment. He confessed, that night nothing actually happened between us. Fenghua Xiaoxue was stunned at first, then let out a relieved laugh. Xiaoxuejie, I fulfilled my promise. Now it's your turn to deliver the reward. Chie-Jun stepped forward. Under the moonlight, Fenghua Xiaoxue lowered her head and clutched the hem of her clothes. What was meant to happen had, after all, arrived. Chie-Jun was about to speak when Fenghua Xiaoxue beat him to it, her voice trembling with struggle. Yejun-kun, you're still underage. I can't do this. Shinichi Aikino was stunned, then burst into a loud laugh that rippled through the air. My condition is, he looked at her with burning intensity, to take you with me, as if a bolt of lightning had struck her mind. Fenghua Xiaoxue froze completely in place, her breathing suddenly rapid, her chest heaving violently like an old bellows about to fall apart. A vast sense of happiness swept over her, nearly making her lose her footing. But, after a few seconds of struggling, she finally shook her head, her voice as soft as a sigh. I'm sorry. I cannot abandon my country and my people. I can't let my father the king down. Although, I've never wanted any great title. Toshiki Aikino's mouth lifted, revealing a faint dimple. I respect your decision. His voice was gentle, yet carried an unquestionable strength. But I will wait for you forever. He stepped forward and hugged her tightly. Her body trembled slightly. Letting go, he turned and walked toward the door. Just before stepping over the threshold, he turned back and softly said, Follow your heart. Then he hummed a melodious tune. The heart will go along with love. We promised not to part. The song gradually faded away. Fenghua Xiaoxue watched his disappearing figure until her tears finally burst the dam. She collapsed onto the edge of the bed, crying until she nearly fainted. Chie-Jun walked through the night, yet his heart was unusually certain. He believed she would make the right choice. The next morning, the docks. The time to bid farewell to the snow country had come. To avoid the risks of long-distance teleportation, Aikino Shun chartered a grand cruise ship to blow my mom's mind for a whole year. Everyone boarded the ship and waved to the crowd seeing them off on shore. At that moment, in the distance, a red figure was hauling luggage and sprinting desperately toward the pier. The bright hem of her kimono fluttered behind her. It was Kazuhana Koyuki. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Toshio Aikino's mouth. Finally, it still came. As if answering his waiting, the system prompt sounded clearly in his mind. Ding. Task completion reward issued. Shit yellow button unlocked. A breeze skimmed across the sea, stirring a trail of glittering waves. The shock my mom was about to set sail. Everyone had already boarded, ready to head for the land of fire. And Chino Toshihiko had finally waited long enough to see the figure he had been longing for. Fenghua Xiaoxue ran up the gangway, her forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. She was panting, but her eyes were unusually bright, and she spoke each word clearly. I've decided. I'm coming with you. The deck fell instantly silent. Everyone's gazes turned toward her. Immediately, whistles, cheers, and applause erupted, nearly overturning the deck. Chino Tashimi smiled at him and asked softly, "So, what about the snow country?" Fuka Koyuki met his gaze without the slightest hesitation. "For the past 10 years, I've worn a mask every day. Now, I want to be my true self again. The daimyo's position was never what I wanted." Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried the force of absolute certainty. "The most romantic thing I can think of is growing old slowly with you." After saying that, she looked somewhat anxious as she glanced toward Hinata and Ino beside her. In fact, the two sisters had long since seen the feelings between Aikino Shun and Koyuki with their own eyes. They smiled at each other, without the slightest trace of resentment in their eyes. Hinata stepped forward and gently took Koyuki's hand. "Sister, welcome you." Ino also laughed brightly. From now on, we're 3 sisters." If this had been written by a different author, by now there would probably have been an all-out brawl. Where did this fox spirit come from? I'll rip you apart. 3 women tangling together, hair pulled, clothes disheveled. Chino Toshiro driven to jump into the sea. 3 sisters? Chino Toshiro chuckled to himself. If you count properly, it would probably take 30 sisters to do justice to this trip through time. But he always upheld one bottom line in his heart. The pleasures of the harem must never be those of a promiscuous cat. Chi Yejuan shook his head wryly. Coming up with such a grandiose reason for yourself your nerve is really something. Xiaoxue breathed a sigh of relief, her expression much more relaxed. She took Hinata and Ino by the hands and asked softly, "Ino, your nail color is really pretty. Is it that pale pink like Dutch tulips?" Then she turned to Hinata. "That deep blue highlight hidden in your hair makes your skin look even paler." Ino laughed and tugged at Xiaoxue's sleeve. "Big sister, this fishnet top you're wearing is the real standout. It sparkles with tiny bits of light." Hinata suddenly lowered her voice, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Xiaoxue, actually yesterday, I got my period for the first time." Chinino Toshi stood by, holding his forehead as he listened. As expected, no matter the world, girls' private whispers are utterly disarming. The 3 girls chatted for half an hour and quickly grew familiar. Fenghua Xiaoxue shed her initial reserve. Smiling with curved eyes, even her bearing warmed a few degrees. Hinata and Ino exchanged a glance. They had long heard that this actress never courted scandal and was like a pure lotus in the tangled entertainment world. During a lull in their laughter, Ichino Toshi pulled Xiaoxue to the ship's rail. "Have you arranged all the affairs of the snow country?" "The Santaifu is acting as regent for me." The sea breeze lifted Xiaoxue's side hair. "When my mother died in childbirth, he moved into my father's bedchamber. We were raised together." She paused, her voice soft. "He's like my mother." That was a lot to take in. But knowing the steady Santaifu governed the technologically powerful snow country put Ichino Toshi at ease. There would be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Noon sunlight poured over the deck. Everyone sat in a circle for a meeting, reviewing the gains and losses of the mission. After the meeting, during the meal, the clink of cups and bowls never stopped. Everyone raised their glasses in cheer for Xiaoxue's joining. After the meal, the girls sat close whispering secrets while the boys raced back to the dorm to play cards. Naruto tossed cards and shouted as he played. Sasuke suddenly quipped, "You talk as much as the Dunhuang murals." Naruto scratched his head in bewilderment. "Is that an insult?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow. "Drop the is." The whole room instantly erupted in laughter and noise. Watching this rowdy group of youths, Chiejun suddenly thought of the workplace after graduating from university, those calculations and false smiles. He deliberately didn't use the shunshin technique, simply because he cherished this noisy, clamorous communal life. After all, once the Chunin exams were over, times like these would never return. The cruise ship cut through the blue waves, schools of fish flashing past the hull like silver arrows. "Look, Everyone crowded to the rail, showing off their skills to catch fish. Xiaoxua suddenly blinked, shrugged off her jacket, and briskly removed the net lining. Girls, block for me. With a flick of her wrist, the mesh bloomed into a silver arc in the air. Aikino-shun snorted with laughter. Who would have thought this fashionable battle suit could really catch fish? Spray splashed onto Xiaoxua's smiling lips, sparkling like tiny diamonds. The end. Aikino-shun felt like he had forgotten something. Not until he returned to his cabin late at night did he suddenly slap his thigh. The night spent with Xiaoxua mission was completed, but he forgot to check in. He hurriedly summoned the system panel and rapidly tapped the check-in button with his fingertip. Ping. Task check-in successful. Reward. A skewer of takoyaki. Chia Jun widened his eyes. What? I risked everything to get pure water from third madam. I went to great lengths to get Fenghua Xiaoxua to cooperate with the experiment. And this is the result? Couldn't you at least give a pill to strengthen the body? Or a prop that makes you look cool would work too. What is takoyaki supposed to be? Host, don't be impatient. This item can promote growth. Each skewer increases length by 1 centimeter. Wait. Aikino Shinichi was stunned. Grow tall? Or grow where? It can't be there. You guessed right. Holy crap. He looked down and glanced. Completely ordinary. Thinking of that guy Naruto, he felt even more ashamed. At least give me 7 or 8 skewers, okay? Take it step by step. Too much at once is scary. Well, damn. Even the systems learn to tease. But if you save up a few more skewers, you'll really be able to strut around someday. Especially when going to the bathhouse. That scene. Girls adore, boys envy. This is the dream of every Asian man. Even big Western guys have to admit defeat. The Black brothers all have to call him Big Brother. Thinking that he could surpass Naruto in the future, Aikino-shun couldn't help but laugh out loud. He couldn't wait to swallow the pill. So far I haven't noticed any major changes. The cruise ship cuts through the blue waves and continues sailing. The weather has been fine for days, and the sea is calm. These days, Chino Toshio has been reflecting constantly. The battle against Keisuke and Hanyudu showed that I'm far from invincible. Although my chakra is unlimited and my hand seals are as fast as lightning, when facing enemies of shadow rank or stronger, the advantage isn't obvious. I can't rely solely on the system. I mustn't slack off in my own training either. In the evening, after he and his brothers finished playing cards, they found the 3 sisters gathered around a tablet, wiping their tears. Titanic is playing on the screen. When the film ends, the 3 of them, eyes reddened, rush to the bow. The night breeze is slightly cool, the Milky Way hanging low. The girls imitate the film's protagonists, spreading their arms and closing their eyes. At that moment, Chie-shun strolled over, deliberately teasing them in dialect. Hey girl, what are you doing? We're going to fly, the 3 said in unison. Don't get any foolish ideas, you 3 are so pretty. Saying that, he went behind them and hugged each of them one by one, and together they struck the classic flying pose. A few days later, the outline of Konoha port appeared on the horizon. Stepping onto the long, unvisited soil of the Land of Fire, Aikino-shun took a deep breath. Naruto was already hopping toward the dock, his laughter dispersing in the salty sea breeze. Naruto Uzumaki spread his arms, took a deep breath, and laughed loudly. Huh? The air of the Land of Fire still smells the best. No matter how beautiful the Land of Snow is, it can't compare to here. The companions around him all showed relaxed smiles. Only Sasuke kept a cold face, saying nothing. Asuma leaned toward Kakashi and lowered his voice. What's wrong with that kid? He's been tense this whole trip. Kakashi lazily flipped a page of Ika Paradise and didn't respond. A few days earlier, on the return cruise, Toshio Chino had already discussed with Kazuhana Koyuki. She would not go live with him in Kanahegakure for the time being. There were too many considerations behind that decision at least. They would wait until she was 14 and the Snow Country's palace reconstruction was complete. Hold tight, Toshio Chino said softly. Before his words had finished, he formed a hand seal with one hand and, with a light shout, Flying Thunder God technique. With a whoosh, the 2 of them vanished from where they stood. The next moment, they were standing on the land of Sunagakure in the Land of Waves. Before him was a scene of bustling activity. The chants of the tamping workers, the sizzle of saws cutting wood, and the crisp clack of hoes striking stones interwove. The newly reclaimed field ridges gave off the scent of earth in the distance. Chi Yojin's estate had its framework erected, but it was still far from habitable. He took Xiaoxue through the yard and pushed open the door. Li Wanji was just coming out of the inner room. "Xiaoxue, this is Ri Wanhui, my sister," Chia Jun introduced. Ri Wanhui stepped forward, her warm hand clasping Xiaoxue's slightly cold fingers, a smile rippling at the corners of her eyes. "You can stay with me without worry. It'll be good company for me. I'm a bit lonely on my own." Chia Jun lowered his voice. "Don't worry, I'll come see you whenever I'm free. We won't be apart for long." Xiaoxue nodded, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her lips. "By the way, where are Zai Bujan and Bai?" Chi Yejuan suddenly remembered the two. They seemed to be working in the fields over there. He took Xiaoxue's hand and ran toward the farmland outside the village. From a distance, they saw a strange sight. Zai Bujan brandishing that terrifying executioner's cleaver, and wherever the blade swept the earth flew up, his movements somehow cleaner than a plow. Not far away under the trees, Bai sat at an old loom, the shuttle darting between his fingers like lightning, the soft cloth growing inch by inch. What a scene of men plowing, men weaving. A few weeks later, Fenghua Xiaoxue organized the first opera troupe in Sunset Village. They began touring the various hamlets, and the sound of gongs and drums rang out at dusk time and again. Standing on the makeshift stage, Xiaoxue finally found her own light. Back in Konoha, Chino Toshio collapsed onto the couch and clutched his game controller, staying up all night. If Xiaoxue and the others really moved in together, this carefree, slack life would probably be over, which, truth be told, was also his small selfish reason for not wanting to cohabit too soon. Days flowed quietly like a stream. Konoha's 60th year, Toshi Ino turned 13. New Year's Day was Teacher Kai's birthday. It was also on that day that Riemenheim's abdomen already showed a slight rounded curve. The child was 2 months along. Kakashi seemed to suddenly understand something too. He gave up buying those flashy, useless gifts, turned and walked into a maternity shop, and exchanged all his savings for formula and diapers. Baby formula prices were astonishing. Now he chose exclusively factory-sealed formula being sourced through contacts from the land of grass and the land of milk. In the blink of an eye, it was February. 1 month remained until the Chunin exams. Though it was winter, the land of fire still felt warm and pleasant. The main street of Konoha buzzed with voices. The hawking of vendors, the shouts and play of children never ceased. Forehead protectors flashed in the crowd. Occasionally, a few kids could be seen fashioning headbands from strips of cloth and tying them on to imitate ninjas. The 3 rascals from the Konohamaru gang were among them. They had long since become Ikeda Shun's #1 admirers. That afternoon, Ikeda Shun had just finished a D-rank mission and was strolling home at an easy pace. As he neared his gate, a rustling sound came from behind him. Bang! A huge stone appeared out of nowhere and blocked the middle of the path. Its face bore the veins of granite, but at the edge 3 pairs of peeking eyes were clearly visible. Ikeda couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ever since he became those 3 kids' idol, these sudden attacks had become routine, usually accompanied by a free meal or 2. Toshikazu Ichino has always liked children watching their lively figures. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a smile. "Brother Toshikazu Ichino, are you going to teach us to recite poetry today?" Mokiamura looked up, asking eagerly. "Come on, come inside. In another month, I won't have this much time to spend with you all." He smiled and pushed open the courtyard gate. The 3 children queued up and chattered as they ran in. So cute. Just as I was thinking that, a flash of light suddenly passed before my eyes. Ding! A performance art check-in task has been issued. Host, please teach the children to recite an ancient poem in a unique way. A unique way? Ikuno Shun stroked his chin and thought for a moment. There are plenty of classical poems, but how to make them unique? His eyes suddenly lit up. He turned and wrote a few lines on the small blackboard, then picked up the pointer and led the children in reading them word by word. A childish voice drifted out the window and toward the little loft next door. Hinata stood by the window, raising the telescope Chino Toshio had given her. She watched his patient figure teaching, her cheeks slightly flushed. Jun Kuin likes children so much. He'll definitely make a good father someday. At that thought, her ears went bright red. She hastily covered her face with her hand, swayed, and nearly lost her footing. But what she didn't know was that the children were loudly reading aloud. Bed, money, bright moon, light. Clothes torn, on the floor, song. Giggle giggle, interesting. The host truly has a peculiar train of thought. Reward unlocked. Doll feature. The system emitted a string of unheard, slightly mischievous laughter. Aikino Shinichi was stunned. This system, why did it suddenly become so improper? A puppet doll? What is that? The puppet doll is similar to a summon, with various forms, possessing combat and support abilities, visible only to its host. As soon as his words fell, a semi-transparent panel unfolded before his eyes. More than 100 gray names were listed on it, all in an inactive state. Chi Yijun glanced over them and immediately held his breath. Ice Princess, Xiao Wu, Flame Spirit Princess, Yi Bingyao, Bainoa, Zhu Zhuqing. There was even a name from that ninja world he knew well. Then can I get one today? Can they talk? How big are they? What abilities do they have? He asked in rapid succession. The feature is only enabled today. Specific rewards must be obtained through subsequent check-ins. Then, can you let me see one first? Can. The air rippled slightly, and a petite figure floated in midair. It was a little girl of about 5 or 6, her features as delicate as a figure in an ancient painting. Though still young, her breathtaking contours were already apparent. Her long silvery hair fell like a waterfall, and her snow-white eyes were clear to the bottom. She wore a loose white robe. Her brows were like a crescent moon, her eyes like stars, exuding an otherworldly aura. Most notably, she had a pair of slender horns atop her head, like a little white rabbit that had taken human form. Toshio Aikino stared blankly and finally recognized who she was. Ikuno Toshiro froze on the spot, his breath catching. How could it be her? A snow-white robe, silver-white hair, a pair of pure white eyes as still as a cold pool. Pointed ears hovered lightly in midair, like a delicate yet eerie doll. This is clearly Otsutsuki Kagaya. With a thud, Toshio Ichino Aikino fell to his knees, clasped his hands together, and shouted, "Great God, have mercy!" The white-haired girl suspended in midair tilted her head, looking completely bewildered. She drifted close, silent and soundless like a feather. Toshihiko Ichino suddenly felt playful and recalled a certain classic showdown. He formed a hand seal with both hands and barked in a low voice. Counter-harem technique. White smoke burst open, and several handsome men suddenly appeared, each with a different bearing. Zayawai was clearly stunned. But the next second, she wasn't kicked flying as in her memory. Instead, her figure flashed, and with a fierce kick, she struck Chi Yejuan hard in the chest. "Get lost, you pervert." Chino Shun fell to the ground, but laughed while rubbing his chest. "Spicy enough, I like it." Just as he was about to probe further, a cold system voice sounded in his mind. Dummy types, melee type, range type, control type. Experience concluded, subsequent functions pending unlock. Little Huey floated up to him and reached out to ruffle his hair. "Next time's prize. I hope you'll draw me. Goodbye." The soft, glutinous trailing note still drifted in the air as she dissolved into a point of light. Chitano Tashimi watched the direction she had disappeared into, a slight smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Could this puppet grow over time? If he really grows up, I'm afraid his little room won't be able to hold him. Just then, there was a knock at the door. It was already 10 o'clock at night. Standing outside the door was a masked ANBU member. "Third Hokage, please come with me." Smoke curled through the Hokage's office. Beside the third stood a man wearing small round sunglasses, a headscarf inverted on his head like a cooking pot. He was speaking softly, and when Chia Nojin entered, he immediately fell silent. The little eyes behind the lenses glittered. Chia Nojin expressionless. "Lord Hokage, is there something?" Sandai cleared his throat. "That sweater, was it knitted for me?" A twitch at the corner of Chino Toshio's eye. He'd been spied on again by the telescope technique. "This is special Jonin Ebisu." Sandai lifted a hand. "From now on, he will instruct you in your training." Chino Toshio glanced at the other man. Sunglasses, a bowl cut, and a face of feigned seriousness. Sure enough, he's that lecherous teacher ranked 4th on the list. This Ebisu guy acts all proper on the surface. That time Jiraiya sneaked up to the women's bath, and he immediately put on a stern face and stood in front to block the way. This shameless behavior, I absolutely will not allow. Humph, playing the righteous gentleman. As the private tutor of Kinomaru, the grandson of the third Hokage, Ebisu fancied that by clinging to powerful connections, he could easily secure the next Hokage position. Shun Aikino despised such opportunistic schemers more than anything. Sure enough, today he really had come to tattle on the third generation. Although he had heard the name Chino Toshio, he wasn't convinced. A lower-ranked ninja, how much skill could he possibly have? Could he really be stronger than me? A special upper-ranked ninja? He opened his mouth, his tone already tinged with boastfulness. I am Ebisu, Konohagakure's top private instructor and Konohamaru-sama's teacher. Chai Shuan only replied indifferently, something wrong? Ebisu added emphatically, I am the only private tutor of Master Konohamaru. Toshio Aikino immediately understood he was afraid I would steal his job. Huh, I wouldn't take it even if it were given to me for free. Ebisu warned coldly. Please stay away from Konohamaru-sama from now on. He has me as his special Jonin instructor, and that's enough. He thought Chino Toshio would obediently bow his head and agree. Unexpectedly, Chino Toshio tilted his head, giving him a half-smile as he appraised him. He suddenly clapped his hands, imitating the tone of some blonde kid. I remember now. You're that guy who always wears a serious face, a quietly horny pervert. Those words were like a needle, pricking Ebisu until his hair literally stood on end. You. The third Hokage choked on his tea and coughed repeatedly, forcing his face to stay straight so he wouldn't laugh. Ebisu's face turned pale, he grit his teeth and lowered his voice. Say it one last time. Don't corrupt the young master. Aikino Shinichi raised an eyebrow. How did I lead him astray? Although he felt a little guilty when he asked. Sandai quickly smoothed things over, coughing twice. All small matters, don't be so petty. Ebisu, you go back first, I'll handle this. Ebisu snorted coldly and slammed the door as he left. The office quieted down. The third smiled at Chino Toshio. It's fine, you can keep teaching Konohamaru, but aren't some things being taught a bit too early? Chino Toshio played dumb. What things? The third sighed. Go down to the restroom and you'll see. Before leaving, Chiejun glanced at the desk piled high with gifts from the snow country. TCH, these people really know how to suck up. He rolled his eyes and, reaching into his personal space, pulled out something. A piece of jade, verdant and translucent, shimmering with watery light. Grandpa Hokage, this is a gift I specially brought for you, an icy jadeite. The third took it, and his eyes lit up. Goodness. It was no small piece, the color pure, the luster so clear it looked like it might drip. The old man was grinning from ear to ear. He quickly found a red cord to tie it with and hung it around his chest. Since then, even mosquitoes flew around him. Later he found out. That wasn't jade at all, it was a giant bottle of medicated oil. It wasn't over yet. Chiejun then pulled out a small green bottle and dropped 2 drops of clear water into it. This water has a strange effect. Anyone who drinks it who is not of innocent heart will immediately faint for 5 seconds. Grandpa Hokage, this is also a specialty of the land of Snow's 6 god Jade Dew. Remember to shake it before drinking. The third generation accepted it with a beaming smile, patting his head. Good child, so thoughtful. A line of Chinese was printed on the bottle label. When Lu Shun holds the master, the family needs no worries. Chiejun grinned and slipped out of the room. An hour later, the third Hokage was still slumped on the sofa, unconscious. Aikino Shun whistled as he swaggered into the men's restroom on the first floor of the Hokage building. The moment he pushed the door open, a sharp sting of ammonia hit his nostrils. A huge Konoha emblem was painted on the wall. 4 stalls stood in a row, and on the old wooden doors were painted portraits of the successive Hokages. But behind the door panels was the real treasure. It was as if Chiejun had stepped into an underground art exhibition. Compared to this, the graffiti in college bathrooms were simply pathetic. The partitions were densely covered with writing. There are sickly sweet love lines, indecent coarse words unfit for sight, and even images of nude women burned out with the fire release precise lines, lifelike. Could it be Sasuke did this? Seems pretty pent up. No, this style, it's definitely Kakashi. His gaze swept across one masterpiece after another, finally stopping on a crooked signature in the corner, Konohamaru. Below the signature was a simple sketch. 8 equals laughing face. Chino Toshio tilted his head and thought for several seconds, then snorted with laughter. Genius. If this had been in my old world, he'd definitely be the stuff of an impressionist master. He recalled the ninjutsu that Konohamaru would create in the future, various upgraded versions of the seduction technique, far beyond Naruto's version in ways he couldn't fathom. Kid, you've got potential. He nodded to himself. After leaving the building, the night had grown deep. The moonlight was swallowed by thick clouds, the streets were deserted, and only a feral cat occasionally darted out of the shadows. When passing a narrow alley, Toshio Ichino suddenly slammed on the brakes. Whoosh! A kunai tore through the air, shooting from the shadowed flower bed straight at his face. He whipped his body aside, the cold metal grazed his cheek. The next second, he had already caught the kunai with a reverse grip and lightning fast threw it back into the flower bed, simultaneously sealing the hand signs and shouting, "Shadow Butterfly Technique." Light flashed. Mothra flapped its dazzling wings, illuminating the flower bed completely. The figures in the darkness had nowhere to hide. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Countless shuriken poured down like a torrential rain, striking the branches and leaves with sharp snaps. A dark figure dodged awkwardly. "Come out!" Chi Yejuan barked sharply. A figure slowly stepped out, the small sunglasses reflecting faint light. It was Ebisu. "Humph, even Lord Hokage taught you this move." Ebisu adjusted his glasses. Aikino Toshio crossed his arms and smirked lazily. "Oh? Teacher following me in the middle of the night? Don't tell me you've got a thing for me." Ebisu's forehead veins bulged. He suppressed his anger and snapped. "Kid, you're pretty cocky in front of the Hokage." Aikino Toshio just crooked his mouth and smiled, watching him tremble with fury. "I'm at least a special jonin." Ebisu took a deep breath, suddenly straightened his back, and put on a stern expression. "Shikamaru Kuin is my student. Stay away from him. Only a special jonin like me is worthy of being his teacher. And you? What are the things you teach him? Look at those drawings he made on the bathroom wall. What are they supposed to be?" Toshio Chino hated people like that the most. Putting on airs, wearing a solemn face, acting as if he alone were the only serious one in the world. In his previous life, at school and at work, he'd seen plenty of people like that. Ebisu. A textbook example. Ding. New mission. Tear off Ebisu's mask. Toshi Aikino almost laughed out loud. This task was practically being handed to him. He recalled Naruto's signature prank. Ebisu saw his grinning face and felt mocked. "Hey, you brat, did you hear me?" Chi Yijun did not answer. He formed a hand seal with both hands. Boom. The white smoke cleared, and 5 or 6 sultry women appeared out of thin air, posing and preening. Immediately after, he signaled again. Another puff of smoke exploded, this time revealing several muscular men with charming smiles. Dozens of figures twisted together in an instant. Ebisu's whole body stiffened. 2 streams of blood spurted from his nose. But what happened next was beyond Chino Toshio's expectations. Ebisu hadn't fainted. A low growl escaped his throat, his eyes blazing, and he threw his arms open and lunged into the crowd of people. Aikino Shun watched in stunned silence. "Well, look at you. This is really upright to the core." Not long after, Ebisu let out a long breath, fumbled to pull up his pants, and his face instantly returned to that same sanctimonious expression. "Humph," Chiejun sneered. "After Mizuki, another 1-second man is born." Ping. Task complete. Reward. Water release water array wall. B-rank defensive ninjutsu. Either spray torrents to repel attacks or raise a water wall to protect oneself. This is the 3rd defensive technique he has mastered. At that moment, Ebisu began nagging and scolding again. Toshio Aikino's expression grew darker and darker, a cold gleam flashing at the corner of his eye. "Seeing that you're a senior, I've held back repeatedly. You really think I'm a pushover? Want to fight, do you? Good. I'll accompany you. But you can't use your skills here," Chi Yijun said, pointing toward the darkness in the distance. "If you have the guts, come with me." Before he finished speaking, he had already turned and dashed toward the forest. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several shurikens skimmed past his ear. Ebisu chased after him, shouting, "Stop! Where do you think you're running to?" He chased him all the way to the riverside in the woods, where Chino Toshiro finally stopped. He knew Ebisu's background very well. This guy was good at teaching children, had solid fundamentals, and was proficient in decoy techniques, physical arts, and throwing skills. But the fatal weakness was the lack of advanced ninjutsu. After mixing around for so long, he still didn't have a single decent unique technique. The only one I've ever used was that fire-style, great fireball, that couldn't even burn a person to death. Ebisu formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" The blazing fireball roared toward them, lighting up Ikgaya-shun's face. He, however, curled his lips and made hand seals swiftly with both hands. Water release, water array wall. A surging torrent burst from his mouth, forming a transparent wall of water. The fireball slammed into the water wall with a loud sizzle and turned into a billowing mist of steam. Ebisu was stunned. That brat actually. He immediately tossed out 3 kunai. A cold flash passed, and one of them sank deep into Chiejun's calf. But the feel was wrong too light. Bang! The struck figure exploded apart, turning into a spray of water that drenched Ebisu. It's a water clone. The real Chino Toshio had already flashed behind him. Remembering that the other was after all not an enemy, he withdrew the killing move and gathered Chakra at his fingertips. 1,000-year kill. But this strike was unlike before. After returning from the land of snow, he had improved the move 1,000 Years of Death, 502 glue sealing technique. Unfortunately, Ebisu had eaten a lot of soybeans that night and drunk quite a bit of tea. At this moment, with a sudden jab, a rush of air shot backwards but was firmly blocked. His face instantly flushed purple-red, and he curled up. Toshio Aikino hurriedly sent him to Konoha Hospital. The moment he stepped through the hospital doors, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Original Ninjutsu Certification, Secret Art Spout Flying Technique, C rank. Effect: creates smoke bomb-like cover, must be activated when satiated. In the hospital room, Ebisu had just been treated and was dozing, lying face down on the bed. The door opened, and Aikino-shun walked in holding a bouquet of flowers. Surprised, the youth grinned as he leaned in. Ebisu weakly nodded. "Will you keep following me from now on?" "No, I wouldn't dare." At that moment, a nurse wearing small sunglasses pushed a cart in. Seeing Chi Yejuan, her eyes brightened. "I am Huibanai. Thank you for coming to visit my brother." Her voice was syrupy sweet, and the gaze beneath her sunglasses openly appreciative. Chino Jun smiled faintly. This sister was far more charming than the one on the hospital bed. After giving his brother the injection, Chino Jun started chatting with the nurse sister. This sister was very talkative. Totally unlike the pretentious younger brother, he spoke plainly and naturally. Aikino Toshio unconsciously developed a fondness for her. Having a nurse in the family would be nice. She could take care of you if you got sick, he thought. As they chatted, he learned they also had a third younger brother. Their parents died early, and the 3 siblings depended on each other, living a hand-to-mouth existence. Huibin became more and more engrossed as she spoke, and finally confessed softly. "In order to support my third brother's schooling, I gave my first time to the treasurer of a certain organization. The night I handed 100,000 taels into my third brother's hands, I cried the entire night." Chi Yijun did not look down on her. He understood being driven by circumstances, but the next words made him freeze instantly. "If I had known I could feel this good and get paid, why would we have suffered for so many years?" After saying that, Huibanai smiled brightly and leaned toward Chiejun. "Should Big Sister give you an injection? Or will you give Big Sister an injection?" At that moment, the door was pushed open. The third Hokage came to visit in person with his grandson. Chino Toshio secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Ahem, is it Konohamaru? When will you help me give injections next time?" The third chuckled. Ebisuno's face flushed. She nodded and pushed the medical cart, wobbling as she left the ward. Chiejun stood where he was, a little dazed. "Looks like Ebisu owes a lot to you for becoming the tutor, sister." But he quickly came to his senses, turned, took Ebisu's hand, and said earnestly, "Don't eat spicy food for a while. Eat more fruit. Don't sit for long. Don't stay up late. And for now, don't get too intimate with your boyfriend." Ebisu nodded dazedly. He was genuinely afraid of Chino Toshio. He never wanted to experience that sealed door pain again. Actually, that night, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had long since received the night patrol report. He watched everything with the crystal ball. He knew Aikino-shun had a sense of restraint, so he did not intervene. Ebisu is just too rigid. Disciplining him wouldn't be a bad idea. Daring to send the teacher of that Naruto brat to the hospital, there wasn't he a second person in all of Konoha who could do that. Soon, the moniker Great Demon Chino Toshio spread throughout the village. Many who saw him covered their rear ends and avoided him, except for a few with peculiar tastes who flirted with him all day. The Konohamaru squad became even closer to him. The three little kids practically became his little followers. When he heard Ebisu was hospitalized, Konohamaru was as happy as if it were a festival. That day, Toshio Ichino was grading homework. The assignment is to imitate quiet night thoughts. Saratobi Konohamaru wrote. In front of the bed, the bright moonlight, two pairs of shoes on the floor, a man and woman on the bed. One of them is you, Saratobi Asuma. Chino Toshinobu couldn't help but laugh. This kid has potential. After laughing, he fell into thought again. Teacher Asuma, is actually this uninhibited? The Chunin exams drew nearer, and Konoha village was peaceful. But this calmness was like the brief peace before a storm. On the weekend, Chia Toshio hosted Huahua Xiaoxue at his home for a holiday. In the little courtyard, the fig tree cast mottled shadows. The little black cat curled up under the tree dozing, its paws occasionally batting at the blue cornflowers. Ino was trimming lavender and sage in the flower bed, a faint scent of leaves drifting through the air. In the kitchen, Chino Toshiyuki was pan-frying fish with garlic and basil, the aroma filling the room. Fuka Koyuki sat by the fireplace, baking naan brought from the western regions. Hinata sat quietly in the yard, her fingers deftly knitting a sweater. Toshifumi Aikino took a deep breath. The warmth inside the house wrapped around him like a soft blanket, and he really couldn't bear to step outside. After dinner, Hinata, Ino, and Koyuki solemnly gathered together and, with a strong sense of ceremony, bound themselves as sisters, a scene that left Toshifumi Aikino momentarily stunned. Half a month flashed by. The weather warmed. Toshifumi Aikino put away his heavy woolen pants, and Konoha seemed to be awakened by the spring breeze overnight. New green burst from the branches, and life flourished everywhere. That day, Team 7 took on an unremarkable job helping the bookstore repair its roof. But the atmosphere felt a bit off. As usual, Teacher Kakashi was holding Konoha Paradise, his gaze languid. Sasuke and Naruto met each other's eyes, both letting out a humph at the same time, then turned their heads to the sides like sulking young lovers. Hinata remained silent, her brow slightly furrowed. "Hinata, what's wrong?" Chino Toshio asked softly. She only shook her head lightly and sighed. Kakashi finally put down his book and explained. Akane Yuhi has been discharged from the hospital, and Shino Aburame and Kiba Inuzuka have returned to Class 8. Toshiki Aikino felt his heart skip a beat. That Hinata was going to leave Team 7? Sakura Haruno was coming back? As he was thinking this, a clear voice rang from downstairs. "Sasuke-kun, I'm back." Everyone looked down. Sakura was looking up and waving, her smile radiant. After months of convalescence, her face had become a bit rounder. Naruto suddenly snorted and broke the silence. "Wow. Sakura, you walk like every step is stamped. It's making the ground tremble." Everyone froze, but Chino Toshio almost burst out laughing. This was clearly teasing her for getting fat. If it were before, Naruto would have certainly rushed over and shouted, "Welcome back." It seems Naruto has finally let go of his fruitless obsession. Toshiyasu Aikino understood why Hinata was sullen. She was about to leave Team 7, though reluctant. She never fought for the spot. That position had always belonged to Sakura. "If you won't fight for it, I'll fight for you," he decided to himself. The sunset stained the street orange-red as Toshineo Aikino hurried straight to the Hokage building. The third Hokage was bent over a pile of documents, a thin wisp of smoke rising from his pipe. Under the lamp, his hair was white and his face aged, the crow's feet at his eyes deeply set. Aikino-shun silently sighed. No matter the undercurrents in the village, he only remembered that the old man had treated him well. As for power struggles, he had no interest in meddling. This book's main plot is light and does not involve complex scheming. He would occasionally wonder, if 3 generations passed away, would he need to use the ancestor's soul to save him? But the system never clarified the cooldown time for the resurrection technique. What if the skill wasn't ready at a critical moment in the future? He ultimately suppressed the thought. Little one, something wrong? Sandai looked up, revealing a weary smile. Chino handed over a hand-knitted sweater with a smile. Saratobi had indeed been looking troubled, lately advanced in years and facing retirement. The heavy responsibilities were suffocating him. Rewrite notes. Strengthen spoken delivery and visual expression to enhance reading aloud and listening experience. Break long sentences and written-style expressions into more conversational, dynamically descriptive short sentences to boost rhythm and emotional conveyance during recitation. Simplify culture-specific content using straightforward, easily translatable expressions. Abstract or culturally specific terms like cultivation and states of mind are simplified or replaced with actions and environmental descriptions to ensure the translation is clear and easy to understand. Enrich details and sensory descriptions to enhance scene immersion. Add sensory details such as actions, surroundings, and psychological activity to increase visual vividness and audio expressiveness. If you want the text to emphasize the humorous effect more, or to further tighten the pacing, I can continue to refine and adjust it for you. He was calculating how to quickly set up some personal assets before leaving office, so he could have an income stream for the future. There's a shop on Kanoha Street that's up for transfer. It's in an excellent location, and he spotted it at a glance. Opening a restaurant would be perfect, but of course Toby unexpectedly barges in. That old fellow has his eye on the same place. They're even planning to go into the food business. After several rounds of unresolved arguments, it was finally settled by Mito Iman Hanu and Koromogi Koharu stepping in to mediate, and they simply decided the two would go into business together. As for what kind of shop they would open, Chino Toshio summed up the key in one sentence. One is the fire shadow, the other is the pot shadow if you're not opening a hot pot restaurant. What else could you open? At this moment, the third was going over the accounts to calculate the hot pot restaurant's dividends. Tenzo, you old fox, you even want to steal my bite, he muttered under his breath. Just then, the door was pushed open and Chino Toshio walked in, holding a conspicuously eye-catching pink sweater. Sanda took the sweater, a smile appearing at the corners of his eyes. He had long ago glimpsed through the crystal ball the figure of Chino Toshio, bent over knitting the sweater many times. I didn't expect it to be for me. He felt a warmth in his heart. This child is even more considerate than Asma. But Chino Toshio smiled and said, "This is knitted for Xiaoshuang." After all, every time Xiaoshuang uses a ninjutsu, she always tosses her clothes aside casually. The sight is really unbearable to look at. The third awkwardly cleared his throat and then asked, "Kid, you came to see me today, something you need?" Only then did Shinoju smile and explain his purpose. "Hokage-sama, could you allow Hinata to remain in Team 7? For the third, this was nothing more than a small favor. He nodded briskly, but also took the opportunity to make a request. This year's Chunin exams are Konoha's turn to host. There are countless details. It's really a headache. The Chunin exams are not only a selection process, but also a stage for each village to showcase its strength. The third wanted to use this opportunity to show the nation's Konoha's prosperity and new look a strong, open, civilized ninja village. He knew Chino Toshimasa was quick-witted, nicknamed the Little Juga of Team 7, so he wanted to hear his opinion. Chino Toshimasa paused for a moment and said, "If you ask me, erect several statues at the village entrance and the Ninja Academy to directly showcase Konoha's spiritual heritage." Statues? Interesting. What exactly should they depict? The third Hokage pressed. Chino Toshikazu answered seriously. In ordinary schools, you can't do without Confucius, Mencius, Laozi. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the Three Kingdoms era, and Sun Tzu as well. Chino Toshikazu has always spared no effort in promoting Eastern wisdom. Though Sanda didn't fully understand, he readily agreed. Not only that, Chino Toshi even sketched the design through the night, and Sanda immediately sent people to rush the production. The next day, Hinata stayed in Class 7 as she had hoped. Sakura, however, was transferred to Class 8 led by Kushina, forming a new team with Kiba and Shino. Yu was straightforward, somewhat similar to Naruto. The moment he saw Sakura, he grinned and said, "Hey, Sakura, haven't seen you in a while. Why have you gotten so plump? Even my Akamaru is slimmer than you." That comment really couldn't have come at a worse time. Sakura was holding back a bellyful of anger. Slap. A heavy punch landed squarely on Ya's face, crisp and loud. The two people and the dog immediately tumbled into a writhing fight. As for the character Sakura, even the creator himself never expected her to become so endlessly controversial later on. Although attempts were made to make amends afterward, it was already too late to reverse the tide. Perhaps at first, the author simply felt the interactions between the two male leads were too monotonous and needed a splash of color to enliven them. Thus Sakura came into being accordingly. All of her various temperaments, in the end, were merely products of the settings. And that dream maker always liked to lay things out casually, letting many foreshadowings drift away in the wind. Just as the afterglow of the sunset was swallowed by the night, a sharp eagle cry tore through the peaceful night sky of Konoha. Kakashi and his Jonin companions almost simultaneously looked up toward the dark silhouette that passed across the sky. "This day has finally come," Kakashi said quietly. They quickly gathered the subordinates who had completed their missions and disbanded the squads. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, more than a dozen Jonin had already assembled in the Hokage's office. The third Hokage exhaled a mouthful of smoke, which drifted slowly in the light. "Everyone's here," he said, sweeping his gaze over them, a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth. "I suppose you have all guessed." Kakashi lounged lazily against the wall. "The shinobi from the other villages have already arrived." Akatsuki stepped forward. "Lord Hokage, when does the exam start?" "In 7 days." Shinobi Gunma bit down on the 1,000 tails in his mouth, his forehead protector crooked on his brow. "That's soon?" The third smile deepened. "I hereby officially announce that the Chunin selection exam will begin in 7 days. Meanwhile, deep within the woodland of Konoha, sweat had soaked through Naruto's clothes. He slumped against a tree, gasping, with shurikens studded with leaves scattered around him. Sasuke was still practicing chakra control atop the treetops, a faint glow at his fingertips. Not far away, Aikino Shun was holding Hinata's hand from behind, instructing her on the power techniques of the gentle fist. Training finished, the three of them trudged back toward the village, exhausted. "Let's go eat Ichiraku ramen," Naruto shouted, then crouched down to pick up the scattered shuriken. Toshio Aikino looked back. "Don't pick it up, I'll buy you ramen." Naruto shook his head and continued wiping and putting away each shuriken. He had saved up countless ramen money to buy these. Even now that his life was somewhat better, he still had the habit of stuffing coins into a piggy bank, and his breakfasts were still instant noodles with near-expiration milk. Watching Naruto's focused back, Toshio Aikino felt a pang in his heart. From that day on, every time he went to Naruto's house, he would quietly slip some money under the pillow. It wasn't until the great battle years later that careless Naruto discovered the secret. 7 days later, Konoha was brightly decorated with lanterns and banners. Ninjas from each village arrived one after another, and banners filled the streets. Warmly welcome ninjas from all countries to come and exchange. The few statues designed by Chino Toshio also rose up. At the village gate stood a statue of a sword-wielding, scale-bearing goddess. The pedestal engraved with "Justice will ultimately prevail." In front of the Ninja Academy stood a sculpture of a girl holding a book and raising a dove, until one morning someone discovered a line of paint on the back of the statue. Knowledge is lighter than a feather. Later, those two statues became Konoha's most eye-catching landmarks. That day, the village was having a general cleanup. Toshikazu Aikino and Naruto were assigned to pick up trash in Sakura Alley. The three brats from Konohamaru's gang followed behind them, chasing and horsing around. While they were making a racket, Konohamaru suddenly dashed to the alley entrance. He ran too fast, couldn't stop in time, and crashed straight into someone. The man was dressed all in black, his face smeared with eerie paint. A puppet wrapped in bandages stood behind him. Chi Yi-jun's eyes narrowed sharply. It was him, the official's son he'd always wanted to punch while watching anime, Kankuro. The son of Rasha, the fourth Kazakage of Sunagakure, and a puppeteer. Aikino Shun once thought the puppeteer profession was very weak. But after witnessing the duel between Grand Machio and Scorpion, he completely changed his mind. White secret technique, Chikamatsu 10, 100 mechanism maneuver, iron sand barrier, mechanisms dancing through the sky. It's not that the puppeteer is weak at all, Kankuro is just terrible. This kid is impulsive and quick to anger, and especially hates children. He showed a villainous face when he first appeared, but later became an ally of Naruto and the others. Outwardly arrogant, but deep down a brother-protecting maniac. Even so, at first Chie Junichi still found him unpleasant. Too cocky. He even dared to lay hands on the grandson of the Hokage? Today he absolutely had to teach him a lesson. Thinking of this, Chino Toshio couldn't help but be reminded of Tian Tian. She and Kankuro both liked to use ninja tools. Kankuro hid his weapons in his puppets. Tian Tian keeps them in scrolls and summons them at any time using necromancy. But the two were practically a poor guy and a rich woman. Although Kankuro is a second-generation government official, Sunagakure is not wealthy. Most of his weapons are hand-me-downs discarded by the Akasuna no Sasori, earning him the nickname Ragpicker. Every day is different. She bought all her ninja tools herself. The original novel didn't mention her family's background, but judging from her speech and dress, she's definitely from a wealthy family. Chi Yijun had been thinking he should find out someday what the Tian family does for a living. It hurts to death. A shout interrupted his thoughts. Konohamaru was grabbed and lifted up by Kankuro. "Shorty, are you blind? Wanna die?" The painted-faced youth snarled. At that moment, a blonde girl hurried over. Her hair flared as if it had just been styled, and on her back, she carried a gigantic 3-star fan. It was this very fan that could even blow away Uchiha Madara, revived as an Edo Tensei. Her face was round and sweet as sugar, especially those blue eyes deep as the sea, radiating nobility. "Little brother, stop it," she said to Kankuro. "Do you want to get scolded?" Toshikazu Chino recognized at a glance. Temari, Kankuro's older sister, the ninja world's acknowledged beauty. A gentle and quiet lady. Unless the mission required it, she never hurt others lightly. Her heart was as soft as an ordinary girl's. In Chino Toshio's family's blueprint, Temari had long been listed among the concubines. Kankuro's fingers tightened again. Konohamaru's little face was turning purple as he struggled, his legs kicking weakly in the air. "Kankuro," Temari hissed again, her voice carrying no room for doubt. But her brother just sneered. "What's the rush? We're just having a little fun before that guy we're waiting for shows up." Naruto couldn't hold back any longer. He lunged forward in a single step, his fists white with tension. "Bastard! Let him go." Kankuro glanced at the forehead protector on Naruto's brow and snorted. "A Konoha genin? I suggest you don't make things hard on yourself. I'll return that line to you verbatim, you idiot lugging around a ragdoll." Naruto's sky-blue eyes burned with anger. Kankuro's expression darkened, and the fingers of his right hand curled ever so slightly. Ugh! Naruto felt something sharply catch his ankle. He lost his balance and tumbled to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Ha ha ha ha!" Kankuro looked at his disheveled state and erupted into a harsh laugh. Konoha's shinobi are only capable of that. Naruto scrambled up quickly, trembling with anger, and pointed at the strange face paint on Kankuro's face as he shouted, "Painted face cat. I'll say it again, let him go." Kankuro not only didn't he let go, he tightened his grip on Konohamaru's collar. The little boy emitted a pained whimper from his throat, tears welling in his eyes as he cast a pleading look toward Ichino Toshio. Moegi and Udon clutched Ichino Toshio's jacket hems tightly, their voices breaking as they begged, "Toshio and I, please save him." At that moment, the cold system prompt sounded in Chiyano Shun's mind. Ding! Story mission released. Inflict psychological damage on the target without causing physical harm. Psychological blow? Ichino Tashimi felt a stir in his heart. At this moment, Kankuro was still taunting the risen Naruto. "TSK, the thing I despise most is short guys." The line hit like a thorn, precisely striking Naruto's sore spot. His face flushed bright red, but unexpectedly he didn't lunge forward. Instead, he took a deep breath and unleashed his verbal barrage. "So what if I'm short? I'm faster than you at picking up money. I call this cute, you call it pathetic." "Oh." Kankuro raised an eyebrow maliciously. "I think you're quicker at picking up a bar of soap, though?" Chino Toshio's eyes went cold. He forced down the impulse to summon lightning and blast this loose-tongued guy away. The system has limits, and this guy might actually become his relative in the future. But this grievance cannot be left like this. His mind stirred slightly, and a faint wisp of black shadow silently merged into the shadow beneath Qin Jiolang's feet. With just these two ragged strings, you still dare to take them out and make a fool of yourself? Qi Yejuan's mouth twitched into a smirk, smiling flippantly and brazenly. Temari stared at the profile of his face and was momentarily stunned. As the wind swept across her bangs, she felt her heart skip a beat. Kankuro's fingers twitched violently, the chakra strings controlling the puppet snapping taut, but before he could move, a dark figure had already flashed over like lightning. With a crisp snap, the strings broke. Chinoya Shun Ichino Toshio walked forward at a leisurely pace, his steps landing firmly. "TCH, you actually have the nerve to use a trick like that?" he scoffed. Kankuro's face went ashen. Then he pulled a ferocious sneer. "I'll deal with this little guy first, then I'll play with you." His fist sliced through the air, aiming straight at Konohamaru's face. In the last moment before closing his eyes, Konohamaru looked at Chino Shun with eyes full of tears. "Stop, you bastard!" Naruto roared as he lunged forward, but he was clearly a step too late. At the critical moment, a pebble whistled through the air. Bang! Precisely smashing into Kabuto's wrist. He grunted and loosened his grip. Konohamaru fell to the ground. Naruto took the opportunity to snatch back his comrade. Aikino Shun looked up and saw a black-haired boy sitting sideways on the tree trunk, twirling a pebble between his fingers and regarding him with cold eyes. "In someone else's village, don't be too arrogant." Sasuke's voice was like ice, and the pebbles between his fingers crumbled into powder. "Get lost." Naruto immediately retorted. "How strange you're from the same parents as that beautiful woman next to you. So how can you be so different?" After saying that, he exchanged a glance with Sasuke. The two snorted in unison and turned their faces away. Kankuro rubbed his arm and snorted. "Another annoying brat." At that moment, Chino Toshio stepped forward. He already knew Kankuro couldn't stand gossip about his younger brother. Villagers privately said this puppeteer's care for his brother had long since crossed the line. "You call yourself a puppeteer?" Chi Junyong laughed loudly. "You're clearly a brother-obsessed master, aren't you? I heard you're even the moderator of Sand Hidden Village's Most Loving Brother Forum. Didn't you found the 5 great nations Spoil Your Brother Alliance?" Naruto joined in the excitement. "Wow, really?" Kankuro's face was streaked red and white. Temari snorted and laughed, then murmured under her breath, "Serves him right. Should have told him not to cause trouble." Her gaze swept over Ikuno Toshio's smiling features, and she suddenly felt her ears grow hot. But the system notification tone still hadn't sounded. Chi Yijun raised an eyebrow and gave a whistle. A dark shadow leapt out again. The claws flashed coldly. Shra! Qin Jiolang's crotch split open with a sound, revealing pink underwear with a strawberry pattern underneath. The entire venue fell deathly silent. And yet, everything had only just begun. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiaohei yanked his pants down in one forceful motion. The air froze instantly. Kankuro felt a chill in his lower body, and his whole face went pale. Moegi screamed and covered her eyes, though a sliver of curiosity leaked through her fingers. Temari sharply turned her head away, her voice laced with anger. "Are you crazy? Put your pants back on." "It wasn't me," Kankuro stammered in a panic, clutching the waistband of his pants with both hands. Konohamaru was the first to burst into laughter, pointing at Kankuro and yelling to Udon, "Look, it's even smaller than when we were kids." Chinoite glanced over and couldn't help but whistle. Naruto was already laughing so hard he collapsed to the ground, his fists pounding the floor. Kankuro trembled all over. Small, that word was like a poisoned sting, driving into the deepest, most painful place in his heart. He had never dared go to the public bathhouse, and it was because of this. "Enough!" he roared, nails digging into his palm. "I'll make you regret this." He abruptly reached out to unfasten the puppet wrapped in bandages on his back. "Wait." Temari rushed forward and pressed his hand down. "Put your pants on properly first. What would you look like otherwise?" Sasuke added coldly. "Need to look for them? You can't see a thing." Kankuro awkwardly pulled up his pants, but more resolutely untied the bandage knot. The wooden joints of the puppet crow clicked softly. "Do you insist on using crows here?" Temari tried to stop him. "The mission is important. Don't boss me around." Kankuro shrugged off his sister. Sunagakir's reputation can't be lost. You only dared mock me because you haven't seen Sasori's puppets. Before his words finished, the bandages unraveled with a snap. The grim puppet unfolded behind him like an awakened scorpion. Chi Yejuan crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Scavenging again, bringing out someone else's discarded toy. Shut up. Qin Jiulong's eyes reddened. What do you know? Yet a chill flashed through his heart. How did this person even know the nickname I hate most? At that moment, the shadows of the trees suddenly darkened. A bitter smell of sand filled the air. Between the branches and leaves came a rustling, like countless grains of sand rubbing together. Kankuro, a low voice pressed down from overhead, like the cold wind of a desert night. Temari and Kankuro stiffened at the same time, even easing their breaths. Among the dense shade, a red-haired youth hung upside down. Dark rings framed ice-blue pupils, and the blood-red character, At, on his forehead was startling. A massive sand gourd swayed slightly behind him, leaking grit that coalesced into a dangerous vortex in the air. Gaara's gaze swept over Kankuro's waistband, which had not been fastened yet, and the murderous intent in his pupils almost overflowed. Cold sweat trickled down from Kankuro's temple. He stared at the figure before him as if it were not his younger brother, but a breathing corpse. I, Gaara. His voice was trembling. Sasuke spun around suddenly, his pupils constricting. When did this guy appear? Silent like a shadow, matching Chino Toshio's speed. Gaara hung upside down from the branch, his posture as steady as a rock. His gaze first swept over Chino Toshio, then turned to Sasuke, a playful curve tugging at the corner of his mouth. I am Gaara. They started it. Kankuro hurriedly protested. Shut up. Gaara's voice scraped across the ground like shards of ice. Keep talking, and I'll kill you. Kankuro immediately forced a conciliatory smile, his previous arrogance completely gone. Sorry about that, Gaara said to Aikino-shun. His tone was polite, but his gaze remained icy. Clatter. His body suddenly scattered into a sand waterfall, and the next second he was standing under the tree. Let's go, we're not here to play, he said to Kankuro and Temari. Wait. Ikuno Toshi suddenly spoke up. Is the eye makeup that Temari does for you every day? Gaara froze in place. Temari smiled and nodded. Yes, I drew it. Not bad, right? Who told you to say that? Gaara's ear tips reddened. There's another question, Chino Toshio pressed. Why do you call me Gaara? Kankuro blurted out. I know. Because he has a friend named Sholo. And then... Nonsense, Gaara roared. I'm a Shura who only loves myself. Kankuro muttered. But isn't she my mom too? The three turned to leave, and Chino Toshio watched helplessly as the quest reward was about to slip away. Please wait. Hinata ran over, holding out a bag of tangerines. Bought them by the roadside. They're very sweet. The orange fruit gave Chino Tashin a sudden flash of inspiration. He remembered a story from his middle school textbook, and a brilliant idea surged into his mind. He strode quickly to catch up with the three. Ding. Task complete. The system's prompt sound arrived as expected. Meanwhile, deep inside a dim cave, water beads seeped from the rock walls, and torches cast flickering shadows. The dark-haired woman lay flat on a stone slab, her body trembling slightly. The red-haired woman stood to one side, chanting an ancient ballad. I have a little donkey, I never ride it. Who knew with a clatter? I fell horribly. Stop. The dark-haired woman abruptly raised her hand to interrupt. She took a deep breath and grabbed a tissue to wipe her hands. Outside the cave, Kanehagakure was celebrating a festival. A march of the fire country played from the horns, and the crowd danced joyfully. But the chill inside the cave felt like another world. He slowly opened his eyes. The yellow vertical pupils no longer held the faint warmth from moments ago. Only a bone-piercing cold remained. Dao AI, today's piece, is rather interesting. His voice was deep and magnetic, with the rasp of someone who had just woken up. It was clearly a man's voice. Xiaofan smiled and nodded. Annie Snake, you summoned me back from the Pure Land. I remember that favor. It is right that I serve you. As for this song, it was the swan song left behind by a bard long ago. Auntie Snake tidied the fishing net outfit on her body with satisfaction. Wearing this to take a stroll in Konoha, how would it look? It will absolutely dazzle everyone. No one can compare. Auntie Snake's mouth curled slightly. Then she asked, "Those news should have arrived by now, right? What's the situation in Konoha?" After hearing the report, he fell silent and stared toward the cave entrance, his eyes dark as a deep pool. At the entrance of Cherry Blossom Lane, Simbakia Fruit Shop, the shelf was piled high with bright, fresh fruit that looked enticing. Toshio Aikino's gaze landed on a pile of golden oranges. He hadn't finished the task of delivering the psychological blow, but he already had an idea in his mind. "Hey, friend from the Sand Village, please wait." He hurriedly caught up to the three of them and stood in front of them. "What do you want to do?" Kanzaburo immediately stepped back half a pace, alert. Aikino Tashiyoshi raised a friendly smile. "Don't be nervous. That was all a misunderstanding. As people from Konoha, we should show some hospitality. I want to give you a small gift. Consider it an apology." "A gift?" Kankuro frowned, completely baffled. Beside him, Gaara showed no emotion, watching coldly. Temari, however, sighed softly and murmured in a voice only she could hear, "Why are both my brothers like this? Ah, if only I had a handsome little brother with dimples. How nice that would be." Aikino Shun pointed toward the fruit stall. "This family's ugly tangerines are especially sweet. In your wind country, the winds and sand are strong. It should be hard for you to find such juicy fruit." Saying that, he somehow produced a small black cap and put it on his head, then draped a dark teal cotton robe over himself. Suddenly, he bent at the waist, his steps becoming unsteady, and he slowly shuffled toward the fruit shop. Kinjio Lang was stunned. Somehow, that back view carried an indescribable sense of world weariness. A corner of his heart suddenly softened. Chi Yejuan turned his head back, looked at him deeply, and covered his mouth as he coughed twice. "Jioer, don't move, stay right there. Father will be back soon." "Oh, that tone, that figure." Kankuro suddenly thought of his father far away in the sand village, and his nose inexplicably tinged with sadness. Aikino Shun soon returned with a bowl of tangerines and handed one to each of the three siblings. "Try it, it's especially sweet." Temari took the tangerine, hugged it to her chest, and smiled as if she had gotten some treasure. Chino Toshio looked at me, Gaara, again. "Little Ro, work hard. Figure things out sooner rather than later. The road is still long." Hitoya blinked, then turned and ran off. Gaara stood where he was, motionless for a long time. Kankuro peeled a slice of tangerine and tossed it into his mouth. The juice burst on his tongue. "TCH, Dad, this tangerine is really sweet." He deliberately emphasized the word father. Ikino Shun snickered inwardly. "The third has the will of fire. I'll just give you the will of the father." Ding. Host completed a mental strike, gained earth release, decapitation in the mind technique. The moment the technique's name appeared in his mind, a scene flashed before Ikino Shun's eyes of Kakashi dragging Sasuke into the ground in the Forest of Death, a one-hit kill assassination technique. The mouth of the alley echoed with Kankuro's irritated wall kicking. "Why won't you let me do it?" Gaara's voice was as cold as ice. "Do it? The one who will die is you." The sound of sand grinding surged nearer. Gaara shoved Kankuro into the wall split with a spiderweb of cracks. "Cause any more trouble," he said, a bloody aura rising around him, "and I'll kill you first." At that moment, Shinijin's earpiece crackled. All the trash cleaned up, Kakashi's lazy voice came through. "Remember to sort it." Shinojun pinched the black walkie-talkie. The metal casing flashed in the sunlight. This world was always full of contradictions. You could use radios to communicate, yet had to rely on your legs to sprint across treetops. If there really were firearms, those ninjas who formed seals and chanted spells would be. He suddenly laughed out loud. If someone really fired a heavy machine gun in a sweep, wouldn't the scene of the tailed beast Jade exploding be even more shocking? His gaze swept over the sports cars parked in the system warehouse, a pitch-black streamlined Lamborghini, a silver-winged Maserati, and that car he had prankishly modified into a gaudy gold Huachin Jinbei. At Quitinji time, he grabbed Hinata's hand and rushed into the depths of the forest. "Let me show you something good." When the samurai black supercar tore through the twilight and appeared, Hinata's clear white eyes immediately widened, her fingertips helplessly clutching the sleeve of her kimono. "This is an armored centipede." The engine roared like a giant beast awakening. Toshitoshi Ichino executed a clean drift, the wheels kicking up a sky full of red leaves. Hinata's cry scattered with the wind, the clouds like rouge splashed across the horizon. Aikino Shunsai raced along the bank of the Valley of Demise carrying Hinata, the wind howling in their ears. "How does it feel?" he called with a smile. Hinata nodded vigorously, her hair whipped by the wind, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "So much faster than a carriage." "What's this called?" "Maserati." Hinata tilted her head and repeated, "Ma." "Lashing the ground? That sounds so dirty. I still prefer the feeling of flying." Chino Toshio laughed heartily and waved, summoning a crystal-clear ice and snow phoenix. He gently took Hinata's waist, and the two rode the wind, soaring toward the clouds. Late at night, Chino Toshio suddenly awoke. His crotch was chillingly cold. He had dreamed again of that night when he was 14. When he turned his head, Xiaohei was squatting by the pillow before he knew it, its golden pupils quietly watching him. Seeing him wake, the black cat flipped over and rolled, exposing its soft belly. Chi Yijun reached out and scratched under its chin. Xiaohei purred. After a short bout of play, it turned into a wisp of smoke and vanished. Chi Yijun summoned 2 clones, one to wash his underwear, the other to prepare breakfast, while he himself slipped into the omnipotent space to look for fresh clothes. Suddenly, the rumble of water crashed into his ears, accompanied by the clear, cheerful laughter of a woman. "Why is there someone in the space?" He held his breath and quietly hid behind the rockery. The waterfall hung like a white ribbon, mist filling the air. In the pool 2 women were bathing, water droplets rolling down their smooth backs. The dark-haired woman's skin was slightly darker, her figure lithe as a leopard. The white-haired girl was entirely pale, her long hair flowing like a waterfall down to her waist. Aikino Shun blinked in surprise. But the next second, the two of them vanished into thin air, leaving only ripples on the water. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. The pool's surface was already calm as a mirror. Was I seeing things? After that, he returned to the space several times, but never saw those 2 mysterious figures again. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be Xiaohei and the Ice Snow Phoenix in human form? He shook his head. A summoned beast can turn into a human? Unless, like the Rui Jingubang? Morning light pierced the clouds, and Konoha grew noisy. Ornately decorated carriages rolled in one after another. The nobles inside were bloated and sated, and along the way the commoners pressed in, waving bouquets and cheering. Suddenly someone burst out of the crowd and shouted, "None of the officials are any good." Before the words had even finished, he was dragged away by shinobi of the Umbu. The examinees followed the procession into the arena, the street blocked so tightly by the crowd that not even water could flow through. Beneath the rejoicing, a current churned. Orochimaru's Sound Village and the Sand Village had secretly allied. The plan to bring down Konoha was like a poison blade about to be drawn. Toshio Ichino stood alone atop the Hokage rock, looking down over the village. A corner of his mouth lifted. The game is about to begin. In the afternoon, the plaza in front of the Hokage building filled with ninjas. The 3rd Hokage stood solemnly on the high platform, leading everyone to raise their right fists and loudly recite the Will of Fire manifesto. The will of fire, strive upward. Hold fast to your beliefs, never give up. A roar like thunder, shaking the clouds. The 3rd Hokage's gaze swept across the young faces, and he slowly nodded. "Everyone stand. Sing the Will of Fire march. Ready, begin." Children's yet orderly voices rose across the playground. "We are the successors of the Will of Fire, inheriting the glory of our predecessors, loving Konoha, loving the people, our forehead protectors fluttering in the wind before our brows." The assembly ended after reading aloud the list of those taking the ninja exam. Prominently on the list were all members of the 10 Little Strong Ones, along with Kaibara's Sho, Tintin, and Niji. As the crowd dispersed, Konohamaru tugged on Ichino Shun's sleeve. "Shun and I, what exactly is the Will of Fire?" Ichino Shun crouched down and lowered his voice. "Listen, it's a kind of high-level jinjutsu." "Jinjutsu, right? To protect the interests of Konoha's leadership in the Land of Fire. It can make you swing a blade at friends, strike at family, even annihilate a clan." He raised a finger. "Remember this, well, it'll be on the exam." Moonwang blinked her eyes. "So scary." Chino Toshio ruffled her hair. "Simply put, If the higher-ups tell you to act, you can't hesitate, not even with your parents. Udon pushed up his glasses, like a little grown-up. How do we break it? Don't ask if you ask. It's the will of fire. Konohamaru suddenly raised his chubby arm and shouted, "Down with Grandpa! Down with Sarutobi Hiruzen!" Aikino Shun suddenly clapped his hand over his mouth, cold sweat pouring. Wrong. The one to bring down is Danzo Shimura. The Hokage's office was nearly shaken to pieces by the shouting. Irika pounded the desk. They just graduated. It's far too soon for the Chunin exams. Kakashi lounged against the wall. Team 7's strength has long surpassed yours. He muttered in his mind. All the more reason not to refuse them a nine-tails Jinchuriki, a Sharingan, a Byakugan, and a busted-up freak. God knows what trouble they'd get into if left idle. The next morning, at Team 7's rendezvous point, Kakashi was, as usual, half an hour late and yawned. I've recommended the whole class for the Chunin exam. He looked at his students expectantly. Silence. Sasuke crossed his arms and said coldly, "So?" Sakura looked down, playing with a strand of hair, and Naruto picked his nose. Ahem. It's voluntary. You can withdraw if you don't want to go. Kakashi awkwardly changed the subject and glanced at Naruto. Actually, I'm most worried about you out of the four of you. You might be the only one who doesn't pass. Why me? Naruto snapped, hair bristling as he jumped up. Then why did you sign me up? Kakashi's mouth twitched under his mask. Could it be he was worried Naruto's chatter would be annoying? Or did he not have a clear sense himself? Pause missions before the exam. Train freely. He quickly sent off the registration form and slipped away. Naruto, furious, pulled out a little notebook and furiously scribbled. Kakashi glanced back and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Chino Toshio leaned in for a look, sucked in a breath, and made a cutting throat gesture at Kakashi. On the notebook was crookedly written, 100 ways Kakashi can die. Rule 1. Use 1,000 shadow clones to sing rock in his ear all at once. Konoha, year 60, March 21st, clear. Teacher Kakashi said, I'm definitely not going to pass the Chunin exam. Aikino Shun scratched a heavy line through his diary. He looked at the sunset outside the window and muttered under his breath, Mom, Dad, if you can't hear me from heaven, please take that white-haired teacher away tonight. Pushing open the front door, the smell of cooking hit him. Fenghua Xiaoxue was wearing an apron, standing on tiptoe to wipe the cupboard. Hearing the sound, she turned around, her eyes and brows curving into a smile. Yi Junjun, you're back. She trotted over and casually took the coat off his shoulders, moving as lightly as a swallow. Chi Yejuan felt a warmth in his heart. Xiaoxue, I'm so lucky to have you. To help him prepare for the Chunin exams, this girl had moved in to take care of his daily needs. She varied the meals 3 times a day and even packed colorful, artfully arranged bento boxes. Exams are the most draining. You need to keep up your nutrition, she said as she set the bowls and chopsticks. Jun vaguely saw his mother fussing around him before the college entrance exam. He gently held down Xiaoxue's busy hands. Don't rush, sit down and rest a bit. Xiaoxue's ears flushed slightly as she looked down, fiddling with the edge of her apron. I'm not tired. Oh, by the way, Naruto is here, in your room. Naruto? What is this guy rummaging through again? Aikino Shun rushed into the bedroom and saw the blonde boy on his tiptoes, clawing at the wall, desperately picking at the frog-shaped alarm clock. This is obviously mine. Naruto clutched the alarm clock tightly to his chest. Aikino Shun widened his eyes. This was clearly the collector's edition he had dug up from the system space. It was left by my mother. Naruto's voice suddenly dropped as his fingers stroked the faded paint of the alarm clock. The retort on Aikino Shun's lips died. He remembered that in Sasuke's room at this moment, an identical frog alarm clock was ticking away. Ding dong. The doorbell rang crisply. Xiaoxue darted to open the door, her skirt flaring in a joyful arc. It must be my dumpling rolling squad here. Dumpling rolling? Ichino Toshimasa Ninjung was puzzled, and a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Team task released. Make 3 colored dango. Reward, first puppet doll. When the door opened, Hinata and Ino stood in the morning light, holding bamboo baskets. Little Yukine, we're here to help roll the dumplings, Hinata said in a soft voice. Naruto slid down the stair railing, pressing his nose close to the bamboo basket to sniff. What kind of dumplings? Are they meatballs? At this time, he had not yet developed that famous raisin gan. Yuki lifted the gauze, revealing the milky white, glutinous rice flour. Today we're making yaki dango, wishing everyone success on the exam. Toshio Aikino rolled up his sleeves and joined in. I'll give you a hand too. The courtyard immediately became lively. Naruto pinched the dough into a lopsided dinosaur, and Ino stomped her foot angrily. Idiot! You've wasted all the glutinous rice flour. But Naruto triumphantly held up a palm-sized lump of dough. Look, my extra-large raisin gan. Aino Shun glanced secretly at Hinata on the side, who was diligently rolling the dumplings, and chuckled to himself. Someday I'll show you what a real dumpling is. As dusk deepened, Sasuke appeared at the doorway holding a copy of How the Steel Was Tempered. You really picked the best times to eat. Naruto mumbled indistinctly with a dumpling in his mouth. Sasuke turned to leave with a cold expression, but Chino Toshio grabbed his arm and pinned him down on the cushion. In the corner, Hinata whispered to Ino, I'm so afraid I'll hold everyone back on the written exam. Ino pressed a hand to her forehead and sighed. My two teammates are ridiculous. Dingxi is always snacking, and Lukai is always yawning. Toshio Ichino handed over the grilled dango. Don't worry, we'll all definitely pass. Hinata held the dumplings and nodded vigorously. I'll do my best to catch up with everyone. Sasuke suddenly murmured something. Aikino Shun quietly unfolded his sensing technique and caught fragments of words. The key to changes in chakra form lies in rotation. Paul Korchigen's famous words echoed in his ears, but Toshio Chino could only roll his eyes. This guy's pretty deep into it. A few days later, on March 28th, Chunin exam registration day. 10 newcomers endured Irika's lengthy tests and finally received their application forms. A sweet, cloying scent hung in the air. Today was Konoha's Valentine's Day. Ping. Host, please gain the favor of at least 6 Chunin Jonin at the registration site. Chino's quick feet faltered. This is dangerous. This task is a bit tricky. He rubbed his chin, a curve gradually rising at the corner of his mouth. With his silver tongue and the treasures in his space warehouse, it wasn't entirely hopeless. On the way to the school, ninjas from all countries flowed without end. Shadows under straw hats, glances from behind veils, shining bald heads, figures wrapped in bandages. It was practically a masquerade. A black-haired woman in fishnet attire leaned against the wall and beckoned to Sasuke with a curled finger. "Wanna play?" Sasuke walked past without looking away. Naruto, however, was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, so excited he flailed his arms and legs. Chino Toshikazu pressed down on the restless Naruto. He recognized that seductive face, the snake princess obsessed with forbidden jutsu, Konoha's nightmare. That sister is really beautiful, Hinata murmured in admiration. Toshio Aikino immediately pulled her behind him. Stay away from her. Those pale eyes had seen through too many secrets that was dangerous. The Ninja Academy buzzed with voices, packed like a can of sardines. Toshio Aikino's eyes lit up, so many familiar faces. 2 special jonin stood at the registration desk. Cinnamon-colored-haired Matsuki Yugon was looking down, tidying a scroll, while beside her Tsukikage Hate kept covering his mouth to cough. His pale face was marked by heavy dark circles under his eyes. Yugon Nasan. Chino Toshio raised a brilliant smile. The woman looked up in surprise. You know me? The Leaf's most beautiful sword master, who wouldn't? Sasuke cut in coldly. I just don't know him. Mitsuki Yuyaka snorted with laughter, the corners of her eyes crescenting like the moon. The little brat sure knows how to talk. Ding. Gained the favor of a Chunin. Gecko Shippu frowned and coughed twice, inexplicably finding the kid annoying. Then he shook his head self-mockingly. Why bother arguing with a child? Yeno Shun took the opportunity to step closer and pulled out a porcelain vial. Teacher, try this. It's a family secret recipe, especially effective for coughs. Yuegwang Jifeng hesitated before taking a sip. The cool sweetness slid down his throat, and the persistent itchiness of recent days actually eased somewhat. The dryness in his throat was greatly relieved. Ding. Gained the favor of a Jonin. Just then, a roar exploded. Don't push. Line up to register. If you disrupt the order again, you're immediately disqualified. I'm talking to you. That blonde kid. Chi Yejuan looked in the direction of the voice. The one shouting was a man with short brown hair, a scar on his left cheek, wearing a blue combat suit overlaid with dark green ninja chain armor. They were perfectly alike. One of Konohagakure's countable top assassins, notorious for a violent temper, habitually wielded a black tachi blade laced with poison. Tashinike Chi's mind moved. He pulled a dagger from his pack, Tooth of Annihilation. The dagger came from another world. Its blade shimmered with a faint green light, and its appearance was extremely cool. He slipped it over quietly. Teacher Bing Zulii, this is for you. Can you let us sign up first? Bing Zulii was momentarily stunned. Sign up for what? The team. And Zulei's mouth curled. He chuckled. Little brat, your mind's pretty nimble. However, you suit my taste. He lowered his head to examine the dagger, and his eyes immediately lit up. This blade, this gleam, this feel. He cherishes his knives like his life. His fingertips stroked the blade, almost unwilling to let go. As for where this little guy got such a fine thing, no question it must be that the third-generation old man favored him and gave it privately. He neatly sheathed the dagger and, on impulse, ruffled Chi Yejuan's hair. Kid, you've got potential. Saying that, she handed him a ticket with a front-row number. Ping. Gained the favor of the second-ranking jonin. Someone beside them shouted in indignation. Hey, on what grounds are they cutting in line? And the person with that spiky, hedgehog-like short hair nearly exploded, turning his head and cursing. What the hell are you sticking in? Shut up or get the hell out. The man immediately shrank his neck and didn't dare make a sound. Chi Yejuan chuckled inwardly. Brother Leidong, still so hot-tempered. If something unexpected happens to you in the future, I'll definitely find a way to pull you back. Several students from Class 7 got the registration forms and began to struggle through the crowd, inching toward the stairs. There are way too many people. Hinata was shielded by Chino Toshio, who stood in front of her. She drew a small breath. Naruto stared at the sea of dark heads and, instead, felt his fighting spirit ignite. Watch me. He rolled up his sleeves and charged straight ahead. With this human bulldozer of his clearing the way, Chino Toshio and Hinata behind him indeed found it much easier. Of course, there were also inevitable shouts of abuse along the way. What's all this pushing, can't you see? Ouch! Who touched me? The blonde one. Pervert. Beat him up. By the time they finally squeezed to the stairwell, Naruto was already covered in bumps, looking a sorry sight. At last, he escaped the crowd and stepped into the quiet space of the second floor. Haha. Finally out. Naruto raised both hands, completely ignoring the angry glares behind him. In the second-floor hall, several ninjas were maintaining order. One black-haired man stood out especially, spiky hair and wearing a pair of dark green sunglasses. It's Yamashiro Aoba, an elite jonin of Konohagakure. He specializes in mind-reading techniques and summoning crows. He helped organize the ceremony for the 5th Hokage succession. He has a well-known quirk, collecting all kinds of sunglasses, an obsession that even surpasses Ebisu and the Aburame clan. Aikino Shinichi pulled out over a dozen pairs of sunglasses and, without asking, shoved them into Yamashiro Aoba's hands. Teacher, these are all for you. From Bao Dao, Haichong, and also those Bosch Loam contact lens styles. Shanqingqingye was momentarily stunned. He kept muttering to himself, I don't recognize this Shren at all. Why did he suddenly give me so many sunglasses? He remained expressionless and quietly activated mind reading. If Chi knew he had this trick, he deliberately recited it loudly in his heart. Teacher Shanqing is the most handsome in Konoha. Only these top-tier sunglasses can match his aura. Aoba Yamagashira's lips curved into a smile, and she casually brushed a strand of hair from her forehead. Ding! Gained the favor of the third jonin. Only 2 left. Suddenly, a commotion and shouts came from ahead. Several people looked up and saw a watermelon-headed youth in a green leotard sprawled on the ground. The girl beside him, with her hair in a bun and wearing a pink qipao, hurried to help and was also floored by a single punch. This is too much. Shinichi Ichino recognized at a glance. That was his first friend in this world, Li Rock. The girl who was knocked down was young rich girl Tian. The attackers were 2 upperclassmen-looking ninjas. They blocked the doorway of a classroom labeled 301. But this floor is clearly the second floor. Chi Shun bears the Chinyin Bodhi body illusions are naked to his eyes. He snorted coldly. Clumsy trick. He also recognized those two Chunin. Gang Ziti, a member of the interrogation unit, a melee specialist, a bandage across his face, hairstyle very similar to Inazuka Kiba. Kemizuki Izumo, also from the interrogation unit, skilled in reconnaissance, wears his hat pulled very low, his right eye hidden by bangs. These two are a famously well-coordinated pair, inseparable. Gongzi is rugged and manly, while Shun Yue is gentle and cloudy. Standing together, they form a striking contrast. At this moment, however, they swaggered arrogantly, sneering at the newcomers. The Chunin exam isn't child's play. We've taken it 3 times and still didn't pass. You newbies might as well give up now. A Chunin must lead the team if the mission fails or a teammate dies. The responsibility falls on the captain. That's right, it's better to turn back now than make a fool of ourselves later. Chi Yejuan knew this was a test before signing up. Seeing the bruise on Tiantian's face, his temper flared. That's my future heavenly concubine. Thinking Hinata would be the main wife. Ino and Koyuki would be granted noble consort. Tintin and Temari would be made concubines. His heart couldn't help but surge. He wanted to step in and teach the two a lesson, but he still had to raise his favorability enough to complete the task. Forcing it wouldn't work. Just as he was calculating, Sasuke stepped forward. This is the 2nd floor, didn't any of you notice? In fact, many people had sensed something was off. Only Naruto was still foolishly fixated on the 301 door plate. Chino Toshio sighed. You're just too easy to fool. Huh? Me? Naruto scratched his head, looking bewildered. Hinata snorted a laugh. You don't even remember which floor you climbed? Naruto counted on his fingers, then his eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, it was the 2nd floor. Toshio Aikino helplessly rubbed his forehead. Sasuke coldly glanced over the two Chunin. Cancel that Jinjutsu. We're going to the 3rd floor. Footsteps sounded as Sakura ran up, out of breath. Sasuke-kun. I could tell it was an illusion all along. Kazuki Izumo covered his mouth and smiled lightly. It looks like you can't be fooled after all. Before his words finished, Gongzi Tai suddenly crouched low, his right leg whipping towards Sasuke like a steel whip. Sasuke's hand stuck in his pocket did not move an inch, but the muscles beneath his sleeve had already tensed. Just then, a green figure flashed between the two. Lilac steadily held off the assault. The ensuing confession scene made Ikeda Toshio's eyes widen. Little Lee actually pulled out the manga book he had given him and, stammering, asked Sakura to sign it. A system prompt sounded at the right moment, indicating that the daily related task had been completed. Seeing Tion's swollen cheeks and messy bun, Ikeda Toshio's fists crackled with tension. Damn that bastard who keeps messing with me. Unforgivable. He silently counted to 3, and the system prompt arrived in response. Ding. Please humiliate the abuser, but do not decrease favorability. Just then, the renowned figures of various countries appeared accompanied by 3 generations. Chie Shunta stared, Fong flashing. Xi and Dun spring colors fill the garden. Gang Ziti suddenly bear-hugged Sandai. Rubbing his face, Shinyue Chuyin actually leapt toward Danzo. The whole place fell silent. The Fire Country daimyo with a headscarf poked Gang Ziti. Young man, how about becoming my guard? You'll get delicacies at every meal. His wife, who called herself the Queen of Torment, was none other than the plump noblewoman who had posted the recent missing cat notice. When the illusion faded, the two Chunin were so embarrassed their ears turned bright red. The third wiped the blood from his nose and shouted angrily, "What a disgrace!" Ganzi Tai and Kamitsuki Izumo both pointed at Danzo at the same time. Tenzo spat a mouthful of old blood on the spot. That night, the Root Organization training ground echoed with the familiar sounds of beatings. Chi Yi-jun lightly tapped his fingertip and summoned the sign-in panel. Ding! Congratulations, host has obtained a life skill, Master Painter. At this moment, he had already mastered the 3 skills of cooking, sewing, and painting. Suddenly, a green figure hurtled over. It was Rock Lee. He skidded to a sudden stop in front of Sakura, his cheeks flushed. You must be Sakura. His voice trembled as he clutched a manga with its corners curled. Can you sign this for me? I want to date you. He grinned, a flash of white from his teeth. But, you seem a bit rounder than in the book? It's okay, that makes you cuter. Jun shook his head and forced a bitter smile, murmuring to himself, "You're doomed." Naruto snatched the manga. On the cover, bunny-eared Sakura winked playfully. He flipped it open, and his pupils contracted sharply. The Sakura in the illustration had her legs spread wide, her privates completely exposed, like a deep, dark forest. There were suspicious yellow stains on the pages. Sasuke glanced over and snorted coldly. So this is what a woman looks like. Tintin was chewing chips as she walked by, caught sight of the scene and suddenly muttered, "Now I want to eat abalone." Hinata stole a glance. Her cheeks flushed bright red, and she collapsed softly to the ground. Sakura snatched the manga, and after a single look her whole body trembled. Her face went from deep red to deathly pale, then to ashen. Pervert. Perverted bushy eyebrow. Screaming, the comic was torn to shreds. You silently counted the blows during the fight. 1 palm. 2 palms. Smack. Smack. Bright red palm prints instantly appeared on Xiao Li's face. You jeered, see? This girl just loves slapping people. Xiao Ying's anger teleported. She grappled and fought with Ya and Akamaru in a tangle. Afterwards, Xiao Ying grabbed Xiao Li by the collar. Where did this dirty book come from? Toshio Chino felt a chill down his back. But Xiao Li gritted his teeth and, no matter the punches and kicks, would not speak. Toshio Chino admired him privately and later slipped him 2 new hand-drawn works, Haruno Sakura's physical health exercises and Sakura's date battle. Years later, Toshio Chino and Jiraiya co-founded Yano Adult Culture Company, Limited, and their first film, Nanny Roan's Passionate Years, caused a sensation in Konoha. At that moment, a cold figure parted the crowd. With brown hair tied back and pale eyes like frost, Hyuga Niji pulled Lee aside. "Don't fool around with the new guy." Chino Tashiki snorted lightly. Retakes acting all high and mighty. Niji's frigid gaze immediately fixed on him, like an ice picked to the bone. Hinata Niji snorted coldly, his tone full of contempt. "That guy who lives in the rundown courtyard next to my house. All slick talk and idle hands. I really don't see what Hinata sees in him." Rundown courtyard? Toshi Aikshijin curled the corner of his mouth into a cold smile. "Oh, fine, just wait and see. I'll buy up the whole plot later and build the grandest mansion, and I'll sweep Hinata away in style. As for that rundown courtyard, now perfect to convert into a crematorium. Business will surely boom. Let the Hyuga family enjoy curling smoke every day, with a new layer of ash accumulating on their windowsills each morning." Thinking of that scene, Chino Tashihito couldn't help but laugh out loud. Even the system popped up to join in the fun. "Ha ha ha, host, this move of yours is absolutely brilliant. If you really pull it off, I'll definitely give you a wood-release gift pack." When the two met for the first time, the atmosphere dropped to freezing. Hinata Niji no longer looked at him. He turned to Tintin and said, "Did you hear? All the new students have signed up for the Chunin exams this year." Tintin nodded, her voice crisp. Class 7's Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Hinata Class 8's Inazuka Kiba, Class 10's Nara Shikamu. It seems they're all participating. Aikino Shinichi was stunned. "Wait, I'm not even on the list. Is my sense of presence really that low?" At that moment, the system notification sounded crisply. Ding. Publish performance art check-in task. Pin a pretty girl against the wall every day, gain attention. Tian really was a special girl. She was neither overbearing nor fragile. Her words and actions were always just right, like a refreshing breeze. Her personality was as bright as a little sun. She loved ninja tools all her life and lived with clarity and independence. As for whether she and Rock Lee will end up together in the future, this book will not discuss it anyway. Little Lee has no chance. Tintin also had a plus. Her voice was especially pleasant. Chino Tashiki had a flash of inspiration and got an idea. He hurried to the stairs ahead, timed it just right, and pretended to crouch down to tie his shoelaces. Tiantian's footsteps drew closer. "Classmate, could you please make way?" she said with a smile. Jun looked up, raised an eyebrow, and flashed his trademark brilliant smile, dimples deepening on his cheeks. "Can you give me a hand?" That smile had once enchanted countless people. But to his surprise, the well-informed Tian showed no reaction at all. Toshitaka Aikino sprang to his feet, but because he stood up too quickly, everything went black and a wave of dizziness hit him. He instinctively reached out to brace himself against the wall, and happened to trap Tian Tian between him and the wall. A perfect wall slam. If it had been Hinata, she probably would have blushed so hard she'd fainted. But Tian Tian didn't even redden her ears. She shoved him hard and hurried up the stairs. The pickup line is so tacky. She thought it was amusing. Chia Jun was not annoyed. Instead, he grew more interested. Interesting. The harder the target to conquer, the more challenging it is. She hurried up several steps every day, then turned back and smiled at him. This Chia Jun is quite interesting. But my dream is not to fall in love. I want to open the world's largest ninja tools shop and become the richest businesswoman. Although the opening wasn't perfect, at this moment, Chino Toshio and Tian Tian had finally connected the first thread between them. The system prompt lights up as appropriate. Task completed. Rewards being distributed. Chia Jun widened his eyes. Today, the system's tasks kept coming one after another, and the rewards were unusually generous. What made his heart race even more was that the final reward turned out to be 2 doll puppets. At that moment, Tian Tian was suddenly successfully pinned against the wall by him. Because it was meant to be a fun little task, and the reward was just a box of takoyaki. But Ike Bono Shun couldn't laugh. If he ate it, he'd grow another centimeter. Who knew that just as the meatball was in his hand, Naruto spotted it at a glance. To him, it was nothing but a delicious snack. Wow, it smells so good. He grabbed it and swallowed it whole in 2 bites. Chino to Shinobu sighed sadly. My 1 centimeter of happiness is gone just like that. Another day, Naruto, while taking a leak, mumbled to the dodging Sasuke beside him. Huh? Seems like it got a bit bigger again. What a pain. That tone was pure Versailles ostentation. At this moment, Chino Toshio had already won the favor of 4 Chunin and Jonin, with only the last 2 remaining. He turned and dashed into classroom 201, where the Jinjutsu had been dispelled. Ganzi Tetsu and Kamitsuki Izumo were peeking out from behind the door. Bro, is that the kid Kakashi and Kai recommended? Your performance was okay. You passed the preliminary review. When will we be able to lead a team too? I'm so sick of following Sanaoi and Hikita, those perverts. Before the words had finished, the 2 figures flashed and had already reverted to their handsome Chunin attire. Just then, Toshio Aikino pushed the door open and came in, carrying a pile of gifts. Tuna sashimi wrapped in yam juice, various malt candies, a deck of playing cards. He handed them all to Koji Tetsu. Those were all his favorites. But facing Izumo Kamitsuki, who has obsessive cleanliness, Toshio Ichino handed over concentrated dish soap, a powerful stain remover, leather conditioner, and even promised, next time I'll bring all my storage boxes to your place. Izumo Kamitsuki's eyes lit up. Wonderful. I love tidying up. Toshio Ichino lowered his voice again. From now on, stick closer to Kakashi. Trust me, you can't go wrong. The 2 knew he was the Hokage's disciple and silently noted the words. Later, they indeed became the 6th Hokage's personal guards, promoted to Special Jonin. Chia Jun smoothly filled the last 2 favor points and left the classroom after checking in. Ding. Task completed. Please draw a doll. Who will be drawn? Kagaya? Kakuro? Or Kana? He guessed excitedly, then gave a wry smile. The system always did the opposite. The more you wanted something, the less you got. He had a feeling the first one would never be any of them. A roulette wheel appeared. Stop! Chia Jun shouted once all the examinees in the hall stopped in their tracks. He scratched his head awkwardly. His gaze turned to the air. The roulette wheel, visible only to him, was now slowly coming to a stop. White pupils, silvery white long hair, a snow-colored long dress. It turned out to be Otsutsuki Kagaya, and in lowly form. She really came. He murmured. Big brother, we finally meet. A clear, bell-like sound chimed, carrying an adorable tail note. A miniature Kagaya floated in midair, visible only to Chino Toshio. She stretched out her slender little hand, and Chino Toshio gently took it. The instant their fingertips touched, a warm current surged through his whole body. A bond was formed. This was the ultimate existence of Naruto, the progenitor of Chakra. Bearing the 3 great dojutsu, she could unleash world-annihilating ninjutsu with a snap of her fingers. Thinking of those terrifying powers, Chino Toshio couldn't help but shudder. Summoning a puppet requires only calling its name. The doll's abilities will grow together with the host. Please explore patiently. Seeing the last line, Chie-jun let out a breath. If he had been invincible from the start, it would have been less fun. Accompanying these dolls and enjoying the process was the key. Fighting was secondary. Ding. Story mission issued. Replace Sasuke, defeat Rock Lee. Again? Today's missions are getting a bit too packed. Toshio Aikino rubbed his hands together excitedly. He quickly recalled the original. Rock Lee challenged Sasuke to prove to Sakura that effort can overcome genius. Although Sasuke's Sharingan could see through movements, his body couldn't keep up with the speed and was ultimately kicked into the air by the hidden lotus. Just as Rock Lee was about to use the forbidden front lotus, Might Guy intervened in time. Me replacing Sasuke, and I have to beat him? Toshio Aikino fell into thought. What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and keep up. Naruto's loud voice cut through his reverie. Toshio Aikino jogged to catch up with Team 7. Sasuke, hands in his pockets, said quietly, "This Chunin exam is really a circus." Images of Hinata Niji, Rock Lee, and Gaara flashed through his mind. Just then, they ran into the trio from Sunagakure. Kankuro and Gaara showed no expression, only Temari smiled and greeted them. Aikino-shun suddenly remembered an item in his backpack, a little thing much loved by women, and especially Temari's favorite. Thin and breathable, clinging to the skin, outlining natural curves, anti-slip design, comfortable to wear. It was the internet-famous hit, Langshaw brand black stockings. "I'll give this to you." Aikino-shun offered the gift. Temari was momentarily taken aback. Then a gleam of delight crossed her eyes as she took the stocking. The fashion in the Naruto world has always been eye-catching. From Konoha's fishnet outfits to the Akatsuki's red cloud black robes, every set is unforgettable. However, the most memorable are those girls who love stockings. Konan, Karen, Kurenai, Kushina, and, of course, Temari standing before me. A deep blue top paired with black stockings looked crisp and domineering. When Chino Toshio took out those black stockings, Temari's eyes lit up, and the corner of her mouth couldn't help but lift. Her fondness for Chino Toshio instantly surged. Naruto grabbed a few hastily, shouting that he wanted some too. Sasuke's mouth twitched, he muttered under his breath. This guy. Could he have some weird fetish or something? Later, when they went to Naruto's house and had a look, the black stockings were actually stretched over the sink opening to serve as a filter. Prevents clogging. Can also be used as a net to hold soap. Chino Toshio was simply impressed. This kid really knows how to live. Next time on a mission, you can even skip putting on the mask. Naruto added with pride. After saying goodbye to Temari, the four of them headed toward classroom 301. Suddenly, a green figure flashed in front of them. Lee Rock publicly challenged Sasuke, vowing to prove that effort surpasses talent. Toshio Aikino's eyes lit up. The opportunity had arrived. It was a perfect chance to test the lowly Kagaya version's abilities and, incidentally, check the system rewards. Sasuke was already used to challenges. Since Toshio Chino appeared, those kinds of challenges have significantly decreased, and his chances to act aloof have also diminished. Just as he was about to respond, Toshio Chino beat him to it. He leaned close to Sasuke's ear and murmured, "Count of Monte Cristo plus the 10 crimes. Let me make the move. How about it?" Sasuke raised an eyebrow and nodded. At first, Shaoli was reluctant, but unable to resist Chino Jun's repeated persuasion and curious to test his ability, he finally relented. Watching the fired-up Shaoli, Chino Jun suddenly felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The Chunin exam was supposed to be Lee Rock's shining moment, but his cheat only lasted a few minutes before he was banned for over 600 episodes. Even to the end, he only reached the 6th gate. Effort over bloodline. How ironic. Thoughts not yet settled, the gale has already arrived. Leaf whirlwind. Shao Li's spinning kick tore through the air. Chi Yi-jun raised his arm and took it head-on. Bang! The whirlwind from his leg made his sleeves flutter and snap. He followed through with the force, kicking Shao Li back along the same path. Shao Li flipped in midair and landed steadily. Shao Jun, you've become stronger. The strike he used a moment ago was 40 or 50% of his strength, yet he emerged completely unscathed. As expected of a body technique prodigy, Chi Yi-jun silently praised. Their fists and feet met, their figures interweaving, and their fighting spirits burned ever brighter. Xiao Jun. Xiao Li suddenly leapt back and took up a stance. Next, I'll let you witness the true power of the Azure Beast. Qi Yejun understood. It was Shadow Dance Leaf and Surface Lotus. He took a deep breath and softly called out, Chakra Matrix. In an instant, darkness fell all around. Only Xiao Li's figure remained clearly visible. A bright moon hung silently above the hall. Under the moonlight, the lowly Kaguya Haim's white pupils shimmered faintly, like two tiny moons. Her body began to emit a soft white glow, like a breathing nocturnal pearl. Aikino Shun watched, entranced. It's so beautiful, he murmured. At that moment, a gust of wind struck from the side. Shadow Dance Leaf. Xiao Li's figure flashed a fierce kick struck Qi Yejun hard, sending him flying into the air. Oh no, I got distracted. Toshio Chino adjusted his posture in midair. A gasp came from the sidelines. Hinata shouted, Toshio-kun, be careful. Naruto widened his eyes. That spiky-haired guy actually kicked him flying? Sasuke crossed his arms and remarked indifferently. He spaced out. At the same time, Xiao Li began to unwrap the bandages around his hands. As the bandages fell away in circles, it signaled that he was about to use that dangerous forbidden technique, the lotus of the surface. Suddenly, a soft humming drifted over. It was little Kaguya. She floated to Xiao Li's side like a feather, silently. In the next second, a sudden mutation erupted. Her silver-white long hair swelled violently, like a flowing waterfall, like a vast spiderweb, instantly wrapping Xiao Li's arms tightly. What is happening? Xiao Li cried. His arms were bound by an invisible force, and he couldn't strike the ground to complete the spell. He struggled hard, but the white strands of hair tightened more and more. I can't move my hands. Cold sweat slid from his temples. Am I going to be crippled? No, this can't happen. Taking the opportunity, Chino Toshio landed steadily. He did not hesitate. I'll hit. A precise flying kick, delivered with controlled force, struck Xiao Li's side. Like a kite with its string cut, Xiao Li crashed into a distant wall with a dull thud, then slid down slowly, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The battle is over. Aikino Tashinaga let out a long breath. He was very satisfied with Koru's unexpectedly supportive ability. He hurried forward, helped Lee up, and a green glow of healing magic appeared in his palm. Master Immortal Arts. All of this was seen by Mightyk, who was hiding in the corner. He had originally gripped a windmill shuriken, ready to stop Xiao Li from using the forbidden technique. But the way events unfolded was faster than anyone could have imagined. Watching his beloved disciple collapse, coughing up blood, Kai's heart tightened sharply. But he didn't feel anger. Instead, he remembered sparring with Kakashi when he was young and the similar setbacks he'd endured. Bang! With a soft sound, the smoke cleared. A dazzling white light flashed by, so blinding that everyone couldn't open their eyes. Amid the smoke, Meitai makes a dazzling entrance. He is wearing his signature green bodysuit, grinning broadly to reveal reflective white teeth, and holding his right thumb aloft. The outline of that bodysuit is actually rather conspicuous. Let youth blaze. Kai's voice was loud and forceful. Tashikai Chino smiled knowingly and took the lead in raising his hand to make a peace sign. The members of Class 7 also laughed and imitated him one after another. Kai ignored the others and hurried over to Xiao Li's side to carefully check his injuries. Watching this inseparable master and apprentice pair, a wave of warmth surged in Tashikai Chino's heart. Same hairstyle, same clothes, same passion. If only they were truly father and son, how wonderful that would be. Thinking of Kashimoto, Aikino Shun's mouth lifted again. This guy really loves Chinese culture deeply. The hand seals are based on China's 12 earthly branches. The 8 gates and escaping techniques directly spring from Chimen Duanjia in the I Ching. The two in front of me used moves that were all shadows of Bruce Lee in Xiao Li's fight with Junmaro. He was essentially using drunken boxing. The Hyuga clan's 8 trigrams palm, gentle fist, and dim mojo pressure points are, at their core, steeped in Taoist blood. And Tintin, her outfit and moves are literally the Naruto version of Chun-Li. Not to mention Journey to the West's Gold Horn and Silver Horn, Sun Wukong, and the Golden Cudgel. Even the concept of the six realms of rebirth, although Buddhism originated in India, the Buddhism in Japan was transmitted from China. Kishimoto, are you really an island country person? Aikino Shun's treatment was very effective. Xiao Li's injuries are nothing serious. He kept his head down, his voice muffled. I shouldn't have used that move recklessly. Kai reached out and gave his back a heavy pat, grinning. Knowing you were wrong and fixing it, that's the right attitude. Youth is about getting back up after you fall. At that moment, a rapid series of footsteps approached from afar. Kakashi came running up briskly. He had waited too long at the door of classroom 301 and couldn't help worrying. The moment he saw him, Kai instantly felt as if he'd been ignited. Kakashi, perfect timing. The kids are all here. So, Kakashi replied lazily, not even lifting an eyelid. So let's have an impassioned showdown. Running, push-ups, long jump, riddles, chess. Anything goes. The flames of youth are burning. I'm fearless. Kai's voice was loud, his fists clenched. Well, Kakashi, isn't your blood boiling too? Aren't you itching to have a blazing contest with me? Kakashi's face beneath the mask warmed slightly. He grabbed Kai's arm and pulled him into the corner. Don't talk nonsense. Kakashi hissed, his voice low, almost through gritted teeth. If this kind of talk gets to Haim's ears, I'll be kneeling on a washboard tonight. He gave Kai a hard look, then returned to his usual languid demeanor and turned to call the students. Let's go. Since being with Hizuki Hikarim, Kakashi finally realized how domineering this seemingly gentle woman could be. Coupled with pregnancy hormones, her management of Kakashi became downright strict. Last time, over a trivial matter, he was punished to kneel on instant noodles, and he couldn't crush them later. It was switched to kneeling on the remote control, no changing the channel. Watching the seventh team's receding figures, the intense light in Kai's eyes gradually dimmed, and he sagged like a deflated balloon, his shoulders drooping. On the way to classroom 301, Chi Yejuan completed the system check-in. When the notification sounded, he could hardly believe it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for substituting for Sasuke and defeating Rock Lee. Reward, second puppet doll. Another puppet. Who will it be this time? Chino Tashimi's heart raced. The virtual roulette spun rapidly before his eyes. Stop! The roulette wheel suddenly froze. But before he could see clearly, the light and shadow vanished in an instant. The reward has been delivered to the host's home. What the hell? This system sure knows how to tease people's curiosity. Never mind. The answer will have to wait until I get home tonight to be revealed. Naruto beside him walked along laughing loudly. Aha! That pair, the thick-browed master and apprentice, are really a perfect match. Sasuke snorted coldly in his heart. You and Chino Toshio are no better than each other. Kakashi sighed, his tone tinged with displeasure. On such an important day, you can still be late. Naruto immediately retorted defiantly. Kakashi-sensei, you're late every day. What's wrong with us being late once in a while? Kakashi was taken aback. When have I ever been late? Naruto promptly pulled out a crumpled little notebook and read aloud. On the 17th of last month, at 8 a.m., Reason encountered a black cat on the road. After reading it aloud, he triumphantly flipped his notebook. Kakashi opened his mouth, and in the end helplessly waved his hand. All right, I'll give you that. Now for the serious part. Listen up, there's one rule for this exam. If any one of the four of you withdraws, the entire team will be disqualified. Everyone shook their heads one after another, their gazes firm. Good. Remember, you are the best team I've ever led. I wish you victory in your first battle now. Push open this door, and the Chunin exam officially begins. Don't worry. Let's go. Naruto shouted excitedly, pumping his fist and rushing ahead toward classroom 301. The moment the door was pushed open, the four of them couldn't help but hold their breath. The classroom was astonishingly large, densely packed with people. Men and women, young and old, dressed in a variety of clothing. Besides Konoha forehead protectors, emblems of other ninja villages like Sunagakure and Kirigakure could be seen. Groups of 3 or 5 examinees clustered together, each with sullen faces and looks so fierce they seemed ready to eat someone. This is not an examination hall. It's practically a bandit den. Chi Yejuan complained inwardly. A taut atmosphere hung in the air, as if a single spark could set it off. He tensed his muscles instinctively. Yejuan. Hinata. A crisp voice broke the solemn atmosphere. Ino waved as she ran over, her smile as radiant as cosmos flowers in sunlight. Behind her strolled a leisurely Shikomaru and Choji, who was munching on potato chips. Hey, can you two be a little more alert? Ino glared back. Got it. What a hassle. Shikamaru scratched his head. Dingxi tore open a new bag of potato chips, but his eyes were fixed on the red pill atop Yatu's head. This puppy smells pretty good. Akamaru whimpered and shrank into Kiba's arms, trembling. Kiba hurriedly shielded him. Akamaru, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Naruto leaned in, grinning. Just so you know, if we meet in the match, I won't go easy on you. Who told you to move? You bared his fangs. I'm way stronger than you. No sooner had the words fallen than Sakura brought a knife hand strike down on Yadu. You boast even though you're someone I can't beat. It hurts to death. Which side are you on, anyway? Yitiaojiao shouted. The dog and the two people immediately twisted into a tangle. Chi Yejuan couldn't help shaking his head. These two clowns were practically archenemies. Suddenly, a graceful figure swayed over. The ant snake, who was actually Orochimaru in disguise, strode straight towards Sasuke, her fingertips lightly twining his long hair. The Uchiha children really are different, aren't they? Sakura suddenly flashed in front of Sasuke and, smiling sweetly at Ant Snake, said, Sis, I'll tell you a secret, this guy actually likes boys. She suddenly pointed at Naruto. He's had a crush on that guy for many years. Chinoya Toshi slipped underfoot. Naruto's eyes widened, and Hinata's face flushed to her ears in an instant. Sasuke had just opened his mouth when Sakura glared him back into silence. That move was brilliant. To drive away a romantic rival, she would even ruin her beloved's reputation. Auntie Snake widened her eyes, incredulous. Is the culture in your Konoha really this permissive? This piece of intelligence, Do never mentioned it. Sakura smiled faintly, her voice sweet. Konoha is a place that values freedom. We respect every kind of feeling. But another voice in her heart was screaming. Want to lay a hand on my man? Make yourself sick enough to puke first. But to her surprise, Ant Snake actually grinned. Not bad, I like both men and women. Naruto was already completely fed up with Sakura. He immediately fired back. A woman who pushes a man to prefer the same sex rather than choose her, shouldn't she reflect on herself? You. Xiaoying was so furious her hair almost stood on end. At that moment, a tall silver-haired man with glasses walked over slowly. Everyone, please be a little quieter. Chi Yijun looked up. When he saw the other's face clearly, the corners of his mouth twitched into a smile. Yo, apothecary's online. Purse. A hidden late-stage boss. Scheming as deep as a well. If it weren't for Itachi's Izanami forcibly whitewashing him, it's hard to say what he would have ended up like in the end. He was originally a spy sent by Snake Ant, loyal to the end. After being whitewashed, he ended up becoming the director of an orphanage. Snake Ant glanced at Do, exchanged a look, and turned to leave. He pushed his glasses up, his tone full of undisguised contempt. You 10 are the graduates this year. This is the Chunin exam arena, not a place for your picnic and chatter. Naruto snapped. Who the heck are you? Ino snorted. Yeah, what's with the arrogance? A flash of cold light passed behind the lenses. I am Do. Naruto burst out laughing. Pocky tea? Or egg pocky tea? Kiba leaned in and lowered his voice. It's milk dough. Puhaha. The two clowns laughed themselves silly. A shadow of gloom crossed Do's face, but he quickly put on a gentle smile. I was just kindly reminding you. Being so loud will make other examinees laugh at you. Only then did everyone turn to look around. Sure enough, a group of examinees with varied appearances were staring at them coldly. Their gazes were like ice, pressing on people until they could hardly breathe. At this moment, Chi Yijun suddenly spoke, his tone relaxed. Hello there, Apothecary Do. Everyone's going to die? There was a barb in that person's words. To others, Do just looked like a mild-mannered scholar. But Chi Yishunta knew. This is nothing but a smiling tiger in sheep's clothing. Ahem, Xiaojun, just call me Senior Do. Pretend all you like, keep pretending. Clang. Do reached into his prized collection. Over 200 information cards. It took me 4 years to gather them. Every country participating in the Chunin exams, the number of participants, and the profile of each shinobi. Shinono Toshi was very curious about what was written on his card. Is my information on it? Do smiled and nodded. rummaged for a moment, and pulled out a blank card. He gathered Chakra in both hands and lightly pressed down. Whoosh! Colorful information appeared. Everyone leaned in to watch. Wow! Xiao Jun's profile picture is so handsome. Yeah. And look at his parents' ID photos. One looks like a wanted criminal, the other like someone who just got out of prison. Do slowly read aloud the words on the card. Chi Yi-jun, 13 years old, orphan, corpse bone meridian constitution, self-stimulation enthusiast, proficient in harem techniques. That's all. That's it. Infinite chakra? What about Hashirama's hand seals? Those legendary ninjutsu? Chino Toshio quickly reacted. The system had tampered with things. That was fine, at least it would make the spy's intelligence work a bit harder. Naruto could hardly contain himself and squeezed forward. My turn. My turn. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. Kabuto Yakushi quickly pulled out a card. Uzumaki Naruto, mouthy, bootlicker, stingy, obsessed with money. 8 centimeters in length. Dreams of becoming a female bathhouse scrubber. The person he both loves and hates is Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. Sasuke. The next second, Naruto sprang up as if he were a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Bullshit. I'm clearly 18 centimeters. You fucking wanna die? At hashtag $% His hand had already reached into the ninja tool pouch, but Ichino Toshio and Sasuke pinned him down tightly, one on each side. Yakushi Kabuto pushed up his glasses and smiled gently. Don't get excited, it's just a game. To be honest, I'm only 7 centimeters too. Did I say something wrong? He put away the card and turned to everyone. This year, besides Konoha, there are also shinobi from Sunagakure, Huzugakure, Takigakure, Amigakure, and Kumogakure participating. Ah, right, there's also Otogakure, but they only recently established their village, so intelligence is limited. Before the words finished, 3 figures suddenly dashed out from the corner. Dare look down on Inin village. You're asking for death. Chi Yejun looked up. It was the 3 members of the In Ninja trio. The hunched man Toes with bandages wrapped around his face scowled as if the whole world owed him money. Sheen with long, straight black hair, the ends swaying with a purple bow, wearing a sleeveless camouflage top, flat-chested. Sack with a wolf-like mane, a dingy yellow coat printed with 3 glaring characters, for death. The 3 of them lunged at the apothecary's pouch at the same time. Sack leapt into the air, throwing a kunai that cut through the wind. Do sidestepped, and the kunai embedded itself in the wall. Toss swung the sonic device down, the punch wind howling. Do took a half-step back, evading once more. Shin Linkong performed a flying kick. The gust from his leg was fierce, but it only brushed the air. The 4 of them tangled together. The scene was chaotic, yet no one had the upper hand, like street thugs fighting. Naruto, furious, swung his fist. 3 against 1 is too shameless. Chi Yejun grabbed him. Sasuke squinted and whispered, "They're moving so fast." Chino Tashiki snorted lightly. Fast? It's just acting. He crossed his arms and watched coldly, a hint of mockery flickering at the corner of his mouth. If it had been any other Konoha shinobi under attack, Chino Tashiki would have definitely rushed in to help. But he knew clearly these 4 people in front of him were simply putting on an act. They were all Orochimaru's subordinates, yet insisted on pretending it was a fight to the death. Suddenly, Kabuto's glasses shattered on the ground with a crack. He lunged at the pieces, his voice quivering with tears. "My glasses. They cost so much. Just you wait." Shunchino almost laughed out loud. Acting? Who doesn't know how to do that? He strode over and ground his left foot hard onto Do's hand back. Stop. Lift your foot. My bones are going to break." Do's face twisted in pain. Aino Shun immediately apologized. "I'm really sorry. I didn't watch my step." Saying that, he lifted his left foot, but then instinctively stepped down with his right foot. "Ow. That hurts more. My hand is skinned. Sorry, I lifted the wrong foot." Aikino Shun even took a small, shiny golden statuette out of his pocket and stuffed it into the uninjured hand in his pocket. "A prize for you, Oscar level." At that moment, bang! A cloud of white smoke burst from the podium. A loud voice drowned out the room. "Had enough, you little brats." A dozen or so proctors appeared like dark shadows. The one leading them wore a black cloak, his face crisscrossed with scars, exuding an oppressive aura. He was the Konoha Interrogation Unit captain, the special jonin known as the Devil Muscle Man, Marino Ibiki. Beside him stood a dark-skinned woman with broad shoulders and rounded arms, her muscles bulging. Aikino Shun narrowed his eyes and suddenly remembered. Isn't this the Yun-in renegade ninja we captured last time? He was surprisingly accepted by Ibiki. Rumor has it one likes to be the sadist, the other the masochist. They hit it off and got married. That woman's signature move, the raging milk hammer, is even more ferocious. Any hit will definitely break a bone. 5 minutes to get ready. If you need to use the bathroom, go now, IBI, she said in a low voice. Naruto sprang up immediately and leaned close to the other village's ninja, lowering his voice. The exam questions are from Konoha. The Hokage is my uncle. I know the 3 questions that will definitely be on the test. Really? Can you tell me? 1,000 taels. You can only see the note when the exam starts. Naruto quickly earned a few banknotes. When the examinees unfolded the slips of paper, they saw crooked handwriting on them that read, Ninja Village, name, examination admission number. As expected, it's a field on every exam paper. Several murderous glares instantly fixed on Naruto's back. 5 minutes later, Ibiki knocked on the lectern. This exam is split into A and B papers except for the last question. Everything is multiple choice. Use a 2B pencil to fill the answer sheet. Shikamaru lazily raised his hand. Why does it have to be 2B? Naruto echoed. Isn't 3B, 4B okay? The dark-skinned woman replied loudly. The higher the B number, the blacker it is. A chorus of enlightened tisk tsks sounded in the examination hall. Yagyu nudged Shino with his elbow and whispered, if you fail again this time, how do you think your parents will deal with you? In the exam hall, Sen no Ibi's voice was as cold as ice. Under 80, girls singles. Under 70, boys singles. 60? Humph, mixed doubles. Naruto poked the boy next to him, Ichino Shun. He quietly tugged up his waistband. Toshio Aikino glanced over. His hair standing on end. That yarn underwear was crawling all over with flies. Wanna pass? Easy. Naruto lowered his voice, grinning smugly. Put these on. I guarantee you'll definitely win. Jesus, what a genius. Toshio Aikino's mouth twitched. Bang. Marino Ibiki slammed his fist down on the podium. Silence. He swept his gaze over the room. Now call the roll according to admission ticket numbers. Meanwhile, at Chino Tashi's house. Bathroom. Fine ripples spread across the surface of the whirlpool tub. A girl slowly sat up from the water droplets slid off her blue-green long hair. She hugged her arms tightly and shivered slightly. So cold, so lonely. Is this the master's home? She stood up, walked to the window, and opened it. A breeze brushed past, making her long twin tails tied with red and black ribbons flutter gently. She wore an exquisite uniform, a headset hanging at her ear, looking like an elf stepped out of a 2-dimensional world. Entering the kitchen, Feng Hua Xiaoxue was busy forming rice balls. The girl smiled faintly, took out a bright green scallion, tapped her toes lightly, and began to hum. A la cha cha la li do a dee dee. A lively melody poured out. Although Xiaoxue couldn't see her, the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted, as if surrounded by bubbles of joy. Inside the exam hall, the atmosphere was tense. On the blackboard, a crimson slogan glared. Cheating means death. Failing is shameful. Shikamaru slumped in his seat, murmuring complaints. If we're going to learn, fine, why take an exam? There's not even this little bit of trust between people. What a hassle. Sen no Ibi began to call the roll, voice mechanical and icy. Number 1, Chino Toshio. Number 2, the Oni head is bright red. The exam papers were handed out. Chi Yijun quickly scanned the questions, purely theoretical. He knew full well the real purpose of this test was to force them into cheating and yet not get caught. A row of proctors stood around the classroom like statues, notebooks in hand, eyes like eagles. Hand in a blank paper? No way. Toshio Aikino closed his eyes and sank into his mental space. He flipped through his class notes and began rapidly filling in answers. In the classroom, an undercurrent surged. On the inside of Ya's collar, written in invisible ink, was a small line. Don't call me a top student anymore. Call me the gambling god. Akamaru crouched above his head, his glossy black eyes shifting left and right, silently passing answers from the neighboring seat. Shino's smuggled bugs flew silently across the desks and landed on other people's test papers. Some of the bugs never managed to fly back. The three sound Nin leaned in to listen, the scratch of pen tips on paper sounding like a code in their ears. Orochimaru's subordinates really were all human lie detectors. Sasuke's eyes opened slightly, the tomo in his crimson Sharingan slowly turning. Every tiny movement was replicated perfectly by him. On the roof, Tiantian's pen trembled slightly as he deftly adjusted the angle of the mirror. The reflected light flashed across the exam paper. Kankaro's puppet had long been disguised as an examiner. Pretending a sudden need to leave, he slipped out of the exam room, and the answers were soon in hand. Gaara's grains of sand coalesced into an eye in the air, hovering silently and taking everything in the distance in at a glance. Ino closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was already inside Sakura's body. She controlled Sakura's hand and rapidly wrote down the answers. The most impressive was still Niji. Once his eyes opened, the writing on the test paper became as clear as if it were right in front of him. Tintin received the note from Shikamaru in the last 5 minutes. He looked down and froze. Shikamaru had an A paper, but he had a B paper. He scratched his head, then suddenly grinned. The pen tips swished as he copied everything down, then tore off the B on the answer sheet and neatly wrote in A. Results announced, 60 points, just passed. The classmates in Chino Toshio's class were dumbfounded. Naruto beside him, however, sat restlessly, his eyes darting left and right. The proctor approached. In front of Naruto, only a blank paper remained. But he somehow managed to pass, relying on that glib mouth of his. Hinata and Sakura? A top student never needs such tricks. Only Lee was different. He didn't ask Tintin for help. Instead, he walked straight up to the examiner, son Inoi Hibiki. Teacher, I'll demonstrate a set of military physical training punches for you. Will you pass me? Yubixi nodded. Burning youth. Huh, 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 huh. As the wind from the punches died down, the examiner's voice sounded. Pass. The exam turned into a spectacle of cheating. Class 7. Pig Deer Butterfly, Fist Sunken Fong, Hyuga-Niji, Gaara, Odo-Nin, and even Kabuto. Almost all of them passed. Of course there were unlucky ones. A child from the Cloud Village was captured by a defecting kunoichi. The woman swung her chest and slammed it hard into his face. The child spat blood and was carried out. Afterwards, Chino Toshio passed on his Shindua to the Konoha Maru Corps. No matter how fierce the proctor is, don't panic, only calmness leads to success. The bell rang, and she began to summarize. He had a heavy accent. The word chow sounded like tsao. In this written exam, the phenomenon of tsao was very serious. Some males tsao males, some females tsao females, and some males and females tsao each other, some tsao from the front, some tsao from the back, some tsao secretly, and some tsao brazenly. A few students almost tsa'd the whole class. Only one student didn't tsao. His name is Higashijo Iwa. When the final question was revealed, Ibi used mental pressure to torment the examinees, actually to test the team's will. All 13 newcomers held on. Only Ibiki himself was left, full of pent-up anger. When Ibiki finished speaking, cheers and applause erupted in the classroom. Naruto leapt straight up from his chair, waving his arms, his face flushed like burning charcoal. Chino Toshi simply sat quietly. He could hear his heart beating hard, and even tougher tests still lay ahead. Suddenly, the back of his neck went cold. He snapped his head around and collided with a pale, distorted face, its mouth stretched up to the ears. It was Orochimaru. Cold sweat instantly soaked the back of Chino Toshio. Shouldn't this guy have appeared only in the second exam? The air was thick with the musky smell of snakes, carrying the scent of death. He remembered a saying that circulated within the Umbu. You can defeat Orochimaru, but you can never kill him. More terrifying than raw strength was Orochimaru's mind as a scientist. Forbidden techniques, cursed seals, impure world reincarnation. This guy had so many trump cards it made one's scalp crawl. Bang! The glass on the side of the classroom suddenly shattered. For Kanai were nailed into the blackboard, holding a red cloth that fluttered loudly. White bold characters rolled across the cloth. The second exam starts tomorrow at 8 o'clock. A figure leapt through the window, a black fishnet shirt clinging to a lithe form. Mitarai Azuki stood on the podium with one hand on his hip, his voice bright as clashing blades. A mere pass on the written test, what's there to cheer about? The whole hall fell silent. The examinees stared at her as if frozen. Sakura leaned close to Ino's ear. This teacher's voice, it's basically the same style as Naruto's. Yubixi poked half his face out from behind the red cloth and sneered. Half a month's rehearsal for the entrance, and it totally died out, huh? Hondo's mouth twitched, his ears flushed red. Chie-Jun suddenly burst out laughing. Hey, you little brat. Hondo suddenly pointed at him. What are you laughing at? Sunlight slanted into the classroom, making the metal clasps on her fishnet top gleam. Mitarashi Azuki strode into the classroom, her movements carrying an unquestionable boldness. With a sweep of her hand, she unfurled a scroll across the lectern like a female general commanding thousands of troops. But Chino Toshio couldn't help laughing. The once dashing ninja before him was now rounded in figure, making it hard to reconcile with the image in his memory. Hey, what are you laughing at? Azuki sharply caught his amusement and frowned. Chino Toshio pulled his thoughts back and pointed at the pile of sweets on her desk. Teacher Hondo, if you eat too many sweets, your figure will get out of shape. Hondo nonchalantly grabbed a dumpling and shoved it into her mouth. None of your business. At that moment, she came over holding a test paper and quietly introduced Hondo's identity to Chino Toshio. The woman accompanying him glared fiercely at Hondo, her gaze full of wariness. Hondo snorted and retorted without courtesy. What are you looking at? Does your she have a snake spirit? The exam ended, and the students filed out one after another. Chino Tashimi had intended to invite Hinata and Ino to spend the holiday together, but Ino's family's flower shop was in the middle of its busy season. Today you should spend time with Hinata, Ino said, smiling as she wrapped her arm around his neck and quickly planted a kiss on his cheek. As long as our hearts are in sync, every day is Valentine's Day. During the embrace, Chino Tashimi could clearly feel Ino's increasingly mature figure. He glanced down at the youthful appearance of Hinata beside him and couldn't help comparing them inwardly. When they left the school, Naruto and Sasuke cast complicated looks their way. Chino Tashimi pretended not to notice and walked home holding Hinata's hand. The girl's palm was slightly sweaty, and a blush rose on her cheeks. Here, xylitol. Chie-Jun took a small box from his pocket. Hinata obediently poured two into her mouth, then frowned. This tastes so strange. Chie-Jun took back the box and realized he'd mistaken durian flavor for strawberry. Hang on, it's an expensive flavor. Back home, Fenghua Xiaoxue was busy in the kitchen. A bowl of freshly rolled meatballs sat by the stove, filling the air with aroma. She also brought in a fat goose from the backyard. This came from Sunset Village paired with Gojo's goji berries. It's perfect for stewing soup for you. Hinata asked curiously, why do you add goji berries when stewing goose? Xiaoxue blinked and smiled suggestively. To strengthen his kidney chi a bit. Chie-Jun scratched his head awkwardly, his ears flushing slightly. Isn't it a bit too soon to be strengthening that now? Chie-Jun rushed into the bedroom and locked the door behind him. A girl with teal twin tails was sitting on the bed, fiddling with a leek in her hands. I am Hatsune Miku, reporting to my master. Her voice was as crisp as candy. Chie-Jun was momentarily stunned. Just call me Xiao-Jun. What can you do? Sing. Miku handed over the leek. Wanna hear? For example, Tante? The girl immediately began to sing to the scallion in a series of chirps, her pitch rising and falling. Chino Toshio hurriedly waved his hand. Stop. What about that combat skill? I don't fight. Hatsune tilted her head. But I can heal wounds, and I can sing a lullaby that makes people fall asleep. She hummed a few notes softly, and ripples stirred the air. Chino felt a wave of drowsiness. I can only heal minor wounds for now. I'll be stronger later on. Hatsune suddenly looked down and fiddled with the scallion leaves. Will Xiaojun resent that I can't help much? How could I? Chie-Jun laughed and ran to the kitchen, bringing back a bunch of scallions. Hatsune's eyes lit up. She hugged the scallions to her chest, nuzzled them, and chomped off a bite. In the evening, Chie-Jun brought out the pink kimono he had prepared. When Hinata took the gift, the tips of her ears flushed slightly. Only then did he notice that the pink on both of them matched unexpectedly well. When he escorted Hinata to her doorstep, a cough came from the shadows. The head of the Hyuga stood on the porch with a stern face. "Hinata, it's time for your nap." His gaze lingered for a moment on Chino Toshio's pink jacket, his brow furrowing even deeper. Revision note. Turn system prompts and other explanatory text into scene description. Use actions and dialogue in place of expository setup. Heighten sensory details, like sound and touch present cultural elements naturally through imagery. Chino Toshio watched the two children in matching clothes walk away, the smile on his face gradually fading. He made a face at the old man, turned and slipped away quickly, and nearly collided with Naruto, who was walking toward him at the entrance of the Konoha Inn. "Huh? It's over already?" Sasuke didn't come along. Toshio Ichino raised an eyebrow and smirked. Naruto grinned his trademark smile and patted the backpack on his shoulder. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm doing honest business." He whooshed and opened the backpack zipper. Toshio leaned in to take a look, and his eyes instantly widened. Dazzling red roses, colorful little square boxes, and neat rows of medicine trays. A few days ago, Naruto's pestering about sourcing suddenly flashed into his mind. So that's what it was all for. Precision deployment for Valentine's Day. Sell flowers in the morning, sell sets in the afternoon, sell medicine late at night. Konoha's commercial genius. Chi Yijun murmured. The two wandered along the shopping street, the afternoon sun stretching their shadows long. Passing a furniture store, a strident argument yanked them to a halt. Naruto immediately stood on tiptoe and poked his head in, excitedly tugging at Shun's sleeve. "Look, old acquaintances are fighting." Inside the shop, the pink-haired girl was swinging her fists at the paint-smeared boy, her voice as sharp as glass scraping the floor. "Are your eyes on the back of your head? You look so abstract, and you still have the nerve to go out." Kankuro crossed his arms and sneered, his voice muffled behind the painted mask. "Better than you. From afar you're spring breezes brushing willows. Up close you're a Vajra's roar. Turn around, well I'll be, the old mountain demon is out on a parade." The word, fat, seemed to ignite a fuse. Sakura exploded, her fists clenching with a crackling sound. "Your face has become a living palette, huh? Look at those two lips of yours, cut them off, and they'd be enough to stir-fry a dish." Unexpectedly, Kankuro actually cackled. "At least it's better than yours." A 1982 Longjing old green tea. Shinono was dumbfounded. These vivid scraps of coral were exactly the kind of things you never see in animation. It made sense. How could a little over 20 minutes on screen contain the real world's 24-hour, blazing, vivid scroll? Time travel is truly wonderful. Temari was clearly already used to the scene, calmly stroking a wooden bed carved like a pirate ship the whole time. It wasn't until Gaara pushed into the fray with a sullen face, grabbed Kankuro by the back of the collar, and dragged him out, growling like gravel rubbing together. "Shut up." As they passed the shop door, the siblings' gazes sliced across Aikino Shun and Naruto like blades. The fury rising in Gaara's eyes was almost tangible. He could still clearly see the moment during today's written exam, when Aikino Shun had blown away all his sand eyes in one go. Temari, however, curved her eyes at Aikino Shun, her voice dripping with honey. "Come by home in room 109 tonight? You're welcome anytime." Just then Sakura stormed out of the shop, puffing with anger. Naruto immediately looked up at the sky, while Aikino Shun pretended to study the tile pattern. "Sakura, why does your face look like a bitter gourd?" Naruto called, feigning surprise. The girl grabbed at her striped jacket and stamped her foot. "Someone's wearing the same outfit. And it's with that ugly sofa." She angrily pointed into the shop. A striped sofa, whose pattern matched her jacket exactly, was puffed up and taking center stage in the showroom. Chiya Junichi was baffled. "What's so funny about that?" Xiaoying stomped her foot in fury. "You don't understand at all. I matched outfits with the couch. That chubby guy with the painted face from the Sand Village thud. He plopped down on top of me." The air suddenly went quiet. 5 seconds later, Naruto had already collapsed laughing at the roadside, clutching his stomach and gasping. Toshiyuki Chino couldn't hold it in and let out a snort of laughter. "You damn Kankuro. They're really shameless about snatching up such a bargain." Seeing them laugh like that, Xiaoying couldn't help laughing herself. Naruto wiped the tears at the corner of his eyes and asked, "So where are you going now?" Sakura lifted the toilet seat in her hand. "The toilet seat at Sasuke's house needs replacing. I'll go replace it for him." Sasuke's toilet seat. This scene is too beautiful. After browsing for a while longer, Toshio Chino planned to go to Ino's flower shop to deliver a gift. Naruto ran into Kiba, Shikamaru, and their group. Hey, what are you sneaking around for? Naruto leaned in. Yuba pulled him into a corner and murmured a few words in a low voice. Naruto's eyes lit up in an instant. This is too interesting. Count me in. Toshiyoshi Aikino curiously leaned in. What kind of event is so mysterious? Shino pushed up her sunglasses, a little gathering for single people. All right then. Toshiyoshi Aikino smiled and bade them farewell, then turned and headed toward Ino's house. Passing by the barbecue restaurant, I glanced and saw Kakashi, Might Guy, and Asuma happily spending Valentine's Day together. Kakashi raised his hand to greet me. Chino Chiono hurried in, respectfully bowing 3 times. Happy holiday, teachers. Asuma snorted with laughter. You brat, we're not even buried yet. What big ceremony are you talking about? Chi Yi-jun took out a pack of Hongmei cigarettes and handed them out one by one. Kakashi raised an eyebrow and sized him up. You're not old enough to smoke yet, are you? Chi Yi-jun laughed loudly. Of course not. This is especially to show respect to the teachers. Saying that, he tossed a whole cigarette packet of Asuma to Asuma. Old smoker Asuma smiled with his teeth hidden behind his grin. Teacher Kai was clearly drunk. The teeth were still shiny, the mouth still full of youthful declarations. But this time the lines had changed. What is youth? Youth is the moment you discard a tile and someone else wins by self-draw at the mahjong table. It's those couples on the street who rack their brains just to savor the moment they knock the other down. Chino Toshio froze. Then he quickly applauded, hurriedly pulling out a notebook to write down this famous line. He suddenly thought, Kakashi couldn't return to the land of waves to be with Riemann because of the Chunin exams. But why isn't Teacher Asuma accompanying Teacher Sunset Red? Asuma sighed deeply. Sigh, don't mention it. It turned out that today he received a message from Sunset Red's walkie-talkie. Come to my house at noon, no one. Although the two liked each other, they hadn't yet broken the silence. Asuma was ecstatic. She washed herself spotless at home, put on flashy underwear, grabbed a box of condoms from the 3rd generation, and dashed to the Hong residence. He banged on the door for half an hour. As a result, the young woman was truly not home at all. Chi Yejuan laughed so hard, he kept rubbing his stomach. Looking at the room full of merriment, the sinister smile of Orochimaru suddenly flashed before his eyes. Ripples rose in his heart. Everyone of Konoha. Laugh to your heart's content while you can. He then pulled out a wad of cash and slapped it onto the table. Tonight's on me. Teachers, today's barbecue is on me. Chie-jun slapped his chest, his voice loud and clear. Before anyone could react, he dashed out of the barbecue restaurant and headed straight for the Ino family's flower shop. Yajun Koen. Ino was on her tiptoes reaching for a high flower pot. When she turned and saw him, her eyes lit up instantly. Her smile was like a sunflower touched by dew, her whole being radiating light. Ino's mother, Yamashita Saho, lifted the curtain from the inner room and stepped out, her hands still streaked with soil. Little June is here. Crow's feet creased at the corners of her eyes as she smiled, her voice as warm as afternoon sunshine. Years of hard work had aged her more than her peers, but that composed beauty still flowed from her features. The flower shop is bustling like a cloud of customers in the afternoon. Chi Yejuan secretly forms a hand seal, and several clones quietly appear, deftly helping to move flowers and wrap them. Zhao Hui watches the busy little June before her, can't help rubbing her eyes, then laughs out loud. This child is really so thoughtful. Ding. Multiple shadow clone technique. Function 8 unlocked. Flower shop assistant. The mechanical voice had barely fallen when a new mission popped up. Please proceed to the Inoue family estate in the mountains to check in. Chi Yejuan scratched the bridge of his nose. Go to the Inoue house. Isn't that obviously just a way to beg favors and free meals? Unexpectedly, Zhao Hui happened to come by wiping her hands. Xiao Jun, come have dinner at our place tonight. Inono's father would like to meet you too. Beside her, Inono nervously tugged at the edge of her apron. The Yamano clan was a prestigious family of Konoha, while Chino was just an ordinary surname. But her mother's smile put her somewhat at ease. As dusk closed in, Zhao Hui briskly shut the shop door and went to the deli to buy a glossy roast duck, soy-braised pig-esh trotters, and a few cold dishes. The three of them walked toward the residence under the slanting sun, their shadows stretching long across the stone path. Chino Jun made a deliberate detour halfway to buy a succulent honeydew melon, then pulled from his personal space a packet of flower seeds and a gardening book. Turning the corner, an elegant Japanese-style house came into view. Its blue tiles and white walls were edged in gold by the setting sun. "You're here." Early Hui, wearing a floral apron, came out holding a spatula, greeting them as the kitchen filled with the sizzle of oil. "Sit for a bit. The food will be ready soon." Ino hopped over to take the fruit basket. "Yajun Kuin, don't be so formal. I'll go help Mom fry the tempura." The living room fell silent, save for a Shiba Inu cocking its head to study the guests. Suddenly, Chinojun felt a sharp cramp in his stomach. "No, this won't do. It's too rude to act like this in someone else's home." He gritted his teeth, thinking, but his stomach felt as if a drum was beating. A flash of inspiration. He sent his consciousness into his personal space. Poof! Puff, puff, puff. A series of startling thunderclaps exploded by the waterfall. Back in reality, she just heard Zao Hui scold, "Bei, were you being naughty again?" Chino Toshio stuck out his tongue secretly, grateful the dog was taking the blame. Unexpectedly, after a momentary relaxation, another muffled sound leaked from beneath. Zao Hui's voice rang out again, "Bei." A third loud fart sound came. Zao Hui rushed out of the kitchen holding a spatula, shouting at the tail-wagging dog. "Bei, do you have to wait until the room stinks before you agree to go out?" Ino covered her mouth and followed out, laughing. The air froze instantly. Ikuno froze in place, his cheeks burning. Zao Hui suddenly broke into a hearty laugh. "Don't take it to heart, Xiao Jun. That's just how our family is. We like joking around and being lively." Later this matter reached Jiraiya's ears. He gave Chi Yi Jun a new nickname. Pilaya. Zao Hui's enthusiasm went far beyond that. Not only had he bought ready-made braised dishes, but the kitchen also filled with waves of enticing aroma. Chia Toshio glanced at the wall clock, 6:50. After the awkwardness, hunger surged. His gaze fell on the plate of peanuts on the dining table. Crunch, crunch. He couldn't help but chew them one after another. At that moment, the courtyard gate creaked open. Two young men supported an elderly grandmother with white hair as they walked in. Toshio Chino recognized Ino's brothers, Santen Yamanaka and Kaze Yamanaka. He hurriedly stood up to greet them. Grandma smiled and waved, her gaze falling on the dish of peanuts. Toshio Chino showed his fongy smile and said, "Grandma, these peanuts smell especially fragrant." Grandma's wrinkled face bloomed into a chrysanthemum-like smile. "Oh, now I've lost every tooth. I can only slurp the chocolate shell off peanuts. I'm old, cough, cough." Chia Jun froze instantly. A churning rose in his stomach. The two older brothers laughed and patted his shoulder. "Scared stiff, huh? Grandma was just teasing you." Chi Yejuan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, but a certain warmth quietly spread through his chest. He suddenly grew fond of this laughter-filled family. If only the Hyuga household could be this easy. The thought flashed through his mind. At 7 o'clock sharp, dinner was ready. Just as Toshimasa Aikino was about to help set the bowls and chopsticks, a tall shadow fell across the genkan. "Dad," Ino rushed up excitedly. "This is the classmate I often mentioned. Uncle Yamanaka." "Hello, I'm Chino Jun." The youth bowed respectfully. The man reached out and patted his shoulder. "So your little Chi, come sit." The red cloak fluttered lightly with the movement, revealing the Konoha Jonin vest underneath. The yellow ponytail tied at the back of his head looked like ripe wheat, identical to Ino's. He was none other than the leader of the analysis team, Yamanaka Saichi. When this future father-in-law took out his pipe, Ichino Toshi hurriedly handed over the carefully prepared flower seed set and a copy of the Encyclopedia of Flower Planting. "Yo, this is the good stuff." Hai's eyes lit up instantly. During small talk, Chino Toshio realized that Ino's hearty laugh was actually inherited from his father. When Hai talked about amusing mission stories, he always gesticulated wildly. When he got excited, he suddenly dropped his voice. "Did you know? Elegance isn't an act." He winked at the young man. "Only grandchildren put on airs all day." Somehow, Those words made Chi Yejuan think of the Hyuga family's perpetually stern faces. Chi Yejuan genuinely liked this future father-in-law. During the Four Shinobi War, Yamanaka Inoichi was struck by the Ten Tails Beastyu and tragically killed. Chino Toshi quietly put his name on the resurrection list. There were many siblings in the Ino family, and because of that his mother looked especially old. After dinner, Ino's second sister, Yamanaka Mayan, waved to him. She was tall, with almond-shaped eyes and a pointed chin, her beauty leaning toward the bewitching. When Toshikazu Aikino saw her, his heart gave a jolt. What if the gourd baby suddenly jumped out to save me? The beauty in the mountain, however, smiled openly and graciously. Xiaojun, dinner's ready too. Come on, go wash jujubes with your sister. Chi Yejun was so stunned his jaw nearly dropped. This is a bit too direct. Ino snorted, ran over, and gave him a little pat. Don't get the wrong idea. When I said, wash the jujubes, I meant the post-dinner fruit. Chino Jun let out a breath of relief. His heart warmed all over. He really loved the Ino family so much. That night, for the first time, he tasted the warmth of home. When he was leaving, Ino's mother, Saho, saw him to the door. Xiaojun, don't be so formal, just treat this place as your own. Actually, I used to be very close to your mother. She was a very kind person. So they were old acquaintances. Toshio Chino couldn't help but ask softly, Aunt, do you know anything about my father? Saheim's lips moved, but in the end she only shook her head. After leaving the Ino household, Toshio Chino summoned the system and completed the check-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully checking in with the Mountain Clan reward, Mind-Body Turning Technique. This is a secret technique passed down through generations of the Mountain Clan that allows one to briefly control another using mental energy. However, against ninjas with strong willpower, the effect is greatly reduced. For example, the new era Choji Akimichi Din's daughter, who, like her father, is a potato chip fiend. Ino's son, Ino Jin, once tried the heart turn technique on her to stop her from eating snacks. But Dai's willpower was astonishingly strong. Her eyes were fixed only on the potato chips, and she dashed off at once. No ninjutsu could stop the advance of a foodie. So, a single bag of potato chips easily broke the legendary secret technique. Chi Yejuan thought, but it should still be useful in the early stages. Besides, in the future Ino will no longer have a son, Aijin. Just after 9 in the evening, the street was still bustling with people. Valentine's Day was indeed lively. Toshio Chino suddenly caught sight of several furtive figures slipping out of the supermarket, laughing so hard they were staggering. On closer inspection, it was Naruto, Kiba, Shikamaru, and even Sasuke. And what sent a chill down his spine was Sasuke, that eternally icy-faced one, is actually smiling. Still smiling, rather rippling. Chino Shun ran over and said, "What's so funny?" Only after asking did I learn that this group of single young men had unbalanced mindsets and went to the supermarket to do bad things. Crushed all the chocolate into pieces and even used a needle to puncture some rubber items. Shino was even meaner, directly summoning the bugs and having them chew the roses down to nothing. Haha, what a bunch of clowns. But they really suit my taste. After a while of commotion, everyone went home to rest. There is another exam tomorrow. As Chi Yojin was walking back, he unexpectedly ran into an old man with white hair under the moonlight. Konoha's Valentine's night remained lively, brightly lit. Couples paired off and embraced as they entered In's hourly rooms were in high demand. And he, on his way home, stopped in his tracks. Revision notes. Strengthen sensory and action descriptions to enhance visual imagery and pacing. Turn some narration into specific actions and environmental details. Use short sentences and vivid expressions to improve audio performance and listening flow. Use conversational tone and emotional detail to enliven characters. Render inner thoughts and dialogue more naturally and emotionally, making characters and interactions more vivid and believable. Simplify culturally specific expressions to make translations more user-friendly. Provide plain explanations and metaphors for terms and culture-specific content, using internationally familiar imagery and narrative progression to facilitate translation and cross-cultural understanding. If you'd like to try a more lighthearted and humorous, suspenseful and tense, or literary and lyrical tone, I can continue to adjust and refine it for you. Aikino Shun's gaze landed on a solitary figure. It was Jiraiya. A sharp smell of alcohol hit him in the face. Jiraiya staggered to his feet and threw an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, kiddo, long time no see." The two soon moved on to Chino Toshio's own hot spring resort, the VIP area. In the rising steam, Jiraiya tore off his towel. Toshio Ichino sucked in a cold breath, his eyes bulging wide. My God, he had been planning to invite Jiraiya someday to try his favorite takoyaki. Now it seemed utterly unnecessary. The old man and the youngster soaked in the hot spring, chatting about everything under the sun as their cups clinked. Toshio Ichino had long since tossed the no drinking under 14 rule to the winds. After all, it was his turf, he called the shots. He talked about the embarrassing incident of visiting his future mother-in-law today, even mentioning the awkward accidental fart. Jiraiya burst into a loud laugh, rubbing his hair with a large hand. "Pilaya, from now on that's what I'll call you." He sat cross-legged, dug a pack of Hongmei cigarettes out of his wrinkled clothes. He lit one, took a deep drag, and smoke curled around him. "Kid, for tomorrow's exam, make me proud." Chia Jun laughed and nodded, then suddenly reached out, snatched the cigarette, and accurately tossed it into the trash can. Jiraiya was stunned, then his eyes grew a bit misty. "Kid, you know how to hurt people now." Before he finished speaking, Chia Jun had already run out barefoot. When he returned, he was holding an entire high-end Dezhonghua in his arms and shoved it at Jiraiya. This Valentine's night belongs to them. The resort arranged a special program. Jiraiya is lecherous, but not vulgar. He only called for an enlivening hula dance. A group of dancers in grass skirts poured in, swaying to the cheerful melody. Like seaweed, drifting with the waves. Their movements were graceful, long hair flying, exuding a tropical charm. Warm water flowed around his body, and Aikino Shun's heart stirred slightly. Is being Hokage really that important? Isn't it more enjoyable to be carefree like this, bathing, drinking, adventuring, making friends? Just give the Hokage position to Kakashi and Naruto. But the thought flashed by in an instant. Unifying the shinobi world, that goal still burned in his heart. The next morning, Aikino Shun rose from the hot spring water and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Jiraiya has already left. Beside it lay a pendant and a note. "Kid, this magatama is something I found while traveling. They say it wards off evil and keeps you safe. Good luck." The magatama was jade green all over, its shape strikingly similar to the pattern in the Sharingan. Toshimasa Aikino put it on, got dressed, and left the hot spring. The second exam started promptly at 8 in the morning. Training ground number 44, also known as the Death Forest. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sky and sun. The air was thick with a sense of deadly severity and strangeness. A high barbed wire fence encircled the forest, but it seemed no match for that deep, shadowy darkness. The candidates who passed the written exam gathered together, whispering, "Haha, I'm here." A burst of bright laughter split the silence as Mitarashi Anko made a sparkling entrance. "Soon you'll all know why this place is called the Forest of Death." Naruto wiggled his hips and mimicked her in a shrill voice. Anko frowned, dashed over in an instant, and shoved Naruto's head into her bosom. With Milk Hammer attacking from both sides, Naruto immediately flailed his arms and legs, almost suffocating. By the time he was seeing stars and foaming at the mouth, collapsing weakly to the ground, the other rascals began to imitate Red Bean. Red Bean was merciless, giving each of them the same kind of lesson. The scene was, for a time, quite grim. She finally smiled at the dazed Naruto and said, "A reckless brat like you would be the first to die in the forest." Red Bean put her hands on her hips, her voice tinged with anger. "Nonsense." Naruto jumped up at once and shouted defiantly, "Even with only that little skill you dare to show off. Watch me, great mighty heavenly dragon. Prajnaparamita, reverse harem technique." Before his words finished, bang, a puff of white smoke exploded. Chi Yejuan widened his eyes. "What? Reverse harem technique? This kid actually invented this move so early?" When the smoke cleared, a few little figures appeared on the field. Sasuke, Shikamaru, Shino, and a grinning Kiba. Standing in the middle was, astonishingly, Choji Akimichi. They all looked only 5 or 6 years old, faces full of bewilderment. Hondo was stunned for a moment, then laughed so hard she doubled over, took out a kunai, and gently poked those few little ones one by one. Is that it? The cute yellow reporter beside them covered his nose, blood seeping through his fingers. Naturally, Naruto couldn't avoid getting chased down and beaten by Sasuke and the others. Afterward, Chino Toshi quietly delivered 10 crates of milk to Naruto. Fortunately, there's no me in ninjutsu. Akado flicked an eye blade at Naruto, her gaze sweeping over all the examinees before finally resting on Chino Toshi's face. She swung the red bean pill in her hand as she approached, a smirk curling at the corner of her mouth. Finish the exam. Want to take your sister to a movie? Chie-Jun remained expressionless, picked up a dumpling, and popped it into his mouth. Sis, I'm still too young. I won't go on a date. Laughter instantly erupted in the examination hall. Naruto laughed the loudest. In your 20s and still flirting with kids, aren't you ashamed? Actually, Chino Toshio doesn't take just anyone. Mitarai Azuki looks nice, but that air about her makes her seem exactly like a mafia boss lady. Besides, if we actually lived together, we'd have to watch her every day to stop her from sneaking sweets. He definitely doesn't want to wake up one day to find a fat middle-aged woman lying beside him. Red beans are just teasing him. She sees things clearly they're more than 10 years apart. But if he grows up and I'm still single, I suppose I wouldn't be unable to consider it. Handsome boy, really won't reconsider? She raised an eyebrow. Chie-Jun shook his head. I like small ones. I don't like big ones. Hinata in the corner suddenly froze, looked down at her chest, and her face slowly flushed. June likes small ones. What if I grow too big in the future? Hondo snorted and laughed. What does a little brat know? Big is comfortable. As she spoke, Konoha Maru, who was carrying the camera, came over. Big Sister Hondo, our big windmill, exploring the human body, is currently live. You just said, what's good about big, could you elaborate? Hondo froze for a moment, then remembered that Naruto had told her there was an interview today. She cleared her throat and offered a professional smile to the camera. The perks? Sky-high confidence. You walk around like you've got an aura. It even helps in job hunting. If blink and you miss it, teleportation fails, and someone ends up with a bruised face. Chie-Jun's mouth tilted, are a natural airbag, hypoallergenic and eco-friendly. If you work at the Konoha blood bank, hitting the blood draw quota is a breeze. The guys will all collectively faint from a single glance. Before he finished, a figure flashed into the crowd. Black hair fell like a waterfall, a purple bow swaying gently at the back. Let me add, the woman's voice carried a cloying sweetness. You want to be afraid in a cold cave, either this layer of fat is a natural thermal coating. She finished, her crimson long tongue slipping past the corner of her mouth and trailing a silvery thread. Chie-Shun flicked his wrist, and a packet of peppers silently scattered toward that long tongue. His ant snake trembled all over, emitting a string of eerie moans. Meng Huang handed over the microphone at the right moment. Opposing debater, what's your argument? Chie-Shun laughed aloud. Everything has two sides. Being too big brings trouble. Squatting in summer to pick eggs can easily cause wardrobe malfunctions. Standing in lines, you get crushed and bump into people you have to spend more on. Underwear. Running or skipping makes your heart pound. The most annoying is always being told big boobs, no brains. After the program aired, Konoha Village erupted into a storm of debate. Hondo glanced at her watch, 7:59. Bang! She slammed her palm on the table. Non-essential personnel, leave the arena. The second round of the Chunin exams began. At the same time, a system alert sounded in Chie's mind. A new mission popped up, the crimson letters glaring. Kill the target. A low growl of beasts came from deep within the death forest. Towering trees blotting out the sky, the swamp exuding the stench of rot, and the glint of venomous scorpion tails flashing from the gaps in the rocks. 44 iron net fences were plastered with warning signs at Gate 12, where Squad 7 was located. One neat line of characters was particularly striking. Plant trees everywhere until the woods resemble the sea. Every household should plant trees until shade is made. This must be Captain Yamato's doing. Chino Toshio chuckled lightly. Mitarai Akazu lifted a tablet. The screen lit up with a declaration of life and death. Sign your name. Leave life to fate. Konoha accepts no responsibility. Passing the buck cleanly. Chino Toshio raised an eyebrow. The examinees slid their fingertips across the screen and turned the tablet, made in the land of snow, gave off a cold light. Hondo retracted the device, her tongue licking her fangs. One more reminder this exam is really going to kill people. Ha ha ha. Maniacal laughter echoed through the forest. Hinata's fingertips went cold. Chino Toshio stepped aside to stand in front of her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Besides, he patted Naruto's back. We've also got this ready-made meat shield. Why am I the shield again? Naruto's hair stood on end. The Death Forest is like a game dungeon. Chino Toshio counted on his fingers. Hinata is the scout. Sasuke handles melee. I'll do range damage and you're the main tank who charges ahead to draw the fire. Naruto suddenly clenched his fist, a blaze lighting his eyes. Just like in Baldur's Gate. Exactly. Chino Toshihito snapped his fingers. You're the first tank to get beaten up. Hondo's whistle suddenly cut through the air. The rules reading began. 13 teams held the Heaven Scroll. 13 teams received the Earth Scroll. 26 teams will engage in a desperate battle over the scrolls in this forest. There is only one rule, by any means necessary. Within 5 days, find your own way to survive. No giving up, and no peeking at the scroll's contents. In the end, only the team that holds both the Heaven and Earth Scrolls can enter the tower and pass this trial. At least half of the people will be eliminated. Ding Xiai dragged a huge suitcase stuffed full of snacks. Chi Yejun, on the other hand, looked completely relaxed. In his space treasure trove were instant noodles, ham sausages, spicy strips, chicken legs, everything you could want. But Sakura suddenly asked from the depths of her soul, "Is there a toilet in the forest? Could someone be peeking? Oh no. Oh no. I forgot to bring toilet paper." Shaoli raised his hand high, looking completely serious. "Teacher, you know how adolescent boys are when they wake up in the morning, it's inevitable. They need to do some manual work with their hands. Is that allowed?" Mitarai Azuki waved his hand grandly, his shout echoing across the exam hall. "Cut them. Cut them all." The hall fell instantly silent. No one dared ask another question. When the scrolls had been distributed, Hondo grinned and called out loudly, "Hey, one last tip to help you clear the level." Everyone pricked up their ears. "That's don't die? Wahaha." The audience immediately erupted in shouts and curses in various dialects. "You asking to get slapped, huh? My goodness, what the heck are you doing? You little bastard, stop fooling people. That crazy woman talks nonsense." Chi Yejun sighed. This lady is practically Naruto's long-lost sister. 8:30 on the dot. The exam officially began half a day earlier than scheduled. 26 great gates thundered open at the signal. Figures shot forth like arrows from a bow, rushing into the dense forest. Chiejun glanced back. Mitarai Azuki lay comfortably in the hammock, one hand holding a glutinous rice ball and the other a bowl of red bean soup, eating with great delight. "Sis, I really can't eat anymore." A figure darted among the treetops, footsteps dense as rain. Shaoli led the charge, eyes shining, moving so fast it was as if wind sprang up beneath his feet. A cloud of dust kicked up behind him. Ninji closely followed, almost able to smell the other's tail dust. And on the other side, the 3 grass nin moved through the forest like phantoms. The leader, his face hidden by a straw hat and his voice eerily soft, issued a low command. "Go find those brats from Class 7. The forest was silent. Killing intent quietly spread. Class 7 remained where they were. Hinata opened her Byakugan, warily scanning her surroundings. Chino Toshio quietly summoned Kuro and Kagecho. The Frost Phoenix was still recovering and could not fight. The puppet doll can only summon one body. He planned to wait until the critical moment to make his choice. "Xiaojun, I'll leave the scroll to you." Naruto took out the Earth Scroll he had just received.